I'm ready. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorites, always on time, never late, red shorts enthusiast, Adam Friendon.
What's up, my brother?
Hey now. How you doing? Have you finally defeated the dreaded COVID?
Nah, it's still hanging in there. I still have a bit of a cough. I'll try not to cough in the microphone, guys, but still a little COVID hanging on there.
Jeez, what's going on? Do you have enough
idea.
vitamin D? Okay.
I take vitamin D every day.
I heard all you need is vitamin D.
Yeah. Some
horse
tranquilizer or something. Let's get into this video. No one cares about my COVID, okay?
Of course we care. We care about you, Adam. We want you.
What's going on? What's going on with these? This looks like an interesting video. What video have you picked out for us this week, Sitch?
Today we'll be watching Matt Walsh of he's on Daily Wire, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyway, Matt Walsh, noted theocrat on the Dr. Phil show.
Noted transphobe and misogynist.
That's right. That's right. On the Dr. Phil show, debating with two circus clowns about gender.
Oh, you're so transphobe no, already. Transphobe alert.
Listen. To my knowledge, both these individuals identify as male. Okay.
Right. Do they? I mean, I don't even know.
I think they do, but well, we'll get into it. But listen, okay, I feel bad for these people, and the reason is Dr. Phil's show didn't reach out to them because they're like, listen, these are great trans advocates who can explain transgender ideology in an interesting or informed way. They're like, no, let's find people that look like they're from like a circus in the 1950s and put them on show. So this is really Dr. Phil's fault. It's not my fault. I'm just pointing out what Dr. Phil has done because he's such an immoral person.
Have you done any background? I'm looking at these people and I think these are two, my gut tells me this is two biological males, one with extremely long hair and one with short hair.
I think.
And they're they identify, their gender is non-binary. It's not, they don't identify as male, I don't think.
Right.
So biological males identifying as non-binary. Which I mean, aside from the nails and the makeup and the eyeliner, I mean, that just looks like a guy with long hair to me.
I'm pretty sure the blonde guy, I thought was born a woman.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought they show like a shirtless picture with like the surgery scars or something, but I don't remember.
I got you.
We'll find out. But
well, I'm guessing, and I think they both identify as non-binary.
Yes.
And I mean, you have to forgive me because nobody's introduced their pronouns to me or anything. So I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here. I don't know their pronouns, and since this is a video screen, I don't know if you guys know how this works. Okay. Right. This is a video screen in front of me. I'm not able to ask them out of all politeness. Okay, I don't want to offend our non-binary fans. I don't want to offend our non-binary fans. Okay,
I want to offend all our fans.
I would ask them. I would say, listen.
Yes.
I would say, non-binary Jesus. Tell me what would you prefer? What would you prefer I call you? Right.
Okay. And then after this, we'll watch Hasan had a debate with a gay black TikToker where he performed very poorly, so poorly that some of his trans fans got very mad at him for daring to platform this individual. And
what?
And
really?
Hasan had a total meltdown on his chat, which is hilarious. So we'll
we love those.
We love that.
So let's get into this video. Come on. What's taking so long? I feel like we should be into the video already.
Hey, Aydin. Hey, Doomer. Hey, John Smith.
Hey, everyone.
And I'm Ethan.
We've been together for about
5 years.
And married
for 3 years.
I use they, them pronouns.
Okay, now we know. Sitch, they, them pronouns. You're on your best behavior,
Yes.
okay?
I'm not on my best. I'm on my worst behavior.
I have trouble with they, them pronouns. I don't necessarily know if I can do it.
No.
So
Okay.
I will try out of respect, okay?
Listen,
but I expect if I mess up, if Boomer Adam messes up, I expect some respect towards me, okay?
Okay. Normally, Adam is the transphobe here. I'm an open and loving and accepting individual. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
What?
Okay.
Honesty.
I'm gonna be super honest.
How dare you?
Listen, this isn't my fault. I can't control it.
How
this is
dare
totally
you?
This is totally a disgust trigger. I don't have control. This is my
involuntary disgust. Okay.
Yes. Okay. When I see that look, now this was very popular with like the European Got Talent from like a couple years ago. The look of like I'm the woman with the beard look.
The bearded lady.
Want to vomit.
This was very popular in the circus.
Want to vomit. Okay.
Okay.
I can't help it. It's just an emotional instant gut reaction. Okay. My disgust mechanism is triggered. I'll try to keep it in check throughout the video. I apologize in advance.
Do I need to pull out the censor? I'm famously for some ContraPoints videos. Adam has had to get out the censor.
I'm fine. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, bring up the Contra in lingerie and put that over this person's face, please. I'll take that any day.
We do. Okay. We're ready. We're here. We're here for our audience here. Here we go, Sitch. Here you go. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best for you.
It was the Eurovision thing. Yes, that's right. That's right. I don't remember what country it was though.
Being non-binary just means that I just don't identify with the gender I was assigned at birth, but I don't identify exclusively with being.
Soak it in, Sitch. Soak it in. Come on, you've had a girlfriend. You've dated I'm sure you've dated a hippie girl that looks similar to this.
No, what?
You've never dated a girl with hairy armpits?
No. Oh my goodness. I've never dated a girl with hairy armpits or a beard. I wouldn't allow it. I'd say get rid of that or we're done.
The beard's a little excessive.
We're done.
You know, normally women do have hairy armpits, right?
Really, Adam? Really?
Listen to Sitch here.
Really? Really? Wait, hold on. Let me
normally I'm the one that's I'm the one that's accused of being the misogynist here. Sitch is like full misogyny. Full misogyny Adam, here.
All people are born with armpit hair. This is shocking. I didn't know this. I thought women were naturally all hairless except for their head. Okay.
Sitch, I'm just going to call you Mr. Walsh during this. You're basically Matt Walsh in this stream already. Which is odd since you don't really like Matt Walsh much.
No, I kind of hate Matt Walsh, but I like him in this conversation, so I'm conflicted.
Very conflicted.
You're welcome, Chad. I took it off the screen. Yes.
Ben, look, did you know gender is over, Sitch? Did you realize that?
I didn't realize that. No.
Just in case you needed a message. Here's one.
My lunch is over. Does that count?
Oh, you're so bad. You're so bad.
Listen.
Listen.
This has nothing to do with like trans stuff whatsoever. This is an aesthetic. This is saying like, oh, I want to be the bearded lady aesthetic. All right, and you know, if you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm gonna say that I think it's disgusting.
Okay. I mean, in all honesty, this just looks like my old roommate with lipstick on. I mean, I had a roommate that looked exactly like this. Am I allowed to say guy or is guy a pronoun? I don't know how this pronoun stuff works.
They, them.
Oh, stop. I had a roommate that looked just like they. It doesn't seem to work. That looked just like them. Oh, that works.
You had a roommate. Quote unquote?
I did. Yeah.
A roommate. Wink, wink.
Well, a roommate.
Yeah. You what?
My roommate was a biological male, okay? We were bros. Yeah. Okay.
Ah.
Yeah.
You know, Adam and his roommate, a little bro downing. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Sure.
Okay.
A woman. I'm something in between, outside of that binary.
My pronouns are he or they. I also identify.
Okay, he or they. This is going to be very confusing. I know.
Yes.
Hugely confusing.
Are they saying you can call me he or they? Or are they saying instead of he, him, call me he, they?
So you're saying this person was born a biological female and is transitioning to a he?
Think so. I think they talk about it in the video.
Okay. I don't think they do. They don't mention much about any of that stuff.
Oh, okay.
So. I do think that it's interesting that these two are capable of having heterosexual sex, right? I mean,
I mean, maybe. That's
is
true.
that the case?
That's true. It's very confusing. Well, look, it's like, you know, Riley Dennis and his girlfriend, or her girlfriend.
Yeah.
From back in the day.
Yes.
Okay. I caught myself.
Non-binary. To me, being a non-binary means having the sense of freedom to explore my gender in whichever way I want.
Oh, I guess
don't
you're
have
right.
to perform or pretend to be someone I'm not. I can be my authentic self.
Now, see, wait a minute.
Means having the sense of freedom to explore my gender.
Okay, so yeah, they were born woman. Okay.
In whichever way I want. I don't.
And I'm assuming that the other person's taking hormones because they got like a little bit of
breast,
a little bit of boobs going on there. So it's not just not just a guy wearing lipstick. All right.
I think he could easily pass. I think this is. I mean, I thought it was a biological. I thought he was born a biological male.
Oh God,
so,
yeah. Well,
yeah.
It seems like it's much easier now. Now I don't know if this is just because I'm a man. So maybe women have different experiences, but it seems like it's much easier for women to pass as men than vice versa.
Really?
Do you not agree with that?
I mean, I've seen lots of passing trans women. Yeah.
I'm not saying there aren't passing trans women.
I mean, Blair White. I mean, I can't even really imagine her as a male. So.
I'm not saying they're not passing trans women. I'm just saying it seems like there are more passing trans men than there are passing trans women.
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to. I mean, I wouldn't even know how to approach that.
Well, no, see, but I'm wondering if that's just because I'm male and I'm straight. So like my eye is and my brain is more tuned to like, you know, I'm going to look at like a woman and like really look at a woman, or I'm not going to really like look at all the little tiny details about a guy. So I'm wondering if it's just a sex or gender thing that like maybe for a woman, they would say the opposite.
I think in this environment, I am misgendering more biological females as trans women, actually born biological females as trans women than I am actually misgendering trans women that are biological males passing as women. Because nowadays I see a woman that just a little hint of masculinity. And I think that's a dude. I mean, I can't help myself, especially in this day and age when, you know, anyone who's vaguely progressive is putting pronouns in their bio. So you're like, okay, let me look. Oh yeah, they have pronouns. This is definitely a trans woman.
Apparently, it's probably fake. I don't know if this is true. So in the chat says that the ex-CIA chief of disguise says you can go a step further and turn a woman into a man, but it's almost impossible to turn a man into a woman. So there you go.
Okay.
I'm going to say that that's a true quote because it means that I'm correct. And that's all that matters.
Oh, yeah. I don't
have to.
How do you... I mean, it doesn't bother me, adults doing this kind of thing on their own. Like, this doesn't bother me. It bothers me that they go on the Dr. Phil show and, like, decide that they want to restructure society. So this is... maybe we should get that out of the way first. I feel like this is a path that very few people would be happy with. I don't begrudge the people who are happy with this path, but bringing it into like a school type environment, I think gives the false impression that this is a path anyone could do and people might go down that. It's kind of like, you know, on career day, bringing in a professional gambler who's like, yes, I play poker for a living, right? I'm a professional gambler. You could be a professional gambler too. It's like,
right. Well,
I don't know if that's a viable career path for a lot of people, right? I mean, I don't begrudge professional gamblers or, but it doesn't seem like 90%. It doesn't seem like society could live on, 20% of the population being professional gamblers.
I'm curious because there was that study that's thrown around a lot that shows that I think it was, I'm trying to remember, it was one of the Nordic countries, I think, a while ago. And it was like, oh, if kids are not given hormone blockers or anything like that, the desistance rate for gender dysphoria was like 90% or something. It was very high.
Over 90%. Yeah. I've been reading the book Trans, which is fascinating. They talk about this in there. Yeah.
Right. And the only counter I seen to that was, oh, well, that's because they were including a bunch of kids that didn't have gender dysphoria, which is like, well, that's the entire fucking point. Like when a kid goes to a psychologist or a psychiatrist or any health professional, supposedly supposed to be that they're supposed to figure out if they have gender dysphoria or not. And so I haven't really seen a good counter to that study. And that's what makes me worried. And I think that's relates to what you were saying, where, if someone's an adult and they've had these feelings, their whole lives, and this has been persistent, then sure. But I don't think that most kids anyway, should be taking these hormone blockers or should be going down this path unless they're really, really fucking certain. And I don't think they are. I don't think they are certain.
Yeah.
But we're gonna find out.
Form or pretend to be someone
is to do that.
Be my authentic self.
It's really important for us to share more information with people.
Yeah,
people are curious. They want to understand, but sometimes they don't always have the opportunities to do that.
This is a hot topic.
So what was that like? like music cue.
Oh, this is Dr. Phil, okay? Dr. Phil is a fucking clickbait king. Dr. Phil knows exactly what he's doing here. Don't think that he doesn't.
It's like upbeat music, like look at these like non-binary like people, yay, and it's like they're together and happy. Okay, Dr. Phil.
This Dr. Phil's presence in this clip is so amazing because you can tell Dr. Phil is so worried about being canceled. Like he's being so fucking careful in everything that he's saying. And it's just him next to Matt Walsh, who Matt Walsh is like, I mean, he's the extreme. Let's be honest here. You might be able to, there's an argument to be made that Walsh is a transphobe, is actually a transphobe. Dr. Phil, I wonder.
I think he would say that he is, right? I don't think
he would object to being called a transphobe.
Right.
Maybe he would. I guess the question for me is, and it's never really answered in the clip, but does Matt Walsh care about people living their lives this way? I feel like he does. Yeah.
Yes. I think if it was up to Matt Walsh, no one would transition.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I'm basing
He's basically a theocrat. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, because I found this clip of his from 2017, so I'm assuming his views haven't changed that much, where he's basically saying that he thinks secularism is dooming society and that, we should all basically be living, the laws should all be based around Christian morality, including, homosexuality being a sin.
Right. Okay.
So I'm assuming if that's your position on gay, that you're not going to be down with any trans stuff.
Yes. This is the thing. I mean, if you're against gay marriage, I think there's an argument to be made that can be classified as a homophobe because your phobia is that homosexuality is going to destroy society, right? I mean, that's literally the fear that you have.
Sure. And well, I mean, some people they take issue with like the phobia thing. Like I'm not afraid. I just don't like them, so it's like, okay, maybe, whatever.
Well, but you are afraid that society's going to crumble.
Sure. Right.
Which
it's interesting because listening to Dr. Phil, I didn't feel that he was afraid of being canceled. I felt more like he's just It literally feels to me like Dr. Phil told his producers, like, I want you to get some like contentious circus freaks on to debate
Oh my
each
God.
other.
If that's recorded somewhere, Dr. Phil's going down.
That's what
if Dr. Phil's get me some circus freaks, God damn it.
I feel like Dr. Phil told his producers, like, okay, I want you to get me like a circus freak and like a Bible thumping preacher, and I want them to yell at each other on my channel.
No.
Like, that's what this feels like to me. This does not feel like a good faith set up conversation from Dr. Phil's end at all. This is just my perception.
I think Dr. Phil brought on Matt Walsh because he wanted Matt Walsh to articulate Dr. Phil's position. I think Dr. Phil is really in favor of just outlawing all of this stuff. Right. But he doesn't want to say that, obviously. He's got a popular television show. Mm-hmm. So
now I am happy though that Dr. Phil is like a more mainstream person who would be willing to host debates between like woke and non-woke people.
Oh, hell yeah. Stuff. I'm amazed this even happened.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing. I think this does need to be more mainstream.
Yeah,
this
needs to be talked about.
He had James Lindsay on, a while ago. I think, and maybe he got a lot of views and he's sort of continuing this trend. So
yeah. No, it's fascinating.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it a good thing?
But sometimes they don't always have the opportunities to do that.
This is a hot topic.
Yes.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it a good thing?
I guess because it creates dialogue and it invites conversation to learn about other people.
Yeah.
Bullshit. These people are so against dialogue. I got to call bullshit on that. That's like, fuck you. Like, seriously, that's a bold-faced lie. Like, if maybe you're lying to yourself. Okay. These people they want to preach to you. That's all they want. They want to come out and fucking gender police you, like cancel you for using the wrong pronouns, call you a transphobe and a homophobe if you don't agree with everything they say. They're not interested in dialogue. These are authoritarians. Okay. Right. These people want the power of the state to come in and tell you, no, you got to come wax my fucking balls. That's what they want. Okay. That's what they want. Seriously. So fuck you.
To be fair, that's what a lot of gender activists want. I don't know what these two individuals personally want, but
okay.
If they're representative of the movement, then sure.
Sitch is like.
I'm trying to be fair here. Okay.
I'm glad one of us.
Fair. Yes.
Right.
That is what the crazy woke gender activists want.
Right. Exactly. They don't want dialogue. They want to preach to you.
Yeah. Sure.
It's like, okay, that's fine. I mean, as long as I'm cool. I'm totally cool. You guys want to come preach to us? You guys want to, stand on our doorstep and say, have you heard about gender ideology? I'm fine. I'm totally fine with that. But just call it what it is, okay? You don't want dialogue. Nobody wants dialogue in the church, okay?
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's funny about, Matt Walsh, this position here.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody wants dialogue in the church.
I looked for it. Maybe you found it. Matt Walsh did some subsequent videos and was talking about one of them posting something on Facebook about how this was not what they had signed up for. They did not sign up for anything like a debate. They wanted to come and just basically lecture everyone on their ideology, and they didn't expect any pushback. So it's kind of funny that would lead me to believe that I am correct in my gut intuition that they don't really want dialogue. They just want to preach to you.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they didn't. Oh, actually, I'm curious because it would be very immoral if Dr. Phil's producers didn't tell them, like, oh, we're going to have this guy on who's going to challenge your ideas. That'd be really fucked up if that's the case.
They evidently, I wish I could have found it, but in the Facebook post, Matt Walsh says that they basically said that they were sabotaged that way, that Dr. Phil set them up. And Matt Walsh accused them basically of being dishonest because he said, we all had the same information and I knew that this was going to be a dialogue over this. So I'm sure they knew the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, they could very well be lying.
Yeah.
I thought you sent me this article. Was it not written by one of these people? The QWERTY article?
No. I was sending Sitch, there's like a dozen articles from the LGBT community. And it's so amazing how in the bubble bias they are, because they're just they frame everything as, you know, they had to go do battle with this total anti-trans foe or this total anti-trans bigot, basically. And you know, they're lucky they survived and all of that. So
Dr. Thalm says Matt Walsh would be disappointed in all of us for watching a stream on Sunday instead of going to church.
Well, good.
It's the church of the enlightened centrists.
This is our church. Exactly. Right. This is our church. Are you kidding me? Come on. We have a thriving community here, Matt.
That's right. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, quote, "A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to." True.
Correct.
Also true of enlightened centrist, the Sitch and Adam show.
Yes.
Eternal Rumbus for $20 says, "Hey guys, been watching for a bit and just want to thank you for hours of entertainment. My elephant says to join a team, but the true enlightened centrist take is to pledge myself to neither and be a fence sitter." Well, there you go.
Oh God, I'm so triggered by the term fence sitter. Fence sitter just bugs. I was DMing with Sitch about this because we need to rebrand. I mean, I feel like most of us are here because we're interested in truth. Like truth seems to be our highest value, and that sort of forces you into an anti-tribal position, because sometimes the two tribes, they don't give a fuck about truth. They just want to fight the other tribe. So if the other tribe comes to the truth, you know, even arbitrarily, they're like, "No, fuck you." It's like, please stop. Oh, stop.
Yeah. Adam wants to drop the enlightened centrist label for the Team Truth label. Which I said is fine, because Team Truth you can shorten to titty. So we can all be for titties here.
Team Truth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. We can't. Enlightened centrist is like our. It's part of our branding now. I mean, that's true. It's pretty much there.
Doomer Media for $5. Thank you, Doomer. You simp. Says Adam is guilty of platforming Sitch. There you go.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm guilty of platforming
Adam. Okay, honestly.
Well, we've been co-platforming for a long time here, so.
Cullivar for $20 says, "Did you and Adam enjoy that S-Class woman material I sent you? Remember Sitch? She's got junk in the trunk." No, I did not.
Yeah.
Cullivar sent me a picture of an obese woman, and I did not appreciate it.
I finally muted you, Cullivar, just so you know. I mean, it's bad enough that you're showing up in my mentions all the time, but if I'm combing through the normal Twitter and I'm seeing that, I'm like, okay, this is a problem.
One Quim for $20. Thanks so much. Says, "First, I'd like to thank Adam for following me on Twitter. Second, Sitch, have you seen that video yet by Aristocracy?" That's how you say your name, right? Aristocracy. And third, I prefer to be called an informant and not a snitch. And lastly, but surely not least, S-Class.
Well, remind me to unfollow Quim on Twitter. With that S-Class is best class thing. Come
Remind me to follow one.
What's going on?
Yeah. Okay. You know what? You're right. I will push back on counterpoints. Counterpoints called you a snitch. You are now an S-Class informant. Okay.
Oh yeah. I like
informant.
That. Yeah.
I've tried to watch that Aristocracy video like 3 times, and it's so boring. I never make it.
What's it about?
It's about the Jon Stewart comment.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I don't know.
I'll try. I'm gonna try my best to get through it. Okay.
I think I clicked on it, but I've been reading the book Trans. That's where I've been, instead of watching videos, I've been reading that book. That book is fascinating.
Steel Wrath for $20 says, why did they let Ethan Klein on Dr. Phil's show?
This is Ethan Klein? A little bit. I mean, looks a little like Ethan Klein.
There you go. Or the other one. J-Mac. Daddy J-Mac. For $100. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, "Man, I can't stand Matt Walsh. It's always fun watching him and Shapiro get into it. Hope everyone is having a splendid Sunday."
I totally agree. I'm not a Matt Walsh fan at all.
I've never seen. I got to check that out. I've never seen him and Shapiro get into it. So that could be interesting. That could be interesting.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are really confused about gender identity in these times, and it's good for us to have these conversations so people open their minds and relearn and unlearn to what we've been taught.
Right. And Addison,
no one's confused about this stuff. There's a lot.
Well, they weren't.
Yeah,
right?
There's two people on stage right now that are trying to confuse the issue.
Yes.
Which, I mean, it's just, this is gaslighting of the ultimate degree here.
Well, I want to use some gaslighting.
Someone comes in and they say, I look at these people like creationists. Like if two creationists came in and sat down and said, I think people are very confused about geology, and I need to teach you about the young Earth, so the 6,000-year-old Earth, right?
Right.
We'd be laughing at those people.
No. I agree. I'm just like under that example, the creationist believes what they're saying.
Yeah, they believe it's true. They believe the same thing about gender.
Right.
They think,
but that's not gaslighting. Right. Gaslighting is intentionally trying to make someone think they're crazy.
It's systemic gaslighting. Okay. I'm so torn now because I hate critical race theory, but I do like this concept of systemic racism being unintentional because you can use it for everything.
Oh, I love it.
It's true.
It's perfect.
It's true.
It's perfect. It's right.
I know.
It's systemic gaslighting. Thank you.
It is. Look, if you're going to gaslight people, you want to get useful idiots out there doing it, not knowing it. That's the key to political change right there. Hey.
Nice.
People think genders are exclusive to the LGBTQ.
Our minds and relearn and unlearn to what we've been
Sorry,
taught.
I think it skipped a bit.
And Addison, many people think gender pronouns are exclusive to the LGBTQ plus community, but that's a misconception. True?
Yeah. Well, everybody has pronouns.
How do you not see that Dr. Phil is totally walking on eggshells there?
He's just reading, like he doesn't know any of it. He's like LGBTQ
I know
plus community. Like he's struggling.
It's like you may use he and him as your pronouns, right? I use they and them as my pronouns. We all may have a certain gender pronoun too, but I think it's important for people to understand that for trans and non-binary people, we often change our pronouns to reflect who we are when we come out and be who we are.
See, now the problem that I have with this is that in society, most people look like their gender pronouns. So there's no need to announce what your gender pronoun is because it's obvious. It's almost like redundant to announce for Dr. Phil to announce my gender pronoun is he, him. I mean, I don't recall Dr. Phil coming out and telling they I'm trying here. Telling non-binary Jesus that that his pronouns were he, him. She just kind of assumed his pronouns, didn't she? Oh my God, right. What happened here?
Dr. Phil should have just been like, did you just assume my gender?
I know, exactly. So the conflict is people that want to make their gender pronouns very different than what you would assume their gender pronouns are, which it creates a conflict. It does create a conflict.
And yeah, not just different, but who want to make both their gender and their gender pronouns ambiguous intentionally.
Right. Yes.
And to me, that's not like, if you want to do that, then, go, if you want to make your gender ambiguous, I don't care. Go do it.
Yeah, do it.
But don't pretend like it's some deep, like don't pretend like this is some deep truth about yourself. Okay. It's like, no. You just, for whatever reason, I don't want to use the word getting off because that's like sexual, but you're drawing some kind of benefit or pleasure to yourself on confusing people and breaking the boundaries of gender.
Right.
Which, if you want to go do that, go fucking do that. I don't care. I mean, Jordan Peterson talked about this with Ben Shapiro, saying many famous people, are well known for, pushing the boundaries of of gender. Many famous
David
musicians.
Bowie.
Right, David Bowie.
Boy George,
right. But
even Rolling Stones.
Right, Rolling Stones. And I don't have a problem with that, but just don't act like you're like a fucking hero, or like you have to be, that everyone has to bow down to your whim or respect this decision you're making. Because I would say that saying that this kind of attitude, it's the same thing as deciding to dress up like a goth person every day. It's like, okay, that's your interest and that's fine. I don't care, but I shouldn't have to like call you something different just because your interest is, to dress like a goth person, or to dress like a punk rock person, or to dress as, gender ambiguous. Like, go do it, but so what? Don't try to change my behavior or the world to align with your interests.
Yeah, this is why this movement is so much different than like the punk rock movement or the goth movement, because this movement at its heart is authoritarian, because they want you to accept them like formally. The punk rock movement wasn't looking for the approval of fucking mainstream society. They were opting out of mainstream society.
Yeah,
they were saying, fuck you,
it,
mainstream society. We don't want anything to do with you. Okay? Well, we don't want your approval. We don't need your approval. Fuck off.
And that's an interesting hypocrisy, too, is that the whole thing about like we have to destroy the gender binary and all this other stuff, it's all about rebelling against societal norms.
Right.
But unlike the people that used to rebel against societal norms, the whole gender thing is like, oh, we're going to rebel against societal norms, but society better fucking accept us and better make us normative.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
It's very weird. Yeah.
That's authoritarian. How is that not completely authoritarian?
And it's also not cool, because the thing that made Boy George or Rolling Stones or, David Bowie cool was that they were rebelling, not that they were rebelling in order to be, mainstream.
Yeah. 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 This is not cool.
No.
This is so far from cool.
Lame.
How do you explain the difference between sex and gender?
I consider sex to be our biological makeup. Our chromosomes or hormones, our genitals is a biological makeup. But our gender is more of an internal sense. So think of it like this. Sex is what's between the legs, and gender is what's between the ears, right? It's how we see ourselves on.
Lie, but anyway.
Well, I'm fine with that being true, but the problem is what's between your ears is your brain.
Yeah.
And your brain is heavily influenced by biology.
Yeah, which is completely gendered, yeah.
Right. So it's like,
to the point
that's fine,
where a man and a woman can have the same exact stroke if it's localized in the right hemisphere and have completely different outcomes.
Right. Sure.
It's hugely different. Yeah. So anyway.
I mean, if they can create algorithms that will look at a bunch of brain scans and will with 95% accuracies determine whether it's a male or female.
Yes. Yeah.
So obviously there's differences. This is preposterous.
But the idea that we as human beings create an identity, that's this would be the paradigm of authenticity, where we're looking for some like internal idea of what our identity is that we're going to project to the world. Like if you want to say that's what gender is, okay, I accept that. But when you want to say between the ears, we're talking about the brain.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, we're getting into the whole the debate about identity is one that completely fascinates me, because I'm not necessarily sure that it comes solely down to you as an individual. I think identity is a game that we play with the people around us, our family, our society, our media. Like there are all these different things that affect our identity that you can't really separate. So just the idea that our identity is something that comes solely from within is a very controversial statement.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. It's preposterous because just on its face, because even the parts of you that your identity that come from within are created via how you perceive the outside world.
Right.
You know, if you lived alone on an
true.
island, your identity of yourself would be vastly different than, you know, when you're living around other people and you're judging because you always judge yourself based on other people and what's happening around you.
Yeah.
You know, people are not walking around in vacuums here saying, well, this is what I feel like.
You could find yourself in a homosexual relationship with a volleyball if you were all alone on a desert island, right?
That's right. That's right. Hey, Reed Nice Wonders in the chat.
What's up, Reed?
Reed says, classic blank slate evolution stops at the neck idea. True. Yeah. That's very true.
Yeah. But these people don't buy into evolution. No. So
on the inside.
Okay. And that's something somebody can't know. Gender is something somebody can't know just by looking at somebody.
Nope, yeah. Because everyone is going to present and express themselves in a different way. I know it's very confusing, right? Everyone's like, what is going on? But it's really, you know, about us breaking that assumption that we can tell someone's identity, someone's story, their pronouns, even their name, just based on how they look, right?
See, it's just so weird because it's like, it's like so many people just, I mean, don't really put much time and energy into this. So you're really structuring society to cater to such a small minority that want to do this. It's very bizarre to me.
It is. Well, it's really annoying because for most of human history, there wasn't this separated conception of sex and gender. This is a recent thing.
Correct.
And I'm totally fine with psychologists who are trying to conduct research about what is nature and what is nurture, using different terms like say, okay, the parts of you or the parts that are related to sex that are all from biology would be sex, and things that are entirely not about biology.
Yeah.
If you could even make that distinction, maybe it's impossible to make that distinction. But if you could say like, you know, oh, colors, you know, there's nothing that biologically predisposes boys to like blue or girls like pink or something. If you want to label all that gender for like just for clarity purposes, when you're writing psychological papers and research papers, I'm totally fine with that. But unfortunately, this concept of gender has been dumbed down into the mainstream media to mean something it shouldn't ever have meant. Like everyone's walking around with separate genders and separate sexes, which isn't true because for most people, they don't think about their gender.
Yeah, gender and sex is interchangeable for most people.
Right, exactly. And for like growing up, you know, before all the woke stuff, I always felt like people just said gender because they didn't want to use the sex word. That would say it's like, oh, if you're in polite company, you say gender because, you know, sex implies, you know, fucking or something. And that was about it. That was the only distinction that seemed to be made.
Yeah. Yes. There's different words for different things because, you know, intercourse is like the nice way to say fucking.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
When you're in your doctor's office and he asks you, well, have you had intercourse? You know, he usually doesn't say, well, have you fucked anyone recently? Right. I mean, this is the usefulness of language.
Right. Right.
So you're kind of making the same argument with gender and sex, but it's the thing that is a little irksome to me as someone who obviously leans left is that I thought that we were trying to marginalize the idea of gender roles that were tied to sex.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden gender roles have been almost put on a pedestal by this movement where, you know, if you like cooking, well, that's a feminine gender role. I thought we were trying to get rid of that. Wait a second here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but this is where it's so crazy because the liberal conception was, oh, you know, we're going to classify, you know, cooking and taking care of the kids. This is your gender role. And we're going to say, listen, if you want to cook and take care of kids as a man, that's fine. And if you want to go work as a CEO, as a woman, that's fine. And we're going to try to eliminate these kind of, or not eliminate, but say, you know, eliminate the stigma, okay, of saying that people are behaving outside of normative gender roles, or I guess average gender roles.
Yes.
And that was the liberal conception, and I was totally fine with that. I think most people were totally fine. I think most people here were totally fine with that. But then it's sort of when you have like the woke socialists take over and they're like, no, fuck liberalism. We're going to draw a bunch of boundaries here. We're not going to deconstruct. We're not going to get rid of all these, boundaries. We're going to erect as many boundaries and classifications as possible so that we can claim that we're oppressed and thus use our oppression and our intersectionality to seize political power.
Yeah, that's what it's
and
really
that seems
about.
Right, and that seems to be what's going on here.
They even make this mistake. It's not one of the commentators later on says something very sexist. She says vacuuming is woman's work, basically implying that housework is woman's work.
Right, exactly.
And I thought, oh my God, what happened here? Like now you've basically become the avatar of Matt Walsh. It's like, when did vacuuming become women's work? It's like, right. That's what we're trying to get rid of.
But and to me, this really illustrates how people really don't care about their values or their principles. Because you and me, we care about the principles that we have held. And that's why when the woke stuff came about, we're like, what is all this woke stuff? This is literally the opposite of the principles we've held. And I thought the left held for 20, 30 years in this country. And this is what triggered us and alerted us that something was going on.
Yeah.
And yet you see, like most people, it's just they're totally blind to this. Like, oh, this is the new thing. Okay, what is my team doing now? Oh, this is what the kids are doing. This is what's hip. This is what the left is now, I guess. I'm just going to go along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's completely backwards.
It's sad.
One of Sitch's best videos is woke people are not liberals.
SJWs are not liberals.
SJWs are not liberals. Yeah.
It's from like a million years ago, and people used to say SJWs.
I hate the fact we need a word. Because whenever you say woke or SJW, people just assume you're like a right winger. And it's so fucking awful because it's like
there will never be a word that you can use because this is what happens.
Come up with our own word.
No, because as soon as you come up with the word, it spreads then it becomes
Matt Walsh is going to be using our word. We're going to be like, Matt, what the fuck?
Right. It becomes overused.
Right.
And then suddenly it gets associated with like, oh, if you're saying that word, you're part of the bad team or something.
I know. It's so terrible.
Yeah. There's nothing to do about it.
Yeah. And so how does someone ask? How does somebody clarify that? Ethan, what's the best way? What's the most comfortable way?
I think for me, to create a safe space for people to share their pronouns, I will say, hi, my name is Ethan. I use he or they pronouns. What about you?
I think it's really...
What are you laughing
at?
What are you
laughing at? It's so funny because like that, how much of your day is spent doing that? Like you're at the grocery store, you're at the coffee shop,
you just have a little business card. I don't understand this he or they thing.
You're at the movie theater. You're like, I don't know. I guess maybe. Whatever. I'm Boomer Adam here. I don't care. I really don't care.
It's really important for us to recognize other people's pronouns because, again, we can't make that assumption. But for
you just did make that assumption. What the fuck? You just made that assumption with Dr. Phil. Listen.
Well, of course you can. What is the entire point of men and women historically and throughout human history dressing differently? What was the point of that?
To attract the opposite sex.
Right. And for literally the purpose of people to look at you and be able to instantly recognize whether you're a man or woman. That was the entire point, was to assume your sex.
Look, listen, we at one time coded women with Mrs. or Miss to tell if they were eligible for marriage.
Right.
I mean, we structured society so much around reproduction that we literally had a different surname for a married woman and an unmarried woman.
Sure.
Yeah. This is the information
Not for
people
men,
want
though.
to know.
Men get the fuck around.
Well, there is the ring thing.
That's true.
Well, think about that because there's an obvious reason for that. Polygamy. A man can always have another wife. He wants to know if she's available for the second wife.
I'm curious. When did the terms Mr. Mrs. Like, where did that originate from?
I'm not certain. Yeah.
Because that would, I'd be curious if those came about in a polygamous society or not, and then it just sort of continued forward.
Ms. was the change,
right,
that the feminists wanted because they wanted equality with men. And they just said, oh, men aren't sharing any secret information. Why are we sharing secret information? Make them guess. It all started with make them guess if I'm married, and now it's gone to make them guess if I'm a man or a woman.
There's a claim that Mr. and Mrs. comes from master and mistress.
Really? Oh, really?
Interesting.
Holy shit. Actually means mistress?
Yeah, but not like in the terms of Mrs. meant mistress, and not like, oh, this is my mistress. Like that was just like a term used for a woman, like yes, mistress. You know?
Mister was master? Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
So now see that now I'm curious, because if it did come from mistress and then the term mistress kind of changed its meaning over time, maybe that's why Mrs. came out as meaning married. Because it seems like at first, I'm just reading this like article quickly, it seemed like there was only Mr. and Mrs. There was no Miss.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Maybe that came later. I don't know.
Fascinating.
Gender, meaning that you do identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth. You're not transgender. Other people's pronouns, because again, we can't make that assumption, but for so many people who are cisgender, meaning that you do identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth, you're not transgender or not non-binary, I think a lot of people don't even question their pronouns because we already use them and it's already assumed correctly. But for so many trans and non-binary...
Look at Dr. Phil's face.
Yeah, he's like... I know. No, I told you. Look, he's got bullshit written all over his face.
Oh my God.
Does that not? That's the look that you give to people. This is a look that you give to the Jehovah's Witnesses when they show up on your doorstep. Am I wrong?
You're right.
Am I wrong?
When someone hands you that pamphlet in the
grocery
store about like,
you're like,
have you thought about the afterlife?
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Be polite. Don't laugh. Don't laugh in their face. This is I'm trying not to laugh in your face. Look.
Dr. Phil's thinking like, you're right. I've never questioned my pronouns. I'm totally fine with that.
It's just so much extra work. They don't understand what a giant ass this is. This is like, hey, can I borrow your Ferrari for the weekend? Well, what do you think?
I don't think it's extra work. I just say it's for 99.8 or 9% of the population or whatever that doesn't have gender dysphoria. It's like, this would be like saying, oh, you never question why you breathe air instead of water. It's like, you're right. I've never questioned that. It's like, it's just my lived experience. You got me there.
We need to educate you on why that is.
Right.
We already use them and it's already assumed correctly. But for so many trans and non-binary people, that isn't often assumed correctly. So we need to take the time to get to know people.
Cisgender, it says adjective that describes a person whose gender identity matches or aligns with the gender he or she was assigned at birth.
God, that is, even the assigned at birth rubs me the wrong way.
The assigned at birth is disgusting. I don't have a problem with like there being a terminology to describe cisgender in the medical field, because obviously you need something to, say like, oh, transgender and whatever. You don't want to say transgender and normal or something, right?
Yeah.
But
I
understand. But assigned, that's bullshit. That's 100% bullshit, and it's disgusting.
I don't like that it's
wormed
cis.
Its way. Yeah.
I don't like that it's cis because it's like sissy, but anyway.
Well, yeah, but it's not why. It's from like a Latin prefix or something that means same.
But it should be something. It should be awesome. It should be something amazing. It should just be amazing.
Ultra gender.
Amazing. Yeah, ultra gender. I like that.
There you go.
Yeah. So call us the ultras instead of cis.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're ultras. We're not sissies. We're ultras.
We'd rather be ultras.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, the assign thing's so disgusting because it implies
there's a person, like an entity assigning.
There's like, the government gender,
or God,
official
if you want to look at it from a biological.
They hold up the baby, they look at it, see if it has a little dick or a little vagina, and then they stamp on his forehead like boy gender, girl gender.
Right.
They go, here's your baby boy. I know you couldn't figure this out until I stamped on his forehead with government approval, but here you go.
In a perfect leftist world, they would have mediums come in and be able to like read the mind of the baby and assign the correct gender. Correct? I mean, that's like the perfect world for them.
You know, that's an excellent point. We've seen all these mediums who supposedly can speak with the dead, who supposedly can talk to your pets.
Yeah.
How come we don't have mediums that can talk to your babies? Okay.
Yeah. What the hell?
What's up with that? Psychics. Why are you dropping the ball here? Okay. I want to see some psychics talking to some babies in the womb to determine what their gender is. I don't trust that ultrasound. What does the baby think about that? Okay.
Can you imagine? Non-binary Jesus with this job, like every single one of them would be like the opposite. They just
put their hand on the pregnant belly. Like, let me see. I can feel your baby. I'm asking your baby whether they're male or female. They're very upset. They're like, how dare you force me into non-binary before I'm even born? My genitals haven't even developed yet.
Are we moving to that world? Is this going to be a thing in the U.S. where every baby's assigned non-binary at birth?
No, I don't. That's never going to happen. No, that's never going to happen. This is a fad.
That's a terrifying world to imagine, Sitch.
Yeah, it is. This is a fad, Adam. This is going to burn out.
Are you sure? This is the satanic panic, right? In the 80s?
This is the satanic panic. Because what's going to happen is 5 to 10 years from now, it's going to be slow. It's going to be a trickle, and then it's going to explode. There's going to be this trickle of like trans regret that's going to start to like snowball. And at first, it's going to try to be pushed under the rug, and it's just going to get to a breaking point, and it's going to explode.
Yeah. Oh, man. There's some examples in that book that are just... this girl has a hysterectomy, has her... I know. Can you imagine having a hysterectomy at like 20?
It's crazy.
Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Pain.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, my dad was a pastor, and he encouraged dialogue. He always said, if you can't talk about doubt, then you must not trust your faith at all. I always appreciated how he approached religion. Well, that's pretty awesome.
I do like that. That. Yeah.
That is awesome. There are definitely lots of great pastors and priests and the like out there that do encourage debate, do encourage conversation and questions.
Yes.
Jimmy Mulligan for $20 says, the best argument I've heard against gay marriage is that marriage in and of itself is a religious institution and it defines marriage as man and woman. That states that the state's option is civil unions / domestic partnerships. Yeah, that's not Matt Walsh's argument. But I've heard that argument repeatedly. I don't think that's actually true, though, historically. I don't think, if you look back at the history of human marriages, it wasn't because of religion. It was because of, and I hate to give the socialist credit for this one, but it was a lot to do with property ownership and the transferring of wealth and make sure that your heirs would get your stuff.
Right.
Officially. And that's why there was the whole, like, your legitimate child versus your bastard child and all that other crap. Yeah. So I don't think the history of marriage is tied to religion. And furthermore, it's obviously, I would argue monogamy and marriage would come out of that is an evolved characteristic for human coupling anyway. So,
yeah.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says the whole phobic thing is a tactic of the left. Be careful, not all discrimination is the same, and freedom of association is a protected right. It is to some degree, right? Like, you personally are free to associate with whoever you want, but if you have a business that's operating in the public space, you have to allow all people who are not, or at least you can't discriminate against people on the basis of, race, religion, identity, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. You can discriminate against people based on clothing status and other things like that. But,
that's a tough one. In that book, Trans,
mm-hmm.
she actually goes in depth in the Jessica Yaniv thing. Oh, and it's so brutal. That was the Jessica Yaniv is a transgender individual that was trying to get a Brazilian wax,
right?
And basically called the business owner and said, come give me a Brazilian wax. The business owner only had female clients and said, didn't really know how to ask, like what exactly. So she just declined to serve her, and then she basically got the Canadian government filed a complaint that she was denying service based on.
I thought it turned out, was it her or someone else? I thought it turned out that like they had some criminal record of sexual exposure, and the thought was they just got off on exposing themselves to people.
I think that's actually another case.
That was a different case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the problem that is set up by the non-discrimination laws. I mean, we can have an in-depth discussion about whether or not it's right to force a baker to bake a cake. But now we're talking about forcing a woman to handle a
penis,
a person's dick and balls. Right?
Right.
I mean, I feel like that's a different conversation, right?
It is a different conversation.
I mean, I would be, if I was that baker, I would be very angry if I was forced. The bake the cake story is not just, and the people that came in, they were basically looking for a fight with the baker. Like the baker,
yes, it was a test case.
Yeah, the baker wasn't like, get out of here, you're gay, we're not going to serve you, right? The baker was like, we have everything in the shop you can buy. Go ahead, buy it. They wanted them to bake a cake that said something like, gay people for life, or I don't know, So I'm sure they made it like as incendiary as humanly possible. And
I don't remember what they were asking for.
And the baker was like, I don't want to do this, right? Obviously.
Yeah, the baker was like, you can buy anything that already exists that's in the shop, but I won't make a custom cake for you. And I don't remember if the cake said anything contentious or if it was just they didn't, for their religious reasons, they didn't want to create a cake for a gay marriage. It's interesting because last year, the Supreme Court, primarily conservative Supreme Court, 6-3 upheld that gender identity is protected under sex protection for employees. I don't know how this would transfer into the Jessica wax my dick and balls situation or not.
Yeah, see, I worry about that stuff. That's the problem. And I don't necessarily know that I would make gender identity a protected class. I don't think we've studied enough to know if it's even really a thing.
Well, I don't know. I can understand the argument that you're making, but the way the law has been interpreted, it kind of had to be. And I think that's why the Supreme Court ruled 6-3.
Right.
So,
well, you're saying 6-3 is overwhelming. What if it turns out that gender identity is more akin with goth or punk rock than actually?
It wouldn't matter according to the way the law was, because the law was already interpreted that basically the interpretation is that, sex discrimination includes discriminating against someone for not adhering to quote unquote sex stereotypes or sex normative behavior. So that would obviously include gender identity just under that rationale.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, maybe it shouldn't be that way, but that's just the way it's been interpreted. Alex Thyme. So did you know that this blew my mind? I didn't know this. And maybe I'm a fucking moron. Okay. Because everyone knows that Simon and Garfunkel song, except for me. That the spice thyme is pronounced time instead of thyme. I just learned this for the first time in my adult yesterday. I never heard anyone say it. I just saw it and I said thyme. When is the H after T silent?
You said you've called it thyme this whole time?
I've never said the word.
Okay.
Man. I've never said, I just seen it being printed.
Your mom is like laughing inside every time
She's like, what are you talking about? It's time. And I was like, no, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. It is not. I've said, I'm fighting this one. Okay. If something's spelled THYME, it's thyme. What kind of bullshit? That's not time. That's thyme.
That's the way we roll.
What other English word has a TH or the H is silent?
Time is like the non-binary.
And not a th sound. Okay.
Time is like the non-binary of labels. Like it's just trying to confuse you.
It is. Alex Time or Thyme, Alexi, says, my pronoun is, quote, Lord and Savior. But seriously, what real man or woman ever consented to he or she or even cared? Society defines you more than you are able to define yourself.
Yeah,
it's true. Sam Smith for $20 says, Matt Walsh is not that super religious, and while I get the criticism, he's just not transphobic. He just contends like the rest of the Daily Wire. It might be a mental illness and or similar position. Also, religion debate when. Well, I don't know what kind of religion debate, but he is super religious, or he used to be. I don't know if he's changed his opinion, but he used to be super religious. I mean, I found videos of him on the fucking 700 Club, which is the Pat Robertson network. So, yeah,
what? No. Really?
Yeah. Now, he does a thing that I kind of don't like in some of his videos where he couches his arguments in like liberal secularism occasionally, which I'm like, he doesn't believe that. So.
I think he's being secretive.
Well, he's just trying to make his arguments persuasive to people like me, which I don't appreciate that, Matt. Okay.
Now, this would be what has been traditional for centuries, right? Why does it need a...
Look at that.
Look at his face. He's like trying not to laugh.
Phil is?
Yeah, look, he's got like a half smile. He's like, this has been traditional for like ever. Why are we changing this?
I want to back it up because I feel like, you know about duping delight, right? The delight.
I don't think that's happening here. No.
Look at the face here. Look at the face on non-binary Jesus.
Now,
Addison.
This would be...
you want me to use the correct name? On Addison.
I'm just saying.
Look at the face on Addison.
Okay, I'm ready.
Look at the face.
Oh, it's not.
What has been traditional for centuries, right? Why does...
That's not... You're not being fair. That's not duping delight. Not being fair. That is someone who is in a public situation on a TV show who's awkward and smiling in a conversation because it's like they're embarrassed. They're somewhat embarrassed being in this public forum. Okay?
Really?
Yes.
That's not the oh my God, I can't believe he's falling for my bullshit face.
No. Let's be fair.
I feel like I make this face a lot. I can't believe they're falling for this bullshit face.
Well, listen, we're not all as evil as you are, apparently. So
just when I'm, obviously when you're messing around with someone.
Why? Who are you duping delight on this stream, Adam?
Well, you duping? You occasionally just.
Oh, really? Okay, so whenever you have some bad take, I'm gonna be like, Adam's just duping. He's an actually believe this. He's just being a dupe.
Is he falling for this shit?
He's being a duper.
Does it need a...
Look, I can't believe it's so real. It's so real.
Term.
If we don't use that term, then we end up saying maybe real men or normal men or regular men, right? Or we just say men, and then we say maybe transgender men, right? And the thing is that we need to realize that trans women are women, trans men are men too. And so we just want to have a term for that privilege, that assumption.
I hate that argument so much.
I know.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
It's like, no, trans men are not men and trans women are not women. That's why they're trans women. That's why they're trans men. That's why the term exists.
Yep.
Completely. It's like this, it's this duplicitous thing where even Addison says earlier, Addison is they, I don't know. They.
He or they?
No, the other one was
he. Or he or them. Oh, yeah, this is Addison. This is they
Addison
or them.
Is they or them. Non-binary Jesus was like, oh, there's this distinction between sex and gender. But then they try to do this bullshit move where they try to downplay sex.
There is
and
no
any distinction sex has,
yeah.
like to being completely minuscule, basically.
Yeah.
And it's what they're doing with the whole like trans women or women thing. It's like, no, you can 100% accept trans women. That's fine. But there's a categorical distinction there. And we can't pretend otherwise.
This is the core of the ideology, the belief system, the subjective belief system. They believe that what you identify as is what you are, what you physically are.
Right.
And this is where you get into like the lady penis and the male vagina because you're right. How you identify is how you truly are. And just that's an ideology. That is a complete ideology. Like there's no difference in my mind than, you know, some religious person saying, you know, this is the way I identify, so my eternal soul is going to be here forever, right?
Yeah. Well, and it's
they're
all
making a subjective declaration that that's great if that works for you, that's fine, but it doesn't pass the objective reality test.
No. Well, and it's all based off the lie that is Judith Butler's performative gender nonsense. This is what this all stems from, this, that, oh, everyone's running around performing their gender because society's pushing on them, blah, blah, blah. When every year, more and more science comes out that shows, no, your gender is heavily related to your sex and to your biology. And even if it's not related to your sex, it's still related to your biology. And there's definitely strong biological indicators for certain types, not all, but certain types of behaviors for many people.
Interests, tastes.
Right.
Yeah.
How you process information, how you react to information, what you focus on. It's so stupid. Like for years, that's why, you know, we had the men are from Mars and women are from Venus stuff. And that's why for years we had all the, you know, we need all this couples and marriage therapy because men and women perceive the world very differently. And sometimes it's, and this is why like the book, Why Gender Matters, is so important. If you go into a relationship with someone of the opposite sex, and you think they're just you with like in a different body, you're not going to have a fruitful, happy relationship with anyone.
Well, you're not going to understand them as well as you could understand.
You're not going to understand them at all, right?
And just this, I don't want to say that every single person is the same. Like you can definitely
every man and every woman is not the same.
Right. Yeah, you can have men that are, you know, have a more feminine style, and you can have women that have a more masculine style. But if you're in a relationship with someone, you can always talk to them. You can say, hey, you know, I read in this book that, you know, women tend to dwell on conflict longer than men do. Men tend to have arguments, disagreements, and they're over it in 20 minutes. Is that true? Is that when you and I have an argument, do you find yourself uncontrollably thinking about it days later? Because if you like that's like a huge revelation for most people. Like I've had this conversation I've had this conversation with my wife. Like you as a husband, you think about if you think that, you know, I get in disagreements or conflict and I'm over it in 20 minutes, you're a lot more likely to get into a conflict or a disagreement, right? Well, I got 20 minutes. Shit, let's do it, right? Right. But if you know that your wife is going to be thinking about it 3 fucking days later, you think, oh, maybe we could talk about this in a different way, right? You know, maybe we'll practice a different type of conflict resolution here. But if you live in Addison's world, where, you know, just because I identify with a feminine, like, you don't necessarily know. Well, maybe Addison, and it wouldn't surprise me if Addison was dwelling on shit like fucking 3 days later. Sure. So maybe Addison has a far more feminine style of conflict resolution. So, well, I see. This is why I think getting rid of the stereotypical gender norms is a good thing to do, but I don't think you can do it as easily in this environment.
Yeah, norms in terms of like saying you should behave this way, but it shouldn't be removed like, oh, this is just on average, people do behave this way.
Yeah. Gender, I don't even understand. Like, different people call themselves gender abolitionists. And I have a tough time with that term because I don't necessarily know what that kind of world looks like. I mean,
well, it's hard to know. Everyone means a different thing when they say it too, which is...
Yeah, people don't seem to realize that a lot of people, just from a practical standpoint, like use gender and sex as a resource, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, how do you even have a conversation when you're like, you know, if a lot of people, and I'm sure you've done this in your life before. You've played matchmaker. Like you have a friend and another friend, and you're like, oh, that'd be a perfect couple. I should introduce them, right? Like, how do you do that in a gender abolitionist world? And how do you even how do you talk about sexual orientation in a gender abolition world? Like how do you have conversations about that?
Because it depends how they're defining it.
Like what do you say you're attracted to?
Well, you would say you're attracted. Well, I don't know, because you'd say, oh, I'm attracted to this sex, but then it's like, oh, then you're a transphobe, right?
Yeah, see,
really attracted to like women, like cis women.
This is why all of this just seems like religious gobbledygook to me.
It is.
Like none of it is practical, and like a completely impractical religion. Because at least religion, even though I don't subscribe to religion myself, I'm respectful of the fact that religion serves a purpose, and it does give a lot of people meaning in their lives. Right. And I mean, I guess this gender ideology stuff gives meaning to Addison and Ethan's lives, but they're coming at it like this is going to give meaning to a lot of people's lives, and I'm just like doubtful, like really doubtful that a lot of people are going to get a lot of meaning out of this.
That your gender identity is going to match the one that you were assigned at birth.
All right. And then transgender, adjective, describes a person whose gender identity does not match or align with the gender they were assigned at birth. And then non-binary describes a person whose gender identity does not fit into the traditional binary of man or woman. And that term can be abbreviated to, and how do you pronounce that?
NB.
NB.
NB, yeah.
Okay.
Look at that. That's definitely like the punk rock.
Envy.
Like, well,
one syllable away from envy, but yes.
Oh, that's hilarious. NB is non-binary, and they've taken the letter N and the letter B, and they've turned it into a word. NB.
Yes.
You can tell that's like
ENBY. Yeah.
That's like something you would do for your rock band.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not for your biology class, right? Like you wouldn't see, like they would go to the Latin term. I don't know. It's funny that they have different cultures for this kind of thing, but.
And explain that.
For transgender people, we are assigned a sex at birth. And when we grow up, when there's a mismatch of how we view ourselves and how society views us, then we can choose to, either medically transition or just socially transition, or both.
My name is Matt Walsh.
Okay, here comes Matt Walsh. You ready?
Yeah. That jump cut.
I've written a book.
A horror movie.
Johnny.
What's that?
That jump cut, the Matt Walsh.
I know.
But that wasn't us. That was Dr. Phil editing.
Dr. Phil is obviously going after Matt Walsh here.
There was
the Walrus.
I'm kind of upset because I wanted us to watch the whole episode, but I couldn't find it anywhere streaming.
The whole Dr. Phil episode?
Yeah, because he's on it for longer than this segment. But
yeah. Who cares?
Excuse me. Cheat.
No, you're doing the exact. Okay. You're doing the Lord's work. You should watch the whole episode, definitely.
We can choose to, either medically transition or just socially transition, or both.
My name is Matt Walsh, and I've written a book called Johnny the Walrus. This book is about identity and imagination. He identifies as a walrus, and his mom's a little silly. She takes it seriously and thinks he really is a walrus. So she went on her phone, and there are people telling her that this isn't pretend, he's really a walrus. And his mother takes him to the doctor to have him surgically transitioned and gets him walrus hormone pills, and then eventually tries to drop him off at a zoo to live with other walruses. Not only topping the Amazon charts, my book has taken the world by storm.
You're saying...
We'll say it's pretty persuasive kids book. Pretty persuasive kids book.
Oh, really? You like that, huh?
Yeah.
That transphobe book.
I'm just saying it's a persuasive argument.
Yeah. There's a lot of science. There's so much science stuff in that trans book that is just you don't know about because it's been completely suppressed.
Which book is this? What's it called?
It's called Trans. I'll look up the author here in a second.
Saying that there should be no construct of gender, just sex. You're either male or female.
Right.
And someone feeling in a mental, emotional way that they don't identify with the sex that they have been biologically created as and assigned at birth based on their genitalia. If they don't...
How can you say Dr. Phil is not completely walking on eggshells here? Like he's
I know how he always sounds.
Really?
Yeah.
He's like so nervous he's going to say the wrong thing here. And
just sounds like a confused old man. Okay. He's like, I don't know what's happening. I'm reading the script NB. What is NB? I don't know what this means. What does this mean? Bearded circus lady? I mean, they.
I know. That's what he's scared he's going to say.
Yes.
He's scared he's going to say bearded circus lady. I noticed in doing my research for the show, I noticed that the official Dr. Phil show account has not tweeted since 2021. Like we're pretty far in 2022. I think it was like October 2021.
Right.
And Dr. Phil himself has not tweeted since 2020.
Very smart. Very smart.
That's so. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
So if I bet people after this show were definitely trying to cancel Dr. Phil and very upset that he hasn't tweeted for 2 years.
I'm sure they're like, how dare he have Matt Walsh on, you know?
Oh yeah. That's why I was like, okay, let me see the most recent tweet so I can see like the backlash here.
Well, okay.
And I was like, what?
Let's do, what's it? Is it just Dr. Phil?
Yeah, Dr. Phil.
Okay.
Check it out.
I'm curious to see like who is adding him. If he had like a
Oh,
bunch
you can look up stuff like that? Oh, you're the best.
Of course you can. Jeez,
so the book is Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality. And the author is Helen Joyce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gender identity ideology is what she calls it. And it's such a great way to frame it. Yeah. Gender identity
Dr.
ideology.
Phil, you're aware Matt Walsh is a self-identified fascist, right?
And what tweet is that aimed at? The one from like 2020?
No, it's just aimed at his account. Just at Dr. Phil.
Okay.
I mean, you're right. They probably went to his thing and they wanted to respond to like specific tweets.
Right.
And they said, fuck, we can't.
Yeah. They didn't even tweet out the show.
No.
They wanted to go crazy. They're like, they want to cancel everyone. She uses a good analogy in the book Trans, where she says that she really feels like this is a bubble that's really about to pop, where just people are not on board with everything that's being tossed at them. Like, you know, there's always investment bubbles where the mainstream public is, you know, giving you stock tips, or, you know, I think famously in the Big Short book, they talked about, you know, they went to a strip club and the stripper had like owned 3 homes that they were in the process of flipping.
Right.
Yeah. I think we're at that point. for this gender identity ideology, where it's like, see, she's framed it where just saying normal people is bad.
Right.
In my thinking, you know, a lifelong artist, I always thought normal people was bad, but not in the way that she's saying it's bad. In who wants to be normal, right?
Right.
Come on, we want to be rebels.
I mean, I want to be normal. What do you mean?
No, we want to be rebels.
Normally awesome. Yeah.
No, we all want to be abnormally amazing. Normal. That's the conservatives. What are you talking about?
It's kind of funny that you said, because they're like, oh, calling something normal means that, like, you know,
it's a put down.
Yeah, like if you say it's the normal gender, then that means that my gender is a put down. But then it's like, wait a minute. One of the biggest put downs around recently is calling someone a normie.
I know.
It's so backwards. And it's the same thing with the mental illness thing, where they're like, oh, well, you can't call gender dysphoria mental illness because that has a negative stigma. And it's like, what the? Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? Every asshole out here is like, I have depression, I have anxiety, I have mental illness. Like everyone's using mental illness as a shield for some reason or another.
Yeah.
It's not, doesn't have like the stigma. They act like we're still in the 1950s.
Don't cancel me. I have mental illness.
My grandmother would freak out about seeing people take vitamins. She had such a negative stigma about this stuff. Okay. We don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah. No one's getting canceled.
Dr. Phil, when conducting a debate on trans issues, it should never be a debate regarding their existence. Instead of offering an internet troll a soapbox for his ignorance, you should have been listening to scientists.
Oh, yeah, the scientists.
Do better.
You should tweet at that person, read the book Trans, if they want to go into the science.
Yeah, what scientists don't know what they're talking about.
One of the studies that these trans activists always use, and we had Hunter Avalon on. Remember when he was talking about all the studies? I have a study for this. I have a study for that. Mm-hmm. One of the major studies that they use all the time wasn't even done by a representative sample. It was an online fucking survey where people could fill it out multiple times. The same person could fill it out multiple times. That's your fucking science? That's your science? Listen to your science? Get the fuck out of here. That's that's so repulsive to me that you would waive this study, some fucking online survey account, some fucking BuzzFeed level survey that they had for people, and you would call that your science. Okay. That's the thing that you're going to hold up and say, okay, it's okay for me to give my kid puberty blockers because the science has been done. Get out of here. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. These people don't care about it. These people don't care about anyone. They care about themselves. That's all they care about.
Nobody cares about science. They care about whatever they believe and then finding quote unquote science to support what they believe.
Yes. They don't want to believe the truth. They want to believe their truth.
This is where I had a big problem with Sargon's position on scientism the other day.
We're anti-scientism as can be.
No, but it's not just thinking of it in terms of like science or scientism is the issue. The underlying issue is incorrect, because if you were to go back in time to where science wasn't a thing and you just had religion or whatever people believed, they would just use that to justify their beliefs. Like this is just the way humans act. They use whatever the socially accepted information gathering system is to justify what they want to be true. It doesn't matter whether it's science, doesn't matter whether it's religion, doesn't matter what the fuck it is. That's
science, the Bible is basically the same thing.
Right. That's just what people do. And you have to recognize that this is a facet of human nature, and that science in theory is supposed to be a way to at least try to get around that. Though obviously it still falls prey to it on many occasions.
Right. Yes. No, people want to appropriate whatever they can to win the argument. True.
Right.
And science is the first thing to get thrown out the window when it goes against the argument that they want to have. Like I would say, and Helen Joyce makes the argument in the book that every single like study that's done in a scientific way works against them. So they bury it. They throw it away. They don't want to see it. Like that study that you were talking about was a well done representative sample showed that 90% of people who have feelings of gender dysphoria desist past puberty. Okay, that study is reputable. That's a study that they don't want you to find, right?
Right.
They want to prop up this study that's like some internet survey that someone could have filled out 10 times. Some trans activist could have answered 10 separate times. That's the study that they want to prop up because that study conforms to their belief system.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. How is that any different than Ken Ham and his young Earth creationist museum?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is the exact same thing.
Listen, Adam.
Listen.
The universe is not 60 however many trillion or billion years old, okay? God put the light waves already coming towards Earth.
God to can trick do us. That. I know.
Yeah, God can. I mean, God can do whatever God wants. God is God. But
I don't believe in the religious stuff, but the thing that I the reason why I respect Christianity is Christianity has sort of been through this process of cultural evolution, and I feel like it's the bad authoritarian parts of it have been minimalized, and the good like health benefits that you have, and who's not going to live.
There's a problem with that though.
Who's going to not live a more stress-free life? If you believe God is your co-pilot, okay? If God is your co-pilot, you're going to have a lot less stress in your life. And the science shows less stress is good for you. You have better immune system, better emotional state, all that stuff. Conservatives continue to destroy, secular liberals in these happiness surveys, right? Who doesn't want to have God as your co-pilot?
Yeah, but I kind of wonder if that's a chicken and the egg thing. Like,
if they have that temperament is basically what turns them towards religion.
Right, because I thought like if you do temperaments for left and right, left people generally score higher in neuroticism anyway.
We need to sell some more free will here.
So I would imagine that would just kind of come out that way.
Your temperament is what makes you. It is a kind of a chicken and the egg.
Well, thing. And because then also I would think people that are higher neuroticism, or have more contentious or more temperaments that would lead them away from happiness, I would believe that those would be people that would be more likely to stray away from religion or pre-existing, normative structures and things of that nature.
Right. I just think that if you believe this gender identity ideology is like a young religion, people could adopt that religion, and I don't think it's going to be good for people. That's my gut. It's not going to make you
happy.
Right.
I agree with you. It's not going to make you happy in the long run for the most part.
But if there was a new religion that did come along and make a lot more people happy than Christianity, that religion would start poaching members from the Christian group and grow bigger than Christianity, correct? I mean, that's kind of how it works.
Right.
Yeah. So people opt into these religions because they find some value to them. Yeah. Obviously, Addison and Ethan are opting into this religion because it provides some value to them.
Or they believe it provides a value to them.
Right.
Why? Which can be it's a very different thing. But.
Right. Oh, you think maybe
it can be? Of course. What do you mean?
I'm sure they're happy. You wouldn't jump in a situation like this unless it made you happy.
You say that.
They're probably stoked about it.
I don't know. Those are some tall chairs. Look at them. They're like judging a tennis match or something.
Yeah. Dr. Phil looks like a little kid with his sneakers on hanging out over the pier.
Yeah, he does. It looks silly.
You don't like it?
Why do they have the whole like Zoom room screen behind them? What's going on there?
Oh, those are all the people that are silently judging Matt Walsh as a transphobe.
That's so strange. It's like, okay, on one side we have a live audience, on the other side we have like the wall of faces.
The wall of Zoom audience.
The internet. So, like, why would you ever? Even if I was a big Dr. Phil fan, they're like, "Hey, do you want to be like in the Zoom audience?" I'd be like, "What? No, get out of here!" Like, what do you mean? You just want to put my face on here as I watch the Dr. Phil show and my? Well, actually, no. These people can't be home because look, the backgrounds are all the same.
Yeah, they're all in prison.
Actually, you know what? Probably, I wonder if because of COVID, they had to shrink the audience size, even though it doesn't look like anyone's social distance at all. But so maybe what they do is they take like spillover audience and like, here we have like a giant like auditorium jail cell that we put like 30 people
for
in.
Those
of you
who are just listening, they like on stage, there's 3 people sitting in these super high chairs, but behind them, there's a wall of, I don't know, like 20, 30 people just staring from like Zoom screens.
Right. It's but they all have the uniform background, which means they're not, I thought they were just people like randomly from their homes, but they're not.
Looks like they're in a corporate bathroom somewhere.
How annoying is that? You go to wherever I don't know, whatever the hell this is filmed. You go to wherever the fuck Dr. Phil's filmed because you're such a big fan. And they're like, oh, you can't sit in the physical audience. You could sit in a little cubicle and watch it on a computer screen like you would at home.
Terrible.
Feel that way, that there's no construct that describes that, experiences that.
Well, that's got nothing to do with the reality. So you can feel however you want. I mean, I could sit here and say that I feel like a tomato plant, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually in those things. So your self-perception, you can have whatever self-perception you want, but you can't expect me to take part in that self-perception or to take part in this kind of charade, this theatrical production. You don't get...
Yeah, that's the face.
Look at that harsh. That harsh. Yeah. Addison has a look that could kill right now.
It's the stereotypically feminine kill you look.
Yeah. Yep. Society is changing, and we just have to get rid of these transphobic
contempt.
Bigots.
That's the word. That's the word we're looking for. The look of contempt.
If it wasn't for these transphobic bigots, I think Matt Walsh has like 4 kids too. So I mean, he's got 4 coming up through the.
Right.
Something to think about. 4 little Matt Walshes running around. You might want to get some kids going, Addison.
Your own pronouns, just like you don't get your own prepositions or your own adjectives. You know, it's like if I were to tell you, my adjectives are handsome and brilliant, and no matter whenever you're talking about me, you have to describe me as handsome and brilliant because that's how I identify. It makes no sense. You don't get your own pronouns. That's grammar. That's language.
So you think?
Ooh, it's sinking in.
Is that a persuasive argument to you? I mean, I agree with the whole you don't get to call yourself handsome and brilliant pronoun thing. I agree with that. I never liked the grammar argument. Like, well, they, them is, plural. You can't use it for singular. It's like, it's not a persuasive argument. It's like, there's better arguments you can make against they, them.
I think it's a brilliant argument to say, because the
no
argument is
about
really
grammar, Adam.
Well, no, the argument is that there's this outside force called society that is they're allowed to judge you. They're allowed
I agree
to
with that, sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that part of the argument is true. Society is the one that projects these things onto you to some degree.
Well, the idea that you can do whatever you want and society just has to play along. I mean, it is the ultimate authoritarian move. I mean, we're talking, this is the king with no clothes right here. Like, we're all supposed to pretend that you're wearing clothes. What the fuck? You're not the king, okay? We're all going to sit here and let you know, right? You're naked, okay? We can see. You don't have any clothes on.
Though I guess you can't strictly buy into the whole you don't choose this, society pushes this on you, because doesn't that fall afoul of the Judith Butler gender performative argument then? Because that was her argument. Her argument was that society was pushing these gender norms on people, and people were just performing them in response to that pressure. As opposed to like your gender coming from an internal place.
I mean, there's some truth to that. I mean, like most of these ideologies find some grain of truth and then start, developing the ideology from that point. Right. And there is some grain of truth to the fact that society has to be structured in a certain way that facilitates cooperation between every individual. So, and gender roles was a giant part of our structuring of society for a long time. It's become more of a minimalized thing. And I mean, they're trying to make, the interesting thing for me is that we're at a point where you just have to ask yourself, where is how much utility can we really lose, and how much of it isn't really utility? Like, there was a point when we believed that gender roles had a utility to them, right? Because we had this belief that was incorrect, that men and women were different to the point where women, were bad at math. So therefore you would never want a woman as an accountant. Right. So therefore that was kind of just a utilitarian type of shortcut. It was a practical matter, but that turned out to be incorrect. And I would count that as part of this march of scientific progress. We realized that, oh, wait a second, we're better off if we don't make those assumptions about people, because then we're locking all of these people out of, the accounting market that may be actually great accountants. Like we're locking all of these women out of healthcare that ended up, being great doctors and
true. Very true.
So we made those changes, and we made those changes for practical utilitarian reasons. The thing that is, I think, a problem with what Addison and Ethan are proposing is that while this may work for them at an individual level, the question is whether or not there's any utility here at a societal level. And I think one of the things that we're intuitively arguing about and discussing is whether or not it is a utility or a detriment. I mean, this is the same kind of conversation that took place over slavery. I literally did a debate on how slavery was inefficient. Like slavery is not only immoral, it's bad for society in a way that's just like
it's bad for society in ways that extend beyond the general
being immoral.
concern.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I think beyond the moral concerns here, I mean, aren't the gender abolitionists pitching a world that is going, I mean, they don't really care about utility though. I think they don't even recognize that there is utility going on in
they don't care about, they care about their own utility, because you have to say, so like if you have a style when you put on your clothes, you're telling people something, right? If you dress very masculine, you're telling people that you're very masculine. If you dress very feminine, you tell them the opposite. If you dress like a goth kid, you're telling people that you really like goth. And there are certain expectations that everyone knows are associated with these things. And the whole point of this is you're trying to give information to other people about what to think of you before they ever interact with you. That's kind of a lot of what's going on here.
Yeah.
And that is sign of what makes this sort of I wonder if this is like a situation that's unwinnable for the gender activists, because I would say that for people like Addison, who are intentionally doing this, non-binary, I'm going to combine gender looks here thing. It's like, well, if Addison got what they wanted and that was the gender norm, I don't think they would be happy, because I would argue that I think a big motivation for what Addison and other people are doing in this kind of like gender mixing stuff is that they just want to rebel against some kind of norm.
Exactly.
Which is fine, but then what do you do once the rebellion is norm? What do you do then? Like, do you start dressing like a very traditional man or woman, in order to rebel against that norm? Like, you can't just rebel for the sake of rebellion, despite what people like Walsh or even Second Thought say.
Yeah. Yes, sooner or later, society has to conform to institutions, processes, and norms that have some utility in perpetuating that society over time.
I think the big problem here is that for a lot of leftists, the idea of progress and deconstruction have been conflated. They think all progress is just the continual deconstruction of everything, which it's funny, because if you think about it in a purely physical sense, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
You have to deconstruct things to make way for new things, but you have to make way for the new things. The new things have to exist. They have to be built up by people.
Creative destruction.
Right. Creative destruction. They do not, we don't have the Hegelian alchemy where they just deconstruct all gender roles and then from the ashes, the magic of gender utopia, just rises up from nothing.
Well, they always want to, they want to conflate this trans movement with the gay rights movement, which bugs me a lot, because I feel like gay, like gay couples were definitely being discriminated against in a tangible way. And I don't feel like them being able to, I feel like them being able to marry is the same constructive thing as if a heterosexual couple is able to marry. So I feel like they're, out of that change, you facilitate more social utility. I don't see, and nobody's making the argument, and I don't even think they're prepared to make the argument of how what they're proposing increases social utility. What do you mean?
It's to prevent suicide.
But
that would be the social utility.
Is to prevent suicide of these.
Well, that works for people with gender dysphoria. It doesn't necessarily work with the non-binary stuff. Right. Because the social utility of transitioning for gender dysphoria is so that you don't have people committing suicide. But with the non-binary stuff, you're right. But they wouldn't.
Gender abolition, though, I don't like. How's this social? What's this social? That's why I'm trying
probably
to
say it'd probably be a freedom argument, right? So that people. This is why I hate it. It's like the whole concern is like, oh, people are going to be stereotyped for gender roles, okay? And it's like, fuck you. We can have a world where people are not stereotyped via their gender in terms of gender roles. We can have that world without abolishing the concept, or not even abolishing, pretending like the concept of sex differences or gender differences don't exist.
Yeah.
Okay. We can do both those things.
That's why gender abolitionists it drives me insane, because I'm trying, like as a point of practicality, I think
Matt Walsh is a gender abolitionist.
Is he? Really?
Yeah, because he wants to do away with the concept of gender, just be sex.
Oh yeah. Well, that's totally different. I'm just saying. I'm saying, like, if I don't, think of a friend in my head and gender that person immediately, which is just, it's like, it's natural. It happens. I mean, I can't. Who thinks of a friend and doesn't immediately just, locks in on what gender they are, what sex they are? Who thinks? Who does that?
I'm going to push back here for a second. If I think of my friend, I don't generally, unless it's something relevant to the thought, I don't think of them as like if I'm thinking of Adam, okay, I don't think Adam, male. Like that's not like the first. I don't even think about the fact that you're male, until I think of like Adam, tight red shorts. Then
you're such bullshit. Now you're duping me.
No, but
that's such bullshit. The show would be completely different if it was a guy and a girl. The dynamic would be fucking hugely different.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you think of me, like if you think like, oh, I need to DM Sitch like a video and say, should we watch this on Sunday? Okay. When that thought enters your brain, you don't think, oh, I need to DM Sitch, that male guy, this video so that we can talk about it on Sunday.
Half the show I'm talking about setting you up with like marrying you off to one of our fans. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe you do.
Listen, I don't. That's me. It's easy for me to think up situations where sex and gender have zero to do with the particular situation. But I'm trying to imagine a world where I've known somebody for years, literally years, and it's never dawned on me, whether or not they are a male or a female, of course. Right? Of course. Like and the gender abolitionists, what they seem to be pushing is a world where I would meet you, I would know you for 5 years, and unless I asked point blank whether or not you were male or female, that wouldn't be part of my thinking at all. Like the voice cues wouldn't kick in. Like it's so bizarre to me.
When I met Adam, he didn't pull his shorts down, so I can't be sure of his gender.
Yeah, I could be a trans man. I could,
there
totally.
You go. I didn't know. I didn't see Adam's genitals, so I don't know what's up there. Okay.
I could have been lying to you. No.
Could go in either direction.
Do you when someone talks about I am a gender abolitionist, I imagine a world where people don't think about that, where I would literally have to go to you and I would say, Sitch, are you a man or a woman? Are you interested in See, and even okay, let's say I don't know if you're a man or a woman.
Don't throw sexual orientation into it.
Yeah, see, sexual orientation makes it even weirder. It's like, what are you attracted to? Oh, I'm attracted to people because we don't have fucking genders. It's
right,
like,
right.
Okay, how inefficient is that? Like, listen, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna set you up with 5 dates, right? And half of them, or 10 dates, so it's an even number. Half of them are going to be A type person and B type person. It's
Look at this. Sargon in the chat says the concept of Sitch is inseparable from you being male, Jewish, a scientimist, etc.
Scientismist.
It's a little bit of a self-report. Sargon. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. A little bit of a self-report.
Self-report? You listen. We have to hear about how you're Jewish every single live stream.
You have to hear about I'm part of the master race every show. Okay, the master tribe.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Listen. I didn't choose to be God's chosen. God chose to make me God's chosen.
The gaslighting here. I might convert to Judaism just so I can make fun of Sitch. When I convert to Judaism, do I get my J card? Am I allowed to go on?
No, we talked about this. No.
Do I get to go on J date?
No, listen, your mom has to be Jewish or it doesn't count. Okay.
I know like 10 girls that are on J date and none of them are Jewish. I'm like, don't you feel bad about that?
No, there's a Seinfeld about this.
I'm like, how are you on J date?
Listen, some girls want the Jews. Jewish. I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Yeah. No, I know.
Looking for some nice Jewish men. Some nice Jewish boys. Okay. Adam was not the chosen one. That is true. That is true.
Yes. Yeah.
And it rubs.
I can't believe we've been frozen on Addison's very sad, demoralized look this whole time.
You talked for like 20 minutes.
I feel bad. She's demoralized.
Demoralized. Ruvain 13 for $20 says
they're demoralized. I messed up. I have to apologize. Sorry, non-binary community.
Jesus, Adam. Ruvain 13 for $20. Thanks so much. Says to you both. Thoughts on the Italian Senate's run-in with Final Fantasy? Also, I might have to switch to A-Team. Sitch has shown a disturbing inability to spot obvious glowies. Adam, please keep him safe.
So I do my best. I try to keep him safe, but he's.
I know. I'm my own man. I'm a rebel.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the Italian Senate?
I know nothing. What happened in the Italian Senate?
Oh, you don't know about this? They had during an official Italian Senate meeting for something. They had a bunch of senators or whomever on Zoom calls, and somebody accidentally shared their screen, and it had Final Fantasy porn playing.
No, Final Fantasy porn, really? I think the Italian Senate is based as fuck.
There you go. So is a video of Cloud fucking Tifa popped up in the Italian Senate for like a good 8 seconds.
8 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
The internet will never forget.
The internet will never forget. Very based.
Is that bad? Am I losing an A-Team member?
Right. No, I have a comic about the glowies. We'll put it up at the end.
The glowies?
Whether the Patriot Front people were all secret FBI agents, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Okay. I don't have any evidence for this, but I feel deep inside my gender identity, I identify as a glowy spotter. And I could just tell that these guys are all secret feds.
Yeah. They're all secret feds.
I think it's a delusion. Someone is self-delusional.
Yeah, I think it's delusion. It could be a mental illness. It could be it's a lot of different things. With children, they're.
Wow.
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 Delusional. People don't like to be called delusional, right?
No, they don't.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that Addison has a book called The God Delusion on her bookshelf right now? How much you want to bet? I'll go $50. Let us know, Addison.
There's also just a basic confusion that all kids have. Like that's why when you hear a parent say, "Oh, my 4-year-old son came to me and said that I'm a girl now, and so that's what I'm gonna raise him as a girl." No, you're a 4-year-old. I have 4 kids. When a 4-year-old boy comes to you and says, "Oh, I'm a girl," here's a good follow-up question: what is a girl? Ask him what he means by that. What do you mean by girl? And when you ask him that, here's what he'll tell you. He will tell you what he really means is that he wants to do some of the things that girls do, like play with the dollhouse, or you know, he likes the color pink. That's fine, play with the dollhouse, but you're still a boy.
I think that I do agree with that argument.
Yeah, no, it's great. No, it's excellent. I mean, because good parenting.
I feel like anyone, right? I feel like anyone who's been around children, small children, has had that experience where the kid says something like that. Maybe not like I'm a girl boy, but like, oh, I'm a tiger, or whatever. And then it's just, oh, why are you that? Well, because I want to act out some thing I've now attributed to this group that I'm identifying with.
Yeah.
And it does seem very, especially with little kids, it does seem very transitory. No pun intended, which is why I don't like this whole, you have to teach 4-year-olds, you know, how to figure out their gender identity because they don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. When I was 3 years old, I saw the music video for Bad by Michael Jackson.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I was pretty sure Michael Jackson was a girl based on his appearance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so when you're a little kid, I was like high-pitched voice, long hair. Look at that. I was like, Mommy, why are all these like guys in the bar dancing with this lady? What's happening here? So
yeah. So you wanted to be Michael Jackson?
That's you nailed it. You totally nailed it. Though I will say, even though I 100% agree with Matt Walsh's argument here, I don't think he believes it. And this is where I get into
my God, look at this. So totally throwing.
I am.
Look, he's looking for the authoritarian, theocratic dog whistle here.
Well, no, like, what I don't believe is when he says like, oh, it's fine if the boy plays with the dollhouse and wears pink.
He's like, in his house, he's like, fuck you, you're going to play with that dollhouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Matt Walsh is like, fuck.
Exactly.
Where are your trucks?
I'm skeptical. Right.
He's like, I'm burn that dollhouse. Get your Legos. Get your fucking Legos.
Yep.
I don't know. Really?
Well, I'm basing this now. So. I could be wrong. I'm basing this on the fact that he seems to be very, very anti-gay, and I would imagine he would not want his kids to be gay. Now, maybe he'd be fine with his kids just bucking gender norms as long as they're still straight. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if he sees a connection in his mind.
In the book, in the Helen Joyce book, the trans book, she talks about some of these groups that people, you know, they're the parents of trans kids, and they openly talk about how it's so much better to have a trans kid than a gay kid. That it just, all the gender norms just snap right into place. And I just, my stomach turns.
The parents are happier to have a what? I don't understand.
Yes. She postulates that a lot of this is being driven by homophobia. Like that people would, because a lot of these people, they do desist the gender dysphoria and they just become like a lesbian or a gay man. Like a lot of it's driven by their same-sex attraction.
It just seems so insane. I mean, I know like Saudi Arabia is a famous example, but it seems crazy to me in America that someone would be squeamish about their child being gay, but not squeamish about their child transitioning. That does not seem like a thing that I can possibly wrap my brain around.
Yeah, I'm not a parent, so I don't necessarily know. And I mean, I would have no problem having a gay kid if I was a parent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would a parent be like, oh, I'm squeamish that my child is going to be kissing and fucking people of the same sex, but the parent is like, oh, but I'm not squeamish about my child taking hormones and getting physical surgery to alter their body to be the other sex. That's the other sex. That just doesn't make any sense to me. I've heard this argument. It's just, I don't know. Maybe people feel this way. I just can't understand.
Well, in the book, she quotes people talking like in groups and message boards and stuff.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That's why, to me, that's when I hear that, it's so like, I don't know, it's just so strange to me.
Yeah, no, it's definitely strange to me too. Like I wouldn't feel that way, but I mean, do you doubt that people do feel that way.
I guess someone does. I just don't think it's
they're saying it.
I would be shocked if that's like
well, and
a sizable chunk of parents of trans kids that are like, oh well, if they were gay, I would be super against this. But now that they're trans, I'm in favor. Like,
you also mentioned that like in Saudi Arabia, this is the norm. Like they believe homosexuality is wrong, but transitioning is the solution to homosexuality.
Right, but yeah, it's a completely different conception of transitioning.
But I mean, it's driven by the same moral intuitions, right?
I guess you're right, but the cultural moral intuitions of people in Saudi Arabia is very different from America.
How many people though? How many people, want to have, they wanted to have a son or a daughter and they haven't had it. And so
no, but it's like that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have some guy who's like, "Oh, I really want to have like a super masculine child that I could take hunting and blah blah blah," and they're like, "Oh, my child is effeminate." Well, no, what am I going to do? I'm going to have a gay boy. My whole life is ruined as a father. But then suddenly the child's like, Papa, I'm not actually a gay male. I'm transitioning to be a woman." And then the father's be like, "Oh, I'm so happy. Now I get to have like a very effeminate girly girl daughter." Like, I understand that, like the idea that just doesn't seem realistic to me, that's a feeling people express.
Well, when the daddy-daughter dance comes up, you have someone to go with. But if you have a gay son, you can't take your gay, just so you know, Sitch, you can't take your gay son to the daddy-daughter dance.
Listen, daddy-daughter dances seem real sus to me. Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm not gonna go no daddy-daughter dance. I didn't go to no mom-son dance. I don't know what's up with these dances. This seems very strange to me.
There is no mom-son dance, okay?
That makes it even worse. What the hell's going on here? Daddy-daughter dance. Get out of here with this. What?
That's like a tradition.
My daughter's the most beautiful piece of ass in the world, Adam.
I thought the daddy-daughter dance was so you could scope out the guys who were like trying to get with your daughter. You're like,
oh, well, okay. So when you say daddy-daughter dance, you just mean the dads are there,
or you mean
the dads are actually dancing with the daughters?
Well, they do.
Wait, what young guy? Wait a minute, Adam. Maybe I've conceptualized this wrong. There's not going to be any young guys at the daddy-daughter dance. There's going to be just dads there. So if any other person,
I don't think that's how it works.
Dancing with your daughter, that's extra creepy.
I don't think that's how it works.
Okay, maybe I'm confused on this daddy-daughter dance situation.
Maybe we should move on.
We should move on.
That's a question I would like to throw out to other members of the panel, actually, because just like the 4-year-old.
Notice how he said other members of the panel. Excellent dodge right there on the pronouns.
Yes. Can't answer what is a girl. That's fine. Play with the dollhouse. But you're still a boy. That's a question I would like to throw out to other members of the panel, actually, because just like the 4-year-old can't answer what is a girl. Well, this is one of the problems with this left-wing gender ideology, is that no one who espouses it.
I super wish that Matt Walsh hadn't have categorized it as a left-wing gender ideology. I know that it is, but I just don't see how politicizing it is helpful, since you really want people who are left-wing to be against this.
Matt has a different goal than you have.
Yeah. Yes.
You and I want to have two functioning, sane political parties.
Correct. Yeah.
Because we understand being enlightened centrists. Okay. We understand the benefit of having societal offense and defense.
Yeah.
There has to be this balance between moving forward and progressing, and a balance between preserving traditions that are good and helpful.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't want that, though.
Yeah.
I mean, in the one of the clips I saw of his, he was talking about how like people were so much happier psychologically and spiritually under feudalism in the Middle Ages because there wasn't science, and they just had religion, and that had all the answers, and it told them like what direction to live their life.
Yeah.
Okay. So because when
their baby was covered with smallpox, they were so happy that they had no place to take him but the church.
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, he gives on the whole medicine thing. But no, but that's because when you're talking to the tribalist, what it's the Sitch and Amsel. He wants to paint all the left as being like
exactly.
this,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. He wants to basically say Sitch and Adam are the same as these gender ideologues.
Basically, right.
Sitting here, yeah.
But you're right from a purely pragmatic perspective.
It's a mistake. It's a strategic mistake.
It's a strategic mistake. Well, depending on what you want to accomplish. If you just want this stuff to go away and to not be a thing anymore, and for wokeism to die, continually associating it with just the left broadly is going to make it worse.
Yeah.
Because, and this is why we, as you guys all witness, if the left makes a statement, or if the right makes a statement, the left will instantly react to it and defend it. So if the right says the sky is blue, the left will say, no, it's red. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And then if the left says, oh, you should drink water to live, then the right will be like, no, you should drink Coca-Cola every day. Like, everyone's just reacting to be the opposite of the other team. That's all that's happening with like 99% of the people's opinions on this shit.
Yeah, it's sad.
I am wondering, like, in that wall of Zoom faces behind them, like, what happens if someone just starts like flicking off the camera?
Yeah, I think it's just pre-recorded faces. I don't even think it's
you think
real.
it's just now. That's interesting. That's bizarre. Like, because you can't really tell if they're reacting, right?
Right. This is a studio audience laugh track taken to a whole new level here.
The dead laughter, yes.
Yeah. Oh, so weird. Oh, I saw you on Dr. Phil. Oh, which episode? Oh, what? You weren't there? No. I sent in a recording that they could use.
They paid me $50 to stare at the screen for 30 minutes. It had cat videos on it. It was fine.
Even the members of the panel, actually, because just like the 4-year-old can't answer what is a girl, well, this is one of the problems with this left-wing gender ideology, is that no one who espouses it can even tell you what these words mean. It's like, what is a woman? Well, can you tell me what a woman is?
No, I can't. Because it's not for me to say. Womanhood looks different for everybody.
What do you define a woman as?
An adult human female.
And what does a female mean?
But before we get to this train, we have to respond to the first point.
The no, I can't?
Because it's not for me to say. Womanhood looks different for everybody.
What do you define?
Because the question he asked was, how do you define a woman?
I know, yeah.
And the answer was, it's not for me to say.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like,
not at all.
We need to have category, like, even if Ethan felt like I forgot the pronouns. It's so annoying. Even if Ethan felt that, he would defer to whomever's trans identity or whatever, he still has in his mind an idea of what it means to be a woman.
Yeah.
Because just as like Ethan has in his mind what it means to be a chair or a dog.
Yeah, you're right. Like, what does a woman mean to you? Yeah.
Right. Like, yeah, like you don't experience dogness, but you still have a category in your mind of understanding what a dog is.
Right.
Like, that's the entire point of labels and categories, is to identify to other fucking people what the thing is.
So he could just answer what it means to him. His answer is, it means something different to everyone. Well, what does it mean to you? Like, what does it mean to you?
Well, his answer would be, the problem is, because if he gave an answer, it'd be entirely useless, because his answer would be, a woman is a human being that identifies as a woman, right? It'd be like a tautology. You'd be like, oh, this tells me nothing of value, right?
Right.
So if that's the case, if your label doesn't provide any value, there's no information that's given to you by a label.
There is zero information there.
Then then there's no reason to have the label.
A woman is someone that identifies as a woman. Well, what does a woman? Well, so
what the fuck does that mean?
What is a woman? Well, a woman is someone that identifies as a woman.
Well, why would someone want to identify as a woman then? That doesn't even make sense.
So what is the thing that the person is identifying as?
Right. It's completely ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
And a woman as?
An adult human female.
And what does a female mean?
Well, that's
how do you define a female?
Someone with female reproductive organs.
Okay.
Someone who's, here's the thing, when you're female, it goes right down to your bones, your DNA. So that's why if someone dies, we could dig up their bones 100 years from now. We have no idea what they believed in their head, but we can tell what sex they were because it's ingrained in every fiber of their being.
Interesting. So I'm trying to understand. Your definition is that a woman is someone who is female, you said, right?
Correct,
Gotcha.
is a biological female.
So what happens if we have maybe someone who is female, identifies as a woman, right? You know.
We literally, every person here, before Addison responds, knows exactly the NPC dialogue tree script that has been produced in Addison's mind. That is that we will now go down, right?
Totally.
Like, well, but wait a minute.
But what about a person that can't read her nose?
Yeah, exactly. If a woman, is through menopause, that she seeks to become a female. Yeah, right.
What about a person who has different chromosomes? What about a person who has different? It's all fucking. It's just all hiding the ball. It's all it's all the game that you play with your dog where you're like, I'm really gonna throw it. Oh no, here it is. No, I'm really gonna throw it. Now this time, no, I'm hiding it right behind.
I hate this argument. It's probably some
bullshit.
Yeah, it's such bullshit. Well, the thing is, people intuitively understand it's bullshit, though they might not be able to verbalize it.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's some like linguistical, theory term that I'm looking for here that I don't know what it is. But the problem is that you can do this dumb like deconstructing the category thing for anything that exists.
Totally.
Okay? You can do this for doors.
Yeah.
Be like,
chairs. What about a beanbag?
Yeah, exactly. Can you give me a definition of a chair that applies universally to every chair in human existence? And it's like, no, I can't do that. Does that mean that chairs don't exist? Does that mean human beings don't have a concept of what a chair is?
Yeah.
And you can go down this fucking dialogue tree.
Sophistry.
And there's 100% sophistry because that's not the way people conceptualize information or categories.
Totally.
They have like broad conceptualizations of like, it's almost like when you have a chair, you could probably do this for anything, for any category. You put it on like a bell curve of like chairs, right? And the qualities of chairness that exist for the chair. I mean, if you take a door off its hinges and throw it on the ground, does it cease to become a door because the function of the door no longer serves? Like, this is not the way human beings conceptualize categories.
He should just ask her, or they. He should just ask they.
Yes.
I don't know why I keep saying her because
they
or them.
Saying they in this context is so unnatural. Or
he should just ask them. Ask them is somewhat acceptable, but it is difficult because if I say he should just ask them, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 4 thems on the stage, so it's difficult. Which them, right?
Right.
So he should just ask Addison, what about a rapist pretending to be a woman to get into a woman's prison? Is that categorized as a woman? I'm just curious. Say a rapist who's knowingly deceiving people to get into a prison so he can rape a bunch of women. Is that in the category of women?
Right. Well, that's the issue is like, that's why you can't have this self, whatever you ID as is what you are.
But I think it would be helpful if Addison was forced to say yes. I think that might get Dr. Phil.
Right.
Of course, that probably did happen. It was probably edited out, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'd never put that on the air. Ready? What happened to you?
Hit it. I was waiting for you. You hit it up.
Sitch.
You're the one that's like, when the button is
woman,
pressed,
right?
sometimes
as
it doesn't
explained,
go.
Let's go through the NPC dialogue tree here.
Okay, let's go through.
I love that you've identified Addison as an NPC already.
Well, you could. Addison is literally standing there in Skyrim, and you've just said like, definition of female, and you're waiting for the pre-recorded dialogue response.
Exactly. No, that's what's happening here.
You just female, you said, right?
Correct. Is a biological female.
So what happens if we have maybe someone who is female, identifies as a woman, right? Cisgender woman, right? As you just explained, maybe doesn't have the ability to reproduce. maybe doesn't have those organs that you're talking about that are reproductive organs.
I have answered the question. You stood up here and said trans women are women.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood.
So
I love that he just cut it off right there. He's like, nah, I don't have time for the NPC dialogue tree.
This is a very, very smart tactic because he probably doesn't have a punchy answer to that question. So it's a very good tactic to just be like, fuck you, I answered the question. Now I want you to answer the question. Like they just completely turn it around.
Yeah.
Because there is, when you get down the NPC tree of this, deconstructing gender, like that's what they're trying to tangle you up in that nonsensical framing of mind. And that's the problem. You just can't adapt that framing.
Yeah.
But
and
people
it's just pointless.
Right. But people generally don't walk around thinking about like, oh, how do I categorize things in my mind? Like that's not a process that people think about. So they're unprepared to have that kind of conversation.
Is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not myself.
You used the word. So what did you mean when you said trans women are women if you don't know what it means?
Right.
Oh,
that's a good point.
I think I just figured out. I was trying to figure out what Addison said there.
She said interrupting.
Yeah, interrupting.
He was complaining to Dr. Phil. She's like, Dr. Phil, can you stop him from interrupting me?
Right.
Dr. Phil's like, well, I can't. I invited him here to have a fight with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't understand. The king is talking, okay?
What? Why do you think you guys
tell
are
me
here?
what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not myself.
You used the word. So what did you mean when you said trans women are women?
That's a great. Well, that's why it's weird because this is why I say I kind of felt bad for these two people because, like, these aren't just bad arguments. These are bad arguments for the trans community. These people have never thought about any of this stuff. Well, they've probably never argued with anyone. I mean, these are not,
You're right.
The internet debaters and all this stuff. Because I mean, this argument, only a woman can say what a woman. I mean, I haven't even heard that argument from all these, woke socialists. Usually they have some kind of answer they can give you because they know that this is preposterous. They just say, I can't tell you. It's like, well, if you can't tell me, then who the fuck are you talking about when you say woman?
Matt Walsh was talking like Addison and Ethan are activists in like classroom settings and stuff.
Well, according to the little blurb under their name, it said that they were some kind of like community organizer or some bullshit.
So you would think they should be forced to examine these arguments a little better than
you
that,
would
right?
Hope.
Yeah.
Well,
this is like Kim Hans showing up in your evolutionary biology class. Nah, not gonna happen.
Not quite.
Women, if you don't know what it means.
Right. So here's the thing. So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Women.
See, doesn't identify as a woman.
I like that face. That's the appropriate reaction to that statement.
This is what I don't. This is.
Ask her what a dog is.
I'm so confused by the non-binary because the non-binary is basically picking from masculine and feminine traits a la carte, which I don't understand how you can say when you're literally picking traits from the binary. It's like, can't you just, get your own shit? Like, why? What's out? There's nothing outside of the binary, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Well, that's the inherent. That's why I think there's inherent contradiction in the non-binary stuff.
Yeah.
Like, listen, just be a man or a woman who doesn't fall into a stereotype. That's totally fine. Just to be that. You don't need to say like, oh, men and women are stereotypes. So if I don't fit a stereotype, I'm not a man or a woman.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think that's a good way of conceptualizing gender or sex.
There is a stereotype that's this is where you don't necessarily know what sex they are. That is kind of a stereotype, like a third stereotype.
Okay.
Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term. It includes people
that describes what?
People who identify as a woman.
Identify as what?
As a woman.
What is that?
Well, to each their own. Each woman, each man, each person is going to have a different relation with their own gender identity.
See, this,
It's just so dumb.
I can feel Helen Joyce, the author of that book, just her mind just exploding here because the like these feminists that have been a part of the second wave feminist movement for like 2-3 generations.
They're
now.
rolling over in their graves.
Yeah, they're like, what the fuck? Like we have gone out of our way to construct a society that respects women. Like we have changed the definition of women tangibly in a way that has benefited women as a class, as a group for 50 years. And then someone comes in here and like, we just whatever you feel like. It's like, fuck you.
Well, and also it's funny too, because even a third wave, a radical feminist would disagree with this completely, because they would say, oh, a woman is, these sets of traits and roles that society has foisted upon females to oppress them. Even they would have some answer to this, even if you didn't agree with it.
Yes.
This whole like, oh, I just can't give you an answer. Like, this is the worst argument I've ever heard regarding to any trans issue, is that I can only identify things that I experience, which defeats the whole purpose of being able to identify things.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, it's like, Adam, can you identify the color blue? Well, no, Sitch. I mean, not being the color blue, I don't know what that is. I'll let the color blue decide on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Addison, do you know what it's like to be, I mean, can you identify a black person? Well, not being black myself, I can only, black people.
Of course.
That. Oh, okay. So I guess we're throwing racism out the window here, because if it's entirely based on self-identification, there must not be system. How can a system oppress someone based on a self-identification that only they experience and can tell you?
Wouldn't you just self-identify as something else to get out of that oppressive system? That's
right. Exactly.
That's what the women are saying to them, right? Saying to themselves right now. Oh, wouldn't it be great if I could just like opt out of sexism?
There you go. Why? Exactly. Why doesn't a woman who's living under a sexist patriarchy just say that she's man? Yeah. And then that fixes everything, right?
Yeah.
That solves the problem.
Oh, God. This is why people are losing their minds over this clip.
We did it, Adam. We solved sexism.
So many people are losing their minds over this clip. This is probably one of the first introductions that a lot of normies are getting to non-binary too. Which I'm not surprised, because these communities, man, they're vicious with one another. Like the non-binary community is probably just all over Addison and Ethan right now, talking about, oh my God, this is how you represented us. You made us look like idiots.
That is what exactly what's going on. An actual American flag, I'm crying and saluting, for $20 says, I hope everyone here is having a great Sunday. And if you're not, go outside and talk to grass and eat people.
What?
Wait, I think I messed that up. Well, anyway, here's to a great stream. I think you might have reversed that, but yes. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20. Thanks so much. Says, what's the difference between someone who is transgender and a tomboy? I knew girls back at school who dressed like guys and like football, but would say that they're a girl who just likes masculine things if asked. It's kind of funny because it's actually a contentious question, because whether tomboys are considered transgender is up to the eye of the beholder of how you're defining transgender. Because most people think of transgender to just mean, oh, you have gender dysphoria, basically. But the official term transgender just means you don't identify as your birth gender. And so if you're one of these people that says, oh, if you're not a stereotypical female, then you're not a female, then under that definition, tomboys would be transgender. It's totally incoherent.
Yeah.
Alphabet for 25 Aussies says, I don't get what gender even means anymore. It used to be a thing about language, then it became a whole nother word for sex, then it became sexual preferences, and now gender is about people's interest. So mayonnaise is a one. There you go. Are you mayo gender, Adam?
Mayo gender? I mean, I'm technically white, but I don't think of white as a gender.
There you go.
Well, in the book, this is something I hadn't
Hold
really...
on, I'll be right back. You tell the chat about the book.
But I want to tell you, it's very interesting.
Well, I'm about to burst here.
Okay.
I might have drunk like a gallon of green tea before we streamed for
Are
a
you
very bad reason.
Are you trying to not get COVID? Because that's a good way not to get COVID.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Of course.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, constantly drinking a lot of fluids. Here, I'll just play some of the video. We can rewind it when you get back.
Identity and define it differently.
That doesn't,
and so
I'm not
trans
asking
women are women too.
Okay.
And you want to hold on.
Trans
You
women
want
are
to
women.
reduce.
What you
listen,
won't even
listen.
tell me
You
what
want
the
to
word
reduce.
means, though. So
you
that's
want to
the
reduce
problem.
women. You want to reduce men down to maybe just their genetics, our genitals, our chromosomes, right? That's what you're saying.
What you want to do is
see, they are trying to. Addison is trying to force a genetic argument onto Matt Walsh. I know that's what's happening here, and it's totally sadistic. I can't stand it because they want to basically say that if you respect any biological sex differences, then you are basically effectively a eugenicist of some kind, which it's a terrible, insidious thing that they do. But that also is part of the NPC dialogue tree. Like, how do I paint this person as a terrible person? They can't argue on actual logic or points or anything. All these people participate in his character assassination. That's all they know.
That's what
you want to do is appropriate women. You want to appropriate womanhood.
Okay.
And turn it into basically a costume that could be worn.
Dun dun dun. I feel like, was there a longer clip there? I feel like there was a good reaction that we missed out of there. That is what drives a lot of the feminists insane. And if you think about it from a feminist perspective, I know that's hard. I'm sure we have a lot of anti-feminists in the audience, but
I'm back.
If you can imagine, yeah, well, we can rewind the clip.
No, it's okay.
They just had the final. Matt Walsh said, you want to appropriate womanhood as a costume to wear, which I think is very incendiary for trans people. But at the same time, and Helen Joyce brings this up in the trans book, she looks at it from the perspective that it really is biological males that are forcing their way into women's spaces. And I have difficulty seeing how you can't make an argument that is the ultimate like patriarchal move, right? It's like a bunch of men forcing themselves into a bunch of men wanting to identify as women and force themselves into female only spaces. I mean, has that not like the ultimate my way or the highway move? Which you think of patriarchy as my way or the highway, right?
That's kind of like the turf perspective.
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah. That is very much a turf perspective. Trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Is the woman who wrote this book, is she a feminist?
Oh yeah, she's definitely.
Oh, okay.
She's interesting. Yeah, she seems feminist all the way.
Strange bedfellows.
There really are, and this is where I think like the bubble is about to burst on this whole gender identity ideology, is the fact that there are books with essentially the same exact message being written from the left-wing feminist perspective and the right-wing traditionalist perspective.
I know, right?
They have completely different arguments.
Yes.
But they're saying essentially the same thing.
Yep.
And so from the feminist perspective, it's like this is just another offshoot of the patriarchy coming to destroy womanhood, right? Which is, I mean, that's the feminist perspective, right?
Well, listen, it's funny because like we've talked about this with CRT. That's the problem with looking at everything through this lens of like, you know, oh, everything is racial oppression. And if it's like the feminists are looking at through the lens of everything is sex oppression, then of course that's how they're going to see transgender stuff.
Yes.
It's hilarious.
Yes. Well, they have a lot of really really cogent arguments and a lot of science that the trans community has really buried because they are in political power right now. But I don't see that political power lasting.
A lot of people want me to watch to go back and watch the last second of the
We can watch it. We can go back and watch it.
I'm really.
What was I going to tell you before you left? I can't even remember. Oh, I think I worked it in. I think it was just about how, like, it's a patriarchy move happening to women.
The patriarchy.
This one woman wanted to find out how many biological males were in female prisons. And she did like a Freedom of Information Act. I think it was in Great Britain. It wasn't in America. So whatever the equivalent that they have there. And they couldn't even tell her. They were like, oh, gender's like a fluid thing. We don't even really know.
We don't even record that. Yeah. Interesting.
Can you
That's
imagine?
not good.
Can you imagine such a thing?
Nope.
She was able to finally get the information, and it was 8 people. It was 8 biological males in female prisons, and they were all sex offenders. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know. This is Great Britain, and Great Britain is like 8.
Well, listen, they were sex offenders of men, so it all made sense, Adam. Okay. Actually, it was the perfect place to put them.
I think they were actually sex offenders against women.
I know I was joking, but
this is why I would like to ask Addison about the male rapist who's identifying as a woman so that they can get an easier listen. The sex offenders do not have a good time going in the male prison because most men find things like pedophilia repulsive. Like they're like, what? I'm sharing a cellmate with a fucking pedophile?
Right.
And they just take care of business. Yeah.
This is like the perfect stop. You got Addison and Ethan like doing the clap back. You got Matt angry.
Oh, the whole audience was clapping. Yeah.
You got Dr. Phil in the middle. He looks like a little kid who's confused that his parents are yelling at each other. Or like it looks like a little kid is watching their parents yell at the teacher. Like, my kid is a perfect angel.
Dr. Phil says very little in any of this.
You want to reduce. Listen. You want to reduce women. You want to reduce men down to maybe just their genetics, our genitals, our.
You were gone when I said this, but this is the eugenics argument that they like to make. They like to paint conservatives as eugenicists. It's so fucking nasty, but it is an NPC move.
Chromosomes, right? That's what you're saying.
You want to do what you want to do is appropriate women. You want to appropriate womanhood, and turn it into basically a costume that could be worn.
Oof! Bam! Dropping a nuke bomb. I think that's fair, especially in Addison's case, because she's not even. Well, I don't know if he's transitioning, but it's just if you don't have gender dysphoria, especially, and you just want to dress up like a woman and then say that you're non-binary.
Yeah,
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
A-Rod for $20 says identity is about establishing continuity across time. Every person has their own criteria for determining those identities, whether they're identifying themselves or someone else. The question, as always, is who decides? There you go. True.
Yeah, I'm not. I've been reading. There's a couple books on identity, and so identity is fascinating for me. Because identity is also highly
profilicity. Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
Technology.
Did I
no,
jump
I wasn't
ahead?
going to say profilicity. I was going to say.
Okay.
Well, there's the two. There's sincerity and there's authenticity. So I mean, the super chat refers to authenticity. It doesn't refer to sincerity. Sincerity's authenticity was a kind of identity that we wanted to create because we wanted to escape the bonds of community. Like before, you were more like your general friend group and culture and family decided who you were.
How does authenticity? It's not anti-community.
Think about arranged marriages and talk to me about authenticity. Your parents are literally deciding who you're going to fucking marry.
No, I understand that, but people have always the reason humans care about authenticity is because they want to know who they can trust. That's always, even in most traditional settings, hundreds of years ago, people still care about authenticity. I wouldn't categorize it the way that you are. Like, I understand your point.
Well, we're just having a difference over. You're using like the what do they call it? The general.
The correct.
No, you're
usage
using
of the word authenticity.
No, you're using the non-academic form of the word. Like
right, but that's what, but
like there's a paradigm that they've studied called authenticity. There's a paradigm that they've studied called sincerity, right?
I don't like those words. Right. They shouldn't do those. They shouldn't use those words.
Right. And you're just
because what I like is what matters. Okay.
Yeah. No, I know, I understand. But as soon as you want to separate and categorize the different forms of identity creation,
right,
and you want to start thinking of them as like a technology,
I understand.
You need to be specific about your terminology. You're like, I don't like that because authenticity means something completely different to me.
Cullivar for $20. Thanks so much, Cullivar. Says, well, Adam, you muted me. So S-Class is the best.
What? Oh, that's painful. That's painful.
Ooh, Cullivar switching to S-Class. I didn't mute Cullivar. Cullivar sent me that gross, obese naked lady. I didn't mute him. I said, that Cullivar, that scamp.
You just stared it down, did you?
No, I did not. I quickly swiped away on my phone.
Oh, you did?
Xerxes.
Wait. There's another super chat from Cullivar here. Right here for $200. It says A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that. Listen, Cullivar's had a change of heart.
That's old news.
What do you mean? It just came in. This is a brand new super chat.
That's the old news. Cullivar's S-Class now, Adam. I hate to tell. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
I'm keeping the Cullivar $200.
Fake.
A-Team super chat.
You fake news.
Cullivar,
Xerxes for $300. Thank you so much, Xerxes. Thank you. Says, you two have been a serious contribution to my political thoughts and opinions. One of the main contributors from keeping me out of an extreme thought process. I'm truly grateful to you two, as well as many other guests on the show. Thank you. I must pass on the S-Class, but the A-Team, now that's supreme.
Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Take that, Cullivar. Well, I'm stoked. I like to think that we are, giving people interesting things to think about, at least.
Right. So, and it makes me very happy when I hear people feel that we've done some small part in helping, prevent people from going to extremes in either direction.
And to go down, don't go down the NPC. Think about this stuff.
Don't be an NPC.
Yeah,
be
think about this stuff.
Okay.
Think about this stuff. Thinking is fun. We'll all figure it out together.
That's right. Even if it's not fun, it's what men do. And women.
And women do too.
And not pussies. How about that? It's what not pussies do.
Yeah.
Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian says, hit that like button. Almost at 600 likes.
Whoa. Right. Holy cow. Thanks for reminding us. Hit that like button.
Slam that like button. Hit the bell. Do all the Philip DeFranco stuff.
Last stream, how many times did Walsh get cucked on that last stream? We were doing like one extra boyfriend for every like. I think we might have got up to like 1,000 likes.
I forgot. Last stream, we said for every like we got would be one more male that had sex with Walsh's girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not in a good place. He's not in a good place from that.
It's terrible.
Maybe that's what caused the breakup. Who knows?
Terrible.
Hurl Hay for 5,000 NGNs. Thank you so much. Says trans ideology was what red pilled me. When the co-panelist told Jordan Peterson that sex was not biological and has been known for 50 years, I thought my Nigerian education had failed me. Thankful of people willing to take a stand against BS. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much does that suck? You're like, oh is my country failing me? My education? Is what this crazy person said true? And then you're like, oh wait, no, this is just bullshit.
If you're saying that sex is a social construction, I don't think it's wrong to call you delusional. I think technically they didn't even say that. Delusional.
They said not biological.
Right.
So they went a step beyond that.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, you are delusional. Or you're not delusional. You're just doing you're just trying to warp the facts to fit what you want to be true, basically. Which I don't think is delusional.
What is the definition of delusional?
Well, is that a delusional act? I feel like that's what everyone does. It's dishonest.
Oh my God.
You're lying to yourself.
Sitch just called us all delusional.
Listen,
suffering from a character, a suffering from or characterized by delusions. Oh, that's not very helpful.
That's not. I don't, because that's not what I think it was. I think of delusions as like more in the clinical sense.
An erroneous belief that is held in the face of evidence to the contrary. Okay, well, yeah.
Okay, there
totally
you go.
delusional.
Okay, there you go. I'll agree then. 100% delusions. Bjorn Kazark for $20 says they need to describe their individual traits as gender. Parentheses, non-binary is a gender to them. Is because they have to merge a desire for individuality with leftist collectivism. Quote, my individuality makes me part of the woman group. Yeah, that's true. That's an interesting way to conceptualize it. That is kind of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's kind of what's happening. Ogre Dubs for $20 says, as soon as they started giving children puberty blockers, it was extremely hard for me to not see this as another form of population control. I don't believe in the population control meme idea. It's kind of funny. Scott Adams he actually talked about this yesterday. He said, the fact that the elites would want to control the population makes no sense because all the elites are rich and they want to continue to be rich. And everyone who's rich knows that economies are run on people and you want to have more people, not less people, to make yourself richer. So from a financial incentive, the whole population control meme kind of counteracts how we know economies work.
Right. Yeah. Until automation becomes a reality, but we're a ways away from that.
Well, but even then, because you still need people to buy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends upon how attached you are to the innovation
Now, I guess
cycle.
the counter argument would be like, well, the New World Order people aren't going to have the world be capitalist. They'll have some other.
I can think of a situation where population control would be top of the mind for people, especially in the upper echelons of elite society. If there was a situation where we could develop a general AI that could take over the innovation cycle for human beings, like human innovation would be just obsolete. Like this AI would, I mean, as soon as it got up and running, we're talking, the first 2 weeks, it's like cure for cancer, week 3, immortality, like week 4, like this thing's just cranking out solutions. Right. So in week 4, it solved the food dilemma. Like it's basically invented nanotechnology for self-growing freeways. Like whoever runs it is immortal, right? Because they've got immortality figured out. Then all of a sudden you're starting to think, well, maybe this high level of population of distraught non-binary people who don't like rich people and want to kill them all off is not the best idea in the world, right?
It's not going to matter though. Yeah, but you're getting so far into I know you think this is like 10 years from now, but you're getting so far into the future, Adam, that the population wouldn't even matter at that point. Because if the generalized AI is that impressive that it can figure out everything else in the world, obviously it's going to figure out how to do space travel and terraform planets and do all that other dog shit anyway.
Right.
So, there's going to be a near infinite amount of space for people to move to.
I understand that, but the thing people are going to worry about is terrorism, always.
Well, why is there going to be terrorism in your society of AI overlords?
Because Matt Sargon's going to freak out. Immortality? Sex robots?
That's true. Sargon's going to be out here with his team of stone men with their stone clubs. They're going to be breaking all the AIs.
I saw Sargon in the chat earlier. Sargon, if we can get an agreement.
Sargon's going to be clumping. He's like, how dare these AI highways drive me? I want to drive me. He's like breaking all the
As long as we're sworn to nonviolent conflict resolution. We're good.
There you go.
There's going to be some maniac, though, that's upset about this. You know, there is.
The Dark Conservatarian for $20 says, Sitch, just because it's in the public space doesn't mean it's anyone else's property. Aside from the owner themselves, let the owner control their own business property, not be mandated to service who they don't want to. So the problem with that is that that's not actually true in terms of that. Even if you have your own private property or your own private business, it still is connected to the public street and the public space. And there's a public causeway that allows the public to enter your business, to give you business in the first place. And you still have to use the public resources of electricity and water and bloody blah blue in order to do business with anyone. And so under that idea, you can't just say, oh, this is my own private business. Fuck off. I can do whatever I want. Because it's not true. You are participating in the grander society as a whole. And if the grander society as a whole says your business cannot discriminate against people on the basis of race, then you have to go along with it. Okay. If you in your personal life, if you in your private life say, hey, I don't want to date anyone who's not my race, that's your business. But when it comes to business, you have to do business with everyone. Or at least you have to do business with people. You can't discriminate on business on people on the grounds of race or gender or religion, blah, blah, blah. Now, if they smell bad and yell at you and they're not wearing shoes and they're homeless, then you can discriminate against them. So
I was trying to think of a way to reimagine the taxation is theft narrative as a I don't want to do my chores narrative. Because I always feel like
you're going to get in so much trouble.
Am I? Am I? Why?
I think it's hilarious, and you might be right.
Don't you think it is kind of? I mean, for society to function,
you don't understand.
Like everybody understands.
You're going to trigger so many people. I understand what you're getting at.
Right.
You're going to trigger so many people if you say that. Not if you say taxation is theft, just like saying I don't want to do my chores.
It is though. Is it not?
Because
everybody understands. Okay, if you own a car, okay.
Yeah.
If you're in a relationship, if you live in a home, if you have a room. Yeah. I mean, this is Jordan Peterson 101. Clean up your room, right? It takes a certain amount of energy. You decide, you're like, okay, I'm going to devote 15% of my life to cleaning up my, to doing my chores, cleaning up my environment. Yeah. Right. Putting the dishes away, that kind of thing. And taxation is just that for society. Now, if you want to say, I mean, I completely agree. Our taxes are too fucking high. Okay. It's gotten to the point where, to keep society running, to keep our rooms clean is going to take 10% of the GDP, and they're fucking taxing us at like 30% of GDP, right? That's fucking bullshit. That's totally bullshit. But at the same time, to say taxation is theft, I mean, you're kind of saying I don't want to do my chores, right? You're kind of saying you do my chores for me.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, and I can even agree with what you're saying. But for people that do think taxation is theft or are very anti-taxes, that's a horribly unpersuasive argument, because basically they're coming at it from the position of saying, I'm doing all this work to make my own money, and then you have the government or some other entities coming along and basically stealing it and taking that money away from me.
Right.
That's even if that's not the argument, that's how people feel.
Right.
And part of this, a big reason for this is because we don't see, it's very difficult for us to see what our tax dollars are actually doing, or to see what they're doing positively, maybe would be a better way to frame it. And so if you tell someone who feels that way, that, hey, someone who feels like taxation is literally the government stealing their hard work, their hard-earned money, and you're like, oh, not paying your taxes is like not doing your chores. Like, holy shit. That's not going to persuade anybody.
Right. Well, maybe maybe I'm just trying to shame people.
Okay, there you go.
Persuasion is not the goal.
There you go.
Is there a persuasive way to make that? I don't know that you can make a persuasive.
You might not be able to. I just think it's hilarious because I know it'll trigger the fuck out of a lot of people.
Entropy is theft too. I got to admit. I mean, I feel that way.
Oh, Aydin Paladin for $5.
Here it comes.
So much,
Here it comes.
Aydin says, "Here's some taxes I voluntarily agree to pay to S-Class just for that." Well, thank you, Aydin.
Oh,
thank you, Aydin.
Look at this. A-Team is dead.
That's right. That's right.
Clean up your rooms, bucko.
You've heard my roads. And
everyone's against me. The A train has derailed.
I told you.
That's a terrible argument, Adam.
I told you. It's like basically you walked out into a field of elephants with a horn, and you just went.
What would happen?
Elephants, and then it's starting to stampede you.
I mean, there's already states where you don't have any taxes, any state taxes already. I'm curious what would happen if like...
Well, no. There's states that don't have state income taxes. Mm-hmm. There are state taxes.
Right. There's like sales tax and property tax.
Yeah, property. Like usually, generally, the ones that don't have income tax, they have high property tax to compensate.
God, I wish there was just like, maybe we could invade Canada and try this in Canada. Just set up Canada where it's like, okay, there's going to be no taxes and no government services. Just as an experiment.
Yeah, we had that, Adam. It was called the Chad, or the Chaz.
Yeah, but that's not. We need something the scale of Canada to be able to make it successful.
So there you go, guys. Adam wants to invade Canada and turn all of Canada into the Chop or the Chaz.
Just to try it out. Nobody likes
to see what happens.
If this goes south, look, I'm willing to admit this is probably going to turn out bad. Okay.
So just to win,
concede.
Listen, just to win an internet argument. I like this.
I know.
Here's your pro-monarchy position. Okay.
This is the ultimate.
If your monarch grows up being like Destiny, like a debate lord or something.
Yes.
Once they become ruler, they're going to take over a foreign country and then make the whole country not have taxes or government just to win an online argument. Just so they can say, listen, we tried this and it didn't work. Fuck you.
We might have to build a wall on the northern border first. We might have to build like a big wall.
That's right. So there you go, Canada. A-Team's in favor of invading Canada and turning it into the libertarian utopia.
I'm curious. What do you think would happen?
I think the country would fall apart at an alarming rate.
That universal health care wouldn't last long, right?
No. I don't think property rights would last long. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess they have a bunch of guns in Canada. I don't know. Maybe they'll be okay.
I'm really concerned about what's going on in schoolrooms across the country.
The entire gender pronoun situation makes me feel very upset.
People may think that if you don't want to use the preferred pronouns, that you're against gay people. This is 100% untrue. I am a huge advocate for gay people, trans people, and the like.
Stacy and I both have children in the same school district.
I learned that the teachers in my children's school were asking for the kids' preferred pronouns in the classroom. When I heard about this, it was extremely upsetting.
Last year, my son was given a homework assignment. I gave an example of a child not identifying with the gender that they're born with. Is an example of...
Do you like all this, like, the dramatic music?
I love it. This is terrifying, Sitch. I would not send my kids to public school. Yeah.
I agree. No, I think it's fucking
terrible.
Thank
goodness I don't have kids. This is a parent's nightmare.
Yes, that's true.
This is totally ridiculous.
The homework that was given to my 8-year-old son. If a student is unsure of their place in the gender spectrum or is experimenting with different forms of gender presentation, school uniforms can present a real challenge.
Oh my God.
So stupid.
Why is it stupid?
It's so stupid. Why is why is an 8-year-old being burdened with this crap?
Because you got to understand, there are every day someone is assigned a gender at birth. And 90% of those are incorrect.
In the arms of an angel. Every day, thousands of babies are born and assigned a gender. They don't, or oppressed with a gender that doesn't fit them.
That's confusing them. Yeah.
Please donate to our charity.
Yeah, no.
In the arms of the angel.
Well, now you're just, I mean, this is a very serious issue, and you're being completely flippant about it.
Well, also, the specific point, stupid too. I mean, I don't know what school they're talking about. Like the schools around me that had, I mean, I dodged this. I think it was the year I left high school. The next year, the county mandated uniforms or something.
Really?
Yeah, I just dodged the bullet there. I was so happy. But at least around me, the public uniforms were like, it was just like a shirt, like it was like a button-up shirt for both men and for both boys and girls. There was no difference. And then girls could wear long skirts or the pants, and boys had to just wear the pants. So it's not like when they say there's confusion, non-binary kids are confused about what uniform to wear. What the fuck are they talking about?
Well, if you identify as a boy, and
then you wear the long pants.
Well, if you identify as a girl,
the girls could wear the long pants too.
Yeah. Well, what if a boy wants to wear a skirt?
Well, then he's in trouble.
He's in big trouble. Yeah.
He's got to put on a kilt. That's the only thing that's acceptable. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I get it.
Island.
I get it.
Angels are foodist. There you go.
There's a lot of people too, like Sitch and Adam, who just would like to fuck with t-shirts, just to fuck around. I mean, I literally, like, my teacher gave me a certificate for being the class instigator, and she did not mean it in a good way.
Based. How old were you?
Yeah. This was, I believe, 6th grade.
That's pretty based.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. You know, 6th grade, that's where all the problems are. 6th graders are the biggest shits in the world.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I only went to school to cause problems. I was like, there are people here that need to be tortured, and I need to be here to do it.
Yeah, no, it's so funny because, like, I don't know what, I guess it's just, you're 11, 12, just going through puberty. Kids are like out of control. That's when I got suspended for fighting, was in 6th grade.
Yeah.
That's the problem here.
I think I got my first real fight in like 7th grade. Yeah.
In 7th grade, I got shot at him. Okay. I went to a real school.
In 7th grade, I shot my friend with a BB gun. He got super mad about it.
I got shot with a bullet.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Listen.
You've been shot?
Listen.
That's gangster.
It's like with the girl that was going to stab the other girl, and then the police shot her, and they're like, listen, kids fight with knives. Okay. You just got to let nature sort it out.
How have we not heard the I got shot story?
I was joking, Adam. I have not actually been shot.
Oh, listen. The duping delight right here. Right. We just experienced the duping
What's happening here? What's happening here? It's a joke. Gabomi for $20 says, imagine a legal brothel where a trans person is claiming to be a woman. You'd expect the P and the V. Do you have to put the P in the A, or else is it a hate crime to say you changed your mind on the services? There you go.
That is a hate crime, and you will be incarcerated for that.
Yeah. I know. Listen, we've all had that experience, right? You go down to the whorehouse, the local whorehouse, and suddenly you accidentally get the trans woman instead of the woman, and you're like, Jerry, what was I supposed to do? I didn't want them to label me a transphobe, Jerry. I didn't want to get fired from my job.
Wow.
God, we need Seinfeld. There's so many great Seinfeld episodes in the making right now. The time George fucked a trans woman because he didn't want to get canceled.
Oh my God.
I thought they'd take me to jail, Jerry. Take you to jail. You're already in a prostitution whorehouse. George, that's illegal. Well, I didn't want to get incarcerated twice, Jerry. It's twice as bad.
That's so true. You're so good at this. Is Seinfeld dialogue right here.
I'm telling you, the current era we're living in is just built for Seinfeld.
It is.
What is gender spectrum?
That's a great question. My son was really confused. I feel like I'm ambushed because now I'm explaining to my son. He asked me, what does sexist mean? As a parent, I felt trapped. I felt I had to explain these concepts to my son. I felt like I was whittling away his innocence. This year, my 12-year-old daughter had a science teacher ask the class about their preferred gender pronouns.
I don't want a teacher talking to my child about gender pronouns. It is not appropriate. It's crossing a line.
Okay. It's like, is the music and the stings and the zoom-ins, is that meant to make it like satirical, or is it meant to make it dramatic?
Dramatic.
It comes off as satirical.
It does to us because we're internet people, okay?
Well, no.
There's two types of people, Sitch. There's the internet people and there's the normies.
The normies.
This scares the shit out of the normies. Okay?
I don't think that's why it comes off. I think it comes off as satirical because the people are just real people. They're not actors. And so their emotion, the way they're emoting does not match the tone of the music, even if what they're saying is like bad.
Are you sure? Because I'm sure they set this scene up. This looks like bad acting to me, but.
So I think that's what makes it fun. So, but that's what I'm curious. I'm curious if like the editor is like, oh, this is dramatics and this is a serious issue, so I gotta put the dramatic music. Or is it like, fuck these people, let me put in like the dramatic music so it looks silly.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that the editor's non-binary. And
I'm questioning. I'm questioning what the intention was.
Maybe so. Yeah, no.
It's unacceptable.
I mean, listen to the zoom in
about their preferred gender pronouns.
I don't want a teacher talking to my child about gender pronouns. It is not appropriate. It's crossing a line. It's unacceptable. This is a parent-child issue, not a teacher-child issue. I wanted my kids to have nothing to do with it. I had to pull both of my kids out of this school district.
I've decided not to pull my children out of the school district, but I'm fighting for change. I've been attending school board meetings.
That, you know why?
Good for him.
His son was like, Dad, don't you worry. I'm going to fuck with him every day. He's like, good kid. You and me. I'll attack him from the outside. You get him from the inside. They're like fucking commando team.
We need more parents attacking this nonsense.
I know.
At the school meetings.
Talk to your kids. Yeah. Talk to your kids. They're on your side. They want to bully people. Trust me, they're kids.
Okay. I'm not gonna. I don't. S-Class does not support.
Oh, there's some
the idea
people.
That you should teach your children to bully people.
Don't bully the non-binary people, but the teachers. Come on, they have.
You can tell them to fight back. Tell them to speak their minds, but always be nice and respectful. Don't be an asshole about it.
These kids.
That's what the internet's for. Waka waka.
These kids are.
It's a comedy show, Adam.
These kids are going into a dangerous environment, okay? These people are spreading lies.
That's true.
Can you imagine? Oh, if I was in a classroom where they were trying to teach intelligent design, it'd be over. It'd be over. I would not take that shit.
On one hand, I would hate to be in school now. On the other hand, it would be funny.
It would be hilarious. Are you kidding me?
Such like little shits.
Gender spectrum, my ass. I'd be like, listen, teacher. Listen.
Teacher, you said that gender is purely a social construct, but I have pre-printed 10 studies here that say that based on brain scans.
You'd go full James Damore on them. You'd be like, I don't understand. I have autism. This doesn't make any sense to me.
I wrote a 30-page report and I made a 20-minute YouTube video.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Do you know I have a friend of mine that's begging me to teach a class? This is the first year hearing of this. Yeah.
About what? Woke stuff?
I mean, I've thought about it. It would definitely be something like political, moral foundations, because that's what I feel like kids need to be taught. But it is a high school. It is a charter high school. Yeah.
Does your friend have any power for this to be reality?
Yeah,
this is just like wishful thinking.
No.
Oh.
No, she's been begging me to do it for
Mr. Friended might be teaching a class. You should do it.
She says all the kids want to do exactly what you're doing. Like she knows about this. We have a show and we talk the stuff we talk about and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, how long before someone will be calling her up saying, Adam's a Nazi. I can't believe you hired a fucking Nazi. Adam's a transphobic Nazi. What are you
I've
doing?
compiled a 10-hour compilation across 200 Sitch and Adam shows of all the worst things Adam has said.
She would go from being like a loving friend to being my worst enemy.
It's like in a second. In a second.
Maybe. I don't know.
See,
I guess
this is what happened. Chat. This is what happened. Okay, Adam told his friend. She's like, oh, Adam, I heard you're into streaming. He's like, oh yeah, I stream all the time. I have the YouTube show. She's like, oh, that's so great. You should teach a class. And she's thinking like, you're going to teach a class about like how to stream on the internet. And you're like, moral foundations, wokeism is religion. You're like full red pill. This poor lady is like, what are you doing, Adam?
I mean, I talked to her about I talk to her regularly about politics and stuff like that. So she would definitely. I mean, I feel like we're setting up kids for failure because we got a bunch of woke teachers who think progressivism is science and that conservatism is a mental illness. They're basically just setting up children for failure. It's like, no, that's not the case.
There you go. Teach a height class. That'd be awesome.
Can you imagine like? We've used a sports analogy on the show a bunch of times. Can you imagine learning about football and your coach comes out and says basically, okay, all the defensive guys are mentally ill. Okay, they're fucking delusional, right? Right? All of us offensive people, we're the moral ones. Now we need to look down on the defensive people. Okay.
Well, to be clear, you mean the defensive people on your own team.
On your own team, yeah, exactly. Because I mean, if you conceptualize society as like there's progress and tradition, and we need progress, otherwise we'll become, stagnant.
Basically, on a sports analogy, you'd be like, listen, the defense is made up of. The defense on our team is made up of incompetent buffoons who are all crazy psychopaths.
Yeah, anti-science people,
Anti-science. So whatever you do, don't give up the ball. Don't let the other team get the ball. Don't even score, because if you score, then the defense will have to come into play. Just have the ball and just run around the field for as long as possible. Just maintain control of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you take the analogy in a good direction. Definitely.
That's exactly what's happening with politics. Both teams in politics right now, their plan is to maintain control of the ball, and that's about it.
Yes, yeah. They're not even paying attention. And Russia is on the other team going, ha ha, look, they're not even playing the game. Let's take over Crimea. Yeah, no. But kids, I think, it would be good for kids to understand this conceptualization so they didn't walk around believing that conservatives were incompetent, fucking hate-filled bigots. And also, there's got to be a bunch of kids in these classes that have conservative intuitions that are just like shaking their head at all this stuff, but just too afraid to speak up. Give them an opportunity to speak.
Giorgio Quattrocento for $2 says the H in the name Thomas is silent.
True.
Yeah. Well, fuck you, Tom.
Why do you want to do that? You're so mean.
I'm sticking by it. Thyme should be thyme. Time is time, okay? These are different concepts. These are different words. They're spelled differently for correct reasons. Okay?
So we had a recent debate with Counterpoints, Connor, on non-binary gender pronouns. He was in favor of non-binary gender pronouns, but dependent upon the situation, right? How do you extrapolate that personal policy to a classroom? I don't think you can.
What do you mean?
Well, here we're having like a student board meeting. Like the problem is kind of the gender activist parents wanting to fight with the other parents via this institution called public school.
Right. I understand.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
They're like, we want to pick a fight, and we feel like doing it through the school district is really the way to do it. Because these activists, man, they just love to make drama for people, right?
They do. Mark Ellison for $20 says this money is for the Adam and Sitch polyamorous gay wedding cake fund. Can't wait to see the fan art from Team Truth. From that, there you go. Thank you. Terrible, but thank you.
Yes, thank you.
For about a year now. What's happening across the country is teachers could get fired if they use the wrong gender pronoun. That just seems wrong.
This is my mission in life, to protect my children, and however I need to do that, I will. What Matt and I and a group of us are doing is we're working to have the school board removed completely.
Look at how whoever they're trying to get to resign, they've blotted out his name. Step down.
That's siren music in the background.
They don't want anyone to torment this person.
A lot of people I know, a lot of parents I know are afraid to speak up, and I speak for them, and I'm not afraid.
Arlo, how old is the baby now?
Yeah. Let's look up her social media account and see how bombarded.
Hey, listen, I'm on
this.
board. I am on that train.
Yeah.
Not the A train.
No, that is the A train.
No.
Yeah. A train's leaving the station, buddy.
A train's getting derailed about children, parents voting for them.
Taxation is
stupid
theft,
like
guys.
That.
Don't listen to Sitch.
A train is getting derailed over the fact that taxation is cleaning your room.
All right. Here's your 6th grade teacher.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Oh, there you go.
What's going on, Sitch? What are you
There you
thinking?
go.
What are you thinking when this is your 6th grade teacher?
I'm thinking, why is a living pencil eraser teaching my class? That's what I'm thinking.
You know, 6th graders are known for their empathy, for their storied empathy for other people.
Yes.
You don't know this, but
I'm well aware. I remember what it was like to be in 6th grade and just having, infinite love and abundance of empathy for all of God's creatures. Yeah.
Okay, I remember it being a bit different. I
Really?
remember it being like just a hate-filled mob and you trying to adjust yourself so you weren't at the bottom of the stack on that hate-filled
That's
mob.
true. I mean, I remember in 6th grade, that's when you're in like your destructive phase. You just want to
Totally
fuck shit up for no reason, just because you're an asshole.
You're like, let's pick 5 people that are going to be the enemies, and everybody else is going to go after.
What's
them.
up with the weird? She has like the.
Did you just assume her gender pronouns?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You don't know that. You don't know
they,
what
them,
are.
she, her. They have the it's like the transgender logo sex symbol on their lapel, but it's not at the top. It's got like it looks like a person is trying to like escape from it. Can you zoom in on that? It looks like someone is like stuck inside the female symbol and they're like, help. They're like pulling their body out of it.
Them would be easier than they, them, to be honest with you. They, them is just, it's a bridge too far. Can't do it. Sorry, guys.
Actually going to be 4 in February.
Has Sparrow decided as...
Okay. First of all, fuck you for naming your child Sparrow. You fucking asshole.
This is child abuse right here. I mean, plain and simple.
Named your child Sparrow? Come on.
Can you imagine all the gendered teaching that you got from 0 to 4? It's like tons of it.
Children are their kid. Okay, kids are your kids. They're not your Pokemon. Okay, don't name them Sparrow.
I mean, I haven't had kids, so I don't know. But does a 4-year-old leave the house? I guess.
Of course, you don't let your 4-year-old just wander the playground.
Can a 4-year-old walk? I mean, what happens? Hold on, what happens?
But Adam, you just ask a 4-year-old can walk.
I hope a 4-year-old can walk.
How else am I supposed to get my cigs from the store? Okay, my 4-year-old gets them for me.
You send your 4-year-old? Well, I'm curious. I guess a 4-year-old always goes to the bathroom with an adult, but
I don't remember I'm pretty sure when I was 4, I could go to the bathroom myself.
Okay, so what?
You mean like if I was in public? They would go in with me. They would, right, sure.
So
make sure I don't get like attacked or something.
Sparrow goes to the movie theater
with.
Oh my God, what is the non-binary equivalent of mom
with
or
pencil
dad?
Head?
With parent.
With pencil head here.
Right. Sparrow goes to the movie theater with parent. Does parent just say, which bathroom do you want to use today? I mean, how's that conversation take place? I mean, with me, it was like, gotta go to the little boys' room. You need to go to the little boys' room. Well, I can't go in there. Have your dad go with you. Like, how's that conversation take place?
It's totally psychotic, and you're probably right. every time this person has to go to the bathroom with their kid, they're like, "What do you feel like today? Which bathroom do you feel like going in today?"
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just
terrible.
This is why I'm talking about the practicality of something like this.
Right.
This is not a practical way to live. This is not a practical way to raise your children. And I mean, the religion comparison is just apt. This is like a religious ceremony every time the kid goes to the fucking can.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you picking today?
Become the Knight for $20. Says, "Hey Adam, need more free will sold? I'll purchase some as security so you can print more MMT propaganda."
Oh my no.
Just kidding. Love the show and love you too. Thank you. Become the Knight.
Thank you.
I like that.
Yes.
We should we're gonna start printing some free will securities to offset free will inflation that some of you have been worried will happen. So
hell yeah. Free will inflation. I wanted to give also Sword and Scale and Binger Chillin' a shout out.
Yes.
On the Tuesday stream, I made a joke that I thought was hilarious about how someone should super chat us $1,000 so we could see how high a super chat you could send. And we were just joking around, and Binger Chillin' sent in $1,000 super chat on Streamlabs.
Yes.
And then Sword and Scale sent in a $2,138.56 super chat. Okay.
Yes.
Sitch and I were both pretty shell-shocked for like an hour. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So super nice to you guys. And I just want to give them a shout out here. So
thank you.
Oh, agenda?
Yes.
Oh, that's a great question. Sparrow is in a point of learning and exploration with a lot of things, including gender.
Arlo did not assign 3-year-old child gender at birth.
Mm-hmm. So it's Arlo. They don't give
Arlo
us
gender.
There's no he, him, or they,
of course.
them,
of course,
so
they have a.
We're left to guess, right?
Yeah, and they have a gender vague name.
I'm guessing that this is a biological female.
Really, Adam? Is that really? That's your guess here?
Or
wow.
Or a biological male attempting to look like a biological female.
That was a biological woman.
No? Okay. Well, I don't know. It's like we've abolished gender. I don't know.
That's true.
Whatever.
That's probably why they named their kid Sparrow. They're like, my kid has to have a name that doesn't have a binary gender association to it.
But the situation that I have set up, they're taking the kid to see Twilight.
Twilight.
What do non-binary?
God, what boomer.
What movie are non-binary people gonna go see?
Adam, it's the year 2022. They obviously watch Rocky Horror Picture Show. Okay.
So taking the kid, taking Sparrow to the midnight movies, right?
To see some Tim Curry and drag. Yes.
Right. What better way to kind of learn about your to explore your sexuality than the Rocky Horror Picture Show? But the answer was that Sparrow is still learning a lot, still exploring gender. I picture like the conversation. Which bathroom are you going to use? Like, how long are you going to be in there exploring your gender?
Bitch, the only thing your kid's exploring is a can of SpaghettiOs. You don't give a fuck about gender. He's 4 years old. Get the fuck out of here.
Isn't this the kind of thing that you're looking to your parents for guidance on?
Yes, it would be natural. Yeah, normally. Yeah.
This is like dropping your kid in the swimming pool and saying, explore how to swim.
There you go.
Just figure it out. You'll figure it out. It'll be great.
He'll figure it out.
I'm rewinding a little bit because I want to hear that. Here's the response.
Gender?
Yes.
Oh, that's a great question. Sparrow is in a point of learning and exploration with a lot of things, including gender. Language with children at 4 is very, they're figuring it out. And so currently, Sparrow uses he for everyone. No, it doesn't matter what their pronouns are.
So basically, the kid is misgendering everyone right and left. So obviously, you haven't taught him that is offensive to some people, right? Especially trans people who hate to be misgendered. It's a threat on their actual safety. But your kid is cool doing that. I get it.
Let them explore, okay? God.
Yeah. Why can't we just explore? Why can't we label everyone he, him?
I identify as a 3-year-old perpetually exploring, okay?
Oh, that's terrible.
Don't mind me wandering into the women's locker room. I'm a 3-year-old child just exploring.
I know. Okay, Jessica, Yaniv.
They just call everyone he, rather not. They don't conjugate it correctly. They don't use him or his or anything. Just he for everything. So we joke that he is Sparrow's preferred pronoun because that's.
Look at these parents here. On stage are the parents who were talking about pulling their kids out of school, and the one woman has the biggest scowl on her face. Like,
well, this is so dumb. It's like, well, my child, he, they call everyone he. So they're not doing that because they're a 4-year-old child that doesn't really understand gender. It's because that's them trying to tell us that they're truly male.
Well, this is where the conflict arises, and it's interesting because in society, society really is. You're always going to have conflict between people, and how you structure society to deal with that conflict is really what weighs the better societies from the worst societies, right? She's in a situation right now where we've developed this institution called public school that's super convenient for parents. You drop your kid in public school and they're going to learn reading, writing, and math, right? And they're going to be somewhat socialized with other people. And then you get activists like Arlo here, who is like, no, I'm going to use the public schools to teach everyone that gender is a social construct and that assigning people a gender at birth based on their genitalia is actually bigotry and evil, right? And they want to come into that institution and restructure it to basically suit their own religious purposes.
Right.
And this person is saying, listen, I fucking work for a living, okay? I don't have time for you forcing your religion into my life through the public schools. And it creates all this conflict.
Well, and that's what's so offensive about this is that the left has been the champion of secular schooling for a long time.
Oh, I
as long
know.
As I was
irony, fucking
and
irony.
it was all like, oh, if you want to go to religious school, go to religious school, pay for it yourself. It's not going to be on the public dime.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's fine. And now it's like, as you just said, now it's like, oh, well, we want to shove our religion into the public school.
Yeah.
It's
sick.
It's sick.
Not only that, the religious schools now are filling up with atheist kids. All the parents are like, I'm atheist, but the fucking shit that's going on in the public school is worse than this. If I have to, if I'm forced a religion on me, I'm going with Jesus here. Catholic, you're wearing a Catholic uniform, right?
Right. Yeah.
At least I don't. At least I know you're not going to be questioning your gender by the time you're 8.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That's what they use for everyone. As far as for themselves, though, they're not coming consistently saying, I would like, I want to be a boy or a girl, or I feel like I'm an unbinary. We don't have heavy, in-depth, overt communications. It's not like every morning I wake them up and say, all right, what's your gender today? Hoping they'll finally give me an answer. So it doesn't come up like that.
Okay.
What I would give for the 2-week study, just the hidden cameras in the home type thing.
Mm-hmm. See what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To see if it's really, it's probably a bunch of nonsense, to be honest with you. That's
it's probably a little boy who does a bunch of very stereotypical little boy shit. And, but no, we're supposed to pretend like, oh, there's no biology here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The hidden camera would expose dolls, shit, fuck, get away from me. Throwing dolls away. Mom, why are you doing this shit? Where are the trucks?
Right, right.
He's like the most patriarchal kid you could ever imagine.
I don't want to play with dolls. Dolls are for girls. What did you just say? I mean, dolls are not my preferred toy at this moment in time space. According to my perceived gender at the moment. That's better.
I know. He's got friends at school that are like,
he's 4, so I mean, it's like a preschool.
Oh, I guess not. Yeah, you're right. They don't begin.
That's when I was dressing up as Zorro going to preschool. Okay.
4 preschool.
Yeah.
It's probably a full non-binary preschool. Everyone in there is non-binary.
You decided this was important to leave unspecified, undetermined. Why?
Because of the fact that gender is so social and it is such a social construct. Now, we say we shouldn't interact with one another differently. because of our genders. Like everyone deserves the same respect and treatment. But it has been scientifically proven that children are interacted with very differently based on whether they are assumed to be a boy or a girl. You know, girl children are held more, boy children are given, you know, mechanical toys more often, all of these.
Addison is nodding like crazy. I was never held. She's very correct.
There you go.
No one ever held me.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure that's true to some degree. Obviously, there's going to be a difference.
Yeah.
Kind of examples, anecdotes. And I felt it was important for Sparrow to get the chance to figure themselves out without all of that pressure, intervention, and programming.
It seems like
It's literally the opposite, though, because, like, I don't know, this is my personal experience. When I was growing up, I didn't have any pressure about trying to figure out whether I was a boy or I was a girl.
Totally. Okay. Yeah, I do feel it's the opposite.
Yeah, there was no pressure for me. It was very obvious. I was like, "Oh, I'm a boy. This is a girl." I understood the concept
the decision
intuitively.
Was made. Yeah.
Yes, decision was made. I understood it. I had no problem with it. I understand it's not everyone's experience, but fine. So, but to say like, "Oh, I'm not going to gender my child. I'm going to name them fucking Sparrow. I'm not going to say whether they're a boy or girl or not." You're adding way more pressure. Your kid's if your kid goes to public school, they're going to be super confused the first day of class.
Yes, they're going to be super confused. They're going to be ostracized.
Right.
None of the preparation for the environment you're going to drop them in is going to be there. This bugs me a lot. Maybe it bugs you too. The whole idea that because something is a social construct, that means it's arbitrary or immaterial. Because
arbitrary, immaterial, and worthy of getting rid of.
Listen, money is a social construct. Are you telling me you're not going to teach your kid about money? Like it's the same exact problem, right? Like you show up at the Burger King and you're like, what? Like, I want French fries, but like, yes, there are a lot of things that are social constructs that we have, we've constructed institutions to deal with, interacting with other people in a way that, creates an environment where people know what to expect. You're completely throwing that out the window. It's like you wouldn't tell a child you're going to have to determine your own exchange of value system. It's like, what? And I feel like they're doing kind of the same thing with gender. Like 90% of the people, by the time they're 4 years old and dropped into school, are going to be oriented in a certain direction. And this person is just put at a complete disadvantage.
True.
Yeah.
We should just keep the dialogue going and hopefully find some middle ground.
I have a question. Arlo, you mentioned that you don't have your child discussing pronouns or figuring out their pronouns yet. And yet in school, our kids are being asked what their pronoun is. I'm confused about how that works. And then there's always this fluidity right around what pronoun you are each day. So it's constantly changing. How confusing.
I think what it is. Oh, sorry. I think what it is that I sympathize with the hurt and distress that I.
Finally, Arlo uses they, them pronouns.
They, them.
We finally know. Okay, good.
I wonder if Arlo was their birth name. Or I'm sorry, their slave name. Or whether that's a chosen name.
You're so bad.
I know.
Yeah. You know this person has an excellent relationship with their parents. Come on. Come on.
Do I know that, Adam? Do I?
I
don't. What's up with this Dr. Phil thing? It's like the James Lindsay thing. Like, let's have like a bunch of guests on stage, and then we're gonna put a guest like 20 feet away in the audience to us to shout at them. Like
social distancing.
It's so strange. This is a weird setup. Like, why isn't everyone just on stage? I don't understand.
They don't want the non-binary ideology to infect the rest of the panel.
I don't know. I don't know why they're doing this.
This is the heckler from the crowd. See?
Yeah, well, like that's what it makes it feels like. It makes it feel like a crazy person just like wandered in off the street and sat down in the front of the audience and is shouting at them, and they're just panning to them occasionally.
I like it. I think it's very David Lynch.
I think it's a terrible decision.
Yeah. She should be smoking a big cigar though.
There you go.
That would be better.
Sense from you all. I also wouldn't want my child to learn things from their teachers at school that were topics I was uncomfortable with or I didn't know how I'd want to talk about them. Your children are going to need to know how to navigate a world in which non-binary and transgender people exist.
This is a great conversation to have at home, out of the school. This should not be.
Yeah, but so your kids are going to have to navigate a world with a lot of like complicated moral questions. That doesn't mean you teach those complicated moral questions to them when they're 5.
Yeah,
right.
Totally.
Or it doesn't mean that you teach these complicated moral questions to them when they're in public school either, necessarily. So that's not really a good answer. It's kind of a big non-answer.
They want to force these complicated moral questions into school, though. They really do.
But they don't. No, they don't. They want to force their complicated moral answers into school.
Look, Sparrow is literally non-binary. She's dropping Sparrow off at 5. You know, he's going to be like the activist in the school. That's the plan. That is the plan. Do you disagree that that is like exactly what's going on? These people have
that's the hope.
An agenda.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Yeah. And this guy's got his kid there. He's in the fight. His kids, they're having conversations at the dinner table about this stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Curriculum.
We're out of time, but I thank everyone for your thoughts and ideas and for remaining civil about the conversation.
The dispute over gender pronouns.
I don't identify exclusively with being
I love the fact that
stop pausing it there.
a man or a woman.
Okay.
No, I love the fact. Oh, you don't want to see that? I love the fact that Dr. Phil says, thank you so much for keeping this civil. And then immediately goes into like the high energy, high conflict, a disagreement over gender pronouns.
This time on Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
3 people almost died in the battle of ideas over gender pronouns. Tune in and watch.
Let's watch the rest of this here. I won't pause again.
For your thoughts and
Listen
ideas
to that
and for
music,
remaining
too.
civil about the conversation.
The dispute over gender pronouns.
A dispute.
I don't identify exclusively with being a man or a woman. I use they and them as my pronouns.
You don't get
Did you hear that horror movie like, wee?
I know. It's great.
your own pronouns.
You think it's a delusion.
In school, our kids are being asked what their pronoun is.
This is a war on gender.
New Dr. Phil.
Check local listings.
Thank you. If that really helps me find this, check my local listings. Go fuck yourself.
Come on.
Listen, I wanted to watch the whole episode, but couldn't find it, guys. It's unfortunate. But
probably more fortunate. Are we going to watch the other Dr. Phil clip or?
Oh, we could watch. What was the other Dr. Phil clip?
The other Dr. Phil clip is good too. The one with the crazy lady who basically says all women belong in the kitchen. She's the gender activist that says all women belong in the kitchen. But
that was on a Matt Walsh video, right?
Oh, it's not. I believe it's on the Dr. Phil, but we can watch something else. It doesn't matter.
We can. Well, do you have it? Do you know where it is?
It's on the Dr. Phil channel. Where'd you get this one?
I don't think it was on the Dr. Phil channel. I think it was on Matt Walsh's channel.
Oh, you got this off of Matt Walsh's channel?
No, I didn't. No, I'm saying I think the clip you're referring to is a smaller clip nestled within a Matt Walsh video.
Yeah, because he got it off the Dr. Phil channel, but I'll look it up. No big deal.
Yeah, you look it up. I will. I'll read some super chats. I couldn't find it on the Dr. Phil channel. Mark Ellison for another $50. Thank you so much, Mark. Says the reason why you would use their pronouns is because there is utility in kindness and compassion. There you go, Adam. Feelings are a part of the facts. If I have to call a person a different gender so they don't commit self-harm, I am fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I think that works for people with gender dysphoria.
I don't think that works for non-binary genders. I don't think there's been, well, at least I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of like a literature around people killing themselves because of they identified non-binary and society was like pressuring them. I'm not aware of that, but I agree with that in terms of gender dysphoria. Connor Drake.
On the individual level, I have no problem. You know, if it's someone that you have a relationship with and you respect, you know, that's completely fine and acceptable. Mm-hmm. My problem is that I feel like these people are they're creating conflict in people's lives for religious reasons, basically, which I just completely detest. And they're not even willing to admit that this is like some religious crusade that they're on. They're like, this is just the facts.
Right.
Like the woman with a sparrow, she's saying, you're literally going to have to interact with trans and non-binary people, which I agree. But at the same time, she's literally creating a non-binary person. There's no evidence that the person that the child that she's raising is going to be non-binary. You can raise kids to be non-binary.
Of course. Of course.
I mean,
probably won't be.
Yeah. I mean, yes, probably won't be, but.
Connor Drake for $20 says, I hereby identify as Lord PSA Sitch. Therefore, Adam must invite me on the stream. Speak to me as Sitch and treat me as Sitch otherwise. There you go.
Yeah, no, otherwise I'm going to be labeled a transphobe and canceled.
You're a Sitch transphobe. Yeah. There you go.
Very true.
The Figure 13 for 8 Aussies says, famous trans man Buck Angel said it was easier for his dad to acknowledge him being trans than it was to acknowledge him being a lesbian. Interesting.
Really?
So there you go. That goes to what you were saying.
Yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, Jay. Says, hey, you guys don't have kids, so I'm unable to listen to your daddy-daughter things.
J-Mac, doesn't he have a daughter? He knows.
He knows.
Yeah.
J-Mac for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, I don't think Matt has a problem with being authoritarian woke so as long as it's religious. He strikes me as the type that would cheer on Jack Thompson and lobby against D&D. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I thought J-Mac had a son, but
J-Mac has multiple kids, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Besides us, you mean?
Yeah.
The Reaper Enjoyer for $20 says, hey, my parasocial buddies, I need some advice. Can you guys point me to a good travel agent? I'm planning a romantic vacation with my girlfriend to Vosh's Coconut Island. S-Class gives me gas, and A-Team, it makes me cream. There you go.
I was hoping that was going to a joke. I'm like, travel agents? Who has a travel agent these days? I mean,
it's the year 2022.
I am old enough to have used a travel agent,
yes.
But most people I don't think normally do the travel agent thing. But if you get stuck on Vosh's Coconut Island, I feel for you.
Listen, if your girlfriend's not going to like it on Vosh's Coconut Island, okay? She's going to see you sucking Vosh's dick, and she's just not going to be into it. She's never going to see you in the same light, and she's going to break up with you. So I'd highly recommend
avoid
travel to Vosh's Coconut Islands. Okay.
Oh, I can't find it, so we'll have to bring up the other thing.
Aydin Paladin for another $5. Thank you, Aydin. Says this is legitimately the cereal is soup question. By the way, please answer. Also answer if pizza is a sandwich. Okay. Listen. Cereal is not soup. Anyone that says cereal soup is an insane person. Actually, no. Anyone that says cereal soup is a troll, and they're just saying it to fuck with you. Okay. There's no honest person that honestly believes that cereal is soup. That is a troll position. That's the position Adam gets when he delights somebody.
Yeah. There's no unhappier two words pushed together than cold soup. Cold soup is just ugh.
There you go.
It's disgusting. Just it makes my brain rebel. Who wants to eat cold soup? Cold soup is torture.
Well, also when you get your soup, okay, the server doesn't come out and they pour a bunch of like ingredients into your bowl, and then once all they have these dry ingredients in your bowl, they come out with like a ladle and pour like broth on top of it. That's not how soup is prepared. Okay?
Yeah.
In cereal, the milk is an accoutrement. It's an added on to the cereal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not that way with soup. And also, pizza is not a sandwich. I've never even heard of that one before. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't even make sense.
Calzone is like
pizza is an open face. Yeah, calzone is different, but a pizza is not an open face sandwich. Again, the fucking woke socialist Adam. They're coming in and they're taking our pizza sandwiches and our soup cereals.
Why aren't we watching this? My husband accused me of cheating with over 170 people. Dr. Phil is going.
We can watch it if you want. See what's going on there.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil knows where the clickbait is, okay? Are we actually going to watch that video? Now I'm curious.
Vosh is like, only 170?
Only? God, stop being so insecure, okay?
Exactly.
Wait, let's bring it up.
You wanted to, oh, we can't watch that.
You can't watch that? You think you'll get copyright hit?
I mean, I'm curious.
I'm telling you, I'm curious. We'll watch it for like a second to see what's going. I just want to go see what's going on there.
2 days ago,
Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
He believes his wife has cheated and lied. Oh. Oh my God.
I mean, it's a lot of people.
Why would you go on Dr. Phil? I mean,
my husband cheated on me with 174 people, and all I got was a Dr. Phil episode. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, this is. I'm not sure. This.
Okay, we won't watch it.
I might think Dr. Phil might be evil.
Okay. Really? You're just coming to this realization now?
Oh my God.
It has.
Okay. Let's see Hasan lose his shit at the chat.
Okay, so.
Wow, Hasan looks. I mean.
What? Did you just fall in love with Hasan, Adam? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I thought from that angle he looks like he might be putting on some
weight. Yeah. You think Hasan's getting fat?
A little bit. I mean, it kind of looked that way.
Maybe.
I don't want to fat shame anyone.
He's getting fat and lazy. I believe it.
It is Hasan.
So, Hasan had a debate, a 2-on-1 debate with a black gay TikToker named Christian Walker, who I'm not familiar with. And he also had someone from Chapo Trap House on to back him up in case he needed some help here. That's the guy who's sitting in the background. I don't know how I feel about that. If I'm going to be on a stream and someone's like, okay, I want this person to sit next to me. I want you to sit like 8 feet behind us. Like, I don't know if I'm down to be that guy, right?
What are you talking about? I mean, you basically are that guy. I bring my smart guy along on all my debates.
Oh, look at this fucking.
I mean, come on,
this motherfucker.
We all know who the better debater is here. Like everyone knows.
Yeah, look at the name of the channel. What does it say, Adam? What's the name of the channel?
It says Sitch and Adam, but at the same time, you are filling. I am filling the start fights with people online, and you're fulfilling finish the fight in a debate.
That's true. No,
I know.
Saying, right,
okay.
No, but I'm saying I wouldn't want to be the guy that has to sit 8 feet in the background, like the third wheel. I don't know. It seems weird to me. Anyway.
So you're just the seating is what bothers you.
Yes.
Not the social dynamic.
Well, the seating is part of the social dynamic. But
I'm so glad you got another short video. It's only 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Perfect.
This is 6 hours and 9 minutes.
I was like, what the fuck?
So okay, but so we're gonna do this like Inception. Okay, we're gonna do this backwards. So Hasan has this debate with Christian Walker. I watched part of it. It's like a 5-hour debate. A lot of it's very boring. But apparently at the end of it, they talk about transgender stuff, which I did listen to some of it. And Hasan's chat feels that Hasan did so poorly in this conversation that they start attacking him for platforming this gay black Republican. And Hasan has a complete and total meltdown, and it's hilarious to watch. So I figure we should watch Hasan have his meltdown first. This is a 2-day meltdown, by the way. We should watch Hasan's meltdown first, and then we'll go back and listen to some of the debate. That sound good to you, Adam?
Hell yeah, I love it. It's actually the aftermath.
Yeah, so we're gonna watch the aftermath first.
Do we need any of this other stuff? Because can I just blow up Hasan and the guys here?
You can just you can blow up Hasan. Well, no, Hasan blows himself up. Don't worry.
Oh, he does.
Hasan blows himself, Adam. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, so this is directly after the conversation is over. The guy Christian has just left the building.
And that
He
was
wasn't even supposed
that was
to
the
be.
black guy there?
Yes, Christian is the black guy.
And the other guy was a Chapo trap
That's
house
the Chapo trap house hanger on.
Okay, here we go. Hasan's soaking it in. He's like,
bro, put a trigger warning up on the stream title next time. A lot of people didn't know who Christian was, and this would turn into that. No. No. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you little fucking bitch. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hasan Piker, leftist champion of the downtrodden, of the oppressed, tells you to shut the fuck up, little bitch. Is he not like the ultimate grifter?
I'm torn. I'm super torn here because
on one hand you're like, fuck, I don't trigger warning, hell yeah.
I know we're not much in favor of trigger warnings.
No.
We didn't give Sitch a trigger warning when that bearded lady was coming out.
I know.
I
know.
We made him suffer through it, right?
But here's the
basically
thing, Hasan
told
is
him,
the one
you
who's triggered
bitch.
here.
Oh, I know.
That
I
super
know.
chat needed to or that chat had needed to have a trigger warning for Hasan.
It should have said trigger warning, light criticism of Hasan. Right?
Yes.
And then this. Well, let's back it up a little bit because he changed his screen situation here. Let's see if I can.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you little fucking bitch. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Suck my cock. Okay? I'm a political
strong feminist, not misogynist, fighter of the people, Hasan Piker.
It always comes down to the suck my cock with him.
It does. It's always his go-to insult. Suck my. What does that mean, Adam? That means he's a misogynist.
I have never told anyone in our chat
cock.
to suck my dick. I've never done it. I've never.
It's weird.
Done it.
I've never used that as like an insult.
Yeah.
Either like, hey, suck my dick. It's like, what?
Yes. Yeah.
Political commentator. I am a fucking political commentator. I talk about transphobic shit all the fucking time. There's transphobia that happens when we're talking about transphobic shit all the fucking time. It's a built-in trigger warning, okay? Just because a conversation is going to go to a transphobic space doesn't mean I'm going to be like, oh, wow, let me go and change the fucking title real quick to make sure that there's a trigger warning here, especially because 95% of the fucking conversations are happening in real time. Don't know when that's going to happen.
So what you're witnessing is Hasan is upset that he's now being held to the standard that he has been promoting via woke leftism for the last 4 or 5 years. And it's like, why should I have to? Again, Hasan Piker, why should I have to live by the standards of the things I preach? Okay.
Is he promoting that standard?
Sure. He's been promoting this whole ideology, okay, of everyone has to change and create the safe space for me, as opposed to me having to become resilient to things that bother me. Hasan has totally been pushing.
Well, he's pretty against trigger warnings, it seems. So I don't know.
He's only against trigger warnings because someone is criticizing him for it.
Right. So normally he's in favor of trigger warning.
If the situation was reversed, or let's say if this was Destiny, Hasan would be like, Destiny, I can't believe you didn't put a trigger warning. Okay. These people have been oppressed. Okay. And they've been carrying this oppressed generational trauma for years, Destiny. I don't understand how you, as a cis, straight white man, cannot appreciate the trauma that these people are carrying and just respect that with something as simple as just putting a trigger warning in the title.
Destiny, you made a pro-capitalism video. I can't believe you know how capitalism has oppressed people for years, and you didn't even put a trigger warning in there, okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who have to work, and they see this pro-capitalist video. You're such a piece of shit, Destiny.
And it doesn't even actually fucking end up changing the title for you on your end. So you're going to fucking click on it anyway. So if you click in and you hear some transphobia, you go, oh my God, this is not for me. Move out. Click out.
Click out.
Oh. You should probably put a trigger warning up in the stream description. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
So mad.
Fuck you. Shut up. Shut up.
He's so mad.
Oh, he's reading The Atlantic now.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
And there's another listen. He gets mad again.
I'm sure trans people see this stream as a safe space, so it's pretty fucking jarring to come in on that. Damn. No, it's not, because trans people in my community, and there's plenty of them, know that we fucking talk about transphobia regularly, okay? And at this point, they fucking either tune out or don't stay for that, or they know what the fuck is going on. Easy for you to say when you don't struggle with being trans. Okay, but it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, okay? I'm not accommodating to you as a trans individual when I'm talking about transphobia. I don't care. You know this already. I've had this conversation with my...
Why? So this is the problem with this argument. This is such a hypocritical argument. Why can't you just say, well, I'm not going to accommodate a trans person's pronouns?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean, isn't it the same argument? Because you're saying, listen, because the person would be saying, Hasan, you're not putting a trigger warning here for my safe space is causing mental harm to me, which would make me more likely to commit self-harm. I mean, it goes down the same logic tree.
My trans chatters regularly. I don't care if it's not accommodating to you when we're having a conversation about transphobia, where I'm having a conversation with a transphobic person. I care more about the overwhelming majority of people who have never thought about transphobia ever and probably also have transphobic thoughts. So I will be accommodating.
Listen, I don't care. Using Hasan's argument, I don't care about the tiny amount of trans people. I care about the overwhelming majority of people that fit neatly into a gender binary and are totally fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Accommodating to them before you. Do you know why? Because this isn't for you. You're already trans. You live in a world where everyone is transphobic. I care more about the transphobic person not being transphobic anymore. Sorry. I don't give a fuck about your own personal accommodations of the situation, because most people do not live and understand what it's like to be fucking trans.
So
that made absolutely no sense.
I love it. If you think about what he just said, it's insane. He just said, I don't care how you, a trans person, feels.
Right. Yeah.
Because I care about the fact that there are people that hate trans people out there. That's like saying, listen, I don't care how you as a black man feel. Okay. All I care about is destroying the racist out there.
Right.
I don't care how about you, the person who is suffering from the racism, actually feels about anything. I just care about fighting these other people. This is the perfect example of George Orwell's, the communists don't love the poor, they hate the rich.
Yes.
Is what it is. Hasan doesn't love the trans person. He just hates the reactionary right.
Yeah, I saw Destiny say that exact thing in a video right before we started streaming. He said that the Orwell thing. That,
really?
Yeah, that they don't love the poor, they just hate the rich. Yeah. And I was like,
in regards to this clip?
Yeah, I was thinking
that's funny.
I was like, we should pair that Destiny thing, because Jordan Peterson says the same exact thing.
Right.
And Destiny is always like anti-Jordan Peterson. I always wonder why. Like, it'd be funny to have the clip of him saying that right next to Jordan Peterson saying that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
At least he would have to respond to it.
Right.
I think Destiny's just anti-Jordan Peterson because he's milked an audience that's anti-Jordan Peterson. Obviously, our audience is totally pro-Jordan Peterson.
Right. Which they're correct for being.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's got a bad rap. Like, he's completely miscategorized by these fucking imbeciles.
Ultimately, that is the reason why 98% of the time when we're not talking about transphobia, you get to come back here with 50,000 fucking individuals and watch MasterChef without fear that someone is going to be transphobic, okay?
I like that that's his big appeal. Do you want to watch MasterChef?
In a trans safe environment?
You can't do this on your own. You have to watch my fucking stream to watch MasterChef.
Well,
didn't he get a huge copyright strike, I thought, for the MasterChef stuff?
Yeah, is this old? No, this is brand new.
This is from a couple days ago.
And he's still
maybe
doing
that's why he's
MasterChef?
referencing it. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's funny because this was like the whole thing with it was him and was it Pokimane or some other person?
Yeah,
and they're all like trying to say like, oh, it's totally okay for streamers to just watch a TV show, not comment on it whatsoever, just fucking watch it with the chat and react and go, huh.
Yeah,
and like that should be legally allowed. It's totally fucking crazy.
No, you got to add commentary.
You have to transform the material in some way.
Yeah.
But I mean, he is a socialist, so no private property, I guess.
This shit makes me so mad. Every fucking time we do this, every fucking time there's a conversation about transphobia or trans people, there is always trans chatters that's like, fuck you. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you fucking did this. It's like
he's figuring it out, but not figuring it out.
I know.
He's saying exactly what we're like. Yeah, don't you think that's a problem, Hasan, when you can't even have a conversation about this stuff without people going, you're threatening my lived existence. I'm suicidal and I'm going to commit suicide. You know what's a form of mental abuse? Someone constantly telling you that they're going to commit suicide if you don't modify your behavior. That's mental abuse, okay? Those people want to fucking mentally abuse you. I would argue that even in the Dr. Phil clip, the little fucking the lady who's raising her child non-binary is doing it just to fuck with people. To fuck with people. Just to fuck with them. Like she fucking, you guaranteed she's got a Facebook feed that's filled with Trump hate for the last 4 years. She's like, I'm so sick of conservatives. How can I get to them? I know. I'll put my kid on a collision course with the fucking school district. Like,
come here, Sparrow. Fly, my messenger.
Yes.
Fly.
Yes. And here's Hasan enunciating the exact problem. Why I can't even talk about trans issues without people fucking with me.
Why do I have to feel like I have to walk on eggshells? If only someone had been complaining about the oversensitive nature about leftists before this moment.
Yeah. Why do you have to walk on eggshells, Hasan? It's a shame that you have to do that.
I know.
Don't do that. Well, I guess he's not now. He's officially coming out against that.
Yeah, now that he's helped cultivate this environment and it affects, and he gets the lightest of criticism, as you said. Trigger warning, Hasan. Light criticism, like the lightest of light criticism. Not even saying that you did ban the conversation, just saying, can you put a little trigger warning in the title? Oh, it's 10 alarm.
This is the power of the trans people, though. They just demanding that kind of thing.
Maybe that's why he's so mad. He's afraid of getting canceled.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like him lashing out. He's like a cornered animal.
Mm-hmm. But he's on the ropes with the whole C word, the C slur.
That's right. That's right.
Are we allowed to say cracker?
Cricker crack.
Are we allowed to say that on YouTube? I don't know.
Crack-a-jack.
We're not on Twitch, so I think we have a little more latitude here.
That's true.
And since Sitch is technically a cracker already,
technically,
like, yeah, it's not for you. It's not. It's for you in the long run, but it's not for you right now because you're not the only person in here. There's plenty of people who have transphobic ideas. I don't give a fuck about changing your mind. I care about making sure that the people whose minds can be changed by hearing me talk to a transphobic person that will then fucking be like, oh.
Isn't he literally trying to change their mind about trigger warnings right now? It seems like he does care about changing their minds.
Listen, Adam. Hasan, the cis, supposedly self-identifying white straight male, okay, who's a millionaire, who lives in a mansion, plays video games and watches MasterChef all day. Okay, he knows what's better for trans people than trans people. I don't know if you know this. Okay, he knows what's better. So shut the fuck up, trans person, and just shut up.
Just suck his dick.
Suck his dick. Yeah, that's right. Suck his dick. What are you, a straight phobe? Suck his dick.
You've been ordered already.
Are you a cis phobe? Come on, suck his dick.
Not your sexual orientation. Too bad. Yeah. I do feel like he's trying to convince them that trigger warnings are not.
He is. Yeah, that's true.
Not practical, at least.
Right.
Hold up. Maybe I was wrong.
I think he's just upset because he's criticized. I don't think it's anything to do with true.
Criticizing is the problem. I hope this ends up in some banning.
Yeah.
I sort of like when Hasan goes on his banning spree.
On his banning spree.
They seem to like it too.
I don't give a fuck about changing your mind. I care about making sure that the people whose minds can be changed by hearing me talk to a transphobic person that will then fucking be like, hold up, maybe I was.
And also, I listened to most of the Christian Walker trans conversation. Labeling him as a transphobe, from what I heard, this is very bad faith. I'd be super fucking pissed if I was Christian Walker.
That you just left and he was there. He was like there in person, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah, he was there in person. He was providing, like, I don't know, he's just providing, like, you know, pretty moderate pushback. I don't remember him saying anything like he doesn't think anyone should transition or anything like that. He just had, like, you know, very, you know, the kids shouldn't do this, the very common takes about stuff. And yet Hasan's like, this guy's a transphobe. This guy's, and he's just throwing his friend under the bus here, just calling him transphobe left and right, just so he can win a debate, an internet debate with some random chatter about fucking trigger warnings.
There you go, right there. That says it all right there. Yeah.
Really gross.
Sorry, guy. Sorry I had to call you a Nazi after you left, but I had this chatter who wanted me to put a trigger warning.
This chatter's pissing me off, and he went to suck my dick, so I had to call you a Nazi. It's a problem.
Okay, Napoleon.
I was wrong about the way I'm operating. Maybe I was wrong about the way I think about things. Okay? Because ultimately, that person is going to be your fucking ally. Shut the fuck up! Holy shit.
Hasan, speaker of the people. That was it, I think.
I blew it up. So I was like trying to see the chat reaction. He's obviously reading the chat, so.
Like, I just meant the past.
Also, it's who's Hasan? He like thinks he's like this big persuasive person who's convincing people to not be transphobic. Is there anyone who's like anti-trans that watched Hasan and is like, oh, Hasan really changed my mind when he told that trans person to suck their dick? Like,
yeah, no, that's laughable.
He's not persuasive at all.
I watched some Destiny video, and Destiny was talking about how Hasan was very triggered by the fact when he would be on streams and people would like commend
compare
Destiny.
Him to other people. Yeah.
Well, would compliment Destiny over Hasan.
Yes.
That made Hasan very uncomfortable.
Yes, I saw that clip. Yeah. Whenever someone would say like, "Oh, you know, Destiny, you're better explaining this than Hasan." Hasan would like.
That's exactly the clip. Yeah,
yes.
That's exactly the clip.
I have.
So Hasan is sensitive about like other people being better persuaders than him.
So this anger. So apparently, someone on his Reddit posted some posts about that. Trans chatter's thoughts on the stream and Hasan's response to criticism. And I'm not gonna read it, but basically they just say like, Hasan, I'm a big fan and I like you, but I don't like that you talked to Christian about trans stuff. I don't think you did good in the conversation, and I think it was bad that you platformed him. Okay. And this is Hasan's response to it.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Walsh at trans debates. I hope.
Someone just said.
Oh shit.
Someone just said.
Oh shit.
You're not like Vosh. You can't debate well, Hasan. Okay.
Hasan.
There's your comparing to other people.
Listen. Vosh knows how to handle these people, Hasan, okay? You're kind of the dimwit of BreadTube. Just listen, yell at people and ban people in the chat.
Is he? I mean, he's the most popular. He's obviously doing something right.
Yeah, yelling at people and banning people in the chat. That's all. We don't want you to try to have intellectual...
Being a dimwit sells. Okay.
Yeah. They're not after you providing cogent arguments against them. Oh, this has got to sting. This has really got to sting right here. Hasan, it's funny. Listen, I say this all the time. Sitch is way smarter than me, okay? Sitch is way smarter. Like, he's more dedicated to finding the truth. He'll read like a 1,000-page report to get to the fucking... I'm not going to do that, okay? I'm resigned to my role on the show, in the community, whatever you want to call it, okay? I'm comfortable. I know where I sit. I feel like Hasan... I feel like Hasan is a little bit, I mean...
Hasan thinks himself an intellectual.
I know.
And he gets very upset when people point out that he's a himbo, that he's a moron.
I got to tell you, it's not a good look, Hasan.
No.
It's not. People would respect you a lot more if you just realized, okay, I'm the funny, good-looking guy. I just, I'm here to crack jokes and
tell people to suck their dick.
I'm here to get triggered for all of you to enjoy and see. Okay,
right.
Fancying yourself as like, first of all, Hasan, Walsh is an idiot. Okay, it's difficult.
That's why it stings even more.
I guess you're right. It's difficult for me. I mean, it's
a low bar.
It's tough because I have a difficult time assessing Vosh's intelligence. Vosh may be very intelligent and just inexperienced, unwell read, just like he doesn't know fucking shit, right?
Right.
He could be very intelligent. I would have no way of telling that. Or he could be just a fucking dimwit. I don't know. But Destiny, I think, is very smart. Like, obviously, like Destiny is orders of magnitude smarter than Hasan. Sorry, Hasan, but it's true.
Hasan has not outpaced Destiny intellectually the way Vosh has. Okay.
But Vosh might be as smart as Hasan, just more well spoken.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
They use similar art when it came to the Hasan $3 million mansion. They used the same argument.
Yeah,
Vosh was just able to make it sound a little smarter.
Vosh just uses bigger words, but he does use the exact same logic. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Listen, I'm a consequentialist. It's a supererogatory position,
and we caught him sneaking it. He used epistemology in that one talk when he didn't even use it correctly. Yeah, listen, so he sneaks in big words that he doesn't even know what they mean.
There you go.
So I mean, that's Hasan would never do that because he's afraid he'd mispronounce.
I don't know if you watched. So Vosh had a long debate with Econo Boy.
I did. I saw part of it, but I got to admit, I kind of got bored because Hasan is just a bullshit artist.
You mean Vosh?
Vosh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. And then Destiny covered it, and then he talked to Econo Boy briefly in the middle of covering it.
Yeah, I shared that video.
Yes, and Destiny is convinced, and this might be true, that Vosh doesn't actually know how co-ops work.
Yeah.
Vosh didn't seem to know that you had to buy into a co-op. He thought he was acting like it was just like a job where you just show up and you sign an application, just buy in or have shares that you buy into it. So it's possible that Vosh, for however many years he's been on the internet, has been advocating for co-ops, doesn't understand how they work on a fundamental
Which you got to admit is the ultimate dingbat move. Like, how's that not?
I mean, it's classic Vosh, right?
Yeah, see, he doesn't know jack shit. But it could be that he's super intelligent, just lazy. I mean,
right.
And he's completely not intellectually curious at all. Like, he doesn't like pleasure read or anything like that. He only looks at Wikipedia so he can win an argument with someone. Yeah.
You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay?
Oh my God. The empathy, guys. The empathy on the left here on full display.
He went full Shelley.
He did. Oh, yeah, he did. He's emulating Scott Adams now.
Yes, full Shelley right now. Yeah. Oh man, look, he's having over that bam.
Your girlfriend cheats on you with your brother.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I like how it says. If you read it says you did okay, but I wish you would read up more on trans shit before having him on. You let him get away with so many convincing anti-trans arguments. I respect the attempt either way, and you definitely changed minds. Okay. Can you imagine someone telling you, I respect the attempt either way, and you definitely changed minds. And your response is, I hope every day of the rest of your life is a fucking piece of shit, you horrible, horrible person.
Yeah.
Like, what an overreaction.
You know that person's lying anyway. Hasan sees right through it. The only way they structured this, the only way they said, I respect the attempt, the only reason they put that in there, they don't respect the attempt. Come on.
It didn't work. It didn't work. Hasan's got a hair trigger for criticism. Okay.
The only reason they put that in there is so they wouldn't get banned.
Well, it didn't work.
Oh, really? Don't spoil. No spoilers here. What are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Suck my dick.
There you go. You can watch it again in case you missed it.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go.
Banned.
Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay?
Oh my
you are
God.
cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks. You catboy fuck. Move your catboy ass out of here. You are never welcome. You are never going to be unbanned. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much you want to get unbanned, I will never unban you. You are now banished into the fucking shadow realm, okay?
It's so funny too, because like,
oh my God.
And we talked about this when we covered I don't remember which Hasan stream it was. A while back. I think we had Mahler on or something. And Hasan, like, when he's banning people that have been donating money to him. Okay. And he just said that guy had been a 15-month donator, supposedly.
Right.
So he just sounded like we just said. And so I can't imagine, like, someone who's been donating to you for over a fucking year. Okay. Someone's been donating their money to you for over a year, and they give you like the lightest of criticism. They're like, oh, I think you could have been a little bit more knowledgeable going into this conversation. And you explode on them. You ban them and you wish them a miserable life. And the rest of your chat just claps like disgusting trained seals. Like, this is why you never trust the mob, okay? You would think that people in the mob would be like, wow, this person gave the lightest criticism and the king just chopped their fucking head off. This is crazy. This is scary. But no, they don't. They just sit back and they drink and they shove food in their mouth and they consume product and they go, yes, off with his head, killed him. Oh, I love it so. As long as it's not me, let the blood flow. Like, it's so just like, this is the darkest of tribal human identity right here.
It says right there in the chat, rip cat boys. That's another thing. I don't understand how. Look, we despise this stuff, but even we tried to be somewhat sensitive in the Dr. Phil about the non-binary thing. I mean, I understand that there are people, who are in situations where they're questioning their sexuality, they're questioning their gender. Like, I don't want those people to like kill themselves, for heaven's sakes. But like, this is like, how is this not encouraging someone to commit suicide when that's the thing that they're always saying they worry about? They worry about the trans community committing suicide. Like, isn't like calling a trans person a cat boy, isn't that like a form of insult? That's like, it seems far
no, that was
beyond.
the guy's name was cat boy.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He wasn't throwing trans slurs.
I thought he was for a second. I was like, holy shit. Okay.
Someone just texted me. They're like, like, Sitch, father-daughter dance would be the first dance at a wedding.
Oh, true. That is very true.
I always love it when someone I know in real life is listening. They're like, Sitch, fuck you.
I can't like father-daughter dance is like the most innocent thing in the world, and you're just like,
listen. As I said back to them,
you want to turn every dad in America into like a pedophile.
No. Listen. There's a difference between the single time, the father-daughter dance at a wedding. Okay, they dance once, or a father and daughter being in a situation and they dance together for some reason. That's very different than creating a specific event that's an entire night of father-daughter dancing. Okay?
Yeah.
That's very different.
Well, I might have got that part wrong, but
right.
Yeah.
People were saying that's not actually what father-daughter dance is. That's
hopefully
that we were conceptualizing it incorrectly, which makes more sense.
That's so hilarious. I should text you more during the show.
You should text me during the show.
Notion that I am not fucking at like I.
Do you think that Cat Boys was trans? The Cat
Probably.
Boys.
His name was Femme Catboy or something. So.
Oh, it was Femme Catboy.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So he just banished a trans person from his community.
Get the fuck
for
out of
giving him
here.
criticism.
Right.
Fuck you. I mean, this is so bizarre to me because I guess I'm coming to realize that all this talk about, we should listen to the lived experiences of people who are in that situation just seems like, is that a bunch of bullshit? Do they
it's
not actually?
100% bullshit.
I mean, what? Wasn't he more qualified to give his lived experience as a femme cat boy than? I mean, and it was pretty good. It was pretty concise criticism.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I guess he has more money to sub to Vosh now.
There you go.
He seemed like a Vosh stan anyway, so.
Should not be having transphobes on or ever talk about transphobia or the transphobic people is such a pathetic and stupid fucking argument when Vosh himself has probably said that the debate was fine. Okay.
Okay, this is what we call a signal right here. So Hasan is in a little bit of a prisoner's dilemma situation. He's like, I'm getting really screwed over here. I need the biggest kiss ass on the internet to come and back me up. Let me think. Who is the biggest kiss ass in the bread? Oh, I know, it's Vosh.
There you go. Vosh has always simped for me, even though he called me a moron. He still simps for me. Okay.
Right. Yes. So he's like, let me throw some feelers out here. I'm sure Vosh completely agrees with me. Don't you, Vosh?
Right.
Okay. I don't like you. I'm going to make this very clear. If you are this type of person, I don't like you. I don't want you to be in here. Okay. Or if you're going to be in here.
Okay. I have a serious question. Why is Hasan dressed up like a pedophile? Or a sleazy 1980s porn star? Because it's the same look. What's going on here, Chad? Why did Hasan say, okay, guys, for the stream today, I'm going to dress up like a pedophile?
Yeah, he has that mustache that does, I would say, at least 50% of the work. I mean,
it's the whole thing. The mustache combined with the hair.
Yeah.
He's got a Hawaiian shirt with like a jacket over it. This screams, get your children away from me.
You have
this screams registered sex offender.
You have to screen cap this for me and send it to me so we can use that in a thumbnail. Because I mean,
what is happening here? Why is this a thing?
Yeah, he definitely has that. I can't go within 100 feet of a school.
Yeah.
Look. I drive around in a white van looking for children. Like that's definitely the look that
this was his audition for Chapel Trap House.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Hilarious.
Pedo safari. He's on a safari for little boys and girls. It's pedo safari his song.
Oh man.
All he needs is this fucking hat.
Brutal.
That's what he looks like. Look, why did he choose this? I don't understand this. Hasan, like the stereotype of Hasan is that he's like the idiot with the pretty face. Maybe this is it. Okay.
Mommy Hasan picked this outfit.
We talked about how Hasan likes to think of himself as an intellectual, and he gets mad when people call him like a bro or a himbo or just like a pretty face. So maybe that's why in all his streams he dresses up like a hobo or he tries to make himself look like a pedophile. He's so bothered by the fact that people don't take his intellect seriously that he's on a mission subconsciously to make himself physically appear as undesirable as possible. He tried with the hobo look, it didn't work, and now he's trying with the pedo.
Are you saying he's doing what the pretty girls do so they don't attract so much attention? Is he dressing down? Is he trying to like
he's
love me for my mind thing?
Yes, he's the pretty girl who is insecure that people only like her for her looks, so she covers up. So Hasan's like, I'm gonna make myself look like a pedo. Then they have to like my arguments.
Oh man.
You need to fucking know your place. You need to know your place. Your place is this. Okay? It's not this. It's this. You can stay in here and
He's basically saying shut the fuck up. I love that he does it with his hand gestures. So he's making the hand gesture talking. He's like, your place is not talking. Your place is shutting up.
You can imagine him saying this to like a girlfriend. Your place is in the kitchen, silent. Okay.
Why, just the whole idea behind, remember we did the stream on the Democratic Socialists of America and how they were so conscious of the progressive stack. It's like, we need to listen to more indigenous people. And here he is. He just banned someone who, for all intents and purposes, I mean, you would assume is trans. And he's going on a tirade telling that person, your place is to shut up, not to speak. We don't hear from your kind here is basically what he's saying. It's
which is hilarious because he's like, your place is to shut up and not to speak. What's the name of the group of people that person he just banned belonged to?
I'm not.
It's called the chat.
Oh yeah.
The name you use to define the group of people that he's referring to is a word that means to speak.
Yes, you're right. You're totally right. Yeah, the reason why people like to hang out in a community is so that they can all talk in the chat. People love talking. Yeah, exactly. I love talking in the chat.
Why it's called the fucking chat.
He's like, the chat.
He's like, listen, chat. Your place is to not chat. Okay?
Yeah.
Your place is to listen.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny.
It's so tribal too, like banning them from the community. Like, I'm sure the guy's chatting with 6 or 7 guys in the chat now. He's like, no, you've been cut off. The king has taken you from the court.
The king has decreed.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? I mean, I feel like, look at this freeze frame of Hasan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't you feel deep in your gut that he's saying like, the age of consent is just an arbitrary social construct, guys.
Oh.
I mean, look, with that outfit, Hasan, come on. What are you doing here? What are we doing here with that outfit?
He definitely has like the human sexuality college professor vibe.
Yes. He looks like the creepy, like leftist, crunchy human sexuality professor who's trying to hit on a student.
Did you take human sexuality in college? Because human sexuality was a course that like everyone took and always talked about when I was in college.
Right.
And I never took it because all the things people talked about seemed like things that I wouldn't really want to sit through a class and have to talk about. So maybe that's just prudish me, but I wish that I would have taken that class because it would be fascinating in the current environment. I wonder how that class plays out now.
Yeah, I would be curious to like
the compare and contrast. Yeah,
right. I wish I had known. If I had seen the future, I would have taken all these woke classes when I went to college.
Yeah,
to see.
That's what I wonder. I wonder if it was like the nascent woke class from generations ago.
I'm sure, and it would be interesting because I'm sure back when I went to school, it was like pre-woke stuff, or like woke was still the glimmer in the corner of someone's eye. I'm sure like there are a lot of this woke stuff going on in classes, but it was probably they would speak about it more honestly and openly, especially in terms of like the Marxist roots and everything, because it wasn't mainstream
stigmatized.
Yet. Yeah, there wasn't this culture war going on.
Is this
watch? But you're not.
Is this still after the debate? This is
the next day.
Oh, this is the next day. Holy shit!
You can write shit in the chat. Sorry. I would.
Oh, he apologized, so it's all good.
Quite literally rather have someone who is on the margins and is actually interested in learning, but might have transphobic points of view, rather than someone who's like, I'm a cat boy. I've been in here for 50 months. And I think like, you know, you're not that good at debate, so you shouldn't have a transphobic person on. Like, no, fuck off. Like, literally, I would rather have 1 million people that are willing to fucking learn and are actually here, much like the rest of normal society that have been like socially conditioned into feeling the ways that they do, then.
Oh, he said the thing Walsh always says.
Right.
Socially conditioned. They really think that.
Yeah, they do. We're all blank slates, and we're socially conditioned to be straight patriarch women haters. But listen, the learning only goes one direction. Okay, you come to Hasan.
Yeah,
right.
He's the oracle.
He's the oracle. You come with an open mind to hear what he says. But if you say something that he hasn't thought before, that he doesn't like, well then fuck off, suck his dick.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no dialogue going on here.
No.
Okay.
There's no chatting going on in the chat.
Yeah. So much of our streams are just you and I bouncing ideas off of one another.
Right.
I just like I don't know. Like entertaining other people's ideas is, I mean, that's a huge part of learning. But Hasan here, I guess, doesn't want to do that.
I think we have a benefit in that there's the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
We often, well, maybe not often, but we disagree frequently. And we'll have people on that we disagree with, but we're so friendly with frequently. Because it seems like what happens is, and I think the same thing happened to Walsh, is that when you have these streamers who just stop debating people, they don't talk to other people that disagree with them. They just kind of like fall into this lazy bubble and their thinking stagnates.
Yeah.
And then they become super brittle and super like triggered whenever like anyone dares criticize or contend with them to any degree.
Yeah. Sitch and I had a full-on fight over the Uyghur genocide on the super chat stream. Like Sitch was fucking visibly triggered.
You were spouting a bunch of bullshit talking points.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's Chinese propaganda.
I know.
I didn't expect it.
Sometimes I throw that shit out there just to like. No, I am. This is getting.
I actually felt bad for that the other day.
Did you? No, don't feel bad.
I was like, no, because this is what I felt bad about. I was like, I shouldn't have let Adam just go on and on and on and on and on. Like before I should have just like cut you off and been like, Adam, stop. This is not right. This is not accurate information that you're telling. Wouldn't you have preferred that?
No, it was fucking great. That was that was amazing. The huge fight, you getting totally triggered, it was fucking badass. I love it.
Okay.
Come on. I get triggered like five times more, 10 times more I get triggered way more than you.
That's true.
So it's so great. Like there's one time I still remember to this day when you got totally triggered over Trump. It was like just a fucking, oh my God. You were
what was the issue?
I can't even remember, but you went off on Trump for like 4, 8, 6, 16 minutes. I was like, he's unstoppable. I just was like taking
probably the Ukraine thing. That's the only thing I could think of. That
I'm not sure,
like,
but I was just
animated.
Like, I was just like getting out. I'm getting out of the way here. I felt like Sam Harris had stepped in the room. I was like, this is full TDS. Jesus Christ. But anyway, it's fun. And I know I was going to say, is this just me, or generally people like to understand themselves, or is that, I mean, maybe it's just me. Other people don't really think about themselves as a human being. Like they self-reflect on, I feel like I'm very much one of those people that's just in tune with the type of person that I am. And I know my strengths and weaknesses, and I feel like that makes me a better person that I can point to them. One of my weaknesses is that I really like to tackle ideas that are super like difficult. Like both sides of the problem have a good argument.
Right.
So
how's that a weakness?
Because you get in situations like when we're talking about the Uyghur genocide, and all of a sudden you're like,
both sides don't have a good argument. There's a good argument, and then there's lies.
Yes, I know, but that I'm saying that's why it's the weakness, because sometimes the one side can be just a terrible argument, but you're like,
I see.
The
weakness would be looking to assume that both sides of an argument have validity to it, because very often both sides do have good arguments. Very often in most situations, but you can't just assume that in all situations.
I know, yeah, no,
right.
That's why I'm categorizing it as a
I understand.
Weakness.
Yeah, it's a nice humble brag. I liked it.
Sometimes you can. That's not a humble brag. What are you talking about?
I mean, Sitch, I don't understand. Like, some people just don't understand themselves so much to understand like what they don't know and how smart or stupid they are.
No,
I understand completely myself.
I'm not trying to humble brag here. I think a lot of people aren't really self-reflective.
I completely agree with you.
I mean, I know a lot of people aren't really self-reflective.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
any number of like
self-reflective a good thing? I'm not sure
it can be. So. It's good to an extent, like all things. It's good to an extent, but you can overanalyze and then become paralyzed.
How self-reflective is Hasan on a scale of 1 to 10?
On a scale of 1 to 10?
1 being completely unreflective and 2 being, and 10 being completely self-reflective.
I'm going to say negative infinity squared.
Okay. I'm in the same. I'm just going to go 1 just to keep it on the scale.
Yeah, no, I'm negative infinity squared.
Okay. So you're saying that there is no scale. Yeah, see?
There's no scale that could capture the lack of self-awareness and self-reflection that Hasan engages.
Yeah. Ouch.
Woke, super fucking leftist debate lords. Straight up.
Oh, what's happening?
I've done more debates than you. I'm better at debates than you. I'm better at debates than most of the other people that you fucking compare me to, because debates are still pure rhetoric. Okay? That's it.
He stole that from Vosh.
As I like that. It was a combination of Anna and of Vosh. I'm better than you.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
He went full I'm better than you. And then also debates are just rhetoric, bro. And I'm good at rhetoric.
Not true, but
it's not even.
Yeah.
Hasan's rhetoric is basically suck my dick.
Which is terrible rhetoric. And
you want me to starve at him?
Yeah. Terrible, terrible rhetoric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great.
Can be described as homophobic. Will be described as homophobic. Yeah.
Not very persuasive.
Yeah, not persuasive. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah. There you go. You're like,
oh yeah.
Look at that. YouTube just knows what thumb to frame the pick for the thumb.
They do.
God, YouTube's great at this.
I try to just copy the algorithm because they know.
Oh, yours doesn't show the picture, or no, does it?
It does.
Yeah, yours shows it. Yeah.
Look at the little dog.
So let's watch some of this debate.
Yeah.
It's got him into such hot water here.
I like how you went the Inception route.
Yeah. Well, it's better this way.
Where we see the level of anger.
We know what to expect. Okay. I mean, from what I heard, like Hasan was making dumb arguments, but that to me, that's just so like obvious. Hasan always makes dumb arguments. People are surprised by this.
Hasan, it doesn't strike me as the type of person that's going to sit down and think his argument through.
Right.
Or think what counter argument are people going to make and how will I respond to that?
No, probably not.
I would love to see Hasan's debate notes for any debate he's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did he debate Larry Elder? Let's see their debate notes for Larry Elder.
Tom Foreign for 18 euros. Thanks so much. Says future trend. Progressive parents request doctors assign gender using the opposite of biological sex. Celebrate that kids are trans when they later identify with their biological sex. That's funny.
Then most people will be trans. That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Cullivar for $20 says, I see non-binaries as delusional. I don't mind non-binaries identifying however they want to. And I refuse to participate in that delusion. Trans and non-binaries to me are two totally separate things. Yeah, I would agree that they're separate, completely separate things. Desert Runner for 20 Aussies says, hi, Sitch and Adam. I DM'd a link for a friend's GoFundMe. Can you please link in chat? His new son has a very rare form of epilepsy that isn't covered by public or private health here. Times are tough, but every little bit helps.
I just put it in the chat too.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
Baby Levy needs your help. Yep.
Good. TN for $20 says, I believe that we have redefined left versus right. The two main groups interacting now are self-informed versus group-informed. Calling someone left or right now are just remnants of tribal labels and pejoratives used by these groups. That's an interesting way of conceptualizing it.
I don't know if it would fit onto the left and right because
they're not saying. I don't think they're saying it maps onto left and right. They're saying like that's the more important categorization.
Well, I agree. The truth is most people aren't interested in the truth, which is we talked about that earlier, and I don't know how it seems like Team Enlightened Centrist is really Team Truth, and I don't know how to make that sexy, but I mean a lot of people. I mean, listen. We got Aydin Paladin in the chat. Her truth is monarchy. Okay.
I told you we were going to make it sex. Team Truth becomes titties. Okay. That's how you make it sexy.
That could be not really good for the female audience. But
you don't think that? What do you mean? Females?
Oh, it's
like
true. Everyone
too.
likes titties. Never mind.
Everyone likes titties. All right.
But you understand what I'm saying.
Gay men love titties. Okay. Everyone loves titties.
This all came into being because I don't like the term fence sitter.
I know you don't.
And I was thinking, God damn it. It's not fence sitting. It's like I'm actively looking for the truth always.
Are you wearing a Wormy shirt?
Wormy's trying to come over and get some attention.
I see that, but are you wearing a Wormy shirt too?
No.
Oh.
It's a pink flamingo with a shark.
I see. From my tiny little viewpoint, I was like, it's a Wormy shirt. Don't you have the Wormy shirt? The Wormy with a gun shirt?
Wormy says hello, guys.
You should get it.
Wormy with a gun? No, I don't.
You should get that. It's in our merch store, Adam. God. It's in our merch store. Gosh. You get some merch.
People wear my cat on their shirt?
I'm not crazy, right? CT, I could have swore there was a Wormy with a gun shirt in the merch store somewhere. At some point in time. I know we made one on the shirt Jackbox game. One Quim for $20 says, Adam, watch the video technical singularity by Isaac Arthur. It will help dispel some of the misconceptions that people like Ray Kurzweil peddle. Also, I hope I help in your search for truth on China. A team is truth team.
I watched another one of those. Yeah, and I had a good back and forth in the comments with One Quim over the China stuff. I watched another. I'm not sure it was an Isaac Adams video, but I'm 90% certain that it was. It was super interesting about like some fictional future of humans. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I guess it must be fiction, but it was fascinating. I'm hooked.
Isaac Arthur singularity. Yeah, I like Isaac Arthur stuff. He's a cool dude. I'll add it to the watch later list. Boom. Otherwise, I won't remember. Satoshi was a Reploid for 200. Knock knock says, Adam, both sounds and talks like Ben Gortzel. I don't know who that is. A-Team reigns supreme. Look at this. Getting lots of A-Team love today.
Why are you so... You don't have to be jealous of the A-Team, Sitch, okay?
Getting lots of A-Team love today, Adam. That's good. I'm glad. I was worried after your taxation take. I thought that was like
Hold
the
on,
end
people,
of the 8th.
these are new people here. Don't bring.
I won't bring it up. Okay. Cullivar for $20 says, "Don't worry, Adam. I'm not S class or A team. I'm a secret agent of CT Simp class."
Oh, whoa! Holy cow! CT
I figure
has
why.
another suitor.
There you go. I figure why bother with royalty when you can deal with the power behind the thrones.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
That's a classic courtier tactic. You must have read the 48 Laws of Power.
Oh, the shirt, it's not a wormy shirt. It's a goose shirt. That's right. People, whenever we play the Jackbox t-shirt game, they'd always draw Wormy with like a gun for some reason. So it's got to make it on a shirt somewhere. Cullivar for another $20 says, Sitch actually did get shot at Adam. He was 5 and caught the bullet in his teeth due to his Jewish power. He then took his throwing star of David and rocked the little gangster world. Sitch, the American Jewish ninja. That's very true.
Wow.
That's very true.
That would be so cool to have Jewish star throwing stars.
That was my first job before I was a streamer. I was a Jewish ninja. J-Mac for $50 says, thanks, J-Mac. Says, my brother and I used to walk down to the Gym Boys and hang out with the neighborhood kids playing Pogs. It's the 90th thing I've ever heard. I was 5 and my brother was 7. We once got chased by some gangbanger kids because my brother threw his Slurpee on one of them. 5 teens chased us with bats. Okay, Jay, listen. Brother, not a very smart kid. I don't tell you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you made it out of there.
Gangbangers is not.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't get beaten to death, Jay. It could have been the end of little Jay.
Have you had any stories about running from other people in fear for your life or anything?
In fear for I've never run away from someone in fear for my life. I had an interaction with someone who threatened to kill me and my friends, and I believed them because they looked like they were a totally crazy person.
And you ran?
No, we pulled into the wrong driveway to drop a friend off because we thought it was her driveway, but it was like her neighbor. And the guy was like this he looked like casting call of like a thug from like a movie. Like he was this giant, like white, buff, bald guy in a wife beater t-shirt and jeans. And he was like, "What the fuck are you doing on my property?" It was so aggressive. Like, I don't know if you ever had that. I'm sure you have. Everyone maybe has had this experience where someone is just so like they open with 100% aggression and you're just confused. Like, what is happening? And you're just kind of like stunned, like, what? Like, what's your problem? And we're like, oh, we're just dropping this person off. And they just went from like 0 to 100. They're like, he's like, you gotta get the fuck off my property right now, or I'm gonna come out here with I got some boys in the back with pliers, and we're gonna like melt your skin off or something.
Wow. A little excessive for just pulling in the wrong driveway.
Yeah, it was so like, what the fuck? And the person didn't look like they were fucking around at all. They looked 100% serious. And we weren't in like the best neighborhood either at the time. So I was like, Jesus. I was like, what is this guy's problem? He was totally unhinged. So
yeah, that's when you're in the presence of a crazy person, that it's time to like exit the driveway.
You know, it's funny now that I think about it. The guy actually looked a lot like a tall version of what's his name? The guy that Calvin House shot. No.
Oh, are you saying that you encountered Joseph Rosenbaum in a driveway?
Right. I encountered Joseph Rosenbaum's taller brother in a driveway many years ago, and he threatened to kill me. So Calvin House is justified completely.
Ouch.
Have you ever been threatened and run for your life, Ed?
I did, yeah, one time. But it's hard to say. It was like a road rage situation. The guy was just like chasing after us, trying to run us off the road, being like crazy hysterical. And
I did have that happen once too. I forgot about that. I had someone do that once.
Yeah, but I outran him. So
right,
I had a cool little MG that was pretty fast. So
nice.
Yeah, and could like squeeze between cars when he couldn't squeeze between cars. So I just
get fucked, loser.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian Alman for $50. Thanks so much, Brian. Says, I have a 2-year-old son. My wife and I would love to hold him more, but he literally does gator rolls and wrestles with us when we try.
That's fascinating.
It's so funny. You know, it's my mom says that I was the same way. Like when I was a baby, I didn't want to be held or restrained. I wanted to I would like you know when you see like the people that have the baby and like that little like thing on their chest or their back.
You were libertarian.
Yeah, she's like, that would not work for you. You would just pull yourself out of that thing. You wanted to be free.
Wow.
I was like, I guess so. Cullivar for $20 says, parents wanting their children to pick their gender. They don't want the responsibility of being a parent. That way, when and if the kid turns out crap, it doesn't reflect on them in their mind.
Oh, that's so
because
sad.
the kid made the choice. That's funny.
So sad. Totally abdicating your responsibility as a parent.
I believe that. Zora Majora for $20 says, hi from Amsterdam. Did you see the official in Michigan confirm there were no litter boxes and bathrooms for students that identified as cats? New York Times even covered it. The hacker known as 4chan approves. Yeah, did you see that story?
No, that's crazy.
There was, I'm assuming it's true. I didn't look to confirm any of this. There was a substitute teacher who claimed, I guess, what did they say? It was from Michigan. Yeah. Who claimed that she was in class subbing and she was reading the roll call. And when she got to someone's name, there was a little boy that would meow back at her. And she was very confused. She's like, why is this little boy meowing at me? What the hell's happening? And I think the kid was like 6 or something. This was elementary school. And this girl next to him said, oh, you have to meow back to him. He identifies as a cat.
No way. No way.
And the substitute teacher just kind of like mocked the idea, like, a cat? There's no litter boxes here. What do you mean? There's no cats in this classroom. Like she said some kind of comment like that. And the little boy apparently got up and stomped off angrily because he wouldn't be identified as a cat. And at the end of the day, the substitute teacher says she was told by the principal to that she was fired and wouldn't be allowed to sub at the school anymore.
This
because
can't be real.
She didn't identify this boy as a cat.
This can't be real.
That's what I thought. I thought this cannot be real.
This is fake news.
It was apparently covered by the New York Times. Okay, and we all know that's not ever been fake news.
Well, they've had a ton of fake news, but
it's a Michigan teacher identifies student cat. Let's see what comes up here.
That sounds completely bogus. Fired for not accepting the personal identification of a house pet.
Well, it was a TikTok video the lady was claiming. So yeah, she could be making it up. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever been.
Oh, it was a TikTok video. Okay, well this is the exact same thing the New York Times always does.
Wait, I'm sorry. The story I just told you is different than the letterbox story. I assumed they were the same story. It's actually a completely different story.
Okay.
Michigan school superintendent is forced to deny rumor that litter boxes were provided for students who are furries after outraged mom claimed kids are being encouraged to identify as cats and dogs. So maybe this is the precursor. This is the precursor to the TikTok teacher story. A Michigan school district denied the claim. A video of woman Lisa Hasan Hansen has gone viral. Blah blah blah. Yesterday, she claimed yesterday, I heard that at least one of our schools has in one of the unisex bathrooms a litter box for kids who identify as cats. I'm really disturbed by this. You know what this sounds like? It sounds like maybe, I don't know when the TikTok video came out, because it almost sounds like someone heard like secondhand the story about the teacher saying that this kid identified as a cat and then kind of extrapolated the litter box from that and confused it. I don't know.
Online culture. Well, we saw right through it. We didn't fall for fake news.
There you go. There you go. We'll get to the bottom of this. We won't get to the bottom of this.
Let's hear this crazy debate.
CT for $5 says, Hey everyone, don't forget to like the stream. Every thumbs up is a restraining order from a child against Hasan.
Ooh.
That's true.
That's pretty good.
That's right. Don't you want to keep the children safe? Okay. Don't you want to protect the children? For every person out there that doesn't click that thumbs up button, that means they want another child to fall victim to Hasan and his pedo stash.
Communists have become a liar.
Now, remember, we're experiencing Vosh level debate rhetoric here.
Right.
So we want to evaluate it on that level.
I'll be right back. You evaluate some Vosh debate.
You're probably people who studied history do not agree with you, but hey, Matt Walsh just went on Dr. Phil to argue about gender pronouns. Shut up. Dude.
Oh my God, this is perfect. This is perfect. We just watched this video. Holy cow, Sitch, you're amazing. Don't tell Sitch I said that, okay, guys? It's just a secret between us. I don't want it to go to his head. He's already got a big head, okay? We need Sitch is gone now. We need to talk for a second here. Now, Sitch's head is getting a little gigantic, okay? I think we can all agree on that. We need to really make it our goal in 2022 to like rein it in a bit, okay? So we don't want Sitch to get in big trouble with, turning into like a jerk and stuff. So just let's keep the S classes or best classes to a minimum, okay? Let's see if we can go a week with no S class is best class, okay? 1 week prohibition. A-team reigns supreme is fine, okay? You guys can throw some A-team. Actually, if you feel the urge for a little S class is best class, you just put in A-team reigns supreme, okay? And we'll see if we can rein it back in. Just 1 week. Actually, since we do the show every Sunday, well, we do the show on Tuesday too now, so that's 2 days. We'll go 5 shows in a row, okay? Just let's see if this will be a good practical. Here, it's cool that we have this thing going here. Sitch, are you back?
I were you talking shit? It sounded like you were talking.
No,
smack.
I was saying how amazing it is that they're bringing up the Addison video here in the.
Oh yeah. No, well, it's funny because they start to try to react to it, but it's like they get through.
Oh my
you
God.
think we're bad reacting to things? They get through like a minute of this video.
Oh really?
Yeah.
They do the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Oh, I've been dying to see this.
I feel like we will get fucking clapped for watching
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, right?
Why?
Isn't he like super duper fucking copyright aggro?
Uh-oh.
He might be. Is that Cole Campbell in the video?
I don't know who this is. I don't know what's going on.
And I'm Ethan.
We've been together for about
5 years.
And
Been
married.
married for 3 years.
I use they, them pronouns. Being non-binary just means that I just don't identify with the gender I was assigned.
You guys do not watch?
Oh,
really?
armpit hair! Oh, Lord! You really have that reaction to armpit hair?
No, not
Never.
on big, strong, muscular men, but
I don't like it
really
either.
like-
I personally don't like it. It's not for me, but like I don't fucking care.
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Like, look, the non-conforming shit, like people that want to do this sort of stuff, like I don't give a fuck. Like let them do.
I mean,
whatever
I
the
don't
fuck
give
they
a.
want
It
to
doesn't like keep me.
Someone's saying like, I don't like it, but I don't care. He's saying like, oh, it's disgusting, but I don't. I'm afraid of coming out against it.
Who's saying that?
Hasan. That's the implicit words underlying his response.
I mean, that's basically your position, right?
No, my position is just as fucking disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I do care if you do it. Fuck you.
Really?
Disgusting.
Holy cow. She's so liberal of you.
Bring them down with the poppers and the bubblegum ice creamers.
Wow. Crikey.
Up at night, it's just gross, and I can say it's gross. Like they get mad and
outside of that
react
binary.
to it.
If you would have been invited, what?
Is this a transphobia that we're experiencing?
Yes, that was a transphobia.
Okay.
If you would have invited Myth over, no, I'm not subjecting Myth to this. Okay. Okay, what is it?
My pronouns are he or they. I also identify as a non-binary. To me, being a non-binary means having the sense of freedom to explore my gender in whichever way I want. I don't have to perform or pretend to be someone I'm not. I can be my authentic self.
It's really important for us to share more information with people.
I feel like my authentic self has huge muscular pectoral muscles.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
Oh, yeah, I agree. Completely.
Like, I mean, if I was doing some cosmetic surgery to my chest, I would make sure I would be like rippling abs and very muscular pectoral muscles is what I would shoot for.
I mean, yeah, I think my true authentic self has a head that's 10 times larger than humans for all the brain that just has to fit in there. It's just nothing but brain.
I would basically bring in my Blu-ray from 300 and I would say, listen, Doc, here we go. I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you some examples of what I want to look like after the double mastectomy.
Listen, make me look like Gerald Butler, not the Hunchback. Okay.
Well,
Gerald
I mean, if you're gonna actually, undergo some medical procedure, you want to look. Let's be honest here.
There you go. You go in for the appendix removal surgery, and you come out looking like a guy from 300.
Exactly.
It's just like an add-on, It's like when you go and they're like, "Do you want some undercoating on your car?"
That's how I would explore my gender.
People, because people are curious, they want to.
Oh, look, Andy's trans as well. We're just gonna keep hanging out like we're good pals, dude. Like we can have a fucking. We can. What do you want me to do? Kill him? Like what? Shut the fuck up, chatters. Oh my god. Like.
Is this so? So this guy, they're already calling him a transphobe?
Yes.
What's his backstory?
He's a black conservative TikToker.
Okay.
Black gay conservative TikToker.
Oh, he's gay?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Well, one, he says he's gay. And two, okay. He's very effeminate in his affect. Okay.
See, this is the thing. I didn't want to. I mean, I have.
Am I allowed to say that he sounds very gay when he speaks, Sitch? I don't know.
One of my best friends is.
One of my best friends is gay. I can say it.
No, I wasn't gonna go there.
One of my best friends is not gay, but everyone thinks he's gay.
Homophobe. Yeah. No, yes. I've talked about my friend who's effeminate. That I literally was friends with him for a year and thought,
Isaac.
This guy's gay. No, Isaac is not. This is. My friend is as effeminate as this gentleman here.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But now I've just, ever since that experience, I was like, listen, I know you're gay. It's okay. We can still be friends. I know I don't care if you're gay. I'm not gay. No, I'm not gay.
He's not gay, Adam. Why
ever since that experience, I see an effeminate guy like this, and I don't want to make assumptions. I really don't.
Okay. Look, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, he could be as straight as can be.
All right.
Yeah. You don't know.
Well, this guy says
Jesus Christ.
We do know.
Understand, but sometimes they don't always have the opportunities to do that.
This is.
How can you be as effeminate gay as this guy and not be accused of trans? I'm confused.
What do you mean?
Well, he's being accused of transphobia.
Gay people can be anti-trans, I guess.
They can?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they call Blair transphobic.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, never mind.
And
if they can call an
friends
actual trans person.
Sure.
Oh, I guess they just assume if you're conservative that you're a transphobe and a homophobe.
I mean, they were calling ContraPoints transphobic.
Right.
Because remember, she had Buck Angel or someone
There's
else on.
Basically no logic to any of this is what you're saying.
That doesn't matter.
Okay. My fault. I was trying to use actual logic.
Right.
I was trying to think through this.
A hot topic.
Yes.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it a good thing?
I guess because it creates dialogue and it invites conversation to learn about other people.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are really confused about gender identity in these times, and it's good for us to have these conversations so people open their minds and relearn and unlearn to what we've been taught.
Right. And Addison, many people think gender pronouns are exclusive to the LGBTQ plus community, but that's a misconception, true?
Yeah. Well, everybody has pronouns. Like, you may use he and him as your pronouns, right? I use they and them as my pronouns. We all may have a certain gender pronoun too, but I think it's important for people to understand that for trans and non-binary people, we often change our pronouns to reflect who we are when we come out and be who we are.
For the record,
in
these sorts of fucking shows, they always find like the most. You know, they always go after someone who's like telegenic. They always go after someone who wants to be like a representative. And in most circumstances, like, I can't speak for these two. Obviously, I don't know what's going on, but like, it's usually like someone who's very interested in making a name for themselves, and not necessarily just like being chill about whatever the fuck. Okay.
So,
stunning commentary.
Do you remember the first thing I said? I said about like Dr. Phil told his producers to get like
the craziest people,
like the circus performers for his show.
Yeah.
That's Hasan is trying to say that without getting canceled.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're
by
totally
his
right.
very cautious chat. Even he's aware that this is happening, but he can't say it.
I know, and I can't remember where I saw this, but I know the reality show producers, they ask people that are going to come on the show what kinds of medications that they're on, and they word it in a way to make it seem like it's just like, you know, they need to know
for like insurance purposes.
Yeah, exactly. But really what they're trying to figure out is like, how crazy is this person? Because the crazy people are better for the show. So,
right, exactly.
Yeah. So if you're on 5 different types of antidepressants, they're like, okay, we definitely want to get this
got a
person
winner
on the
here.
show. Yeah, exactly. We booked a live one, which is kind of unethical, I think. But I don't know. Sitch is like sometimes my conscience.
I agree. It is. Of course, it's unethical. But listen, nobody made great television versus, via ethics. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sometimes you have to bend the rules for great television.
Listen, sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make a, Dr. Phil episode.
Well, every episode, really.
And you got to break a few eggs to make every episode.
But but they haven't said anything weird at all for the record.
At all in any way, yeah.
Oh my God. It's so bizarre because we just did this same thing and
I know
we paused like 8 times just in the intro. I was like, on the discussion thing, just
they said so many different little points we had to address. Yeah.
Well, just the whole idea that they want to. I guess we want to have open discussion. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. You want to have open discussion.
Yeah, well, they were complaining that they had to talk to Matt Walsh and the parents afterwards, and saying that the experience traumatized them. So obviously, open discussion was not what was sought after.
Yeah.
Like Hasan,
I know.
They wanted to preach
I
and
know.
people to listen.
I was gonna say. Is Hasan interested in open discussion?
No.
I don't think so.
Not at all.
I don't think so. He's interested in banning people who want open discussion.
Explain the difference between sex and gender.
I consider sex to be our biological makeup. Our chromosomes or hormones, our genitals is a biological makeup. But our gender is more of an internal sense. So think of it like this. Sex is what's between the legs, and gender is what's between the ears, right?
So proud. So proud.
That was a good talking point, Ed. I don't know what you're talking.
That was so proud.
I spent, a month on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Just think about it. Gender's what's in the mind.
Right.
How we see ourselves on the inside.
Okay.
I see myself
And
as a
that's something
dolphin.
somebody can't.
Who said that?
I think Christian said that.
Christian said, I see myself as a dolphin.
Being a little passive aggressive here. This is the horrible transphobe.
Does he know that Matt Walsh has a book about being a walrus? I mean, he's close. He's in the same ballpark, right? Aquatic animal.
Yep.
Maybe he's read Matt Walsh's book.
Maybe he's a big fan.
No.
But that's not the same. Like, it's not the same, especially considering that, like, look, when it comes to gender, it's very complicated. I don't fucking understand it. That's why I said, like, the Mac attack, at least 3, whatever, right? It's not like, how do I describe it?
I like that. See, I'm glad we watched this backwards. Hasan starts this conversation off by saying gender is complicated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He did the Tim Pool excuse. But then he says, I don't really understand it. And remember, he just banned someone for saying you should read more before you talk about gender. You should understand more about gender before you talk about it. And here at the beginning of the conversation, he admits he doesn't know shit about it.
Oh my, yeah, okay.
It is not like, oh, I'm gonna attack a helicopter or whatever the fuck, right? There's some people that might even fucking say shit like that, or there's like all these like edge cases, whatever. Ultimately, it doesn't matter.
Hasan just said it was okay for people to identify as attack helicopters.
I know, I caught that. I thought that was.
Did you catch that?
Isn't that a joke?
He said it's okay. He said it's fine. Listen, that's totally fine.
But like what? Like if it's just like if they're doing it like at will, just for no reason, like it seems like a lot of pain to go through, just like for no reason.
Also, it's a great way to get attention. That's for sure.
But
ooh, oh, destroyed.
So we have Chapo Trap House with a total straw man. They're just doing it for no reason.
Right.
Someone's just transitioning for no reason.
And Christian pipes in. Oh, it sure seems like a good way to get attention.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
But
it's not. It's not. It's like a very difficult life.
If you,
it's a very difficult life.
That's true, but that doesn't have anything to do with doing something for attention or not, or just doing something because you're confused.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I wouldn't really call it like
a lot
a
of
great
people
way to do
lots of good attention on Twitter, on social media. If I don't have anything going for me,
I have to say something about this. You know that like people are gay for attention was exactly the same launching point against gay people in the 90s, right?
I'm sure.
They straight up said that.
Do you remember this?
I don't think that's the case.
I don't remember this.
I don't remember people being gay for attention.
I don't remember this argument ever being made.
I remember it being a situation where, I mean, you would get pretty much shamed for being gay. Like you'd get a lot of attention, but it wasn't good attention. It wasn't like an environment where, oh, we should celebrate this. It was more like get back in the closet.
Sure. But even once it was becoming more acceptable to be gay openly in the 90s and early 2000s, that's when I was going to school. There were no kids like, I mean, gay was still a pejorative insult that people use in place of calling someone stupid. Yeah, even if you didn't mean it in like a homophobic way, and you didn't have a problem with gay people, you'd still be like, "Oh, that's so gay." Like that was the go-to insult back when I was a kid.
That still happens every day on the show.
Yeah, I'm sure it's still going on in schools, but I don't like. There was no. I don't know what schools. Maybe in the privileged hills of LA where Hasan went to school. But when I went to school in the 90s and 2000s, there was not some push for people to come out as gay in order to achieve positive attention from anyone. That's not a thing that I
This is ridiculous. Yeah. Completely ridiculous.
Terrible. But like, how is this different?
Yeah, but I think I can think I'm whatever I am. That doesn't make me that thing.
Are you not gay?
I'm that because I'm literally attracted to men, and that's what gives.
I'm sorry, he changed the thing.
Oh, were you zoomed in?
I did zoom in, yeah.
To me, that term, I can.
Well, there's the argument I would get for this, besides the fact that I don't think it's true, is that if someone believes they're gay and is wrong about being gay, they're generally not going to suffer like a lasting harm, right? Like you might think you're gay. Like that was always the common stereotype too. Like, oh, the girl goes to college and has her lesbian experiences. Like that was the stereotype. Like you might think you're gay and have, do something. You have some, gay sexual act or whatever. And then you're like, oh, that wasn't for me. I don't think I'm gay. Okay. And then you just have straight relationships and you move on with your life and nothing happens to you negatively because of that. Right.
No, you call the police and you report them for rape.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, but this is why this is such a bad comparison, because the problem with the trans stuff is like, well, if you believe you're trans, but you're wrong. Okay. You don't actually have gender dysphoria. It's like, okay, well, you just took gender blockers for years. You just
had
took
a double
opposite,
mastectomy. You've
right.
had a hysterectomy.
You took opposite sex hormones for years. These all had effects on your body. You just had a double mastectomy. Okay. You may have just, made it so you can't have children in the future. Like this has a lot.
Sterile.
Right. You could become sterile. Like this has lasting repercussions. And then in order to detransition is like a whole fucking process on top of that.
Yep.
This isn't the same. Like it's not the same thing as just saying, oh, well, I experimented with being gay and didn't like it. Like there's not really a big commitment there.
I mean, if you make that mistake and you're gay, you don't even need to change your
anything.
You don't need to change your behavior style. I mean, you can still be an effeminate straight guy. Just fine.
Exactly.
Like
exactly.
you don't need to change one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you change one thing. Right. But that's all that's
required. You change your Tinder profile. That's it.
There you go.
Goes from men seeking men to men seeking women, right? You're just like, you're there.
Say I'm a giraffe, that doesn't make me a giraffe.
But you're just saying you're attracted to men. Like you
I don't even use the G word.
But by that definition, couldn't I easily just say that you're just doing that for attention? And that's like I can't prove that.
And that's totally fine. I can't prove either that they're doing it for attention. I'm just stating it's a great way to get attention.
It's not. But it's not.
Totally.
It's like an incredibly difficult life. Like if you I don't know. Have you talked
is it difficult?
Yeah.
In 2020?
It totally depends, and I hate that they're not bringing that up because it really depends upon the situation.
Sure, of course.
Like there's tons of people who, I mean, would Blair White even be a thing if she wasn't trans and like beautiful? I mean,
right? Probably not. Probably not.
So
well, no, but also like there's a lot of. It seems since as trans becomes more fashionable, okay, there are people, I think people that we've covered, who say they are trans, but they don't they just dress differently. They don't actually take hormones. They don't go through any surgery or anything. And so it's like, okay, if someone's doing that for attention and it's not difficult, they're not suffering, they're not doing anything, to make their lives more difficult. They're just accruing this attention benefit from it.
Right. Well, it would be interesting to see his response to whether or not that's, I mean, the left would tend to say that like the amount of effort that they put into it is immaterial. It's literally transphobic to say, well, this person's putting effort in and this person's not, and therefore this person's a trans.
Right, you're not allowed to make that distinction about what is legitimate trans
you can't.
and illegitimate trans, right?
Yeah, the person can have a full beard and say, I identify as a woman, and if you say otherwise, you're a transphobe. Right. So, but Chapo Trap House here, like the guy who has a full beard and says I'm a woman, who's doing absolutely nothing. Like in his book, that's acceptable and not a lot of work,
right?
To be honest with you. So that's easy, yeah.
Have you ever talked to somebody who's had to transition when they're
I have a trans friend. Companies are,
but have you? Okay.
This is such a dumb argument too. Like, remember the thing. So Chapo Trap House over here, he starts with the straw man. He says people aren't just transitioning for no reason, right? Which is no one is making that claim.
No one has, yeah.
And then Christian responds by saying, well, maybe some people do it to get attention because you get a lot of attention if you come out as trans.
Sure, yeah.
So Chapo's response to this is, that's not true because transitioning is hard. That doesn't address
that's a non sequitur.
It's a complete non sequitur. And Christian hasn't pointed it out or realizes it. People do lots of things for attention that are difficult. Okay.
Yeah.
When you got the Evel Knievel guy is gonna ride his motorcycle over 20 buses and the Grand Canyon on a motorcycle.
That's difficult.
That's for attention. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah.
That's for attention.
What? I thought he was doing it just for fun.
Okay. When David Blaine freezes himself in a block of ice for a week. That's for attention. I don't know if you know that.
He's just doing that for attention? I thought that was some inner struggle that he was dealing with.
No.
He was trying to overcome his fear of ice. You don't know.
People do lots of things for attention that are difficult. Yeah. I'd wager to say that the majority of male, quote unquote, heroic behavior is difficult things for attention.
Yeah, you're right. Chapo Trap House. Their podcast makes like $1 bazillion an episode.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Right. They do. This is the level of arguments you get when you get, 50 grand an episode or whatever it is.
I mean, we've kind of been shunned from the left because we believe in good arguments.
I know.
And they don't like that.
Terrible.
They hate it.
Yeah, I've
you
talked to
like,
someone who's fully transitioned.
But like,
Blair White
someone
is,
who's someone who's like transitioned when they're poor.
Yeah. She transitioned when she was poor.
Right, and she probably would say it's pretty fucking hard.
Oh, I'm sure it's hard, but it's also a great way to get attention.
I love this guy.
I love so smug about it. Yeah, I love it.
Oh yeah, it is hard, but it's still a great way to get attention. True. Yep. He should have thrown out the Evil Knievel because it's so true. It's true.
It can be hard and also give you attention.
He does. Look
there
at
you
this.
go.
Fucking Evil Knievel right here.
Total choice, and it's like super easy to just do.
Oh, I don't think it's a choice to think you're something either. I don't think that's a choice.
So you do believe that trans people are born, but you're just saying it's still weird?
Oh yeah, I think you can totally. I think.
Do you like how he just fucking dishonestly strawmanned him to his face? Okay, all he said was so. This is why these conversations get frustrating. Somebody says something and you respond to it like in this very narrow thing. So Trap House says people just don't transition for no reason. So then Christian gives the narrow response to, well, some people transition for the attention. Okay. Hasan then blows this up to, oh, so you think people are born trans, but they're just weird. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, Hasan. What the fuck's your problem?
Yeah.
Or is he just that fucking brain dead and this stupid he doesn't understand the conversation? Which is very possible.
This is the guy who was calling a transphobe earlier.
Yes.
After he leaves, he calls him a transphobe.
Right. As soon as he leaves, calls him a transphobe.
Yeah.
It's like 5 minutes after he leaves, he's like, why that fucking transphobe got the fuck out of here.
Gender dysphoria is totally real. I think you can totally believe that you're a woman if you're a man. Absolutely. I would never dispute that. I was just stating.
What a transphobe.
In 2022, it is a great way to get attention as well. Even if you could be doing it because that's literally what you believe, or you could be doing it for attention. Both.
He's like, listen, I'm a black, gay, conservative TikTok star. I know how to fucking get attention, okay?
That's true.
You saddle up, you straight white males. Yep. I'm going to fucking give you a lesson how to fucking make it on TikTok. Bitches.
Okay, that's confusing me a little bit. So you're saying that people are doing it potentially, yes, absolutely.
So you're saying.
Okay, you had a mom.
Oh, he did do this. He literally did the "so you're saying" thing.
Yeah.
But he agreed though, so it's not he didn't do a Kathy Newman.
Not yet.
Say them and saying you're trans is a great way to get attention when people are genuinely spending all this money transitioning because they genuinely believe it, and then we're supposed to call you they them.
But like, even if that's the case, by the way, even if that's the case, for the record, let's say.
Did you get mild?
I don't. I don't.
Medium and high.
What did you? Didn't you get mild?
I got medium, but.
Oh, okay.
No, I definitely got.
Here, take it then. It's fine.
No, you're good. No,
take it. I have more. There's more that's in here.
My mom makes these all day. Okay, listen.
I was gonna say. Are you ready for the tendy drama?
I'm thinking of fast forwarding. Should we?
Who got the medium? Who got the mild? Who got the hot tendies? I gotta figure this out.
This is a part of the stream where I'm actually hungry, and now they're passing out food. So this is torture.
I know.
But even
fuck you.
Routinely.
I want you guys to know that before the stream, Adam rubs it in my face. He's like, oh, do you like the thumbnail? I'm like, yeah, can you make this minor change to thumbnail? And I'm just like, yeah, I'll change the thumbnail when I get back from Panda Express, Sitch.
I didn't have to share that information, but I knew
what
sharing
a fucking shithead.
Sitch loves Panda Express, but it's too far from his home. He has to
What an asshole.
It's like
a fucking journey across the Mojave Desert.
Oh, it's like listen, 5 minutes
Panda Express,
away from me.
No, listen. Panda Express is like decent. Okay. It's just like, that's the problem. It's too far away. It's not good enough for me to care to go the distance to get it. But if it was nearby, I would eat it all the time.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
It is. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. Exactly.
It's perfect for the stream. I mean, I get it fast. I eat it fast.
As we were speaking, right? Even if that was the case, I don't believe it is. But even if that was the case, especially when it comes to like the shit that like trans people are subjected to, where we personally like, you know, routinely can talk about their existence as though it's like something that's up for debate, and whether they're like
your existence, you exist. That doesn't mean
no. I'm saying like
I do like, bro, that for like 20 seconds, like Hasan said absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Well, like their existence is up for debate. I hate this bullshit argument. You're attacking my existence. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
We do know that in Hasan's community, their existence is not up for debate. It's like if Hasan wants to ban you,
that's right.
Your existence is not up for debate.
You know whose existence was up for debate? Femcat boy. Okay. His existence was snapped out of the debate.
Was there any debate going on over his? I thought his existence was just terminated.
That's true.
Immediately.
His existence was terminated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, there was no debate over it. It was just, it was done. It was done. Yeah. Hasan platformed this transphobe. He leaves. Hasan immediately starts calling him a transphobe and then starts banning trans people from his chat.
This transphobe who said that they believe in that people have gender dysphoria and transition, and that they're fine with that, but they're still a transphobe. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, see, that's what I mean though. Like
if your whole existence is wrapped up in what I think of you, you have bigger issues than me.
No, it wouldn't be a problem.
True. True. Oh, Christian over here spitting the fire. The straight facts. I can see why he's popular on TikTok.
It is. I mean, it is. We have to accept that it's like it does feel good to get validation from other people. So,
sure.
Like to be in a situation where other people are not willing to validate what you're into.
We are social
animals.
It
hurts. Yeah.
Okay. But you can't let that rule your life.
Yeah.
You got to be independently motivated.
Christian doesn't seem like he's letting him motivate his life.
No, you got to find the nice enlightened centrist middle ground.
Well, they're in any, really, listen, we did a debate with a bunch of monarchists, okay? There's fucking monarchists out there that can find people who accept them. Like if monarchists can find people that accept him, you're going to find enough people to accept you that you don't need like Christians' permission to exist. Right. Okay, come on.
That's right.
Come on now. You don't need you don't need validation from 100% of the population, or you're like not going to survive. That's just
are you saying that there's a spoon for every Aydin?
There is. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Aydin says exparted me.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We love you, Aydin.
If that also did not come along with like a boatload of fucking... Did you get a medium and a hot?
I got a medium, and then I think maybe I got this one.
Are you sure?
I got medium.
No, are you fucking shoving food in your mouth?
Oh yeah, no, I got medium.
Fat.
I'm starving.
We both got medium.
Fat.
Okay, here.
Yeah.
This guy.
Did you get an extra medium?
Yeah.
Adam's so fat he can't go 8 to 12 hours without eating. God, what a pussy.
You're killing me here. I had a late
I don't
lunch.
eat. Do you know this? I never eat during streams.
Bullshit. You have a little snack over there.
I used to. I don't anymore. For months and months and months, I haven't eaten anything.
I haven't gone to the bathroom. You've gone like 5 times.
Well, I'm drinking water. Jeez. I don't know if you know this, Adam.
I have
You
water.
don't pee out food. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I have water right here.
Okay.
I pee soup.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You pee cereal, you mean?
But I mean, it's fine if you didn't. Okay.
Oh, this is yours. I got no bread. You want the bread, right?
Look, he's literally
yeah.
breaking bread with this
There you
transphobe.
go. I know.
As we were stating, though, it wouldn't matter if people. What?
Just stop.
Aydin says, Sitch, do you want Adam to starve?
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of do. I kind of do, actually.
This one doesn't have the bread.
Okay. If it would not matter what people think of others, if it was just that, if there wasn't anything extra on top of that, like, but that's not usually how it works. What ends up happening is like people legislate in a certain way. People use trans people as a talking point. There's like fucking maximum like 4 trans girls that are doing high school sports, right? But that's a prominent public conversation. And the only reason why it's a prominent public conversation is because, you know, people...
Does Hasan really believe that there's only 4 trans women in high school sports?
Yeah.
That can't be true.
He's a transphobe, Adam.
That can't be true. There was 2 just on that one track team in the same school. What the fuck? What is he talking about?
I know.
No, that's ridiculous. There was the rest. I mean, I can just think of foreign memes, for heaven's sakes.
Love to use that as a fucking
I don't think
talking
it's
point.
maximum 4, and there's
but
trans
also
college.
Sorry.
This is a terrible argument because Hasan's over here making the argument like, oh, we have to completely reconceptualize the society's concepts of gender because of this small minority of people. Okay, that's his argument. But now he's saying, well, listen, we don't have to reconceptualize team sports for a smaller minority of girls that are getting shut out of sports events because of, you know, trans athletes. So why is that small minority of people important, but this other small minority of people is too small to care about?
Well, it's a much larger. The women getting shut out of sports is a much larger group, to be honest with you.
Of course, yeah, but that's why what he's saying is not the real argument. He doesn't care about it. It's not a question of size of the problem, okay? Because if size of the problem was the issue, he wouldn't care about trans people at all. The issue is that he views trans people as oppressed and victims of an unjust hierarchy, where, you know, cis women are the oppressors and they're part of the unjust hierarchy. And so fuck them.
You sure that's not just a talking point? You sure he's not just using trans people as a talking point?
Well, he's both those things.
I feel like he is.
Swimmers, I have no idea at the high school level.
Oh my
How
God.
about the trans college swimmers?
Zero
that
trans-
are beating all of the women.
Zero trans college athletes have actually gotten a scholarship into college for being
I don't care if it's a
an
scholarship.
athlete.
You're still taking away from women.
Wait, why?
Competing.
Wait, why?
No, I do care if it's.
They did win the record. What are you talking about? The trans
they did.
woman destroyed the woman's record. Somewhere out there's a woman who was like, I fucking trained for 7 years to beat that record. And they beat it by 30 seconds.
On like the first try. I know.
I swam thousands of miles to shave 2 seconds off my time.
Adam, that's just art. Listen, Adam, these sex differences in sporting events is just arbitrary. These are arbitrary social constructs. Okay, they shouldn't exist.
I would have to swim the English Channel.
Women should just not be allowed.
Times.
Women should be segregated to like the back of the sporting bus. Okay, that's what should happen.
Can you imagine how? I mean, a record is pretty much on your resume until somebody comes along and beats that record, right? Like, she probably wept when she was redoing her CV. She was like, oh my God. World record holder for the... she's devastated. You know she's devastated. I can't imagine having a world record, but it's got to kick ass, right? Having a world record in anything.
I know. It's got to be like...
Can you imagine?
every time they meet someone new, they're like, "Hello, my name is so and so. Did you know that I beat the world record for?"
Well, I'm just saying, you know.
But now it's like, did you know I used to be the world record holder?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not the same. It's not the same.
The woman just beat me by 30 seconds. Oh, that's pain. That's pain. Is it me? Because I mean, I don't feel like anyone here is doing a lot of empathy for the person that lost the record. I don't think Hasan cares about the record.
No, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about any of this.
Scholarship, but even if they didn't get a scholarship, if you're winning against women in the women's division,
but like why?
When these women have trained their whole entire lives to compete against women, then I think that's unfair.
Okay.
How about we just abolish gender differences in sports then? Just have the men compete against women then.
Why is
there a difference?
I personally don't give a shit about the gender differences, but I also don't care if trans women are outcompeting cis women in women's sports. I don't care about that at all.
Yeah, I do, and a lot of women do.
I don't think a lot of women do either, especially because, like, why would you?
Perfect pause. Look at this.
Look at his face.
Look at this.
Oh man, your pause game.
I know. This is dynamite right here. First of all, he misheard what he said.
Yeah.
He thought that he said, I don't really care about women, when he said, I do care about women. And Hasan comes back with, yeah, I don't really care about women either. And look at the look that he's giving him. He's shooting back with.
Well, no, no. He said, well, first of all, it's crazy that Hasan is saying, he's just saying, I don't care if trans women destroy cis women in sports. Okay.
Right.
So he doesn't even give a shit about the issue.
Yeah, of course.
At all. So I don't know why he's talking about it. But then, no, what he said was, I don't think other women care if they all get BTFO'd in sports by trans women.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Hasan just claimed. And that's where Christian's like, what?
Yeah. I mean, I would be organizing these people. I would not play. Like, I would say, listen, ladies, we're going to do a little protest. Okay. We're going to go to the other school that has the transgender player that's going to kick all of our asses.
Right.
And we're going to pretend like we're going to play. And then when the time comes to play, we're just not going to play. We'll be like, oh yeah, you guys are running around having fun. That's great. Have a good time. We're just a prop here for you guys now, so we might as well just be a prop.
Right.
Yeah, no, it would be fucking demoralizing.
It would be very demoralizing.
They would. All of us would take a knee on the field. We'd be like, okay, play soccer, guys. Go ahead.
I'm gonna Jesse Smollett it. Okay, taking a knee.
Well,
Not Jesse Smollett.
What he wrong guy.
What was the football player?
I mean, they have a legitimate reason to protest. I would be like, I mean, this is true, right? They're gonna get their asses kicked.
What was the name of the football player? That
I can't remember.
Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, they're gonna Colin Kaepernick it.
Right. No, but it's interesting that he says he doesn't think women care about this. It's like, I think Hasan is, for all of his woke baiting, I think Hasan is the stereotypical toxic masculine guy, like frat bro.
Of course.
Who, like, has he never interacted with a competitive human female before? Like, there's so many women I know who are like super competitive in like sports and playing video games and anything, who like, fuck, of course they care if they're getting, destroyed in some sporting event that they care about and practice for, and they feel like the other person has an unfair advantage because they used to be a man.
I covered the video of the track players, the transgender track players that were just destroying the women. And I watched that video. It was the greatest fucking video. I might have watched it on a Thursday stream. I don't remember. But in the video, once the transgender players just annihilate all of the women, you can see every single one of those girls just look over with a fucking huge disgust on their face.
Right.
Just like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty obvious that they were not happy about what was going on there. Yeah.
Right. It's the equivalent of saying like, oh, in your sport, a group of people can openly use steroids, but you can't.
Yeah.
And you just have to take it. That's basically the equivalent of what's happening. I mean, obviously it depends on the sport, but especially like a lot of the track sports.
The look on their face was like injustice, unfairness. This is totally not fair. Like you could tell the level of disgust.
Right. Oh, they know.
It went to the core of them.
They know.
Yeah. That's got to be playing out. I mean, it's so, yeah.
Do you think that? You don't think a lot of women care?
No. I think TERFs care, but ultimately I don't think...
Holy shit. Oh, God, this is gold. Only TERFs care.
Only TERFs care.
And they're not really human beings, so they don't matter.
No.
Yeah. TERFs do care. But this is the thing that's going to turn every single woman into a TERF, which I don't think they realize that. I don't think they realize that Team TERF's numbers are growing like into the millions.
I mean, not just women, but like any parent, if their daughter is like really into some sport and they're getting destroyed in their sport by like a young boy who's transitioning to be a trans girl, you're going to make a generation of TERFs.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean,
God, it's hard enough to get women into women's sports. It's just going to be over. Women's sports is going to be dead.
Well, listen, maybe the colleges are happy because, there's this problem with like the colleges are desperate to fill up the women's sporting slots so they don't get hit with the Title IX violation.
Title IX, exactly.
But now they can get a bunch of trans women to do it.
So,
they have a new pool of participants to draw from. So
I was listening to some podcast and they were talking about some sports team where the coach has a trans player on the team and just fucking loves it because they're destroying everyone.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying, like, if you're an all girls team, that's where you can win people over to protest. But there's conflicting forces here because there are going to be girls who are like, we got a ringer on our team. We're going to fucking state.
Yeah, if it's a team. Yeah, there's that. I mean, we've all seen that famous picture, a meme picture.
Yeah.
Of like
the basketball player.
The female basketball players.
Right.
And it's like there's like a team of 5 cis girls and they're all like 5'2".
Right.
And then there's like the trans
7
girl who's
foot.
like, it's like she's like 6'8" or something, towering over them, and they're all smiling because they're destroying everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah. If you want to organize your protest, you're probably not going to get a lot of action out of the girls on that team. They're going to be like, we love it. Let them play. Right. What are you, bigots? Why be bigots?
Women care. One, because they're not as successful as you say they are, especially because they're like quite literally undergoing hormone therapy that drastically redefines their body structure and everything else. But secondly,
so Hasan is basically saying, obviously he's speaking from ignorance. He doesn't know any of this stuff.
No. He's giving the NPC talking point dialogue tree.
They're not all that successful. Like people make it seem.
Is
Christian like his
going...
second point is the first point?
Oh yeah, that's great. That's a standard Hasan. Expect the third point to be the second point.
First of all, they're not that successful. Okay. Secondly, they're not that successful. Okay.
Is Christian's going to the phone? Is he gonna call?
I think he was taking a picture of his food and uploading it to Instagram or something.
Oh my god.
That's what it looked like.
Oh no.
As though these people are incredibly successful in college and like all these like athletic endeavors, but that's not true. They're not.
So them getting number 1 and number 2 at the
like
national
you can find like one or two. You can find one or two.
Well, there's not tons of trans people at this time. I think it's a conversation.
Yeah. Listen, Adam, all those examples that you are aware of, that's just 1 or 2 examples. That's all, outliers. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
It's a.
What about how many people are in the league that wanted to be in that 1 or 2 spot that were denied that 1 or 2 spot? I mean, right?
Right.
I mean, you're talking about hundreds of girls that are competing for those 2 spots. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. Hasan has a worse argument that he was about to get to.
Oh, nice.
conversation right now, because as this continues to grow or become more prominent, it's going to become more and more of an issue.
True.
Why would it be an issue? Do you have any
because people with a physical advantage, men, are going to be faster, stronger than women. No, not every man is faster than a woman. Of course not. But when you have the advantage of being a man...
Seems a lot like you want to do equality of outcome in sports.
What the fuck just happened? What happens, Sitch?
You don't like that argument?
He's forcing the equity argument on the conservative who are
Listen, if you think sports should be segregated by gender or sex, that's because you want equality of outcome. Okay.
What is this like? What? That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, no, Hasan's right. There should be no female sports because having a category of female sporting events is wanting equality of outcome. I think everything should be mixed.
First of all, he's a socialist, okay? The equality of outcome, the equity argument is the socialist argument.
It's supposed to be his position, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I'm so confused by this. It's like, not only am I going to throw out equity when it's totally, meaningless to the conversation that they're having, I'm going to put this on the conservative. I don't know. Christian seems pretty smart to me.
Debates are just about rhetoric, Adam. Okay. Yeah, and Hasan is killing. Didn't you hear him? He's doing really great in this debate. Okay. He's killing it. Don't you dare criticize or question him.
Usually when someone eats with their mouth open, it really wins me over to their side of the argument. I mean, that is the best rhetoric right there.
It's hard to eat with your mouth closed while you're talking. Okay.
Making me physically ill. Making me physically disgusted.
You're so squeamish
by your behavior.
Listen, I'm only squeamish about women with beards and armpit hair.
Is good rhetoric. Listen, if Hasan here had long hair, it'd be basically the same thing. He's already got the black nail polish.
Oh God,
how
you're
so?
Right.
Oh my God, the best follow-up. How so? Explain yourself. Listen. You made a big fuck up here. You said equity for no reason. Now explain yourself.
Like, hold on. Let me take a big bite so I can think while I'm chewing. Hold on 1 second. I've got to wash it down.
This is such comedy gold, Sitch.
I know. It's great.
Some people are taller than others. Some people are faster than others.
Oh, so you're...
You like the pause? He's like, is that the argument or is there something else? You going somewhere with this?
Christian is making a huge flaw here, okay?
Yeah.
He said...
He's being too nice.
5 words. Don't let him make the argument. Don't fill in the argument based off of the 5 words. He's fishing for you to make the argument for him. He knows he doesn't have an argument.
Yes.
So you're saying fuck the gender differences, but I admit that there's a difference in body structure between men and women that gives men some advantages.
Oh, that's a good answer.
He completely got away with it. I can't believe
he did get away with it, but I think that was a good answer because he's like, oh, so you admit that there's a difference, you just don't care that it's unfair.
Okay, I gotcha.
Which is because I mean, everyone, I'm pretty sure everyone, even Hasan's chat, knows that is the dumbest fucking argument ever, right? Well, people are taller and they have an advantage in basketball. How is it any different than men versus women playing in the sport? I don't understand.
I was trying to look at the chat there, but I only see one. Wouldn't you have a huge advantage if you were a man by transitioning? Yeah.
No, they're saying when you lose, but there's like this myth that if you're a guy and you transition into a woman, you instantaneously lose any advantage you have as being a man physically, and thus it's okay.
Okay, we have the moment of clarity right here for Hasan. Okay. Look, he's looking up at the chat right now. You can see he's licking his fingers. He's licking his fingers, and look, you can see the fear in his eye. What does the chat say? It
says this is straight up transphobia.
Right. But it says that like
20
million times.
Yes. With a Pepe face. Yes.
Right. I didn't see the peppy face.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. So right now he's on red alert. Hasan is like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Opportunity is that
Look, he noticed that. He's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
what you're saying?
I think, like I said, that if a trans woman is really good at a particular sport, which is incredibly fucking rare for the majority of trans women that compete in general. And that's precisely why you always use singular anecdotes. That's literally the reason why, like, Joe Rogan talks about Fallon Fox.
And the new thing is, you're considered.
He's such a bad actor. He's such a bad faith actor.
Yeah.
You know it's rare. That's why you use singular instances. No, it's because no one's done a fucking comprehensive study on the fucking topic. You moron. And if they did, they wouldn't be allowed to, because everyone knows the direction that was going to go. Could you imagine if some professor at a college was like, let me study trans athletes in college and high school to see if trans men do better in sport, or trans women do better in sports than women?
I typed in how many trans are there, and the first thing is athletes are there. Athletes are in the Olympics. Athletes are there in the U.S. Athletes in the... Evidently, somebody's typing this a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Young transgender athletes caught in middle of states debate. Yeah, I'm curious. How many are there? I just want
trans if you've not gone on.
Oh, he's way wrong.
On any hormones if you've not transitioned at all. So when does it move from, oh, you need to take this amount of hormones in order to compete with the gender you're identifying as, to if you say you're a woman, even though you have a penis, you can compete with the women. So then you will...
having a penis has nothing to do with this conversation, I don't think. But they do have rules.
This is Hasan pretending to be even stupider than he actually is.
Sensitive about the penis.
No, he's like, oh, I don't think having a penis has anything to do with it. No, obviously. He meant that in terms of having a penis means that you were born male. You fucking moron.
In place for this, I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Rules that actually end up hurting cis women, even like Caster Semenya, and women that simply just have a naturally higher occurring testosterone in their bloodstreams. So
Hasan's argument is, I don't think you should care about this issue because it affects too small a people, but also what you're suggesting affects an even tinier amount of people, which are cis women that have elevated levels of testosterone because they have a chromosomal disorder.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that he keeps using this. Well, why do you care about this small amount of people? And then he pivots to a smaller amount of people and says you should care about that.
With a chromosomal disorder.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
There already is a way to try to legislate this. There is already rules and regulations placed. But even that actually ends up harming cis women. If you wanted to protect cis women that have a natural competitive advantage literally get cucked in the Olympics because they might have naturally occurring testosterone in their bodies that are higher.
What are they saying? Is he saying that they take them out if that's the case? That's not the case. They don't do that.
What did he say? I was reading something.
Well, he seems to be saying that there are women that have naturally occurring higher testosterone that they don't let them compete, but that's not true. They do get cucked because they're probably going to be the ones that are in the top upper echelons competing, and they're going to be beaten by the trans women.
There are also women with higher levels of testosterone than men, like cis women with higher levels of testosterone naturally occurring in their bodies than men.
Okay, so while you love on trans women, can y'all take a selfie with me?
Oh my God. Well, you love on cis women? Is that what he said? Or trans women? No, he said trans women. Yeah.
Sure.
That photo is going to come back to haunt you, Hasan.
I know.
You're in a picture with a transphobe. I know. What are you doing? Oh, he's making the I'm not a transphobe hand signal. Or is that the
reverse okay sign?
No.
you're not gonna be in.
Oh, he's spent because Chapo Trap House is like, I'm not going to be in this picture with this transphobe. He's like, I'm over here eating my Coke, drinking my Coke, okay? Straight white men only. So bad.
Okay.
Chapo's like, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's not adding. He's afraid to enter this conversation.
Yeah. He's smart. Right? I mean, he's like, I don't
He's a
want
pussy. Okay? He is a wussy.
Right.
Get in there. Throw some punches.
Right.
Do a backflip.
Yeah.
It's 2v1, okay? Hasan brought you on because he was too afraid to talk to Christian 1v1. That's why you're there. You're the buffer.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure. I have an inside source.
I don't believe any of this.
Okay.
Sitch is lying again.
Hasan's stepsister told me personally that they had this conversation before the stream.
Hasan is bigger than any girl I've met. This is the only thing I don't agree with Hasan about. Yeah, I'm a big dude. I'm bigger than most dudes you've met too. That doesn't change anything.
Hasan is like thinking, maybe I can transition. I see he's got some basketballs there. Hasan, would you consider transitioning and playing some basketball with some?
Yeah, he'd do great.
Yeah.
She'd do great.
Anyway, I'm gonna give the 1 minute ad break here, and then we're gonna continue with this Dr. Phil video. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
What's the woman ad break?
On Twitch, they watch ads for an entire minute. Live.
Really?
Yeah. Like, on YouTube, you only watch the ads if it's like a replay. On Twitch, it's live. They put ads like in the middle of the thing.
Really?
Yep.
Ouch.
Fucking Twitch. So we can skip ahead like.
This is the swimmer he's talking about. Controversy of the year: transgender swimmer Leah Thomas swims fastest times in the nation. Always like one person. One person. Let him have it.
I don't see how you don't.
Adam, I don't know if you know this, but it's always one person that breaks a record and becomes the best at something. It's only ever one person, Adam. I don't understand why you're complaining.
Yeah.
Why is it only ever one person who can be the best at one thing? Okay. I don't understand why you're complaining about this. This is just off chances here that one person is doing the thing that only one person can ever do by the nature of the category's designation.
It is kind of weird if you have a record and somebody comes along and they're like, okay, well, we're going to change the rules here and we're going to make it so this person, can, instead of like, if it's a running thing, they're like, instead of running, we're going to let this person use a moped. It's like, there goes your record.
Right. That was a big thing with, what was it? Was it Jose Canseco? I remember growing up in like the mid 2000s, there was a time period in baseball. I thought it was Jose Canseco. It was like him and someone else. I forget who the other guy was. Like they were breaking all the records for home runs and people were going crazy. And it was like this huge thing. And then it's like, it turned out that they were doping. They're all on
steroids. Yeah.
And there was this big controversy about like, well, should they be removed from the Hall of Fame? Should the records be stripped? Should the records have an asterisk next to their name? Like,
yeah,
because people have a sense of fairness.
They do. Yeah. Huge cheating.
One person.
Okay,
Even if it was 10,
it's always one person. One person. I don't see how he can't put together that all of those records are going to be transgender women.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know where I get Jose Canseco from. It was Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. That's correct.
We're not sports people, you can tell.
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's just one person, are you against that situation?
What?
Or so are you against that situation since it's just one
no.
person? Okay.
I'm not against it at all.
With the men for 3 years, transitioned, and is now competing with the women.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So what? They're trans. They're living. They're trans. They're living their truth. They're a trans woman. I think trans women absolutely can and should compete with cis women. I don't understand why it's that big of an issue unless you think, and I think a lot of people should be more honest about this. They just think trans women are icky and weird and gross.
I don't. I have a trans
and that's
friend.
where they're like. That's where a lot of it comes from.
Or I don't at all. If that's
where
how you want to live, love you, we can be friends, all of it.
But like,
so no.
But like, why else would you give a shit over? Like,
yeah.
Because
did you like pay attention to swimming
and
before?
testosterone have advantages.
Have you ever cared about like who the best swimmer is?
Do you know who
like,
the second? Do you know who the second? Yeah. Do you know who the second fast?
The argument, this is such a bad faith bullshit argument. Well, obviously you don't care about this thing, this sense of unfairness, because you don't care about the sport normally. Okay, so you can't care about the concept or have an opinion on the unfairness of this. It's like this, is like saying you could have this conversation with Hasan and Chapel and be like, I think it's really terrible what China's doing to the Uyghurs, and they'd say, why do you care?
Yeah.
And you're like, well, what do you mean? There's like people that are being killed and raped and all sorts of horrible things. Their organs harvested from them. No, but like, Sitch, why do you care? I mean, you didn't care. I mean, do you know what the Uyghurs were doing?
Names.
Yeah. You didn't know what the Uyghurs were doing before this happened, right? You didn't care about the Uyghurs before then. There's bad things are happening to them all over the world and you don't care. Why do you care about this one thing, Sitch? You just don't like Chinese people. That's it.
Yeah.
No, fuck you.
Well, you could run this argument with the police brutality too. It's only like 800 people. Why do you care, right? It's just a few people.
Right.
Yeah. People tend to care about injustice.
Look at Doomer in the chat.
What's Doomer doing?
This class is dog shit. Oh, look at fucking Doomer.
You guys, it's so difficult.
Look at this loser. Doomer media. So jelly.
Have you guys ever had two friends that you're friends with both of them, but they don't get along? Have you guys ever been in this uncomfortable situation?
I've never been in that situation before.
Like,
all my friends have
where it's like, okay, we're going to have a party on Saturday, and I would like to... let's invite Sitch. Oh, yeah, we can invite Oh, wait. Sitch and Doomer don't get along. They don't get along.
Doomer, see, this is the thing. Doomer is like that girl that that thrives off of negative attention. And she just, because she has daddy issues, she's just trying to get in trouble. So Doomer's like, he's just really, really trying to get me to take the wrench away. That's what he's trying to do.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, because Doomer thrives on negative attention.
He wants to be oppressed.
He does.
He's like,
oppress me harder, Sitch. Oppress me.
I think if you took his wrench away, people would not like that. Definitely, they'd be against that.
Well, now that makes me want to get rid of it.
Well, they would look at you differently. They would look at you like you're an authoritarian monster.
CT says, yes, Adam, you and Jeff Holiday.
What does that mean?
You said friends.
That's not allowed. Let's move on. Let's get back to this video.
There you go.
What? It's not my fault Jeff Holiday's a dick. How's that my fault? How is that my fault?
Look at this. Doomer's trying to see. This is the thing. Doomer's trying to use double reverse psychology. He's like, "You're too much of a coward to take my wrench away." Now, this is the double Serbian bluff. Okay, as Carmen would say.
Right.
He's like, "I'm gonna say that because it's like reverse psychology that'll take it away, but then Sitch won't take it away because he knows that it's the reverse psychology."
Look at Sammy G. She says Sitch isn't a monster. What? People are questioning that you're...
I know.
Take the... Dr. Phil, take the wrench, Sitch.
I know.
Kate,
well, guess what?
Kate says, don't listen to CT. Take his fucking wrench.
Guess what, Doomer?
De-wrench Doomer.
Your double reverse psychology.
Dr. Thalem
work
says...
on me.
Dr. Thalem says, then I can ban him for being a coward.
I saw right through it, Doomer. I saw right through your double reverse psychoanalysis psycho trick.
Okay, I got to figure out how to log in here. I got to be able to get that wrench back.
I took the wrench. The wrench is gone.
Oh my God.
It's gone, Doomer. You ask and you shall receive.
Sitch,
Here at the Church of S-Class, we give the people what they want. You said take the wrench, and it's gone. It's gone.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
That's right. Just like Hasan, Doomer has been supporting us for 18 months subscriber, and he's banned. He's banned forever.
Don't worry, Doomer. I'm logging in. I'm figuring out how to I'm going to log in right now. I have a link. I'll save you. I've never done this before, but I think I can get you your wrench back. I'm going to try.
I'm going to have to take Adam's
I'm on
wrench
it.
away. If Adam gives you a wrench, I'm going to have to take Adam's wrench away.
What? I can't. Couldn't I just technically give my wrench back to myself?
No.
I mean,
no.
Okay, I've never been to the live control room before. I'm Doomer. I'm trying to save you.
Adam, we gotta move on.
Reach your hand out to
Swim time
me.
in the nation is?
Is it a woman?
Do you know?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, why don't you know?
Because I don't care. Because I don't care.
Exactly. You only care about this because there's a trans woman.
No,
that
it's because men have a competitive advantage over women athletically.
No, you're literally proving my point. That's people only act like they give a shit about this issue because trans people. Okay, that's it.
He's basically saying that if you'll come down on the side of the women, that you're a transphobe.
Yes.
That you hate trans people.
Yeah, that's true. You didn't know that?
So bad faith.
You didn't know
That's
that?
so bad faith.
Yeah. If you side with women, you're a transphobe. I don't know if you knew that.
That's so bad faith.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible.
They don't want trans people competing, and that's precisely why.
Let's make a trans league. Why not make a trans league?
Because there would be 3 people across like every fucking sport. That would be insane.
Okay, and if there's no difference, why can't the trans women compete with the men?
What?
Why can't the trans women compete with the men?
Because that would also be insane. Because if there's
that would
if
hurt
there-
their feelings.
They've done that and people complain. They've like literally done that.
I
They've
know.
done that
So
with
there
wrestling.
was one wrestler who. Oh no, that he was gonna wrestle a woman. Never mind. I don't know. I'm against it. End of discussion. And
also because they're not men. That's a trans woman. That's not a trans man. Trans men can compete with
so if I am a woman tomorrow, I should be able to compete with the.
CT timed Doomer out for 300 seconds.
What? Why would CT?
Thank you, CT. That's very based of you.
Why would you do that?
That was very based. Thank you.
Women.
I can't speak on like people who are not like in the process of gender confirmation. Like I know that if someone says they're a trans woman, like my immediate inclination isn't to say, oh, that person is probably lying for attention or anything like that. But as far as like competitive rules goes, one, I personally don't care if someone is like, I'm a trans woman and I want to compete against cis women, but I don't know. Like I don't know what the current regulation for it is. But the real thing I will say is this: I don't think human beings are that grifty, if you know what I mean. Like I don't think, like, some people have done that, and 99% of those people are conservative commentators that try to fucking get like try to do a quick own to make a point that, like, you know, men are stronger than women or whatever by average, and that's true. Like that is literally true. And it's always
So if
like that
true-
fucking that dude Zubies or whatever, that's like the dog shit rapper. He did that where he was like, oh, I won a weightlifting competition. But that's fake. And you're the guy who did that. There's no other instance where like
But if you just said that men are on average typically stronger than women, then simply because someone
Are you paying attention to this?
Yeah, Hasan just said, yeah, trans women have advantage over cis women, but I don't give a fuck. That's what he just said.
Okay.
Right? I didn't imagine that.
There's giant drama in the chat that I was focused in on.
What was the drama in the chat?
CT.
I know, time Doomer out.
Yeah, okay.
It was beautiful. Based.
Was it beautiful?
It was.
I don't know. It was a little mean.
I think it was perfect.
labels themselves as a woman, you say, oh, well, then they're a woman and they should be able to compete with the women. Like, I don't understand.
Talk to me when this is someone. Talk to me when there is someone who's not a conservative commentator, who's not clearly doing this for funsies.
But
no. But that's a trans woman. That's not like. Do you think that person is faking it to win?
No, but I do think he has an athletic, or she has an athletic advantage for sure.
So what? Talk to me when someone's like, I am just doing this specifically to win a competition. I'm not going to undergo anything. Like, I'm not.
Why does that matter? Why does it matter whether Hasan's saying it only matters if their only intention to transition is to win? That's irrelevant. That's 100% irrelevant to the consequences. Okay, where's our consequentialist man? Where's Vosh?
I'm using male pronouns in every other fucking part of my life, but in this circumstance, I'm just doing it. Talk to me when someone is not. Talk to me when there's someone who's like faking being trans to win a fucking competition.
Okay, so we'll have this conversation in probably the net, which I don't know if that's happened.
So
yet.
so you're
no.
setting up for the future then. Is that what you're saying?
Fuck yeah. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's my point. That's like, nobody cares about these sports. People just care about it because there's trans people competing.
We do.
No, you don't. You don't care. You don't know who the second fastest
Because I don't
is.
pay attention to swimming until a man is competing with the women.
Okay. But you just admitted it. You don't care. So why the fuck do you care? You only care about the trans people competing in it. You don't care about the actual sport. If you care about the integrity of the sport, then you would know who the second fastest swimmer is in the women competition.
Whoa, Adam.
What?
What are you doing?
What's going on?
Look, you just got caught. You just got caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
What?
Why'd you take CT's wrench away, Adam? I didn't even know you could take people's wrench away.
Someone took CT's wrench.
I didn't even know you could take people's wrench
I thought
away.
you took CT's wrench.
I'm gonna have to change your.
You didn't. Oh
your
shit!
permission.
Oh shit!
Dr. Thalum, don't time CT out.
Oh shit! It's total pandemonium in the chat. This is how it begins.
Thalum, I might take your wrench away for that. Take your wrench away for that. You abuse the power.
The alliance is falling apart. Look at this.
How did you take? I didn't even know you could take someone's wrench away, Adam.
What? I can't
believe you did that.
I can't do that. I'm not.
I can't believe you did that.
Look, I'll give it back. Look,
CT, you didn't know if you were S class or A team. Who took your wrench away? It was A team.
See, she's banning Doomer from the chat. Doomer's a friend of the show. He's been on the show.
Doomer deserves to get banned from the chat. Okay.
Why?
Did you give Doomer a wrench again?
Did I? Maybe I did. I can't.
Where is it? Where? Oh, there it is. Nope, gone. Genius. I'm gonna have to take Adam's wrench away. You gave. Well, actually, you know what? I was actually about to give Danimal a wrench anyway, so I'm fine with that. Danimal has been pretty on point with the memes.
We just have to give CT a wrench back, and where everything is back to everything. All is well in the kingdom again.
That's right.
But I think Dr. Thalum. What? Why would you time CT out?
I know.
Oh shit. How did hold on?
Diddler deleting Doomer's.
How is that possible? I thought Doomer had a wrench. How's he getting time? Did you take his wrench again?
It away. Okay. Everyone stop
it's
with the
pandemonium in the
chat. Okay.
Oh shit.
I appreciate the memes. Everyone stop with timing out though. No more timing out. Okay.
It's full out war.
This was the last timing out. All right.
Look at Aydin. Democracy did this.
Listen, Monarch Sitch, Lord Sitch. No more timeouts. Unless someone's spamming that weird link that the fucking bots were trying to spam. Okay. No more timing out.
CT abused her power.
Right. No, CT was correct. Okay.
Really? Doomer can't even chat now. He's been timed out by everyone.
Sword and Scale says, I want to relinquish my wrench. It has too much power, and I'm drunk with it. No, Sword and Scale. This is the burden that you must face. This burden has been placed upon your shoulders. You must deal with it.
Come on, we have to get back to the video here, guys.
We do.
Can't have you fighting each other. We have to give CT her wrench back, but
I will give CT her wrench back whenever her timeout comes back.
You've made Doomer, unfortunately, a target, though. Like, Doomer is going to be continually timed out if you don't wrench him.
I know he's... No. No one else will time... No more time out of Doomer unless I say the special code word.
Right.
Special
So
code word is fuck you, timeout Doomer. Okay.
We will be taking wrenches for timing out Doomer. So don't go nuts. Right. Yeah.
That's right.
We have to be, we can't,
Anyway.
This can't devolve into Hasan's chat.
Let's get back into the video.
That literally got stolen their position from the trans woman, right? Like, but you don't, because you don't care about the integrity of that process at all. No one does. It's really fucking
No,
creepy.
I just care about women having the same opportunities as men to succeed.
Okay.
They should be able to do that without men taking over their sport.
Yeah, if that quite literally was the case, then people would be advocating for every other facet where women are competing in sports. They don't give a shit about how much women get paid. As a matter of fact, they fucking cry.
Because if people don't want to watch that sport as much as they want to watch the men competing in that sport, they should not get paid if they're not producing the same amount of ratings.
Okay, so you don't care about the women's sport.
No, I care about women's sports and their opportunity to compete in the sport.
You care about women's sports as far as like trans women are competing.
This is
what?
This is so weird because it's like, I feel like we are watching two NPC dialogue trains competing with one another. Because he's just pulling out the standard conservative talking points, and Hasan is just responding with the standard leftist rebuttals. So I do feel like we're in the
sort of, but Hasan's points make absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Right. Well, it's
like
whataboutism. It's like, if you really cared about the women, you'd care about how much they get paid. Let's talk about that.
Right. You're gonna bring up the fake, women's soccer not being paid story.
Yeah, totally.
I care about women's sports as far as women being able to compete fairly versus them getting paid the same amount. You get paid based on the ratings you bring in. If women were bringing in higher ratings like they do in gymnastics, female gymnasts get paid more than male gymnasts. Female I don't know about the figure skating one. Female rhythmic gymnasts get paid more than male rhythmic gymnasts because they bring in higher ratings. So
I think
female OnlyFans.
I think we should let more trans women compete so that the ratings improve for all of these women's sports, and therefore women will make more money.
The ratings would go up, that's for sure.
There you go, because so many people are so obsessed with like what trans people are doing, even though there's like fucking, 10.
If Hasan doesn't care, if Hasan's argument is you don't care about like the sports beforehand, you can't care about it now. Hasn't that not apply to him and everyone else who's like on his side of this issue?
He just also conceded the attention argument, but
but like they don't. I mean, does Hasan care about women's soccer or women's basketball before this?
No, I'm certain he doesn't. But he did concede that the trans people are bringing in a lot. That trans sports is a great way to get a lot of attention, which we started this conversation with him saying, "No, they wouldn't do it for attention." Nah, it doesn't get attention. What are you talking about?
Trans people competing, that'll automatically improve and elevate all women's sports. So there you go.
You're for
further
it, for
advocating.
ratings.
I mean, if you care about it, if you think trans athletes bring in higher ratings for women, would you be on board with it?
Hell no.
Why? What do you mean?
No, because I want the women to be able to compete fairly and see who's the best based on their athletic.
Okay, we're gonna continue with this. We're gonna continue. We're gonna see what Dr. Phil has to
Gender
say.
is something somebody can't know just by looking at somebody.
Nope. Yeah. Because everyone is going to present and express themselves in a different way. I know it's very confusing, right? Everyone's like, what is going on? But it's really, about us breaking that assumption that we can tell someone's identity, someone's story, their pronouns, even their name, just based on how they look, right?
This is like the audacity to go on the Dr. Phil show and to claim that how we've structured society for thousands of years is completely incoherent, wrong, oppressive, whatever argument you want to make. To do that with absolutely no evidence or facts on your side is just, this is the hubris. The hubris. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind that someone would do something like that. It's kind of crazy.
It shouldn't.
Yeah. And so how does someone ask? How does somebody clarify that? Ethan, what's the best way What's the most comfortable way?
I think for me, to create a safe space.
Got
for
real
people
quiet
to
on this,
share their
dude.
Oh no. I mean, it was
You're
mostly you
vibing.
guys debating.
pronouns, I will say.
He's
Hi,
like,
my name is.
he's
Totally
like,
called him out.
Chapo, I brought you here to help me in this debate, and you just totally got quiet. What the fuck? Where's my backup here?
He's like, I run a very successful podcast that makes thousands of dollars a minute. I don't really want to be canceled over this stupid conversation. Yeah. Hasan, you're getting canceled once a week, okay?
God, Hasan's such a bitch.
Our fucking show is only once a week, okay?
Why didn't you
Yes,
help me
Ethan.
TV one this guy? Jeez.
I use he or they pronouns. What about you?
I think it's really important for us to recognize other people's pronouns because, again, we can't make that assumption. But for so many people who are cisgender, meaning that you do identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth, you're not transgender or not non-binary, I think a lot of people don't even question their pronouns because we already use them and it's already assumed correctly. But for so many trans and non-binary people, that isn't often assumed correctly. So we need to take the time to get to know people.
Cisgender.
Yeah, I want to like
says adjective that describes a person.
Ew.
I do.
No,
God
you
damn,
don't.
I do.
No, you
I
don't.
fucking do.
No, you don't.
I love
He
Matt Walsh.
sucks.
And he'd be on.
What's happening here? Are they totally in a love fest over Matt Walsh now?
Well, Christian is.
Christian wants to date Matt Walsh.
Cisgender.
Yeah, I want to like
says adjective that describes a person.
Ew.
I do.
No,
God
you
damn,
don't.
I do.
No, you
I
don't.
fucking do.
No, you
you
don't.
I
don't.
love
He
Matt Walsh.
sucks.
And he'd be on Giga Chat with y'all, by the way.
Oh my god, he sucks so
Christ.
bad.
He's
like
so good. He's so good.
he like homeschools his children.
It's ironic because I'm pretty sure Matt Walsh doesn't like the gays.
Yeah, he seems
But
pretty
I don't know.
anti-gay. But
And
I mean,
then
I
goes
know
to
he's
fucking
anti-gay
parent-teacher
marriage.
I
conferences.
love him.
That is like
He
literally.
pays the taxes, so do it, man.
Oh my god, that's the wackest person you could ever be on the planet. I'm gonna go complain at parent-teachers conferences at other
Yep,
people's
fuck
schools.
yeah, because
It's
these
like-
kids are gonna graduate hating
Also,
their
I don't think
skin
Matt
color.
Walsh would like you if we're being honest. Like, cause, you know,
He loves me.
Have you guys met?
No.
if you think Matt Walsh loves you when you are like,
And I don't even care if he would like me or not. I like his takes and the discussion. I don't
Do
need
they
him to worship
do
me
they
to
bring
like
him in? Do they bring him in like a pro wrestling thing here?
yeah, dun 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 dun. I love that. Let's hear what the
Whose gender
intellectual giant
identity
is gonna do
matches
here.
or aligns with the gender he or she was assigned at birth. Now, this would be what has been traditional for centuries, right?
I don't know. I usually just
Why
hate
does
people
it
that
need
would
a
fucking unconditionally
term?
hate me. But
You know,
that's
if
me.
we don't use that term, then we end up saying maybe real men or normal men or regular men, right? Or we just say men, and then we say maybe transgender men, right? And the thing is that we need to realize that trans women are women, trans men are men too. And so we just want to have a term for that privilege, that assumption that your gender identity is going to match the one that you were assigned at birth.
All right, and then transgender adjective describes a person whose gender identity does not match or align with the gender they were assigned at birth. And then non-binary describes a person whose gender identity does not fit into the traditional binary of man or woman. And that term can be abbreviated to, and how do you pronounce that?
NB.
NB.
NB, yeah.
Okay, and explain that.
For transgender people, we are assigned a sex at birth. And when we grow up, when there's a mismatch of how we view ourselves and how society views us, then we can choose to, either medically transition or just socially transition or both.
My name is Matt Walsh, and I've written a book called Johnny the Walrus. This book is about identity and imagination.
Oh,
He
that's so
identifies
creepy.
as a-
Oh, that's so creepy. Dude, automatically, dude. You're like, that is like, these are the guys that fucking complain about like drag power hour for children doing exactly the same thing, but way worse.
My God, dude.
Oh, dude. Oh, no, no.
my
You just
God.
want to fucking be around. Oh, dude. No, no, no,
God.
no. I would never want my kids to be around this fucking freak,
His
dude.
book was #1 in the LGBT section. Did you
Oh
know
my
that?
God.
was it really? That's hard to believe.
That's hilarious. Well, probably the cat if it was categorized, but him comparing this to like the drag queen story hours, fucking insane.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
I mean, you could disagree with the message of the book, but Matt Walsh is sitting there dressed like a normal
Mr. Rogers,
person.
basically.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers. I think it's funny too because I think a lot of the message of the Walrus book would go straight over these kids' heads. I don't think they understand what the
No, of course not. Yeah.
is being talked about.
Yeah.
God, oh my fucking Lord. Yeah, because conservative.
It is weird though that like I don't know where this was shot, but it was obviously set up like this. He didn't naturally go to a school to read the book because, and it's weird because like there's the whiteboard that says "Welcome, Mr. Walsh," like as if he was at a school that was real, but then the background is like says the Walrus, like it was obviously constructed for this book.
Yeah.
Here's how a lot of disposable income, and they will literally buy whatever dog shit that you shill them. It doesn't matter.
Also, like think tanks, like one of the secondary jobs of a think tank is to order like 100,000 copies of a book.
They
So
literally
it makes a bestseller.
they literally just have it in the basement, fucking probably burning it afterwards. But like, hey, you made it to the fucking top of the list, right?
That's like a money laundering scheme right there.
Yeah, that does happen though.
It does happen. It definitely happens, yeah. But it's for money laundering.
Well, and for publicity too.
His mom's a little silly. She takes it seriously and thinks he really is a walrus. So she went on her phone, and there are people telling her that this isn't pretend. He's really a walrus. And his mother takes him to the doctor to have him surgically transitioned and gets him walrus hormone pills, and then eventually tries to drop him off at a zoo to live with other walruses. Not only topping the Amazon
Do you
charts,
like that?
my book
The
has taken
zookeeper who says that he's not a walrus looks exactly like Matt Walsh.
Oh, really? I didn't catch that.
You missed that. Look, go back for a second.
the doctor to have him surgically transitioned and gets him walrus hormone pills.
Oh, yeah. Look at
Him off at a
that.
zoo to live with other.
He even drew a muscle. You see, he's got like a muscle on his.
Oh, wow.
Like a
He's
Popeye
super
muscle.
Popeye. Yeah. Strong, healthy Matt Walsh there.
There you go.
Him off at a
And
zoo
it
to
says,
live.
Mom, that's a boy.
Ma'am.
Oh, ma'am, that's a boy. Oh, that's just a boy with wood spoons in his mouth.
Yes.
Okay. That must be the walrus teeth.
Not a real walrus.
With
Thank
other
you, Matt.
walruses. Not only topping the Amazon charts, my book has taken the world by storm.
You're saying that there should be no construct of gender, just sex. You're either male or female.
Right.
And someone feeling in a mental, emotional way that they don't identify.
Conservatives will fucking write a book.
Do you see this spammer in his chat that keeps spamming? Hey, Christian, look at this.
It's just a middle finger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see that. I'm surprised the mods allow that and don't ban that.
It's going on and on and on.
Yep.
It's like, that's an amazing argument you're making there. Yeah.
Like shitting on trans people for children.
Wasn't
so
shitting
that
on trans.
so that children can fucking feel this. I mean, he's making an equivalence to like
It was showing the
someone.
connection. What's the difference?
That's not a connection, and you know it.
How
there's
so?
a difference between well documented. Well, first of all, there's a difference between like the way we visualize and understand gender, which is a social construct, versus like a human being. Okay, like there are.
Wait. What?
Versus a human being. What's he
The fuck did
talking
he
about?
just say?
Does he
First of
mean
all, there's a difference
individual?
between like equivalence to like
It was showing
someone.
the connection. What's the difference?
That's not a connection, and you know it.
How
There's
so?
a difference between well documented. Well, first of all, there's a difference between like the way we visualize and understand gender, which is a social construct, versus
The way we visualize and understand gender is a social construct.
versus like a human being. Okay, like there are people out there that fucking
Versus a human.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that means. Yeah,
What does that mean?
that's
Listen, guys.
incoherent.
We visualize gender as a social construct, but not human beings. I don't know. I don't know what that means, guys. I give up on that one.
do body modifications to change their body to be like lizard people or whatever the fuck. But those people aren't actual fucking lizards. Like we all understand that there's a human being that's doing that. Okay.
Okay.
Whereas gender on the other hand, is entirely a social construct that we have developed, that we work off of contextual cues on like how people present themselves.
Okay, I understand what's happening here. So Hasan is an idiot, but that comes as no surprise to anyone. And he's saying that people that body modify themselves to look like cheetahs or lizards, that's obviously bullshit because you're biologically a human. Mm-hmm. However, he wholesale believes in the non-scientific idea that gender is the Judith
Social
Butler gender
construct,
is
yeah.
a performative, entirely socially constructed concept, and that there's no biology to it whatsoever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's his argument.
Which is,
So
I mean,
he's
even
taking the anti-science position right now. He's not trusting the experts, Adam.
Doesn't this argument fall apart on television shows like Naked and Afraid?
No.
I mean, where, like, if you
That's
drop
a social construct, Adam.
No, if you drop two naked people, a man and a woman, on a
Yes.
desert island,
Yes.
and there's no clothing or hairstyles or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
just you're gonna be able to tell which is a man and which is a woman. There's no social construct to it.
Yeah, but he would know, but that's not what he means. He means like, well,
Well,
I guess I understand what you're saying.
Gender is
Right.
always a social construct.
Yeah,
I don't know that
but
I buy
he
that.
would say, well, no, gender, yeah, it's a stupid. He's wrong. It's absurd. But he's saying that the actions that we associate with masculinity or femininity are social constructs. All of them are. And that's all. He's saying they're just all arbitrary distinctions created by some oppressive society.
See, but if you drop those two naked people,
right,
on a desert island or wherever they're supposed to escape from, I don't know. Have you seen the show Naked and Afraid?
I'm aware of the show.
Right.
I don't think I've ever seen the show.
It's
I don't
pretty
know
interesting.
what's going on there.
It's a lot of nudity, a lot of
Yes.
full frontal nudity. So be ready.
Awesome.
A lot of. I can't imagine the person that has to blur all that stuff out for a whole like 30-minute episode. But
yeah.
So, but would you not describe if one's alone in the valley and one's climbing up the mountain, would you not describe one body type as masculine and one body type as feminine?
Sure.
Even
but,
though
yeah,
there's no social construct going on whatsoever.
Well, no,
we're
because
just talking about two people in nature.
Right. But he would, so Hasan's response to that would be, I'm not talking about like the visual, even though he said visualize, I'm not talking about like the way their bodies necessarily look when they're naked.
Mm-hmm.
He'd say the behaviors and actions that they perform that are associated with being masculine or being feminine. He would say that's the social construct.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't matter if they're naked in the middle of the jungle
Mm-hmm.
because they've still been socialized by oppressive society.
Right. I still think you would describe the body types as masculine or feminine, regardless of.
Oh, I agree.
Without the socialization.
I agree with you.
There's more than just.
But he wouldn't. He would just say they're male or female or something. He would make it some kind of a distinction.
Some sort of needless distinction, just to be,
right.
Just to be a dick.
Yes. Kano for $20 says, Adam, you're good at economics, right? I need help budgeting this out.
Mm-hmm.
Simping, $20. Mm-hmm. Food, $200. Gas, $125.
Oh,
Candles.
Oh, shit.
Candles, $2,138.56. Please, my family is dying. S-class looks good and a mustache. There you go.
That's a lot of money on candles. I don't know.
That's a lot of money on candles. That's true.
These better be some great smelling candles.
Mm-hmm. Whatever indeed for $20 says Hasan, getting them at home with the Sly Stallone shoulder vibes. I don't know what that means. What's the Sly Stallone shoulder vibes?
I don't know.
Get shoulders like Sylvester Stallone with this action hero workout. Oh, I see. There you go.
I thought he looked heavy.
Vash's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, If you examine the dialectic subculture theory, one is faced with accepting post-conceptual paradigm of discourse or conclude reality serves to oppress the proletariat. Stop oppressing trans with these realities of absurdity.
Of course.
There you go. I agree. I agree with that. Kubomi for $20 says, January 23rd shall forever be remembered as the wrench insurrection.
True.
That's right. You've heard of 1-6? Now we have 123.
Doomer Media says Sitch is an oppressive tyrant.
True.
Look at that. But no one's timed you out.
True.
Everyone's scared of losing their wrench.
That's why Doomer likes that I'm oppressive. He wants me to oppress him harder. When he was timed out, he was DMing me. He's like, yeah, press me harder. DM.
Was he really?
He was.
Oh my God. Why are...
He was.
That's so bad.
Okay. Ultimately, someone saying I'm a fucking walrus is not the same as someone saying I'm a woman. I'm a trans woman. Okay? It's not, because you're not a fucking walrus.
Oh, it's like, it's not the same person saying, hey, Christian, look at this with the middle fingers. It's like all different people. It's just his chat.
Really?
That's why people aren't getting banned. It's just everyone in his chat is doing that.
Terrible.
It's not, because there is no contextual cues associated with like a human being a walrus. That's not how we analyze human beings. And you already admit that.
What's a woman then? What is a woman? What is a woman?
It's the same as like what is a man? It's just a fucking person who is a woman.
So then why is it such a big deal to be called either then? Why are you so...
Well, there's some people who believe in gender abolition in its entirety. Again, this is why I fucking hate talking about
there
this.
has to be a
because
difference
conservatives are like more obsessed with gender than the most annoying SJW who's like fucking xenogender. You know what I mean? Like conservatives can't let people exist. Because there doesn't have to be. It's just like someone who says they're a woman. They're a fucking
So
woman.
if I say I'm a walrus...
I hear you laughing.
He gave the same argument that what's their name? Anderson or Ethan gave on fucking Dr. Phil.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have an argument. Oh, what is? I don't know. I'm changing this up. What's a woman? What's a man? I don't know. I just know that you're wrong. I can't define these terms, but you're wrong. I don't know. Why do you care so much? Why do you care so fucking much? You're the one trying to change shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is top tier rhetoric, okay? This is Vosh levels of rhetoric.
As bad as Vosh is, he could fucking create some argument here.
Oh, totally, yeah.
This was just intersplice Hasan stumbling here to create any argument and failing with his, I'm a better debater than most people you know and named. Fuck you. I'm banning you for criticizing me.
Yes.
This is top tier rhetoric.
He was saying Vosh would totally support the argument that he made.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
I'm sure Vosh would be all over this argument. It's very cogent. Arguments are supposed to be cogent. I know that for a fact.
It shouldn't be a problem.
No, because there's a difference between like a human being and a walrus.
But
whereas there is no difference between like a trans woman saying that they're a woman and a cisgender woman saying that they're a woman.
There has to be a difference.
Listen, there's a difference between a human and a walrus, but there's no difference between a trans woman and a woman. I don't know if you know this, Adam. There's no difference. Zero.
Literally no difference. Yeah.
Literally no difference.
Yeah. That's the way. That's what they want you to believe.
Right.
Yeah.
They do want you to believe that. They want you to believe the earth is round and space is real.
Yeah.
And that there's a difference between women and trans women.
Between a man and a woman, or people would be transitioning from man to woman. So what is a woman?
Oh, when people are transitioning, they're simply transitioning so that other people can understand through social context that they are women. Like that is what it is.
And what is it they're transitioning
They're matching the societal expectations of what a woman is.
If gender is just an arbitrary social construct, okay, that can simply be deconstructed, why would people with gender dysphoria have the desire to do transition or do anything? Why don't they just, in their minds, reconstruct themselves as whatever gender they want to be?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that not an option, Hasan?
That would be conversion therapy.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying if someone is born male and they have gender dysphoria, so they want to transition to be female, but gender is just this arbitrary social construct. Why doesn't the male just in his own mind redefine himself as female and then not be gender dysphoric anymore?
Yeah.
If it's just a social construct, I mean, why not?
Why doesn't society just teach them how to be female?
Right. Yeah. Why do they have to why can't they just say, I identify as female now, and they put on a dress or they do female things?
Yeah.
If that's all it is. If it's just a social construct.
It doesn't feel right to them, though.
Of course not, because it's not a fucking social construct.
This
is a stupid fucking argument.
It's an innate biological sensation.
Of course. How could someone biologically be born feeling that they're the wrong gender or sex
without it being some biological component?
Unless biology has an ingrained definition to some extent of what it means to be a man or a woman.
I don't know much about this gender stuff, Sitch. I'm very confused. Okay. I don't.
How does that make any sense?
I don't. I'm just a simple caveman. Okay. I'm just a simple caveman. I see the woman with the curves, with the naked body on the Serengeti. I think I want to be friends with that. I would like to know her name. Oh, you were trapped in a woman's body. You really a man? I don't care. I still like you.
Why does your caveman sound like the two wild and crazy guys from Steve Martin from SNL?
I'm not sure. You know, the whole thing is just, and this is the thing. Hasan is the ultimate dude, bro. Okay.
Yes.
He's gonna look when he sees that woman. It's all of a sudden, it's not, like life is not a social construct anymore. I have a feeling inside of me that it wasn't socially constructed. This is so stupid.
Oh, Doomer wants to come on.
Send him the link. Was Doomer blowing up your DMs?
He said no in the chat. Well, Doomer's always blowing up my DMs.
I haven't seen a DM from Doomer here.
Should we bring Doomer on? I don't know.
Yeah, let's bring Doomer on. Yeah, if Doomer wants to come on, he's.
Why do I?
Normally friends of the show have a wrench, and since Doomer doesn't have a wrench,
friends of the show is, let's not,
let's not take it too far.
Let's not take it too far. Okay.
Here, I'll send Doomer a link. Here, you don't even have to do it.
Okay.
I know how you feel.
Send that degenerate a link.
I know how you feel about. We can get Doomer's take on this. I think Doomer is transgender, actually.
Oh, well, yeah. Doomer's transitioning from a smart person to a stupid person. So I don't know if that counts, but
is like someone that looks like a woman, like what you would understand.
But there's
a
lot of men who look like women who don't want to be called women. So because they're men.
Okay.
Because they're men.
And so then call them men.
So
and they are men.
We don't call them women just because they look like a woman. That doesn't make you a woman. Looking like a woman doesn't make you a woman.
No, exactly.
So.
Okay, no, but
that still haven't gone to.
He just defeated his own argument. He said looking like a woman doesn't make you a woman. And Hasan, who said looking like a woman does make you a woman by societal standards, just agreed. This is why his chat got so mad at him for being so incompetent in this conversation.
You and I are in agreement. You and I are completely in agreement with this take, if that's what your opinion is.
Well, no, I was just asking you. It's so important. Transition, but then nobody can talk about what they're transitioning into. I think it's a woman is someone born with a vagina.
Did Doomer just dox himself?
No.
Did Doomer always dox himself? I just noticed for the first time. I think
maybe.
I said your full name when you joined the Zoom call.
That's happened before.
I mean, be cool, Sitch. I know you hate Doomer, but
I took a screenshot. I have the power. I'm gonna blackmail Doomer.
Please
now.
don't dox Doomer, okay?
I'm gonna hold it over his head. I got the Doomer dox.
I can't handle if
I'm gonna say Vosh. You want the dox on Doomer?
If people come after my co-host as a doxer, I'm never gonna be able to live it down. So you gotta be cool here, okay?
I'm just kidding. I would never dox friend of the show Doomer.
Right. Okay. Good.
Am I a friend of the show?
Oh no!
Of course, you're friend of the show. Wink, wink.
Oh no! Why would
all this
you?
performative cruelty, Sitch.
Why? Yeah.
Listen,
That's
I
so
learned from
weird.
Hasan that the chat loves performative cruelty. Okay.
I've seen nothing but Doomer solidarity in the chat. Look at all these Doomer deserves a wrench. I love Doomer. Kick Sitch off the show and have Doomer. The chat's been very pro Doomer.
No, I don't know. You know, when I took your wrench away, so many people.
A lot of people timed you out like immediately, dude.
Yeah, people were happy.
That was just diddler. Okay.
Yeah.
So many people. There was a swell of people that were so happy that you lost your wrench. See, look, no wrench for Doomer.
Mm-hmm.
No, you were a good guy. It's true. I am.
Right above that. No wrench, no peace. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
wrench for Doomer below. Look at that.
Look at that. I hate you, Doomer. Suffer, Doomer.
Well, the people
no Doomer.
Punish
See,
more. Sitch.
Look, there's more D-bags in chat than there are S-class clowns.
We want blood, Sean. Like, take it down a notch. Jeez.
Aydin wants the link too.
Oh,
we're gonna have a party in here.
Oh no, we can't invite Aydin on.
Why not?
No, we can't do that. I'm sorry.
Wait, Aydin invoked democracy.
I'm sorry.
Aydin just invoked democracy. Aydin's a democracy simp now.
We need to set up.
Doomer on, but not Aydin.
Well, Doomer will play along. Okay, Doomer understands when Adam is tired and wants to get off the stream, and Aydin.
Well, sing in Japanese. She charades us with Japanese. I don't know what's the problem.
Like when we're trying to get through super chats, like we're Aydin's goal is to make the stream go on for 5 hours longer. Oh, look, Aiden's like, I was just kidding. I was just joking, but sure. I was kind of joking, but sure. Oh, she's saying she wants to come on. Oh no. Oh no.
Listen, I'll send Aydin the link. It's up to her.
Do you have the link? Oh my.
Like, well, you sent me a link.
There's
so
like
hold on, I'm setting up the waiting room.
Send her a typing test and see how quickly she gets through.
I know, that's the thing. That's the thing. We honestly need a breathalyzer set up.
Test
yeah.
for
We need a breathalyzer.
If she can type 80 words a minute, then don't bring her on.
Look at this.
She has to be drunker.
This is sexism. Okay.
This is not. This is alcoholism. This is not
Look, I am a misogynist, but that's not why.
Okay. They're like, bring Doomer on, but Aydin, no. God. Well, I sent Aydin the link.
Did you?
If you want to come on, you can come on. If you don't want to come on.
Oh, no.
By the way, you didn't send a Watch Together link, by the way.
Who?
What? A Watch Together link.
Oh, you want to watch this video with us? Jeez.
I mean, if you're gonna watch it, I probably should. Right?
Pushy.
I know. Look at him. Just look at this guy. He wants a link to come on. He wants to watch together link. Jeez.
What's your take?
I could just randomly. I don't know. I've been arguing with Chad about my ranch.
See, he doesn't even. He's like, bring me on. I'm gonna explain gender. Boo boo boo. He doesn't even know what's going on.
How many?
When do I ever know what's going on?
How many transgender pronoun debates have you been in, Doomer? I'm curious.
Oh, Jesus Christ. A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Who
I mean, look, I'm a lefty online, okay? It's like half my friends are trans.
Have you debated Blair White?
You're debating the existence of your friends to them? God, that's terrible.
No, I tangentially hear things. Hey. I've never spoken to Blair White.
Creamage says Adam made Aydin cry. People died. What? People died?
That's true.
People died over that?
Doomer, what's a woman?
Pass.
Okay, Hasan.
So a woman is someone who
Wait, do you want a
passes?
serious answer to that?
No, I don't actually.
Is
want a
that
serious
that's
answer.
rude, Doomer? Just
I don't
because
want any
a woman,
answer.
Just because a woman doesn't pass doesn't mean she's not a woman.
I know. That's right.
What?
I can't believe you said that.
Okay, here's
that's the
here's
most
my full
transphobia
answer,
we've
okay?
had on the show.
I know.
Here's my full answer. Upon advice of counsel, I choose to invoke my Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Wow, he might as well just say he's a dirty transphobe.
No,
And a
it's just
bigot.
such a. It's so hard to answer without stepping on a landmine.
I know. Look at this guy. Don't be a pussy.
I mean, really, I think, Doomer, I said this on the show. I think we're really close to this ideological bubble popping here, and people just not being like, "Fuck this! I'm not putting up with this." Like literally just voting people out of office right and left. Like, you're gonna take care of this or else. So you'd probably be canceled for, I mean, maybe a year, maybe 2 years tops.
I mean, I think it depends. Like the acceptance of trans people and like being polite, I think is like just going to get more and more popular. And it's already pretty popular, right? But some of the more, I guess you could say, extreme beliefs or whatever, or some of the more like cancel-y beliefs, there's just more and more pushback. And there's like, have you guys ever talked about like xenogenders and shit? Like the real deep down.
I never liked the Alien vs Predator movies. I always thought that they were just, mind-numbingly dull. So no, I have never talked about that.
I did question whether or not the xenomorphs were male or female, because obviously.
Well, no, I thought they were all male, and only the queen is female.
Yeah, I can't even tell.
Bees are the opposite though. All bees are sisters.
Well, no, they
so
have
it makes
to be...
sense that the hive xenomorph would be female.
Well, okay, here's the question. Is a face hugger a male or a female? Because it impregnates you with like a phallus. But I'm assuming it puts eggs in your stomach, so it's a female, right?
Gametes.
I mean, it's like seahorses or something that were like the men like hold the babies or some. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
they carry the babies. But
I'm not a biologist.
Come from the mouth. Why do we have you on there?
That's a good point.
CT says, "What is a woman?" That's the thing that brings Hasan tendies. There you go.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Yeah, I wish Hasan would ask his mom how he feels about this.
Dude, how does
she
CT
feels
get her
about
wrench
this.
back?
Because CT's based.
I've got wrench envy. I'm based.
Are you?
Yeah. Okay. You're not the authority on based. Okay.
Listen, anyone that says
I only
they're
respect
based,
the divine right of Adam.
Listen, anyone that has to declare that they're based is not based. Tywin Lannister.
That's pretty fucking cringe.
2021.
That's pretty
Tywin
fucking
Lannister.
cringe.
That's pretty fucking true. All right. Anyway, we were watching a video, weren't we?
Yeah. Doomer
Some
was
people want to
obfuscating.
look a certain way, others don't. That does not change the reality that, like, a man, Ben Shapiro, is 5'4" and can't grow fucking facial hair.
Is he 5'4"?
Okay, yeah. I'm 6'4" and
Wait, is he body shaming?
Yes, he totally is.
Yes, he is.
Okay. I mean, that's just par for the course. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm hairy as fuck. We are both men, right? Ultimately,
But it's not
ultimately,
your 6'4"ness that makes you a man, and it's not your hairiness that makes you a man.
It's not your height, dipshit.
But it's what I have in between my legs, right? That's
You're dingling, yeah.
You're dingling. I've been watching this long, just waiting for Hasan to tell Christian to suck his dick, because I'm dying to see what happens. I'm dying to see what happens.
I didn't even think about that. He was just talking to this gay guy, and then he immediately jumps to telling his chat to suck his dick.
I know.
I know. Wow.
Come on. You think he's gonna put two? It doesn't happen. I mean, he does it all the time. It's got to happen, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think that happens, but
don't
I think
spoil
something
it.
way worse happens.
Oh, really?
He calls him the F slur.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, like,
Yeah, what if a guy-
like afterwards.
Sorry, I keep. What was that?
No, it's fine. I was just gonna say after the debate, there's some pretty spicy stuff goes down. Gunplay.
We already watched
talk
that.
shop during a.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Oh wait, what are you talking? We watched him yelling at his chat. I don't know what you're referring to. Something else happened.
It might have been that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Or is he like not a man anymore?
Nope, but he was born with a penis. He was born with.
And then there's intersex people too, like born...
yeah, and usually one gender is usually the gender or one genitalia part is predominant.
All right, it's over. Aiden's officially.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally.
Oh my God.
Oh God damn it! My headphones keep doing this weird thing where they like reset all the audio.
Aiden, are you
whenever
gonna be
I join
nice
anything.
today? Are you gonna help us out?
When have I ever been mean ever in the history of forever?
You talked in Japanese for like 5 hours.
Aiden is an angel. She's never mean.
Can I explain myself?
We were playing Pico Park and Aiden's knocking people in the fucking pit.
Sure did.
Oh my! So we were playing Pico Park in the Discord, and Aiden, Doomer, me, Adam, and a bunch of regular chatters were there. Doomer got so triggered after playing Pico Park, he literally not only uninstalled the game, he demanded a refund from Steam.
No
for
way,
this $5 game.
Dude, no way.
Really? For Pico Park?
Doomer, it's a little baby game. It's cute.
I love Pico Park.
it was real cute.
Dude, no, you're fucking shitting me. No way.
I have it all recorded.
Why would I deny it? Yeah, I fucking refunded it. Fuck that.
Oh my God.
God damn. It's like how fucking League of Legends is cancer, but it's somehow worse because you're trying to do like the simplest shit in the world. It's like literally, you're like trying to play telephone, just like hand something. It's like,
it's fun.
Hand this to the next person, and someone drops this shit every single fucking time. You're just like, how?
Why you're not a team player? Sounds like another person against democracy here.
I'm an immaculate team player. I always did my job. That's the problem. These other motherfuckers dropping the ball.
Like, see, the amount of people in favor of democracy is dropping by the second.
True. Well, Doomer is the one who thinks voting should be restricted to just the elites. So I guess this take makes sense.
Well, that's one step in the right direction there. Coming to the monarchy gang.
God, get out of here.
Is Doomer a monarchy person now? Oh,
not yet, but soon.
I bet he's close.
Please don't.
I'm sorry, I got real fucked up. I've been having this problem with insomnia though, where I can't sleep, and then I try to deal with the insomnia by getting fucked up. Like,
I thought you say by listening to me and Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean that's part of it. Oh, trust me, it's all
ensuring
part
that we
of it.
can't sleep either.
Oh my God. Dude, you guys, look, you've been going for what, 5 hours? Okay, 6.5.
6 hours and 49 minutes.
Not even close, baby. You can do a good 11. Come on.
Yeah.
It's only 4 a.m. here.
I know. What the hell?
Listen to
Adam,
this.
don't be a pussy.
Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's okay. I'm fine. I feel great. Okay. I feel awesome.
Well, actually, I know you said earlier in the stream, do you feel better? I know you said you're still struggling with coof a little bit.
I mean, I have COVID, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Look at him.
I'm not.
I've got the COVID.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Like, I don't want to be accused of trying to kill Adam.
Oh, I kind of want that.
Yeah.
I mean, you did kill Adam in Pico Park.
That's true.
Did I?
I'm sure you did.
I mean, I thought
I
I
think
did
I
pretty
did.
good in Pico Park. To be
I think
honest
we all
with you.
killed Adam in Pico Park several times.
I probably did.
Fake
I don't remember.
news.
Oh no, I think I did probably
Fake
drop you or something.
news.
Yeah.
Fake. I was killing it on the Tetris. Come on, that's my game.
The Tetris is fun.
Oh God, the Tetris.
Hey,
Yeah,
let's
chat,
get Spoon in now, because that's if you
No,
didn't
no
know
Spoon.
this.
No.
Aiden was all like, "There's a Pico Park that's group Tetris," and Aiden's all like, "I'm a world-class
Sure
player,
am.
guys."
Sure am
Totally
a world-class
fucks it up.
Tetris.
Wait, don't
I did
Sitch
immediately.
leaking
for
DMs
everybody.
again. Sitch, don't leak DMs challenge.
No. I said it in the game because
What do you mean?
the thing
you
is
said
that
it in
like
the game, yeah.
no, I said it in the game because like when Spin and I started hanging out, he's like a giant Tetris spurg. Like he loves playing Tetris all the time, and I was like, all right, I'll play Tetris too because why not? I like do it on my phone while I'm not doing something else, And now I can't stop playing it either. So, and then yes, I proved how great I was by immediately sucking.
You literally chose one of the second worst game to ever play on a phone. To be something that you're obsessed with playing.
Wait, how the fuck do you even play it on a phone? You don't.
You use your hand, you use your finger. You go down.
Oh God, that sounds so bad.
It's pretty fun. Even once you get used to it, it's fun.
Oh God.
I'm actually I am top ranked on for my locale because it does like a local polling thing. But I live on an
wouldn't tell
island with
anyone that.
80,000
I would
people.
take that secret to my grave. Okay.
Hang on. It's okay because I live on an island with 80,000 people and most of them are really old, so it's fine.
I'm a top-ranked Tetris player in my location in a 100-mile radius. No.
Yeah, this sounds like jealousy to me.
The only thing that you could say would be worse is if you said you were a global ranked Snake player. Okay, that's the only thing that would be worse.
It's not like I play Arcana Hearts or something competitively.
I think Tetris is above.
Someone's
League
gonna
of
get so mad about that. What? Sorry, what's it doing?
Tetris is definitely above League of Legends.
Yeah, well, I also used to play League of Legends, but whatever.
Don't admit that.
And I played Dota. Where could you send me the link? You haven't sent it to me.
I did send it to you.
Oh, in Twitter?
The same place I sent you the first link.
Oh, I don't look at the second link. I don't look at the important stuff. Wait,
How
it says watch
drunk
together.
are you already?
Not even actually. Wait, no. The
Okay.
last watch together. Go relook at the tweet here or
let's all do a typing test. So I'm curious what the result.
Yes.
It's join. Wait, is it? Am I retarded?
I mean,
No, this is a Zoom meeting. This is
This
the Zoom meeting that you sent to me at 3:46 a.m. And the only other link you sent me was the Watch Together room, I think, from October 4th.
Right under the Zoom link, it should say W2G. You don't see that?
Oh, there it is. I'm actually not drunk. I can be real quick, but I'm not.
I understand what happened.
This is
the
what happened
Zoom
last
appears
time.
not as text. It appears as like a box.
Because it's the yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
it's the
understand.
text. So I got
understand.
confused.
I understand what happened. Listen, I don't blame you. I blame
thank
Doomer.
you.
Okay.
I also actually no, I don't blame Doomer. You guys have been bullying him, taking away his wrench.
He deserves it.
This is like half the content of the show is let's just bully Doomer, take away his wrench.
I know.
Let's let fucking Chad time him out and fucking
Look, and
egg
then
him on,
and
you
see,
fuck Doomer. Oh.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, this is democracy made manifest. Look at what you do to Doomer when he's in the minority.
Well, democracy is cringe.
See, I'm winning.
There you go. You've successfully
we-
made Doomer a monarchist.
If we
There we
had
go.
democracy though, I would be doing fine because I think Chad like we could run a poll. Who do you like better, Doomer or Sitch? And I'm pretty sure I'd come out on top.
Oh, don't.
Throw that up, Adam. Let's
All right, let's do it.
let's see how that goes.
Let's do it. Let's see. We got
Let's do the poll.
S class
S class versus D bags.
Don't
versus
worry.
the D bag.
Don't worry, Doomer. He tried this with me too, and I came out very.
Well, I don't know,
strong.
Adam. Maybe we should. We could
Let's
throw you
see,
in there, and you could also talk about how
who is
taxation is not theft
best?
again.
Let's do the poll
Heroes.
at a different episode
Or
I know-
D-bag, sleeve
after
bag.
everyone has forgotten that.
I know I can't beat A team. A team obviously reigns supreme, but I can take S class for sure.
There you go, guys. The poll is up.
Let's see. S class heroes, D bags. I'm not even sure I can
right.
vote. I can.
All right, chat. I'm gonna get the results. Anybody who votes S class is getting banned from my YouTube channel. Just have to-
I'm not-
Mr. Oh, the
Oh wait, the D bags is like 56% already.
God.
Oh my god, D bags
Yeah,
pulls
chat.
ahead.
Yes,
Well,
we'll see, chat.
absolutely.
Holy
And
shit!
look here. Here's the thing, reclusive.
58%.
Mhm.
It was Sitch
do
may have
this,
taken away
chat.
his wrench, but he was oppressed by
Oh my
the
goodness.
wrenchites.
Oh my goodness, the D bags just flew in there.
No, listen, chat.
Mhm.
Don't let this fucking upstart.
I know.
It's
This
it's
is
amazing.
disgusting.
I've been in chat all day. Let's get this to 1,000
Chappelle
likes.
hating.
all day. Let's get the stream
Django
likes.
disliking.
To be fair,
elitists
yeah, you got a point.
win this poll. Okay.
You have a point there, Sitch. He did make that video about Chappelle, and I disavow.
Yes.
Well, you guys are free to be wrong about that.
Remember when Doomer? Here's how I win the poll. Remember when Doomer came on stream and whined about Chappelle being mean to trans people? Okay, remember when that happened?
Oh, this is it. We are talking about trans people here today. So
Yeah, we are.
it's kind of important.
Yeah.
It's related.
I am the
Can I change my vote?
You
You should have thought about that before you voted. Uh-oh.
Well, look again. Here's the problem
Stop
with
the
democracy.
steal.
You can't change your vote now, can you?
That's right. Stop the steal.
Just
Stop
elect
the
a
steal.
monarch.
Yeah.
Elect the monarch. That'll fix the problem with voting.
I elect Adam.
As monarch.
Oh, fine. I'll give you your wrench back. I can't.
See,
the
look,
D
I'm
bags
gonna
is
take it
still.
away immediately.
These,
So see,
the D bags are still in in this is I mean, that's a commanding lead for 269 votes.
Chat. I feel betrayed at this
I know.
moment.
I feel like
got a bunch of wokesters in chat.
Maybe we should end this poll before it gets ugly.
How about this? I elect Adam Monarch as was proposed, and then you can decide as the glorious monarch what to do with the wrench for Doomer.
There you go. Anyway, let's.
It's now a plurality, right? It's not even a majority. But
video.
Two of
I
us.
don't know.
Let's return to the video.
Oh God. Okay.
Prominently larger than the other, and it's very clear.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's a doctor making that decision.
Intersex is the low, and it's such a low
rate
of people that
it's not true. I mean, so is literally your engagement with this entire issue is completely marginal compared to literally anything else.
So then why is it a big deal to everyone?
It's a big deal to you.
No, yeah,
you care about the swimming.
But we wouldn't be having this long.
I really hate this. You guys brought it up too, but just to throw in my 2 cents.
We don't care. This is just let them live.
One of us paused. Sorry, just throw my there was a pause party. Just throw my 2 cents on this. Of the nobody cares. Who cares? Why are you talking about it then? Clearly a lot of people care. Why is Dr. Phil talking about it? Why are all these the parents on there who pulled their kids out of school and et cetera, et cetera? Clearly, why were the 2 gender flux people on there? Clearly, this is a topic of discussion. To pretend like it's not is disingenuous, and it's the worst form of I would call it I would call it political gaslighting. Honestly,
gaslighting, exactly. It's totally gaslighting.
That's just my 2 cents on that bit.
I agree, 100%, 100%. Yeah,
100,
100%,
10,000%,
87%.
Who cares?
I'm totally.
Doomer has to be a fucking contrarian.
Expensive women. Live.
But you're using.
But this is
let's go eat lunch. Let's go to Starbucks. Let's live. I'm not for you taking opportunities from women.
But this is the one thing where you're women should have an equal opportunity and outcome.
No,
Come on.
Not if they grow up poor.
The one thing.
Not if one parent doesn't work or they're a single.
He doesn't even believe that. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care because I said, what if there were?
This is so dishonest to say you want equal outcomes. No one's saying equal outcomes. How you literally can't have equal outcomes in sporting events.
He's like,
the entire point of sports is people come in first, second, third, et cetera. Place.
I know.
He's like, you're a conservative. You don't care about women.
That's it.
So is that Big Joel? Who is that in the back?
That's Chapo Trap House.
I'm gonna call him Corner Cuck though, because I don't know who he is. They did force him. They did force him to sit in the corner away from them, which he's back there with Bernie.
Corner.
Which
I don't think they forced him to sit back there.
Know.
You don't think so?
He volunteered. He's like,
he elected.
Yeah.
Well, like a cuck, he elected it. Okay, to be there.
He doesn't want to get. He doesn't want to get drawn into this spicy conversation.
Or maybe it might be social distancing as they just shove food in there. That's another thing. Another aside. I don't understand this. I'm gonna eat on stream and talk while I'm just shoving. I know that Hasan would literally starve to death otherwise, but it is such a weird meta to me.
That's not true. He can just get up and leave the thing playing. I mean, he's got no problem with that.
That's true. Playing someone else's video, yeah, he could do that. You're right.
That's true.
Higher ratings. It's the one situation where there should be some enforced fairness to your standard. Why is this the one thing?
Enforced fairness?
Literally, women's college sports. Such a marginal thing compared to everything else.
Terrible term.
If you care about all of those other things, why isn't this a big deal for you?
Because this is a completely numerically
because I think because
it's
such an attack on the truth. Looking at a man with a penis and then.
Have you guys talked about how panic attack inducing looking at the chat is?
I know.
It moves so fast.
I know. You mean Hasan's chat? Yeah.
Right. No wonder. I guess he sparks out at them because I'd get freaked out too looking at that. I suppose. But
it's nonstop spam and
poggers. It is weird how remember when I don't know if you noticed, but when he was you guys were watching the videos earlier where he was getting real triggered, he was able to hyper focus in on very specific messages, despite the fact that it's always spam like this. it always moves at this speed.
Hasan's ego is so fragile that in a sea of spam, he could somehow pick out the one comment that he thinks is like strong criticism.
It seems that way, right? Because I couldn't read this chat. I couldn't deal with it.
He hones in on it. That's hilarious.
You got to give him credit for the few things he's good at. Like being able to read this chat is incredible. I don't know how you deal with this.
Saying that
you would have never known that person is a man.
Are you kidding me? Have you seen other pictures?
It doesn't matter. You would never in a million fucking. There are cis women that look like that. 100%, 1000%. You would never.
He thinks there's cis women that look like that. All right.
Everyone's gonna get into fucking clock mode right now and be like, I'm clocking.
What do you think? I mean.
I'm gonna press sussy report on that one.
I'm clocking, but ultimately, there are cisgender women that look exactly like that, and you would never in a million fucking years be like, "That's a trans woman," unless that was constantly in your fucking mind, straight up. Straight up, you would never. The only reason why, just like the only reason why,
even if that's true, that's completely
irrelevant. Yeah, totally.
To the conversation about whether it's fair or not for someone who was male for a majority of their life and went through male puberty to compete with women, with cis women. It's nothing to do with this.
By Hasan's standards, the swimmers come up and he inspects how well they pass, whether or not they get to compete in the swimming meet.
Hasan,
I'm sorry, you don't pass well enough here. You don't get to play.
I see people walking around. I see every person walking around with a smartphone. Okay. Like a rich person. So they must not be poor. So I don't know why you care about this income inequality you keep speaking about. Because when I look at them, they look like they have a phone. It looks like they're, well dressed. Why do you care?
Yeah. Why do you care so much?
This is an issue is because someone made it an issue and presented it to you, and you're conditioned into thinking that this is an issue and it's somehow unfair.
I hate this because this is totally their straw man argument of all the conservative tribe. They're like, the conservative tribe are all just dumb lemmings that are easily led around by whatever the leaders of the conservative movement want them to believe.
But the reality is that that's true of any political leaning. And that's
true of Hasan's chat for sure.
I know for sure. And I couldn't I'm having an issue with Zoom for a second, but I have known a biological woman who looked kind of like that, to be completely fair. So,
well, I think she passes, but I just the idea that this is just Hasan throws it out there to belittle the people who this is actually an issue for. Like, it really is an issue for the women who have to compete against these biological males. Like, are you saying that those people are just falling for the storyline of the conservative elites? Like, it's just
what he said earlier is what he said earlier was essentially like they don't matter. That those women do not matter, and that they should just get the hell over it. Which is, I don't know.
Just get over it.
He's basically saying, though, that this is just like red meat for the conservative base, and that they really don't care about these women at all. Which I don't buy into that. I feel like
who cares what conservatives think? The women care about this. Because he said that too, like earlier, like he was like, why does anyone care? The women who are competing care. It's, by the way, and in many cases, it's their future in college. It's their ability to get a scholarship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might be their ability to go to the Olympics or something. You know what I mean?
I just don't like the argument that this is not really an issue. This is just a made up issue that, you're conditioned to care about that you don't really care about.
How's that not true of Hasan?
What's that?
How is that same argument not apply to Hasan?
It does. It applies to Hasan tenfold. I don't think Hasan cares about any of the things he talks about. Yeah.
Yeah, second on that, I agree with you.
I don't think he fucking cares. Are you kidding me? You think he cares
He's sitting
about
here eating
socialism?
his sandwich. He's sitting there eating his chicken tendies or whatever the hell. He doesn't care.
Signaling.
He doesn't care about student loans or debt or any of that shit.
I would actually disagree. I think he does. He's just too dumb to understand that he's like being a hypocrite.
You think he does care?
Yeah, I think he does.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm with Adam on this. I don't think he actually cares. I think it's I don't mean to say that because the word grift is completely overused and basically meaningless at this point. And it's funny because Hasan called someone a grifter earlier here. I don't remember who he called a grifter, but
I mean,
that
by
hardly
my
means anything.
definition of grifter, Hasan definitely fits the bill.
For-
Because I
yeah.
feel like grifter is someone who's just doing it for the money, who could care less about the politics. And I do 100% believe that. But if Cenk Uygur was Ben Shapiro, like in another universe, Hasan would be a conservative. He'd be on this same live stream pitching, like complaining about the transgender.
Oh, he'd be Charlie Kirk. He'd be Charlie Kirk, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. He's only this way because he got the mind virus from Cenk. Cenk basically taught him everything he knows about politics, including how to make money doing it, which he's like, oh, I see how you do this. This is systemic gaslighting. You just find an audience and gaslight them as much as possible.
Well, Hasan is now a lot better at it than Cenk is.
Yeah, Cenk is super jealous.
Right.
Cenk is like, oh
wait,
my God.
I'm sure he is. I think part of it is, though, and I've said this before, but what Walsh and Hasan do, I think, are very, very similar. They tell their, and I've said this before, so I don't mean to repeat myself. They tell their audience lies that they want to hear. And when they have their own social identity, their pre-existing beliefs reaffirmed to them by somebody who is sitting there and has a big audience, it therefore gives them the perspective or the perception that this is not just the correct belief, but the normative belief. And that's why this all works. And again, I don't know if you want to call it grifting or not. I do think, Hasan, if you're going to call someone a grifter, it leans on that. But then everyone calls everyone else a grifter, so I hate that word. But that's how this functions.
That's so funny.
Men are not women in your mind, and that's fine. That's like, I mean, it's not fine. I don't agree with you on that. But ultimately, this is not a fucking big deal in any meaningful capacity. You know
Then
who it
it
is a big
should
deal
be a
for?
big deal.
No, it's a big deal for fucking trans people that get owned non-fucking stop for just being trans. That's what it's a big deal for.
Great,
and
be
I do
trans.
care about, no, but I care about making sure that they're not like, you know, they already have a lot going on. I care about making sure that we're just not like fucking owning trans people for no reason whatsoever, other than
for no reason,
other than who they are and what they
I
can't
don't
change
own
about
trans
themselves.
women who want to work in the workplace, who want to go shop, but you want to compete against women, yeah, you're gonna get owned.
But
Yeah,
like,
I
but
agree
you don't
completely.
care. You admitted that you don't care.
I do.
But it actually does make a difference here. It does make a difference because, again, like I said, this is people's scholarships, this is people's lives on the line.
Right.
And they're women who spent their whole lives trying to do this. It does matter here. This isn't just
It matters
someone...
to them. I mean, I'm out on a limb.
No, it doesn't matter to me either. Like, I mean, personally, I don't give it, as everyone here has said, including Stalin and everyone else here, they don't give a shit about swimming.
I do respect the fact that they're getting screwed, though, in the same way that you'd respect the fact, you know, on the police brutality issue. Like, I don't want to see police beating people up. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Why,
Oh
why
my
do you
God,
say
the
getting
poll is
Wait, who do you
50-50.
wait.
S-class heroes versus the D-bag sleaze bags. Oh man,
Look at that.
Oh, it's neck and neck.
It is.
What do you mean, but that you don't care about it in relating to the police brutality thing? You mean people who advocate to get rid of the police then get done with police, or
I care on an issue of fairness. I care that we treat people. You know, everyone gets treated the same. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
You have to have procedural fairness in a
But-
society, regardless of.
Hasan would say we have to treat everyone fairly. So if this swimmer identifies as a woman, then we need to treat this person like a woman. And that's where you fall into the trap, right? And I agree with what you're saying, but that's when you fall into the trap of understanding that if you treat everyone exactly fairly, then you can't have women's swimming, can you?
This is like a change of the procedure, though. That's the thing. That's why people are all up in arms about it, because they're like, "Listen, you're kind of changing the rules here." They're like, "Well, we're kind of not."
Well, what if the rules are bad? I mean, I'm trying to steel man like Hasan's absolutely stupid position, but like that would be, I think, where he's coming from. Like, well, why? What if the rules are bad? The rules are unfair. If you identify as a woman, which Hasan can't define, which is hilarious. That shit was hilarious. Like, none of them can define what a woman is. Too afraid to. Even Doomer, you were too afraid. I saw a little bit to define what a woman is. Well, then if you can't define it. Oh, I know. But
look, I don't know. I can't define women, okay, but I know I don't like it when I see it.
I see. Okay, there you go.
Don't like the
typical
women.
D-bag answer, non-answer.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, S-Class Heroes pulled ahead on that one, Doomer. You might wanna...
Right.
For sure.
People like that answer. Yep.
You care about this issue for sure.
No, you don't. You have never spent. Here's my argument. Okay. I think if you are going to talk about trans women competing in a particular sport, like whether it's high school volleyball or whatever, you should be forced, Clockwork Orange style, to watch every single fucking high school division of that sport specifically for the rest of the fucking year the sport is happening. If you ever talk about it,
how does that not apply to Hasan?
Right? Yes, exactly.
The fuck? He's the one that's butting in here trying to change the rules. And he's like, why do you care if we're changing the rules? You should have to be super invested. Fuck you. You should have to be super invested in this.
Precisely. If you want to change the rules, as you're saying, you want to change the rules, and the people saying they don't want to change the rules, then you also have to apply to this insane standard. The reality is, who really matters here and who we should listen to are the freaking athletes who this is happening to.
Right.
Because we don't watch women's swimming. Let's be real.
Women swim? I thought they weren't allowed since the 40s.
I'm sure Hasan rejects Peterson.
Yeah, they attract bears and sharks and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That was a problem.
I'm sure Hasan rejects Peterson's argument that you should have your house in order before you criticize the world. But this is that argument on steroids. This is like, you can't have an opinion on women in sports unless you watch every single fucking... Right. It's like, what? What? Okay, that's a little excessive.
Does that mean that Hasan can't he can't form an opinion, a public opinion on any issue? He's not incredibly invested in all the political issues that he pushes.
Until you've lived in communist China, you can't have.
Ooh,
right. You can't
Hasan. I would love for Hasan to live in communist China for a little bit, but in a time machine, so he could. Time machine though.
Deport him.
So you could go back to well, I'd really like him to go back to that whole great leap forward era and see how great it worked out there.
Hasan, until you've worked at a co-op, you can't advocate for a co-op.
I actually totally agree with that, considering how much in love he is with co-ops. Then his, and it's not just him, it's his Walsh is the same thing. Where it's like, if you're such a big advocate of co-ops, then your chat and your YouTube channel and your Twitch stream should all be co-ops. I don't think you should. That's a little bit facetious, but not entirely.
Yeah.
Forced to fucking watch it at gunpoint.
But I could say the same about people who want universal health care, who want universal housing, who have tons of money. Then give your money and help these solutions.
I want to.
You go fund the homeless people.
I want to.
What just happened?
Oh my God!
What just happened? What just happened?
Oh, I'll go back.
What just happened there?
Destroyed. He took out a gun on live stream and just murdered Hasan in front of his chat. Oh my God.
Oh, I want
the rest of the fucking year the sport is happening. If you ever talk about it, you should be forced to fucking watch it at gunpoint.
But I could say the same about people who want universal health care, who want universal housing, who have tons of money. Then give your money and help these solutions.
I want to.
You go fund some homeless people.
I
go
want
buy
to.
them a house. We can do that. But
you want to?
We all don't.
I do want that.
Then do it.
I want that.
I mean, not just for you, for every leftist with money. Then go spend eat the minimalist amount of food you can eat. Live in the smallest place you can possibly live in.
He's not even responding. He's not even reacting.
All the rest of your money to all these different causes. Fund a homeless person to live here. Do it with your money. But
even if I were to do that,
it's so funny because normally I would say that's a bullshit argument, but Hasan literally made that argument.
I know
about the trans athlete.
Because I agree. It's also kind of a bullshit argument to make against, because that's the go-to, right?
Yes,
it is the go-to argument. But if that's what you're saying, Hasan, you just made it. So
look at the chat; they're so mad. Jesus Christ, I can't even write. Reddit takes.
He literally can't write because you spelled right incorrectly.
Oh, you're right. That's hilarious.
There are people who give like tens of millions of dollars at a time to these causes, and it doesn't do anything. Because only something that
Wait a minute, Chapo Track House. Whether someone's donations actually amount to any sort of change in the world is irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're talking about whether a person, as an individual, can care enough about an issue to have a public opinion on it.
Yeah, that was the exact opinion. It wasn't socialism is when no money. It's not what it was. It was, if this is an issue that you care about and you want to spend 100 hours, thousands of hours watching about it and do something about it, then you should do something about it.
Right.
Well, Hasan spends thousands of hours worrying about socialist issues, and yet, well, I can't. What he just said is, I can't. I wish I could. I wish I could give money to make housing cheaper for people. You could.
It's just so hard. It's just so difficult to like take money that's mine and just give it to someone. It just hurts my soul. I wish I could.
You could start by paying your editors and stuff. You know?
Yeah, that's a deep cut.
He gave his editors a laptop. He literally gave his editor the means of production. Okay.
Oh my God, is that actually how he did? Is that actually how he framed it?
That is actually.
I think it is. Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. That makes me want to be dead. Holy shit.
At the scale of the stage,
No, okay,
they can do anything.
Right, but they still can provide with $10 million, tens of millions of dollars, tons of homes for homeless people.
Okay, but if philanthropy was a solution, then why are there homeless people?
Like,
oh no!
Oh my gosh!
No.
You know why?
Oh, my face right now is the exact same. I'm sorry. Who's this? The guy
Christian.
Christian. My face right now, exactly the same as his.
If philanthropy will help anything, why are there still homeless people? Well, Hasan, it's because people like you are all fucking talk, and you're not actually donating your money to fix anything or do any good causes, Hasan. You are the problem.
One thing that makes me go ahead, Zoomer. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a really weird thing from lefties, like the anti-philanthropy thing.
Yes.
Or like I don't understand, because from my perspective, all of the arguments that the TikTok dude is making make sense, right? Because your ideal, like your ideology, should be about redistribution of wealth and about like taking care of the least fortunate and shit like that. But a lot of lefties act like there's something magic about doing that through the government. And that's the only way that like it really matters. And like there's no compulsion to do redistribution through philanthropy or charity or anything like that. I mean, and it really gets to me, especially when people are like you have lefty influencers and they're like hiding their income and trying to pretend like they're poor and like making a lot of money and not being at all, you know, it's like, come the fuck on, dude. Like,
why should we have
kind
to
of
worship
fucked up.
rich people?
It's a good question you brought up. Is that why does it have to be the government that can do this? Why and you're completely correct, Dimmer. There's this anti-philanthropic idea or that gets floated, and we know what that's about, because they don't want to give up their own money. They just want everyone else to give up their own money. Right. But the stuff with the homeless people is you will never get rid of homelessness, right? It's a nature of the human condition. And the reason why is because people choose, and I'm gonna put that in a bunch of quotes, choose to be homeless. I worked with homeless people for a long time. When I was an anarcho-communist for like 2 years in high school, right? But it was outside of that. It's because I grew up in Baltimore, where there's a lot of homeless people. And I've told these stories before, but when I spoke to those people, because I actually went out and talked to them, do you think, I mean, I don't know, like maybe Hasan has, but I don't know if he's ever like actually gone into an actual homeless person's, I don't know a good word to use it, but their tent or whatever. Yeah. And worked with them and talked to them and bought them a sandwich and helped them, which stuff. I'm not virtue signaling, by the way. I'm just saying, like, you got to go talk to these people, because they're
virtue signaling.
It's not virtue signaling. Like, I'm saying, hang on. I'm saying,
I've hung out with the homeless people.
Yeah. Cause a lot of times they're interesting. I didn't do it alone, by the way, because you got to be careful about that.
Oh, yeah.
But most of them are mentally ill, right? Mm-hmm. And that's not all, but that's a large portion.
How do they feel about that? That's terrible that you would say that.
Well, a lot of them have mental health issues. I'll put it that way. If not mental health issues, they have serious social issues. You're not going to fix that actually by just pumping more money into the system. Like, that's going to be a perennial issue, right? Mm-hmm. You can't eliminate mental health problems that would cause people to say, illogically, irrationally.
Addicts. I mean,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, totally.
But I would rather forsake normal life to do drugs all day, and that's often what you get.
I mean, that seems rational to me, though. That doesn't seem mentally ill. That seems like a good time.
Like, problems aren't just solved this simply. It's not like, oh, your problem is that you don't have a house, so I'll just give you a house and everything's fine. Right. I mean, that's just not how problems work.
Right.
Like,
Precisely.
Like one of my previous jobs was basically trying to help people who were getting out of prison learn how to like re-enter society. And the whole task was like trying to teach people how to deal with various obstacles. And it's actually incredibly complicated, like all the things that are required to fit into society. And most of us are accustomed to doing those things for the most part. But like, you know, if
you've never done it, or if you haven't done it
if you just
in
haven't
20
done it in a long
years,
time, like if you've been homeless, even for a year or two, like, I mean, like imagine being homeless for 5 years with the rate of technological progress we have right now.
Oh man.
I mean, it's like basically a different world. Yeah. And I don't know. It always really annoys me when lefties are like, oh, well, how many empty houses are there in America? You know, we should tax empty houses. It's like, first of all, we do tax empty houses. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. But it like the problem that will not just solve the problem, right?
If you just give a homeless person an empty house, if they've been homeless for 20 years or 10 years, or they've been just out of prison and they've been in prison for 20 years, they won't know how to manage the property in terms of not just like making it nice for the neighborhood. I mean, like in terms of managing their finances, and not because they're stupid or anything, just because they haven't done it in a long time. They're outside of it, even outside of mental health issues. Just they're outside of it.
And in most places, we do have a lot of like programs to try and help homeless people and shit like that. Like another thing I had to do was go.
They don't work, Doomer, because poor people still exist. Okay, so they obviously don't work.
Like we're trying, okay?
No. If you try something that doesn't work, then you just stop it. Just stop.
There was a big like Twitch politics hubbub because somebody in this space said that like the U.S. government hadn't done anything in response to COVID.
Okay.
When the U.S. had like perhaps the biggest response on like the entire world in terms of like I think we're like fourth in percentage of GDP spending and like biggest in overall spending towards COVID.
Right, but we didn't. I mean, we didn't do anything. Okay.
That's the thing. People don't feel it. Like unless you go like study stuff and look at what's actually going on. Like I think a lot of people will just see homeless people and be like, oh, we aren't doing anything about these homeless people. But like, we're trying to do a lot of stuff. Another thing I had to do was go through an entire state and like catalog every single program that would help with like homelessness. It was one of the things I was cataloging. There are a lot. Even in small towns with a population of 100 people, there's probably a program to try and help homeless people. Like basically everywhere.
Gosh, you're such a lefty. Helping prisoners reintegrate in society. Trying to help homeless people.
Yeah.
The big problem with this is
so crazy.
As it is with almost everything, is cognitive miserliness. People don't have enough mental energy, and I mean like the amount of energy that your brain uses the most energy of any organ in your body, right? And people don't have the time to like actually look into this stuff.
That's not true.
Well, most people don't. Most people, and it's not because they're stupid, and that's what I hate. Like I hate that kind of like
they have a job. They get home. They're tired. Yeah, sure.
Right. They got shit to do. Right. So they don't have time to think about this stuff. And weirdly enough, I think it's the same thing for Hasan. He doesn't have the cognitive. He might have the capacity. I'm not really sure about that one, but he is a cognitive miser in that he doesn't. He's too busy eating his nuggies and doing other things to actually look into these issues. So he just proselytizes about them.
Right. Well, he's sort of, in a roundabout way, advocating for like the elitist socialist class to rule everything, because the average person that works a 9-to-5 job, they're not going to have the time or the energy to sit and watch 100 hours of female volleyball in order to come up with an opinion according to Hasan's criteria. The only people who are going to have the time to do that are assholes like Hasan, who it's their job to stream every day and to look at a bunch of random political bullshit and then vomit.
Yeah, but you can't ask him to do that. He might starve if he has to watch volleyball all day.
Look, I might get to 100 hours, 5 or 10 minutes a night.
Well, listen, we're not all perverts watching, high school female volleyball for nefarious reasons. Okay,
I can't watch 5 minutes of that. Are you kidding? That's torture. You don't need the gun to the head. The game is basically the gun to the head. What are we talking about?
That's true. That's true.
Who wants to watch women's
actually
sports?
I agree. I actually do think that is the question. Who maybe that we should get rid of biological females in women's sports, because
Well, this is why you said
how uninteresting.
Sword Scale for $20. Thanks so much. Says, how do you guys have friggin' Doomer on the show before me? Unsubscribing.
Hey, Sword and Scale, by the way. I don't actually know you, but I always see you in Nick Arcada's chat and stuff.
Awesome.
Sword and Scale timed me out earlier. No, fuck Sword and Scale.
First of all, base Sword and Scale for timing out Doomer.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, talk to Adam. Adam's the one that invited. I didn't want to invite Doomer. It's fucking stream. Talk to Adam.
What are you talking about?
Look, he invites me, and I come on and get drunk and sing songs in Japanese. Come on.
That's such
right.
bullshit.
No, yeah, we're gonna have you on, Sword. Don't worry. But we just unfortunately,
maybe we can have him on Tuesday.
Yeah, on Tuesday if you want. Unfortunately, we've known Doomer for longer, so
is that how that works?
But,
I mean, I feel like
sounds like some nepotism.
It's like reverse nepotism.
What is the? It's the Serende or the Surduki or the one where the
what
you basically like nag the woman that you really like. I feel like there's a little bit of that going on here. Yeah.
What?
The woman that
do you think I'm negging Doomer? Is that what's happening here?
I feel like it. I mean, it wasn't my idea.
I think the word for it is
tsundere.
Yeah.
The tsundere.
Sitch.
Yeah.
I like that.
Like there's a
Tsundere
little
Sitch.
tsundere.
No. You're confused.
Absolutely.
Like
you're
tsundere class.
The tsundere is not the one.
That is tsundere class.
It was such bad Japanese. I literally couldn't understand.
I know. No one knew what the fuck you were talking about. No, tsundere is not the person doing the negging. Tsundere is the person that's being negged. Okay.
Oh, it is.
It's sun, which is like the sound of like clashing on a rock. That sounded like a hard rock noise, and then dere, which is the heart beating. You know.
Isn't the tsundere class the one that's negging Doomer? I mean, you were the one that wanted to invite him on. I didn't. I mean, back up.
What do you mean?
Tape.
You're the one that I didn't want to invite him on. You sent the link.
But you,
I said no.
You very clearly first said
no.
Oh, should we
this
have
is very quickly
Doomer
becoming
on?
another episode of Dr. Phil over here.
I know. I feel like
look at this. Adam's trying to gaslight the chat. Okay.
This is not gaslighting.
Gaslighting 101.
18. Oh my God! Look at that.
Do you think people in New York City are not?
Look at that. Sitch is so embarrassed. He's like moving. He's just moving on.
People want us to continue the video. They don't care about the meta conversation about Adam simping for Doomer.
Okay. CT.
No, it's about you simping for Doomer.
Yes, I wasn't simping for Doomer.
Absolutely.
I said.
Well, it sounds like there's a war.
No.
How about make that
it's not really
the next
simping.
poll?
It's
Who
more
simps
like
for Doomer better? Who simps for Doomer harder? Is it S class or is it A team?
It's more like soon draying for Doomer.
Now you're making me talk in Japanese. Make that one.
We can move on. I'm sorry, Sitch. I won't bring it up again. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
Look at Adam is over. He's just mad that I've got Adam.
Make a new
Doomer.
I think we got when we get the definitive answer, which unfortunately is currently the incorrect one, but whenever that answer is over, you can ask the question of who is more tsunsun. That would be the way to say it. More tsunsun for
okay.
Yeah. Who's more tsunsun for Doomer? Is it Adam or Sitch? Who is more tsunsun?
Right.
I mean,
look at this.
I'm just backing him up like a bro, though. I mean, this is just Doomer's like my homie.
Yeah, Adam's getting real behind him, backing him up real close, like a bro, you know. There's anything wrong with that, Adam. Listen.
Oh my God, that's like vaguely homophobic the way that you're saying.
Listen, I'm sure
Sitch, you don't need to be jealous about how good of friends me and Adam are. Okay, it's okay. You can be second. Just don't worry about it. It's okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Listen, that's totally cool. I'm not jealous at all. I want you guys to be very close. I want Adam's wife to be jealous of Doomer.
Don't. Okay. My wife is not gonna be jealous of my guy friends. Okay.
TNU 1138 thinks Adam's more yan. That's interesting.
There you go.
I mean, she might have something to say about the drunk Japanese girl that's coming on our stream. She's going to be fine with Doomer, that's for sure.
Okay.
Shall we continue?
We should continue.
S class is pulled ahead. Look at this. You've got a comfortable 4-point lead here now. You've got to be feeling good about this.
Saying well, guys, what are you doing? All right, chat. I feel like there's some bots in there.
What's going on? Yeah.
No, see what happened was
the bots are all the ones that are saying S class.
I liked it was perfectly balanced. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Listen. The Doomer bots came in and they tried to steal it, but I stopped the steal, and now the truth will prevail.
Oh, this is not looking very centrist to me.
Yep. So there we go.
Just wait till Arizona. We got Arizona coming up.
I know, that's what I was. I pulled up the Wisconsin graphic from the election. I'm waiting for this little
You're waiting for the line to the jump.
I'm waiting for this little blip thing that happens here when the Democrat votes come in. Like now, it's right now. Look, Brown and Kenosha counties are still counting.
We need the mail-in votes from Pennsylvania.
Here we go.
Look, this is why I said only we need wrench IDs. Okay, this is why I'm a big proponent of wrench IDs for the chat.
He wants wrench IDs. Okay.
Here he is trying to fortify democracy.
I know. Why would you want to fortify?
Adam wants to give wrenches out willy-nilly. I want actual identification for these people.
That's all they fucking do in Manhattan.
You're telling me there's not leftists in New York who couldn't buy homes for homeless people? Is that what you're telling me?
You're saying like an individual guy should buy like an $1 million home.
Yeah.
How many
maybe not $1 million, but yeah, with
how much
tens
do
of millions
how
of
much
dollars.
do you think any home in New York costs?
It doesn't have you have the homeless person has to live in New York City, has to live in Manhattan.
Thank you.
No,
But like so you're supposed to like buy them a building in Yonkers and put them on a bus there.
You said basic needs, basic.
What the fuck?
That's unironically based. Yeah. Why? Yeah. Like go to a place where it's not expensive and build property.
Yeah,
precisely. But build a big housing block. Now there are some issues with that historically. That when they've done that before, because in most places that do that, they want homeless people to normally like not do drugs and stuff. And when they come into these housing blocks, and that's on purpose. God. But the reality is like, what is this bizarre argument about like the homeless people in Manhattan have to live in Manhattan? I don't want to relocate them, by the way. But I'm saying if you say like, hey, like 50 miles away, there's a free home for you.
Chat. Aydin wants to put homeless people on boats.
No, no, I don't. Send
them back to the shithole counties.
The reality is, and this is the problem, and this is what Lyndon B. Johnson's problem was as well. If I build a giant block of apartment buildings 50 miles away from New York in land, or it's gonna be further than that, whatever, in West by God, right, in Virginia, you know, where Tim Pool always talks about, which is so weird because as a West Virginian, I hear him always talk about it. If we build a giant block of apartments for homeless people in West Virginia or wherever, and we say like, here's free housing, a ton of them will not take you up on that offer. Because they're drugged out, because they're mentally ill, all kinds of other issues. They won't do it. So then what are you going to do? Physically remove them? Is that what you're suggesting?
What we need to do, we need to build robots that go around and scoop them up.
I guess. I mean, what are you suggesting?
What turn the Soylent Green?
The robots make
everyone didn't like the Soylent Green comment. Okay.
Oh, okay.
No,
it like glitched out for a second. Sorry.
It was a little glitchy on our side, yeah. But yeah, what are you supposed to do? Like, are you saying you're going to physically move the homeless people into these apartments?
I know, like I talked about this before. My father, I remember once tried to help when I was much younger.
Oh,
like this homeless guy, and it was like the guy was eligible for a lot of government benefits, and my dad got him these government benefits, but it was like
a waste.
He couldn't like do it on his own. He didn't have the interest or motivation, or I guess, you know, mental health really, to be motivated on his own to make, you know, to have an address, to be able to get the government money. Because he could have gotten enough to have, you know, he had friends. Him and his friends could have pooled their money and they could have rented like a little place to sleep at night, you know, so they don't have to sleep on the streets. And it's just, as you said, it's just not, it's unfortunate. I don't know what the solution is. It's just not feasible. To just be like,
you're going to have to
houses.
You're either going to have to take away someone's autonomy, because here's your two options. If they refuse to do it because they don't want to, because it's their right to refuse to it, then what do you want? You want to put them in a mental hospital and take away their rights.
How about this?
Basically, yeah.
We do the brain implant, okay, and we change their mind for them.
You mean the Tesla?
Yeah, the Elon Musk Neuralink.
The Neuralink,
right?
Yep.
And then we just put the command
the
to
most
the
horrifying
Neuralink.
shit I've ever heard.
We just put the command to the Neuralink and say, listen to
self-destruct. Oh, wait, what?
Listen to your monarch. Go to the housing complex.
Go to the
Stop
Tesla
doing
factory.
drugs.
Build Teslas.
I disavow.
Well, if they have a job, that would be good, right?
You don't want to see, yeah, exactly. We're giving
they won't
Accept
necessarily.
low wages. Continue to work.
Yeah.
Through your breaks.
Great. Wonderful.
You guys are just
you can't
against
fix this stuff with money. You can't fix this. These are endemic, perennial social problems that will not be fixed with any kind of amount of government or private spending. They will always exist.
Right.
That's his human nature.
The homeless will, the poor will always be with you. Where have I heard that?
There we go. Just bus all the homeless people to California. Right.
The needy will always be with you.
And also with
but your Lord and Savior is only with you once.
Like, let's just be. I'm just being pragmatic. You can't. You're not going to be able to get rid of a problem like this unless you want to destroy everyone's freedoms. If you want to totally eliminate personal liberty, then maybe you can get rid of this.
We used to have mental institutions and yeah.
Would you like to know the long history of that?
No.
I'm not going into it tonight.
There's an easy solution to this. We should just teach them to code.
There you go. That'll work.
I thought we should just put them in jail.
Didn't you used to get banned?
That's what we already do.
Yeah, exactly. That is what they do. Yeah.
Oh, that jail is empty.
Are there no poorhouses?
Buy them a home in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
Buy them a home somewhere else so they can afford the basic amount.
Who's organizing the transport of like the bus of homeless people?
The rich person giving the money.
Oh, but what you're talking about already.
You have so much.
But what you're talking about already
would be
exists.
done for cheaper, more efficiently by the government.
Yeah.
Why would you
describing
go
already
through all this when
exists.
you could literally just have the fucking kid
Because
do it?
I don't want working class Americans paying for it.
But why? We already established.
God, he's just fucking destroying them. Oh my god.
I know this Christian he's just unfazed, unvalue based. I can't believe the guy in the cut corner just said the government can do that more efficiently and economically. Are you kidding me?
I know. Holy shit.
We got to listen to more Chapo Trap House, I think, to take this really. We never listened to that show. Maybe it's like
it's just some like isn't it a Reddit thing? I don't know.
I've tried to listen to it for content. It's not
good. It's ridiculous.
How do you guys feel about Avatar, the Blue People movie?
Bad.
They have a really popular episode praising it as like an allegory for like communism. Maybe you could watch that one.
Wait.
We'll have to look at that one. Yeah.
Just real quick. Could Joomer, can you give me the TLDR real quick so we don't take up any more of Adam's time, make him stay up all night?
What do you mean?
COVID?
Of Avatar?
I'm raging.
Yeah.
Come on. Why are you trying to make me sound old?
you when I came on, you were like, "Don't take up too much time."
I'm ready to party.
Okay. All right.
Hayden,
California.
get it out. Come on, get it out.
Let's talk faster. I'm really good. Trust me. I'm real good at talking fast. But like, what's the TLDR on why they think that Avatar is a socialist paradise or whatever?
I mean, just like the entire plot, like it's about capitalist people going to exploit another like planet and knock down their big tree, and all the beautiful native people are just like living in harmony, and we go to like fuck them up, and the evil
it's
fucking
dances with
people,
wolves,
and yeah.
But the Avatar people don't have like capitalism or currency or jobs that we see. So.
Neither did the natives in Dances with Wolves. That's why I couldn't understand that.
The noble savage. Okay, that's like the basis of socialist thought.
I know, the beautiful noble. We'll all be out here living like Indians and dressing like Indians and doing all the simple, beautiful things y'all Indians do. Hey, got my coyote? That's it.
Our hair dicks into all animals to control them. Yeah.
Well, the quote I just did was from an album. The quote I just gave was from a comedy album from 1968, I believe, from Firesign Theater, which was, even back then, leftists were mocking their own. And that was a leftist group of people who were making fun of other leftists for having that weird, noble savage kind of preoccupation. So none of it's novel, put it that way.
No,
has anyone commented on the Antifa comic book in the background?
There's I didn't even notice that.
Above the Chapo Trap House guy.
Yeah, I see it. What is that?
Apparently it's an Antifa comic book.
Who knows what it is?
Is it like, there's gonna be like a Molotov cocktail and you like fill it in with like coloring stuff?
I mean, it's weird it's got a Pepe on it.
That's weird because I found something.
It was a Pepe in front of it. I don't know.
Maybe it's in front of it because I see something called the Antifa comic book that looks nothing. It doesn't have the Pepe on it. So maybe that's just, you're right. There's just something in front of it. What is this terrible thing?
Earlier on that like, you don't want a homeless person living on the street. You think it's a threat to your security, right? Like that will literally improve your life. Like it is going to make your life better and it's going to make that other person's life better tremendously. And that's what I never understand. It's like a failure somewhere along the like conservative rhetoric and conservative thought process where it's like, you're going to benefit from that homeless person no longer being homeless.
Hasan is such a mindless dipshit.
Partisan.
Well, the whole idea, like he's basically saying, if you just take homeless people off the street and you give them a home, it's going to be better for that person and it's going to be better for you. And it's just these nasty conservatives standing in the way. Listen, I live in a state, California. Like conservatives don't run California. Democrats do. We have like enough housing for homeless people. Every single homeless person we can put in a fucking house. The homeless people don't want to be in the house because they have this rule. They don't want them just turning the housing into drug dens, like out of respect for the other homeless people or in transition people that live there. So the homeless people who are drug addicts, they don't want to go to these homes. They want to stay on the streets and do drugs. But Hasan is just a fucking dipshit here. Like he doesn't seem to understand that the homeless person doesn't want the free house. They want to stay on the streets and do drugs.
Fucking thank you, Adam, because that's what I always dealt with when I spoke to
give them the house. Well, I'm all in favor of it. Like put them in the house,
and they'll turn it into a drug den, and like that. Like, this is, I hate this word, but unfortunately, it's true here. Privilege.
Oh, it's totally privilege. It is 100% privilege. It's Hasan being able to live in his fucking dipshit bubble. I guess.
I mean, he's mask off.
He is in a $3 million home in West Hollywood now. So sooner or later, he's going to figure it out. Like sooner or later, a neighbor is going to tell him. Like it's funny, he's going to have this chat with his neighbor, who probably doesn't even know that he's a dipshit streamer. He's going to be saying, "Oh yeah, we have this homeless problem around here," and the neighbor's just going to tell him, "Yeah, we take them and give them a home all the time, and then they're on the street 2 days later because they want to do drugs. They can't do drugs in the housing."
Adam, I think you're missing what's really important here. Okay, what's really important is Hasan just doesn't want to see the homeless people.
Right.
Okay, because that makes him feel bad.
That's it. Freaking
so you
precisely.
Just shove him in a house so he doesn't have to look at them. And then he'll think that, justice was served.
As long as he doesn't just see the homeless people around him. And if you've seen the clips of people like driving around like West Hollywood and like just on the streets.
I know he lives in West Hollywood. He sees these homeless people all the fucking time.
He has to.
What are you talking about?
He has to. Like,
I'll drive around West Hollywood sometime for you guys and just give you a little cell phone stream, and I'll give you guys a look at what Hasan sees.
That he must see every day, and I guess in his head, he just thinks you just got to get them a house. The reality is that's not actually it. So he just wants them out of sight, out of mind. That's what I think
conservatives run Los Angeles. The fucking moron.
I'm sure he does.
These terrible conservatives.
That person is not going to live outside of your house anymore. They're not going to have to take a shit and live in the indignity of having to eat fucking trash every day. And ultimately, we know for a fact that despite the billions of dollars that are given to 501c3s that do exclusively what you're talking about, this problem has not been solved because the problem is, and it will never be solved because the problem is not something that you can individually decide to do. It's what the state is supposed to do. How do I know this? Because the state has done this in other places. America is not the only country on the planet. There are plenty of countries in comparable OECD nations where they have a much better outlook on combating homelessness.
He's such a fucking dipshit. He just
said the problem can't be solved. He just said the problem can't be solved.
He said the problem can't be solved by private entities. For some reason, only the state has the magical wand to solve this problem.
How, Hasan? How? Are you saying that the state should force them into
camp
drug treatment programs?
Because other countries, Adam. Other countries.
Well, I guess the way that the state figures it.
You're correct. The other countries. I'm speechless. Sitch. I don't know. How do I respond to that?
Maybe that's Hasan's strategies. He'll say something so stupid that it stuns you momentarily, and you don't know how to respond to it.
Well, I can't believe these
stunned in their confusion.
Yeah.
I'm under the assumption that these other two gentlemen live in fucking Los Angeles. They're sitting in Hasan's house. What the fuck? They don't know how Los Angeles works?
I don't know. Christian doesn't seem super pleased, but from his face.
But
I went to hang out. We went for I think we were watching the Jordan Peterson debate. Slavoj Žižek.
Slavoj Žižek.
Reed Nicewonder invited us. Reed Nicewonder invited us over his place to watch the debate. A bunch of us were over there. One of the guys that was there was basically laid out the whole thing that I'm laying out here about how in Southern California, he worked as a psychologist for some government agency, and he could get anyone into an apartment in like 12 hours, 24 hours. The problem is they don't want to be in the fucking apartment. They want to do drugs on the street.
And then they can't keep up payments. They can't keep up the job. And that's a problem with addiction and mental health.
They don't need to
pay.
They don't need to pay anything.
Interesting.
They don't need to, none of that shit. None of that shit. All they have to do is respect the rules of the other people that live there, which include like not doing drugs all day, all night. Yes. That's what they don't want to do.
They want to do it all day, but not at night.
They don't have any of their
Sitch is
requirements?
like, let's work with them here. How about we do
Let
drugs
them do
from
drugs
like
on the
8
street
a.m.
during the day, and then when they come into night, it's like, okay, no more drugs.
That's interesting. That's the only requirement, though, and they still can't. But
Sitch told you the exact same story about the homeless person, his dad trying to help you out. Like, there are so many government programs, and this is what's ridiculous about what Hasan is saying, because Hasan is basically saying, and the other guy, the Chapo Trap House millionaire, these guys make like $60,000 an episode for their podcast. And this guy's a fucking moron if he lives in Los Angeles and doesn't know this. Like, this is common knowledge in Los Angeles. There's a huge debate going on in Venice Beach because they wanted to actually move. The homeless people are complaining. They're like, the homeless place is too far from the beach. We like to hang out on the beach and do drugs. So they're like, oh, well, we'll give you a homeless place right across the street from the school. And all the people who live in Santa Monica are like, I paid $2 million for my home by the beach. I don't want to live with a bunch of fucking homeless drug addicts. Not like that. Our district attorney started like letting people out for like meth and shit. And that spread around the country that like they're not going to charge you if you get caught with meth. Normally meth is like 20 years or 15 years or something like that. So we have every single meth head in the country moving to Venice Beach where they can get caught doing meth and the district attorney's not going to charge them. Like, it's so like, Hasan, wake up, get into local politics for once. Stop streaming about socialism
He's just
to the
out of
fucking
it.
world.
He's completely disconnected from his local politics. Again, like, he sees the homeless people down in LA, and he
Local
just goes, "Oh,
news
what?"
in Los Angeles is pretty good about covering this stuff. This is one of the
He doesn't
reasons.
watch it.
This is one of the reasons why I wasn't really super disturbed about the Black Lives Matter stuff that was going on in other places, because they had like 200 cops that were rounding people up and giving them like $600 tickets for demonstrating like after hours or whatever, after curfew. So these people were not like going to demonstrate again and again and again and start burning buildings. There was some of that down on Melrose. People broke in and built, and I think Dave Rubin did a video where he was talking about some art gallery that got ransacked. Do you guys remember that during the Black Lives Matter? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Akira the Don, the guy who does the Jordan Peterson tracks, he actually lived down there close to that where Dave Rubin lived. And I guess Dave Rubin is actually, did he move to Florida? I think Dave Rubin split. But Akira the Don ended up splitting after that because he's got a fucking kid. He can't like live in a place where people could burn down the fucking apartment building in the middle of the night. Like,
well, it's so endemically evident right now of the fact that like every rich person who lives in LA is trying to run away from it.
Moving, I know.
And if you don't mind, if I can read a super chat, can I read a super chat real quick? One Abiodun for $20 says, my mom was homeless, left the shelter twice to live under a boardwalk, and took baby me with her. It's so true. They don't want help.
Yeah, it's sad.
Well, I don't necessarily know about that because think about this.
It's all over the place.
Some people
hold on.
Some don't. Yeah.
Think this through. You're in in a homeless situation, sure, they're willing to give you a house. But you think those people who know that they're not supposed to do drugs, do you think that they obey those rules? Pretty soon you're in a house with like such unsavory people. You're like, I'm safer with my kid under the bridge than here with all of these,
drug addicts.
Yeah, basically.
Which is weird, because another thing that I found in my interaction with homeless people is that they band together when they would have, because oftentimes not often, but sometimes you do have parents with children. They're sending their children to public schools, but the mother is homeless, and they would band around to protect, the homeless woman and her child, because that was part of their community, right? It's something that I think is not understood by LA socialites. No offense to you, Adam, but I mean, like someone like Hasan, because you obviously understand.
I'm not a socialite, he's not a socialite, but I do pay attention to local politics.
That's what I mean. Like someone like Hasan doesn't get this. He's never.
Hasan's a fucking moron. Okay.
Yeah.
Hasan basically just lucked into a situation where he has a lot of money. He has a lot of money from doing this.
Hasan didn't do the caring about, volleyball, school volleyball. Hasan has not done the prerequisite 100 hours of knowledge about the subject of the homeless to form an opinion.
Of course
so he should just shut up about it.
Yeah. Well, he really should on this one. Honestly, I will agree. Actually, I will actually reiterate Hasan's previous point. He probably should shut up with the homeless issue.
Yeah.
The point that I made with Matt Walsh in the beginning about how I said I didn't like the way that they were calling this gender ideology left wing. I accept that it is left wing, but I think I think it tribalizes it in a way that is going to make
it's not good tactically.
Right.
Yes.
That's exactly what you said in response to that. Matt Walsh's goal is not really to solve the problem. Matt Walsh's goal is to paint his political enemies as this problem. That's the exact same thing that Hasan is doing. Hasan is not interested in solving the homeless problem. Hasan is interested in painting the problem as something that conservatives are standing in the way of solving. And there's just a super simple solution that if it just wasn't from these mean old conservatives, then we would solve this very easily, which he's a fucking moron considering where he lives and the state of the situation.
Yeah, I could not agree more with that. Precisely.
Yeah.
Hasan doesn't love the poor. He just hates the rich that are not him.
Yeah. Yes,
True.
Exactly. Oh, exactly. Exactly, right?
True.
And eradicating it where it stands. And that starts with a housing first policy. And that starts with not shelters, but actually housing the homeless people. So they can go on a pathway towards rehabilitating themselves and becoming active members of society if they want to do so. It's just
if they want to do so. If. Yeah.
That's just how it works. And I'm giving you how it works. And I'm explaining to you how it works. But for some reason, you're like, no, let the rich people do it. The rich people are trying to do it. It just doesn't work.
You're not. That's not by your admission.
Is it that?
He hasn't explained, he hasn't actually explained specifically why.
I love Christian's expression again. Christian's expression is always great.
He knows it's bullshit. Why a private charity can't accomplish this. What exactly the government's role is here that could not be accomplished.
But he's asking for rich people to do it now. Now he's asking for private rich people to do it. He's not doing it.
No.
Well, I think also, a religious environment is going to be far more helpful in someone quitting drugs. I completely believe that.
I think this argument.
I agree.
I think the reason they gave this argument, the real reason, is because they want the virtue signal without actually having to expel or expand any effort. So it's super easy to just be like, oh yeah, I think we should do something about the homeless problem. However, only the government can solve that problem. So
why doesn't he just go out and do something?
I'll pay more taxes, but I don't want to have to actually do anything,
But what my question is, if he really cares about these issues, he can go do a nice little vlog and frickin' film himself feeding the homeless, right? Why doesn't he do that? Care. Even that. Because exactly. I'm not saying that would be really legitimate, but at least go film yourself. Just do it.
At least
I did it. I did it. I did everything. I'm not virtue signaling, but I'm saying
I did it, and I hate homeless people. I mean, what?
Yeah, I sure do. You know what I mean? No, I actually care, obviously, but
Hasan, if you care, even, and he wouldn't. By the way, like him going out and feeding homeless people and filming it wouldn't really show that he cares. But it would be a symbol, a gesture. Give a gesture, dude. Give money. If you don't want to go and spend your weekend that you could spend eating chicken tenders on Twitch, then go spend your weekend and film yourself and still make your fucking money on Twitch, filming yourself feeding the homeless.
His
Goddamn.
audience doesn't want that. Because his audience wants to believe that they're part of the fucking socialist revolution, not through action, but by watching his dumb streams. So if he's going out there and actually doing things, it'll make them feel bad because like, well, why am I not doing things?
Glink, you know, Glink.
Oh, you hit the nail on head, Sitch. There you go.
Glink is a friend of the show. He's been on a couple times. Super nice guy. I believe he's in Los Angeles. He's made the last 3 videos he's done are on Los Angeles. I do remember the dark reality of Los Angeles video being very good, where I think he actually goes out and, if I remember correctly, interviews homeless people. And it's got 3.9 million views.
Right.
So, I mean.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, come on now. I mean,
well, listen, when Hasan interviews homeless people and starts to talk about the bourgeoisie to them,
it's not going to go well. Yeah.
It's not going to go well.
That fucking cliche, like madness is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
That's really all we've done since the Guilty
Hang on one second. I'm sorry. I started laughing at myself. Can you imagine Hasan going out and talking to the homeless, be like, "Yo, poggers, dude. What's the fuck up, fam?
Oh God.
Let me ask you. Can you give me the TLDR on your homeless experience, dog? Like."
I'm sure.
No
man.
cap, please.
Hasan.
Try it.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I definitely have friends that I've lost to drugs. Like drugs have just consumed their entire fucking life, and it's not pretty. I can't imagine Hasan has not known anyone that's gone down that.
I know he's pretty
path.
privileged.
Yeah,
I mean, I lost my entire life to drugs. I literally almost died. Now I'm still an alcoholic, but like I almost literally died because of alcoholism, right?
Yeah.
So I know what it's like. I didn't stop it and didn't fix it because you can't fix.
Yeah, you can, Aydin. Fucking nut up. Fucking get yourself in an AA program.
You can try. I've tried. I couldn't. For a year I couldn't drink at all. But then you just come out of it and you're like, well.
If you went sober for a year, you can go sober for the rest of your life.
Maybe
alcohol's a poison. Like I never drink anymore. I don't like. It's been so long since I even drank.
It's absolutely a poison. It absolutely is, and I agree 100%. But like, it's difficult. But
I only
shit. What's my fucking original point?
I only get high on the words of Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Honestly, blessed be him.
Jesus
Praise be
is the reason.
Blessed be.
My drugs of choice are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah. My drug of choice is Revelations.
God, you guys are really pushing the religion as the opiate of the masses here.
The Revelation to John. Have you checked
I'm
it
really
out?
Christian here, and I'm not triggered at all. I just want to be like.
Are you Christian? I thought you were atheist.
Yeah, I switched.
Oh no, wait, you switched recently.
Adam,
it's a year ago now. I switched. It's been a year.
Was it a year ago or was it last year? It's only been a month.
Yeah, well, I thought you were monarchy for Jesus.
Last year.
What's going on?
It was properly
here?
last year.
Okay.
And the thing is, like, that's another thing that people get twisted on you. Like, if you change stuff and like, well, you didn't used to believe that. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. Like, but
fuck you. Once an atheist, always an atheist. Scum.
You used to do drugs. Well, you're always
that's the kind of stuff like where I'm not saying that they're relatable, by the way. Just saying like,
what do you mean?
People fix their lives.
We're saying that Aydin is a
or fix their lives or change their lives. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm a homeless drug addict.
Okay. NA and AA are comparable. If you're trying to say that they're different, I disagree. Like Narcotics Anonymous and alcohol. I mean, alcohol is a drug.
Yeah, of course it's a drug. Yeah. It's really difficult. Like, alcohol is a really serious drug, and I would not.
Sure.
You need an adventure is what you need. You need something to...
An adventure?
An adventure. Life is an adventure. You need something that you would like to do more than doing more than just drinking.
Well, if you've got... Well, I mean, like...
that's one perspective.
Let's hear that sigh.
It's
that means I'm winning, Sitch.
Hang on.
In a debate, when someone goes,
is that what that means? Is that what it means?
Yeah, when someone goes,
okay, listen.
This is trying to move it back into the
the
homeless people thing.
Listen,
is that
Adam.
the reason why most people get most homeless.
oh, look, she dropped out. What'd you say, Sitch?
I did not.
Maybe I dropped out.
You dropped out. I can hear her fine.
Okay. So the reason why a lot they get addicted and then they can't get out of it, right?
Right.
Like, so that's they get so involved in this sort of routine. The same thing with alcoholism. And I can say this as an alcoholic myself, which I don't mind being admitted to. Like, you get involved in a routine. That's just how things work. It's the same thing with people who are, homeless, where they can't get out of that. And when you just give them a house. And when you give them a house, they're not going to get out of that. You need what's the adventure? What's the adventure?
This is the Sunday.
That's for you to decide.
Adam, this is the Sunday stream. Okay, this isn't the intervention for Aydin's stream.
You
that could be on Thursday.
No. Sorry, that stuff. Unfortunately, is probably never going to happen. But like I tried it. I was sober for a year and I just fell apart. So, but
learn to ride a horse, get a lance, go find some windmills.
Yeah.
Listen. Yeah, go find some.
Just learn to joust. Okay.
Do you not think that Aydin embracing monarchy is not some sort of adventure that she's? I mean, that's an adventure.
I don't think so. That's a weird adventure to
All
go on.
LARPing
no, that
is
was just
some sort of adventure.
I guess so. That was just I had been reading that literature for like 8 months, and then eventually, and it wasn't until. Now, you're not going to be happy about this because this is going to be the conspiracy theory that people already have. I started talking to Spoon, and we started talking together about things, and we're like,
he corrupted you.
He didn't corrupt me.
He was Darth Sidious. He was whispering in your ear.
Because the whole time I've been reading it, I thought, am I retarded? You know that clip from not Back to the Future. But
I told you the tale of Darth.
You know the clip I'm talking about though from what's that show called? There's a show where the guy goes back. He goes back. He goes into other people's bodies. Do you know what I mean?
Quantum
Leap.
Quantum Leap.
I said it first.
Pornhub.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Quantum
Pornhub.
Not Pornhub.
Where the guy goes into other people's bodies.
I've seen a bunch of.
I've
seen a lot of films.
I know you've seen a lot of that.
Holy shit.
Incorrect, Doomer. It's Quantum Leap. But I dare you to go to Pornhub and type in Quantum Leap and see what.
I'm sure there's a porn parody of Quantum Leap.
See what comes up.
There's that scene where he looks in the mirror and he's inhabited the body of a mentally retarded person. And I mean that in the truly clinical sense of the word, not to be disparaging, truly clinical sense. And he goes, "I'm retarded." And so I spent like, no joking, I spent months and months like looking at the stuff I was reading and being like, "Am I retarded?" Like, just to be, I want to get out of this and we'll go back into the.
Yeah, I want to get out of this too.
We got to go back to the video, okay? We don't have time.
Here's my.
We don't have time to save your life today, Aydin. Okay.
No, don't worry about it. Like,
check back in next week. We'll get back to this.
That's
video.
rich coming from you.
What are you talking about?
Here's my. Because Adam's dying of COVID. That's why.
That's why.
But
I'm trying to get into heaven here. I could go any minute.
My last hook on it is that sometimes you don't necessarily. This was.
Spit it out. Okay.
Okay. You don't understand necessarily, like for me, someone who's a cognomizer and someone who has a lot of problems with imposter syndrome. You don't necessarily understand like where you're coming from, but read stuff. And I would suggest to everyone, actually, Hasan doesn't do this. He doesn't actually read literature. He doesn't actually read anything about like homeless people's lives and experiences.
He's
and
a dipshit. He doesn't know how to read
this. Listen. Just go out and talk to them.
Sitch.
I mean,
it's Hasan we're talking about now. Okay, we'll talk about my reading disability later.
Joe the Mig for $90. Thanks so much, Joe.
$50.90.
Well, he gave 2 20s and a 50, so I was adding it up. Joe the Mig says, Hasan, quote, Hasan is such a mindless dipshit. COVID has limited Adam to stating the obvious. I'm back with S-Class for these menial takes. Step up your game, Adam. There you go.
Oh, my God. So, okay. Sorry, guys.
It's too obvious. Joe the Mig continues. On homelessness, I moved to Billings, Montana in 2021, and my coworkers at the major hospital there have identified that Portland and Seattle are busing their homeless by dozens to Montana cities en masse.
What?
They've destroyed the once effective shelters here.
I wouldn't be shocked by that. But
Yeah, because I can imagine Portland is like a huge magnet for homelessness. So is Venice Beach. I mean, Venice Beach is famous for being lenient about homelessness. And of course, if you're homeless, you want to go to Southern California, right? It's where they make the movies and stuff.
No shit, but also like where I grew up in Baltimore, it's illegal technically. It's not enforced, but it's illegal to give a homeless person a sandwich. So if you live in Baltimore, you want to get the fuck out of there, obviously.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? It's illegal to give a homeless person a sandwich?
There's a bunch of stupid legislation. It's not enforced, okay, but there's some silly legislation that basically works in the way that like it's the give a man a fish, teach a man a fish kind of paradigm, right?
Is that what the law's called? The give a man a fish
No,
law.
it's not called that. It's the stupidest ass shit. Like again, it's not enforced, but they don't want people to like. If a homeless person's out there begging, they will sometimes pick them up and do they take them to jail? No, they don't. Which I'm glad they don't. To be fair,
right?
You just take them and drop them off in another part of town.
There you
know what I mean?
Out of sight, out of mind. You bring them to
out of
the
sight,
other area.
out of mind.
But they're taking it to Montana cities. Oh my goodness.
Joe continues saying the number of absolute jackasses who have moved to Montana from California to get away from the results of their political choices, but then who continue to vote for the same policies is too high.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's going to be an issue in Texas. It's going to be an issue in Oklahoma. It seems a little bit like you're moving voters around.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
How interesting! As you're trying to pass a new to pass new voting rights, but they don't. But like it, I'm trying to pass new voting rights bills, like where you don't need to have a goddamn like ID to vote.
Okay.
Yeah,
we're going to make California so terrible that all the liberals in California move to the red states and then make them blue.
And then they're moving homeless people into other red states. How odd!
There you go.
What a coincidence.
Shitty philanthropic organization that, like, I'm sure you can point to some people individually that they've helped, sure, but it's never going to work to the scale of an actual government policy designed to do this. Like, your entire point, right, is that, like, a liberal billionaire doesn't really give a shit, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I'm sure some do give a shit, but I'm sure
Hasan doesn't. Your point is like they mostly don't care, right?
Mostly not. No.
Why would there?
They forgot the entire context to this stupid sidetrack was Hasan was saying, "Why do you care about trans athletes in school sports if you don't watch school sports?" So then his response is, "Well, why do you care about the homeless people if you don't do fucking shit about the homeless people?" Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we got totally distracted, but like, well, because Hasan's not going to answer this question because this is the question. This is the unanswerable question for Hasan.
Organizations work. Like, why would they actually help people to the scale that
well,
they
if
need
they
to
don't
be helped?
care, stop trying to make me care. If the people who actually believe in this.
So you are ultimately saying you don't care, then? That's what you're saying.
Oh, fuck off.
But you said you do care earlier. So I'm operating on the basis that you said you care. So I'm talking to someone who cares, not someone who doesn't care.
I don't care to do it your way. I don't care to do it your way.
But
So
your
I'm
way
saying
is
if they're
literally
not-
just doing it the same way. Your way is like private philanthropy, or like, I guess, send them on a bus to Dallas, Texas, to like live in a house that was built in 2013.
Look, Hasan doesn't give a shit about anything but his fucking chat.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's not even something that people can do or are doing, and it won't happen regardless. So I'm just saying, we give a fuckload of money to this government. I think like it should actually do shit that, you know, normal functioning operating governments do, rather than like sit
do you
around
think we
and
need to
give.
do it by giving more money, or you propose doing it with the current amounts we give?
You're not going to give more money to the government. I will give more money to the government. Yes,
please
and
do.
People that are of my level of wealth and higher will give more money to the government. Yeah, certainly.
Are you going to? Are you going to, Hasan?
Wait,
Are you really
did he
going
just, Did he just be like, "I'm richer than
I'll
you"?
pay more.
Fuckface?
I'll
yes,
pay
he
more
did.
Is that what
taxes.
just happened?
Yes. Not only did he flex his money
Oh my god.
on Christian, but he also said he's going to pay more money. Are you Hasan though?
Hasan, you just tried to rich flex on a gay black man. Okay, double society rest here. That is.
We need a cancel culture graphic because this is like
Oh
you're
my
canceled
God,
all the way.
Hasan. Fuck.
Interesting.
What's that guy blowing out back there? I mean, he's like a hurricane. Jeez. Holy shit.
I really just always appreciate Bernie being in the background of all of Hasan's videos when he does stupid shit like this.
There you go. And the Queen now with Obama.
And the Queen, yeah.
Like Bernie didn't do anything wrong. It's not his fault he's here. Okay.
It's not Bernie's. He was just sitting there trying to be warm, which was a very adorable picture.
Bernie did lots of stuff wrong.
He did actually do lots of wrong.
No. That's at the Biden inauguration, isn't it? That picture.
It is.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it's the Biden.
I think it was. Yeah.
Oh.
I know my.
And I think that is fair. I absolutely. I also think that the way I generate my wealth is.
He's wealthy quotes. Do you see him quotes?
Giving a
He's not
percentage
wealthy.
of all of the amount of
He's
revenue
fake
that I
rich.
generate
He's
per
fake
year
rich.
back to the government. It's more than 50%, I would say. Whereas most wealthy people that park all of their income,
Wait, he said
park
he's-
all their
he gets-
wealth in the
hang
stock
on.
market don't.
He said-
They pay an effective tax rate of.
He said he pays 50% of his wealth back to the community or back to the
He says he's in a 50% tax bracket. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Alright.
Do you actually?
That's
I don't
tough to
believe that, though.
believe. Yeah.
I have a hard
bet
time
I-
believing that.
Listen.
Yeah. I mean, he could. We saw how much. We know how much he makes. Though she was upset by people.
You can
knowing.
get like
He
you can get
could-
like 40%, high 40%.
He
tax
could
bracket,
theoretically. He could theoretically. But I listen. I can almost guarantee you that if you saw Hasan's tax returns, he takes every fucking tax exemption, every loophole possible.
Because everybody does. That's the reality. Like when I first
Yeah,
started
what's
doing
wrong
YouTube,
with that, Sitch?
There's nothing wrong with that, but don't lie about it.
Yeah, when I first started doing YouTube, it was like I realized, oh shit, like I'm technically
I know,
considered
you can start writing everything off. You're like, oh my
everything
god,
off. Yeah.
You think Hasan doesn't write everything off?
He writes this
everything.
house is his studio right here. Of
He
course
writes that
writes
puka
it off.
shell necklace.
That's
off.
right. I didn't even think about that. His house is his studio.
But that's the most basic thing that you could talk to write off when you start doing YouTube is write your house off because it's your studio. He absolutely writes his entire house, and any house he buys, his $3 million house or whatever the fuck it costs, he definitely writes it off on his
$3
taxes.
million mansion was
Which is
necessary for my job. Okay?
Yes, it was not. He did actually say like it was necessary, and that $3 million houses in LA or nothing.
It was
to be fair,
necessary.
He's kind of correct.
You
He is
want
kind
him
of correct.
to be one of the homeless he's been talking about?
Oh no, that'd be terrible.
3% to 5%. I'm paying 53% in California. I don't have a problem with that, and I will pay even more than that because I'm very fortunate.
So you're happy to
I'm
pay
very
that
lucky.
amount. You see what they're doing with our money right now. in
Yeah,
California,
as someone who
you
pays a
wanna get
fuckload,
more.
as someone who pays a fuckload, and we have a $44 billion dollar surplus now, and that's only part of the reason why we can even have a discussion about like potential universal health care in the state. I'm an incredibly fortunate person. I can survive. I can live an incredibly comfortable existence. I didn't used to make a lot of money, and I didn't understand it. And I used to believe what the fucking rich people said all the time about like how, oh, the government's taking more of my money. The government's taking more of my money. I'm here to tell you motherfuckers right now in the chat that will never make this amount of money in your entire lives. Every rich person is lying to you. They 100% could easily budget out another 10% of their fucking
Then
wealth
you do it.
and their yearly earnings back to the government. They just don't want to do it. Okay.
Then you do it.
Because
I mean, yeah, I don't think the contention is that they can't. It's
No
that
one
they
makes
don't
that
want
argument.
to. I think that was
yeah.
obviously.
That isn't an argument that literally anyone has ever made.
Yeah, obviously it's physically. Well, here's my question. So Hasan said private charity and philanthropy won't work with the homeless issue. Only the state can achieve this. Well, how come, if that's the case, how come then we have or California specifically has such a massive homeless problem if he's paying 50% of his income in taxes?
What a good question.
And if California's been run by liberal progressive Democrats for many years, how come it's so bad there? How come they haven't not only not solved the problem, seem to have made it worse?
Oh shit! Incredibly good question, Sitch. I don't know.
I don't know, Hasan. Can only the federal government solve the problem for some reason? Do they have the magic wand that the state government
they
doesn't
have it. That's an incredibly good question. Yeah, how do you give so much of your money allegedly? I don't know. We all know that Hasan takes every fucking tax break he can possibly get. Like, let's be real. He's got a tax person who works with them, and he takes every tax break. So why is it that the government of California, which has this horrible homeless problem that he knows every time he drives down fucking West Hollywood, well, where's all that Californian money going? Because California is the most outside of New York, arguably the most democratically led, and by democratically I mean the democrat leaning state, most left leaning state in the country. So where's the money going, Hasan?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to buy Biden
It is
votes.
a mystery.
There you go.
Cost money to forge all those mail-in votes in Wisconsin.
That's right. He would probably
it costs a lot of money to forge them in California.
He'd probably say something like, "Sitch, you don't trust that the Democrats will actually solve the problem. Okay, this is why you need to elect the socialists and the AOCs. They're the only ones that care. The Democrats, they just lie about it. They just take your money and they just forge votes."
That's like going in AOC's district, by the way.
Yeah, right. I wonder what all this narrative.
They want to keep as much money as possible. Partially, they don't want to do it because they think the government is not working for them, or the government rather is not functional, and it's spending the wealth in an unwise capacity. But the real reason is because they just don't care. They don't care if you fucking die. Okay, I'm telling you how it is. As someone who does make a fuckload of money, and as someone who gives a lot of money to the American government every fucking year, most rich people do not give a shit, and that's why they're
so you're
not
saying
giving
you
more.
want to give 10% more rather than you'd rather just give more, keep everything we have and give more than reform how they're using what
No,
you're
of course I want to reform. No. Of course I want to reform.
Would you rather
how
do that rather than give more?
No, I want to do both. I'm realistically speaking, I see how
I
little
love
capital
Christian,
gains
by the way.
taxes, like how I see how the truly wealthy, not people like actors, not people like celebrities, not people like
People like
doctors. I'm
me.
talking like actual fucking wealthy individuals. I see how
This is always the pivot.
He's talking about his neighbors right now. He's totally talking about his neighbors.
He's saying the opposite. He's saying that him and his neighbors and actors are not actually rich.
Yes.
That they're fake rich, not like the Elon Musk of the world. They're the real rich people.
Oh, Cry me a river.
He did the Bernie Sanders like the millionaires and billionaires. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
just the billionaires.
The billionaires.
The billionaire class.
That's why Bernie's sitting there in the background because Hasan's like, you gotta pay your fucking share. You gotta pay your share. Pay your share. Middle Americans who make $40,000 a year. Not me so much though. I'm not a billionaire.
Listen, I'm not rich, okay? I just have a $3 million house. I make, how much did he make a month? Wasn't it like $250,000 or something ridiculous?
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous amount of money, yeah.
I just make $250,000 a month. I'm not rich, guys. I'm just like you. I'm part of the proletariat, making $250,000 sitting at home streaming all day. Okay.
While he eats chicken tenders. Literally half the stream was eating chicken tender, eating fucking eating
so out
takeout.
of touch. He's so out of touch.
Both sides of this debate is out of touch, though. I mean,
of course, but Hasan is like on another level of out of touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Hasan is etherical right now. Okay. He cannot be touched.
Fascinating.
They get taxed. And the way that they get taxed, and I could easily do this too. I could so easily do this. I could just put.
Oh, by the way, just to throw this in there, I was collecting content today for a video I'm making, and I realized that Hasan has a debate with Ann Coulter.
Oh no, really?
No way.
I can't wait to watch that.
Wait, it's upcoming. It hasn't happened yet.
No, it happened like 2 years ago.
Oh shoot. Well, I'm not a big fan of Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter. I actually want to know another person. Another person I consider to be a grifter. Another person I consider to be a grifter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are a couple of things I like about Ann Coulter, but
yeah, because you're a simp.
No,
you're a simp.
I grew up. Look, I grew up.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, Ian. Big shocker. Doomer's like, there's a couple things I like about Ann Coulter. What are those couple things you like?
There's two. Are there two of them?
Are there two of these things?
Several.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I grew up in a conservative sort of family, so I got Ann Coulter books literally for Christmas as a kid.
Oh, nice.
So I'm not joking. I am not, and yet somehow I didn't end up becoming indoctrinated into that.
Whatever happened to her? She like disappeared.
She's still around.
Is she? I haven't heard anyone talk about her in forever.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years.
Last time I heard about her was like on Bill Maher's show. She like predicted Trump was going to be president. And everyone laughed.
Yeah.
That was like the last time I heard about her.
Right, that was like 4 years ago.
That's 4 years ago. Yeah.
Fuck.
No, that's been 7 years, 6 years.
Yeah.
Shoot, I don't know what happened to her. She fell off. She was the terminology.
put literally every fucking dime I have in the stock market. That's it. Okay? Like, I make some, I pay taxes on my income right now.
He just
from
makes
what I'm getting
some,
in
by the way,
revenue
guys.
from Twitch and everywhere else.
We have to back
just
that
make
up.
the low price of $250,000 a month.
We have to back that up. Did he just say I put every dime I can into the stock market? It sounded like he said
Yeah,
that.
sound
Did
like
he say
that.
he does or he could?
Let's
We have to find out because we have to know. This is like
I see how they get taxed and the way that they get taxed, and I could easily do this too. I could so easily do this. I could just put literally every fucking dime I have in the stock market. That's it. Okay? Like, I make some, I pay taxes on my...
He knows the trick. So you put money in the stock market and then you only pay capital gains tax. And I think capital gains, I mean, it might be down to like 15%. It's like...
It's how you hide your money.
Well, you don't have to
it's just
hide your
taxed
money.
differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get taxed differently. It's but if you're playing the stock market
Capital
with a huge amount of
gains
money,
here. What is capital gains tax down to?
Yeah, I think I thought it was 15, like you said.
Capital
It's
gains
still high. Didn't they just raise it?
tax. I don't know. 15%. Look at that. The tax rate on most net capital gains is no higher than 15% for most individuals. It used to be like 25. I mean, it used to be like
it can go up to 20%.
Okay.
But the point is that if you have a bunch of, if you take, let's say $1 million, which Hasan has many millions of, and you put it into stocks, now you don't pay money. Then you don't pay tax on it.
You pay tax
it's not
on
your
the
money
capital
anymore.
gains.
Well, you don't pay taxes until it matures.
Until it matures, exactly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but why would you?
That's the issue.
Yeah.
But I know, but I'm saying like that's what he's talking about.
You need money to live.
Sure,
though.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you only pay money. I mean, you only pay taxes once, like when you get paid. It's not like you get the money and then you pay taxes on your pile of money that sits in your mattress every year.
Well, if you keep it in a I forget the type of
your savings account and you make your 0.0002% interest.
It's like I think it's called like an IOLTA.
0.002% tax.
I think it's called like an IOLTA account. Like if you make an IOLTA account or something, I could be wrong with the name. By the way, sorry, chat, if I'm totally wrong with this. I could be totally fucking stupid on this. But if you make like a different account and like this is my account that I only use that will get the returns on investment from my stocks, you might not have to pay tax on that at all. Actually, I could be incorrect, but you can play silly buggers with tax.
Silly buggers.
Yeah, you can play.
Interesting.
You can play some silly games around.
I didn't know
with
that was still a thing.
You can play some silly games around with taxation, so that like you can make a huge amount of money without having to pay almost any tax whatsoever. In our IRA, thank you, an IRA, thank you, chat, an IRA. So you could put his money into an IRA.
What does terrorists have to do with this?
Yeah, I could sing I could sing some Irish songs that I won't.
All these people know.
Thank you, chat. By the way,
you don't have to pay capital gains on an IRA. But anyway, let's move on.
Yeah,
my income right now from what I'm getting in revenue from Twitch and everywhere else, and then I park all of it after taxes in the stock market, and then let that fucking accumulate every single year, 10%.
Obviously.
Oh my lord, and that would be great. Just let it sit. Don't take anything out. Park it. Okay.
This is Hasan basically parroting the conversation that he just had with his mom and dad a couple days ago about what he should do with his money.
Well, his mom came in there and gave him his tendies and told him what to do with his IRA.
This is actually good advice from the parents.
Which was not.
Wait a minute. This is not good advice. Hasan's advice is take all your money and put it in the stock market, and it will just accrue. You just accrue 10% interest every year. Okay. Stock market has this little thing I don't know if you know about, where it goes up and it goes down.
Right.
Okay. You should not just take all your money and park it in the stock market. That's a terrible fucking idea. You need to diversify your investments.
Well, it depends. I mean, as long as it's a diversified portfolio, it's a good idea.
Yeah. But it's not so easy. Hasan's like, well, it's just so easy. Just take all your money and just park it in the stock market.
It's
just
pretty
so easy.
What money? What
It
money?
is pretty
Yeah,
easy.
it's
okay.
Super easy if you have an enormous amount of expendable income. Sure, it is.
I guess.
Anyway,
I guess.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
I just think it's
silly.
rich for a guy that makes $250,000 a month to disparage one of the few vehicles for wealth generation for people that don't make $250,000 a month, which is the stock market and investments.
Right. Yeah.
The way that rich people operate is exactly like that. And it is basically substituting actual taxes that you should be paying to the government to interest rates, if you even are paying any interest rates, to a bank. And it's just money going back and forth between financial structures rather than the actual government that should be adequately funded for whatever the fuck we want to spend it on.
What the fuck is he?
Yeah, he's drifted off. He didn't quite remember what Dad said. He's trying to remember.
Exactly like that. And it is basically substituting actual taxes that you should be paying to the government to interest rates, if you even are paying any interest rates, to a bank.
He's saying you don't pay taxes, you pay interest rates to the bank.
Yeah. He's not paying taxes.
What's he talking
by the
about?
way?
Like, is
well,
he,
maybe
does he
he's
have
paying
did he take a mortgage out or something? What is he like? He's completely
Adam,
lost
you
me
buy
here.
stock and you pay interest rates to the bank
You don't
instead of
pay
paying
interest
taxes.
rates on-
This
that's
is
not how
this
it
is
works,
known,
no.
Khaleesi.
Normally, if you're buying stocks, you're getting dividends, or hopefully the stock is going up in value.
Yeah, I mean, you're
but
paying
when you
taxes on
do
dividends.
sell, when you do like take profits, and as long as you own the stock for a year, you're gonna get the 15% capital gains. Like if you opened a restaurant and your restaurant made $500,000 in a year, you're probably going to pay 30-40% on that. If you just if you make 500,000 in stock increases and you take a payment on that, you're going to pay 15%. What he's saying is not unsound. He's just remembering it badly from mom and dad.
What he's saying is unsound. He said you don't pay taxes, you pay interest to the bank. That's completely nonsensical. That's not what he says.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think that his chat is buying this?
Oh yeah, there's hook, line, and sinker.
From a millionaire, a multi-millionaire. They're all just being like, "Oh yeah, thank you."
Oh no, wait,
Hasan.
no, you can see the chat right there. It says, "Hey Christian, look at this." With the finger.
That's all they're doing. I know they're just being mad at Christian, but how bizarre, right?
Listen, let Hasan rich explain to you.
Yeah,
right. Hasan is rich explaining to you and about how socialism is good, but not for him.
Listen, you're gonna pay your
money going back and forth between financial structures rather than the actual government that should be adequately funded for whatever the fuck we want to spend it on. I also am not anti revising the way we spend our money. I think we spend an insane amount of money having fucking 300 plus 400 plus that we know of military bases all around.
I knew the military was going to come.
Yeah,
military base.
It's the military. That's where all the money goes to.
Okay, I discovered my plan for dealing with these homeless issue.
I'm
gonna basically put him into the military. That's what I'm gonna do.
That's a great idea.
Have
I'm
you
gonna
guys
say, listen, you need what you need is a fucking job. Okay, I'm gonna.
Are they gonna be like? Are they gonna be like soldiers? Are you gonna like put them on catapults or what's going on?
Soldiers? Hell no. They're gonna be cleaning fucking latrines. Okay.
I like the
be fucking
catapult idea.
janitors.
Give them a bomb.
What are you talking about?
Launch
I'm gonna say,
them.
listen, I'm gonna enlist them, and I'm gonna say this base is perfectly clean, but I think we can do 30% better. I think this base can be cleaner.
There you go.
I want to see my
clean those
reflection.
toilets.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see. I want you to get your tongue on there to make sure that's a clean latrine.
See these little cracks in this concrete over here? I want you to fill these cracks in. I don't like these. I want this floor to be polished.
There you go.
But if you look at the current spending, and then by the way, I hate the amount of military spending that the United States does. But the amount of spending that the United States does on social programs, I think at this point has overtaken it. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong with that, I apologize. I think social spending for the United States, and by social spending, that means on welfare and things like that, I think has at this point, it's either matching or overcome the under the Biden administration. It's comparable. I hate the military spending because it's an insane amount of spending on things that are mostly silly.
We're gonna put alcoholics in the military too. That's my plan.
There you go.
We're gonna basically force draft them. What do you think? Sitch, am I do it?
I'm on board.
Sitch wants to basically take everybody and force them to join the military for 2 years right after high school anyway. So
yeah.
Sitch is completely...
I said military or the state like a state
or
corps
Peace
thing.
Corps. Yeah.
This sounds like some Starship Troopers stuff.
Sitch is on board here.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Sitch,
I mean,
I
I didn't say
You've
it.
changed
I didn't
my
say
mind,
it.
Sitch.
I didn't say the service guarantees I stuff. I would have said that maybe. I actually
you're
have
saying
multiple.
service guarantees serfdom. Okay, it's not the same.
No. Actually, no. Nay.
Everybody here is zoning out. They're going, why are we taking financial advice from Hasan?
On a fucking planet where we have no business being there. Fuck that shit. Take that off. We subsidize the military industrial complex. We subsidize every facet of like American agricultural production with no returns on that investment. We just do it unconditionally because capital owners have decided this is the way it's supposed to be. There is not a single fucking part of the American existence.
All those homeless people are not starving right now because of our subsidizing of corn and all that shit.
Of American economy or American industry that is not
we
over-reliant
destroyed
on
another
government
Keystone
subsidies.
pipeline.
If all I'm simply stating is, if we're going to give them money, then we get ownership over it, okay? Then we get a say. If we give Boeing money, or if we give the airliner industry money, they don't get to fucking operate monopolies and charge whatever the fuck they want to you. They don't get
airline
to
industry is a monopoly?
consistently deregulating certain sectors that are supposed to, improve the quality of your experience as a consumer. That's unacceptable. They can't constantly make financial.
Whoa, the airline
He's just
industry is a
talking
monopoly? No, we know he's talking shit, but
Yeah.
the airline industry is monopoly?
I mean, it's probably like, I guess it depends on how way you define a monopoly.
Well, yeah, they're all probably owned by some giant major conglomerates that all own each
Well,
other.
no, I don't know if that's true, but it's one of those like, what's the word? It's a natural monopoly, like probably by.
We're in the corporation bad subroutine here of the NPC.
Well, no, we're like just the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like certain types of industries, the amount of infrastructure required to be feasible requires them to be a monopoly to some extent.
Well,
you see this with like the internet like the phone companies, internet companies, and I'm pretty sure this is probably true for airlines.
I find it odd though when socialists or when anybody, including conservatives, when they talk about social media platforms, for example, when they talk about oligopolies and they call them monopolies. It's like, well, hang on, it's not actually an oligopoly unless they actually all do have the same ability to perform, and that is what the Delta and Spirit and don't fly on Spirit, even though that's all I fly on because it's the cheapest, or American Airlines, or
I guess wait, did he say Boeing or did he say?
He did say Boeing.
Oh, okay,
Boeing is in the company
that
makes
commercial. Yeah, he doesn't mean commercial airlines. He means the people that make the planes.
Make the planes. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Well, you're about to see. He's going to advocate.
Be right back. I'm going to go do my COVID test.
He's going to advocate for something a little crazy soon. So
let's see.
Deregulating certain sectors that are supposed to, improve the quality of your experience as a consumer. That's unacceptable. They can't constantly make financial decisions knowing full well that the government and the American taxpayer is going to bail them out every step of the fucking way. And that's the reason why they can never have cash on hand. And they can always engage in stock buybacks. And they can do whatever the fuck they want because they know full well when shit hits the fan that they are a too big to fail sector or too important to the American national security sector that the taxpayers will fucking bail out. I think that's bullshit. I think we need to revise that. Fuck them.
Who did the too big
now
to
we're
fail?
in the Occupy Wall Street portion of the NPC subroutine.
Well, but this doesn't even apply to who does he's saying this applies to people that manufacture airplanes.
Yeah.
I hate to engage in partisan politics because I actually don't think this is partisan, by the way. I think this is both left and right in America in terms of the Republicans and Democrats will do this. But who did the too big to fail? This is a legitimate question.
Obama did it.
It was. I did.
Well, to be fair, Bush and Obama did it.
That's what I mean. Bush and Obama. No,
they both did it.
Sitch
they both did it. Yeah.
Did you forget?
So.
It happened at the end of Bush administration. There was a Bush bailout and there was an Obama bailout.
I thought I was correct about that, but thank you.
You are correct. Yes.
I could not remember.
I don't know which one ended up being more though.
Aydin is like, I don't want to get into the partisan politics.
No, because
it was Obama.
I wasn't trying to say it was all Obongo or like whatever. Like I wasn't trying to do something silly.
We knew.
You know up to us in terms of me being like, hang on. The Republicans have done this as well.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
Throw him in fucking jail. Kill him.
What?
Wait. You have to have the full context here.
And they can always engage in stock buybacks. And they can do whatever the fuck they want because they know full well when shit hits the fan that they are a too big to fail sector or too important to the American national security sector that the taxpayers will fucking bail out. I think that's bullshit. I think we need to revise that. Fuck them. Jail them. Throw them in fucking jail. Kill them with capital punishment if you have to. If that's the way to fucking actually to get anything done. Okay? I don't have a problem with any of this shit. But
how is he allowed to advocate for fucking killing people on Twitch with no issue?
And for what? I don't even understand what he's raving about. Kill CEOs for stock buybacks?
I guess so.
What is he saying?
Yeah.
Well, how is incomprehensible?
Oh my god.
There
you go.
A little kooky here.
You can add that to your stupid Hasan takes.
We went to the dark side here, really.
Yep.
It's like capital punishment for stock buybacks.
There's so many stupid Hasan takes. It's going to be a long list.
We need 4 really good ones, Doomer. Hook us up.
We can put that one in the song.
That one's a good one.
Are you guys are still doing the song? I'm doing research for that right now, so I might be able to
give us some quotes.
We have like 2, I think. We need like 2 more, 3.
Ultimately,
I could probably make that happen.
care about helping people. Sorry for fucking going on a major tangent here.
I care about helping people right after I murder them.
Yeah, exactly.
I care about murdering CEOs for stock buybacks. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As long as that's helping people. Yeah.
Yes.
What? American Airlines lost their CEO in an assassination and now you can't fly across the country to go home to your relatives on the holidays? Oh, interesting. That sucks. Sucks for you.
Mm-hmm.
It is bullshit.
Right, he's helping the people.
Anyway. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
At least like listening. But what we're doing right now.
None of us understand what you're saying. Okay.
we're trying heavily,
it's incomprehensible. We're here for the babble, the psycho babble.
I wish I could see his chat when he said kill the CEOs for stock buybacks to see.
Look, it says yes, King based.
Yeah, they'd love that.
There you go.
They'd love that. They love it.
The system is broken. You're good, Hasan.
There's the emoji of Hasan as like the socialist farmer.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. They just want
go off.
King go off. Yeah. Wow, and you're mad at me about the monarchy stuff?
Do you have any feedback?
He's so not getting any of this. There's nothing to get you.
God.
Like there's really nothing to get here.
That was pretty good.
At least
look at that. He's like, it's like when you have the moron friend that you're like, okay, whatever. I mean, he bought me dinner, so I'll just shut up.
Yeah. That's the whole thing is that other people can't. He bought them dinner.
He did pay for dinner, so okay.
He did buy me some tendies.
Think maybe he taxed them a little bit for that.
It's a business expense. It's a business lunch.
Please, throw the gauntlet and like let someone beat the shit out of their senator at least. Like, come on, give me something.
What the hell? How was he allowed to say this? This is the person who by the way said that oh shoot! What's that guy's name?
Senator.
Who's about to get
a guy from Texas
gone? Yeah, I can't remember. Crenshaw. That he should have been fucked in his eye hole by a brave Mujahideen freedom fighter.
Not that he should.
That he was. Right, thank you. Says you're correct. That he was fucked in his eye hole by a brave Mujahideen freedom fighter.
I mean, what
America
is it?
Deserved
Any
9/11.
senator?
And then America deserved 9/11.
Any senator? Can it be like an ex-senator? Because my ex-senator is like Kamala Harris. So I mean,
it could be Kamala Harris.
I mean, we're kind of having a conversation.
But how
I'm interested. He's piqued my interest with this whole beat up your local senator.
Yeah, I'm very interested in where that line begins and ends.
The gauntlet, and what was your other option?
Gauntlet and the whip.
The whip.
Anyway, let's continue with the trans thing.
With the sex that they have been biologically created as and assigned at birth based on their genitalia, if they don't feel that way.
Does Dr. Phil do steroids?
He might. I mean, every celebrity does GH.
So Hasan, I don't think you want to bring that topic up.
Really?
Do you think Hasan does steroids?
You want my opinion or the
I
opinion
didn't
of
say
Spoon, who's a
kill the rich.
bodybuilder?
Fuck up, bitch. Okay, stop. I'm talking about a legal system in place where
Nobody who's a bodybuilder is a world professional Tetris player.
Well, I'm not okay. I'm not. I'm like Spoon is legitimately like into like this kind of like fucking bodybuilding shit, which I don't know anything about. Hasan sits around and does this 12 hours a day, every day, eating food that comes in through the mail, or like he eats
That's
chicken
a good
tenders.
point. He's eating a bunch of garbage. Yeah.
He eats garbage to the mail every single day.
He streams for 12 hours.
He streams for 12 hours, and yet he is in good shape. Like, from as far as I can tell, he's muscular.
You look fat to me, but
I think it's mostly the pink, but
pink makes you look fat.
I think maybe pink makes you look a little fat, but at least according to Spoon, and I'm citing him because I asked him this exact question.
Throw Spoon under the bus. It's fine.
No, I'm not gonna throw I'm not throwing him
You're
under the
gonna
bus.
sue someone, Hasan, for slander. Sue Spoon.
Okay? Sue me.
Spoon. Spoon.
Yeah, Spoon. He'll get fucked over it. I asked him because he's all into the whole that shit, which I don't understand. But he's when I asked him, I was like, "Do you think Hasan uses steroids?" And I was like, and I said like in a really like nice, like kind of like, I don't know, I'm really confused. And he was like, he's like, no, definitely, like it's not questionable. He does. No, I'm not saying to believe him, but I'm going to believe him.
I believe him.
But
this is the only thing I believe Spoon on.
Not on monarchy.
Not
I'm
on
not saying
monarchy.
that's it is based. Monarchy stuff's based, but like just saying.
Steroids are based.
I don't know. Well, maybe, but if it's not kind of based, if you're like talking shit about steroids and you're calling Dr. Phil, who by the way is sitting here with his little like shoes.
It's an unfortunate chair and an unfortunate camera angle. Okay, it makes everyone in that shot look like a tiny child on like a high chair.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, why was this set designed like this? This looks
I don't know.
That's what I don't know. I said, why are they on tall chairs? Like this looks preposterous.
Yeah, I don't know. But Spoon said he thinks that Hasan will take steroids. That's my only input.
if people who are routinely fucking over and actually in many instances murdering American workers, they need to be punished by capital punishment. That's the only American way to do it. Then that's the only American way to do it. Talk about a legal process. America has capital punishment. I'm not saying like do anything else. Okay.
What company is he talking about that's murdering workers that they deserve capital punishment? What is he?
Walmart. I don't know. Like what? Yeah. What is he talking about?
I don't know. What's he talking about?
Who is supposed to be getting capital punishment? I'm so
CEOs of companies.
Why?
For murdering workers.
Is this stochastic terrorism? Doomer, I'm curious.
Yes. Yeah. It seems like it.
I mean, maybe I need to go back and rewatch it because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But I mean, maybe.
Well, he's saying the state should do it. Okay, not private charities, not private entities.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Only Hasan, his brave revolutionary force.
Look, what workers is he talking about being killed?
He doesn't say. Listen, he just
place where if people who are, I didn't say kill the rich. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay.
He just banned that guy. I didn't say kill the rich. Fuck you, bitch.
That's what I mean. Like he hyper focuses on like there's a billion chats, and yet he can hyper focus on the ones that he doesn't like. How interesting.
Stop. I'm talking about a legal system in place where if people who are routinely fucking over and actually in many instances murdering American workers,
so just fucking over.
Wait, fucking over and in some cases murdering. So in other words, you most of the time not murdering.
Yeah.
Just fucking over, which for him is going to be any CEO and like literally in the country, basically.
Yes.
Or anywhere in the but who is murdering American workers?
There's a bunch of
I'm sure you could find a case of
sure, of course.
There's a bunch of like labor attorneys in Los Angeles that just roam around looking for people who've been asked to like work through their breaks and stuff like that, so they can slap a lawsuit on the business that has done that. They're not businesses are really not allowed to kill their employees. Okay, they get pretty pissed when they're just forced to work through their 15-minute break. So
I think businesses can skirt like look, I have been pressured into doing things I later realized were very illegal.
Of course.
So like, yeah, I mean that happens.
You had to have sex with your boss, Doomer. You can tell us.
Absolutely.
No,
No,
I
I
mean,
had.
bosses
Was
take
she
it
hot,
very
or what was the
well.
deal?
How
bad
had
was
several, So I had several things happen. Probably the worst thing that happened was I took a job interview. They told me I was going to make a certain salary, and then signed me up to make $5,000 a year less. And I didn't even figure. Like no one even told me. I had to like do the math and like check the records. And
I've done that.
out.
I've been through that
Just like-
shit too. Holy fuck,
Oh,
dude.
Big
Preposterously
crybaby,
illegal.
okay? They got you on the little salary bump.
Yeah, I mean, like
I'm just
and
kidding.
I've-
I'm
I've-
just kidding.
I've-
That's totally fucked up.
Yeah, it's
It is. It is.
No,
but I
I've
mean,
been
it's
to that
10
exact
years
same
ago,
shit.
so it's whatever.
Yeah.
But then also like, yeah, I've been forced to, not forced to, but pressured to do more work than I reasonably should have been given.
Right. Pressured to work
right.
unpaid overtime. Pressured.
The-
Yeah, I mean,
they
look,
made you wear
bosses
the
and
new Hooter shorts instead of the old
corporations
style
are
Hooter
going to be
shorts.
shitty to you all the time. Okay, I don't know where this, but his criteria for capital punishment is well, you know, the company's screwing
just
over its
ridiculous,
workers.
Yeah.
You know,
I
kill
would
them.
say that that the capital punishment criteria should be forcing Adam to wear Hooters booty shorts.
The new Hooters booty shorts, that would be bad. I would.
Wait,
not like
you're saying that should be capital punishment? I think that should be a requirement for the show.
You know what? I agree with you.
I
Sitch.
just
Never
think,
mind.
I
I
just
changed
think
my
we should
mind.
do that. Yeah.
We were gonna force Adam to wear, if you recall, the Elon Musk
they've
red
tried.
shorts.
They've tried.
Oh.
yeah.
Yes.
Well-
but Adam he just wasn't a team player.
It's bad enough.
You gotta put on those. You gotta do the Hooters booty shorts.
It's bad
should.
enough. How would you guys feel if I wore a helmet like this? I have a picture of our friend of the show, Thought Crime, and he has a very interesting bike helmet on. What do you say? I
Is this
one of
up?
these
Or
for
I
the
don't
show.
see anything.
Oh
I brought it
God.
up.
I think you should put. I think Adam needs a safety helmet when he streams.
I think
Well,
it
he'll
would
probably
be-
need the helmet while wearing the booty shorts.
I might
Oh,
wear
there you
this
go.
helmet, but I'm definitely not wearing the booty shorts.
Thought Slime is one of the few people on YouTube that is more intolerable than Walsh and Hasan.
Really? We've
Yeah.
covered a bunch of his videos, but I got to admit, he really makes a bike helmet look masculine.
He looks
I mean,
like
like-
Uncle Fester.
I mean, okay. So you've already worn bike shorts. Just my point. You've already worn the bike shorts. What's the limiting factor?
I think I need
going
to make
going
this
full head.
Sitch's avatar now.
Make it Aiden's avatar. She's the one who wants you to wear the booty shorts.
I don't want. I don't. No, I'm not. I don't want to do it. I'm just asking the question. This is a theoretical. This is a theoretical.
Face reveal, guys. Here it is.
There you go. There you go. I'm actually Uncle Fester. I don't know if you guys knew this.
Were we watching? Were
Get
we
that off
watching
my
a video?
face. Get that away from me.
No, this looks great.
No,
It's perfect.
Get it out of there. Get it out of there.
You don't like it?
Nope. Get this shit out of there.
What was it? Did you quietly took the poll down? I'm skeptical that you actually won.
Oh, I didn't want to keep further embarrassing Doomer. 'Cause
Oh,
he got
really?
destroyed. So
It was destroyed. Oh, wait, here. I think I see it.
It's embarrassing to barely lose to you at a poll in your own show.
Okay.
you know, there was all the
Who's
18 trolls
best?
voting for you. Okay.
Sure,
Who
sure it
is
was.
best?
Sure it was.
S-Class Heroes at 54% and the D-Bag Sleaze Bags. Who, I mean, I don't know how these polls work, but it seems like that might be biased to sample.
Nah. That's what you're talking about.
You're
Our
calling
chat-
them the D-Bags
Our chat of
Sleaze
degenerates. That's like a
The chat's not full of degenerates. Why are you being so rude?
Yeah, what's
they
up?
are.
They are.
What are you doing? These nice
Doomer
people.
lost. Okay.
These
Nine
They'd
nice
never do
people
anything
are
weird.
Nice enough to super chat. Here's the final.
I
tally.
came back. Okay. I was behind by like 4 points.
Well, you
And
were,
like,
but you don't want to use that word because you know you were with the behind.
I
so.
stopped the steal. Okay. Doomer had his army of bots come in from Arizona with their mail-in ballots, and I came in. I said,
the
no.
steal.
No, you're the one who has the fucking fake ballots from Arizona.
No.
Like on election night, the D-bags were triumphant. Okay.
And that
then we-
D-bag
and then we
woke
had
up
to-
the next morning, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
and then we had to count the fucking blue counties.
There
And
you
you
go.
snuck in there.
You mean the S counties? Okay.
Well, I'm proud.
Disgusting us.
Doomer, I'm very proud of you. This is an excellent showing. I noticed how Sitch quietly just made the poll go away. So I'm glad
I felt bad for Doomer. He was just every minute he was going down by a little bit, and I was just like, I don't want to keep rubbing this in Doomer's face. So.
Okay.
Get that thought slime picture off of my guy.
Adam, keep it. Keep
Get
it
it out of there.
Keep it.
Get
there.
it out of there.
He's been tortured long enough, Doomer. Come on.
Adam, I'll super chat $10 if you keep it there.
A-Team is we'll super chat the $10 first.
No.
So no, first of all,
Look,
don't
Adam
super
requires
chat.
the money up front.
Do not
okay?
super chat, okay? We've tortured him. A-Team is magnanimous, Doomer. You have to understand. We've tortured Sitch long enough. We had our fun.
All right.
Now
Well, I'll need to find new and creative ways to torture
now
him.
it's time. Now it's time to move on. Okay, the poll is done. This is a part where we all come together as a family. Okay.
Kubomi for $20 says Utah gets a ton of homeless bust here from LA and Las Vegas with one-way tickets because Utah is good at rehabbing homeless. I worked in a museum and we had a whole homeless exhibit with this info. Homeless is a misnomer, though.
Really?
Interesting. I wonder what they do.
In Los Angeles, we call them the unhoused. Okay, how dare?
If this is in you, do you make them Mormon? Is that the trick?
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, what happens?
No, they need to be punished by capital punishment. That's the only American way to do it. Then that's the only American way to do it. Talk about it.
So Hasan is in favor of capital punishment now. I thought.
Yeah, for CEOs who screw over their workers.
Okay.
In a vague sense of whatever that means. I wish Christian would have been like, "What the fuck are you talking?"
I know he's kind of zoned out.
He's probably zoned out. Yeah, exactly.
He's taking.
He doesn't. He looks like he's in like this bitch. That's what his face is saying.
Yeah.
The audacity of this bitch.
This dumbass bitch hasn't told me once to suck his dick.
America has capital punishment. I'm not saying like do anything else. Okay.
That there's no construct that describes that, experiences that.
Well, that's got nothing to do with the reality. So you can feel however you want. I mean,
What do you think about gay conversion therapy, by the way, which Matt Walsh is apparently?
Well, because they now say if a parent talks to their child about their homosexuality in a way that's disrespectful or whatever, that counts as conversion therapy. It's not literally a camp.
Listen to Christian.
He's even bringing up
Christian knows his shit.
Right. In the middle of this random conversation about something else. It's like gotcha. He brings up the Canadian conversion bullshit therapy law.
Christian listens to the show. He knows this shit.
He knows. That's right. He listens to our
knows.
segment on it. Yeah.
He's like, I saw Sitch and Adam. They went through the law. It's totally written, totally biased.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the concern.
Do you really think that Canadians are gonna fucking go into people's houses and be like, "Are you talking to your?" Are you talking to your gay child in a way that makes it seem like you're saying homosexuality is bad? That's conversion therapy. We're going to fucking throw you in jail. Is that what you think is going to happen?
No,
idiot. Yeah, I don't know if the child's
on such a dumbass.
No idiot.
Your kid is going to go to the cops and go, my bigot parents that Hasan has turned me against are totally trying to convert me from.
The law isn't for parents. It's for doctors.
Yes.
Okay. And health providers. Okay. So what happens is a kid comes in and says, doctor, I think I'm trans. And the doctor says, oh, let me see if you actually have gender dysphoria. And if they go through, their little tests and they say, I don't think you have gender dysphoria. I think maybe you have some other issues that you're dealing with. And maybe, this is making you think you're trans.
Just to be clear, there's no negative condition under the way that currently is conducted. There might be, but as far as I'm aware, there's no negative condition. So it's like, it's only positive, increasing proportions of like yes on this and yes on this and yes on this. So as long as it's a positive increasing proportion, no negative condition kind of proportion, then it's basically like if you meet certain conditions, and as an 11-year-old, I think a lot of people have a lot of children have confused gender identities. It's normal, totally normal. That's where this gets confusing. But in terms of that particular law, what I do know about that's not conversion therapy. It's only about offering alternative therapies other than transition.
Okay. So as I was saying before I rudely interrupted.
I'm sorry.
I know she totally took
was that
over
what's
the
going to
stream
happen?
like that. Wasn't
is that
even
a
Japanese.
come into a doctor, into their shrink's office. They're going to think they have gender dysphoria. The shrink's going to say, listen, after doing multiple sessions with you, I don't think you have gender dysphoria. And the kid's going to go, oh, you're not going to prescribe me the hormones or the treatment that I wanted when I came in here. I'm going to go to the health board and say, you're engaged in conversion therapy, which they would be under this law's definition for doing anything other than affirmative care and affirmative treatment. And that psychologist is going to get sued or fined by the state. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Hasan doesn't know that, though. I did bring up the law, and the law does say conversion therapy means a practice, treatment, or service designed to.
Right.
And then it has the things that it's done. So I guess it is.
Yeah, if you look up what goes under that.
But I was trying to imagine a parent being like, this is the treatment I'm designing for my kid.
I think it has, because there's a part in the law about.
But look under that line.
So I think
look under that line, because there's some of the stuff in the Canadian legal system that are very bizarre, and they don't really. If you feel willing to do so.
What do you mean?
Because to read down below that line of what is considered conversion therapy.
Oh yeah,
because
it's totally crazy.
Change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual. Yeah, no, we've gone over this on a previous.
Yeah, oh, you have gone over this before. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
It's
that's how I have it. Just
sorry that I'm stupid. Sorry.
Repress or
you don't
reduce
listen
a
to
person's
every
gender
single
expression.
minute of our show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I try to listen to most, but I don't always get to all of them.
I'm very disappointed here. You're supposed to be our number one.
Oh no, I'm a pretty big Cypher fan, but I did not know that you went over.
It's okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're not listening to all 12 hours of our stream every Sunday. Okay.
Did you notice the avatar I gave you, Aydin? The special avatar with you.
You have a crown.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's beautiful.
With your monarchy crown.
Where I'm also drunk as fuck. Yeah, I like it.
CT did that.
Well, that's accurate.
CT made your avatar. I don't know. It's pretty good how she did it.
Yeah, it's great. I actually really love it. It's really pretty. Yeah. It's really cute. But I have some issues with the way of the wording of that bill. Yeah.
Yeah,
we all do.
Listen, repress a person's non-cisgender identity. Okay. That could so easily be interpreted. Or even reduce. It says repress or reduce a person's gender expression that does not conform to the sex assigned to that person at birth. That could so easily be interpreted as someone comes into your office and thinks that they're trans, and you say, I don't think you're trans. And it's like, so you're repressing or reducing, my gender expression that I decided to identify as.
Here's how this bill makes me feel. This is what
Thank you for bringing it up. Yeah.
This is the face that I made when I read this bill. You guys don't get to see it, but the audience can see it.
I do like that Doomer's title says Doomer Media Game Refunder.
Yeah, that's Doomer's title.
Oh, I also appreciate official science thought. That is my official.
I know.
Yeah.
Terminology.
Adam, you sexist pig.
That's
how literally from her Twitter bio.
That's my Twitter. That's my literal Twitter bio.
Adam, you sexist pig.
Look at this.
I see. You have the David Pacman face palm.
Here we go.
There we go.
This is face reveal. You guys didn't know, but
I actually am David Pacman. I don't know if you guys knew that. Yeah.
He's actually David Pacman. I love how I can put any face on your avatar and it totally works.
Oh, I know.
It's true.
There's serious issues with the conversion therapy description here that I don't think describe what we all believed conversion therapy was when we
Here's
heard
how
about
I
it
feel
first.
every time Aydin talks right here.
Oh, thank you. Really, Adam? Well, I'll just go.
You don't even know that.
Oh my god. It works so well.
I couldn't help myself.
That is beautiful.
So well. It's wonderful. Well, I didn't know such a third
I'm
arm
sorry.
where they come from.
I couldn't help myself. That was a joke, Aydin. Okay, that's not true.
Oh no, I take it very seriously. I'm very upset. I'm deeply upset.
Around, okay?
I'm
I don't
upset.
feel like that.
Look, okay, I try to make
Look at this. Listen to this. CT in the spirit of giving and generosity. Doomer Media a gift on Steam.
What? She got in Pico Park? Really?
And he declined it.
No.
The decline button. He didn't accept it.
Oh,
wow.
My word.
Wow.
What is that?
Doomer, I can't.
Doomer says it's fine. I'll only cry myself to sleep every night for the next 3 months.
I can't. I have to disavow Doomer. What you've done there is no, not acceptable.
I can't believe it.
Whatever.
Holy shit.
Nothing to say for yourself, Doomer?
Look, I'll come hang out and chat when you guys are
I can't believe that David Pakman picture. It's fucking missile is so funny.
This is actually what they look like when they listen to our show. I'm certain of it. David Pakman and Jake.
No shit.
Yes.
They're covering our videos again. At least we just have a comedy show. We're not trying to.
This is a comedy show?
Yeah, we're not trying to
It's
change
a comedy show.
Are you sure this is a comedy show?
It's a
We're
comedy
We're not trying to change
show.
the world here.
I thought this was a monarchy show.
What?
That's the joke. Because monarchy is a joke.
Dun,
It's going to be reporting and.
I think this seems a lot like the C-16 bill that Jordan Peterson went.
Oh my
there was
God.
a bastardization of the
Just
actual
shoot me,
legislation
dude.
in place, and not a single person is going to go to jail over this. And it's actually about real conversion therapy, and not like, parents talking to their.
It's actually about real conversion therapy.
Because
where I can
this
read
is the
it
thing
and
is
see
that
the
if you-
problem right in front of it.
Oh, he
Look
brought
at-
it
look
up.
at what-
He has it there on the screen. Matt Walsh
know.
has it.
Yeah,
Oh,
and look at what real. Okay, so real conversion therapy. Let's be very real about what that is, right? Should we just be clear? That is saying that you can be converted into not feeling the ways that you believe that you feel,
Right.
And there are. I don't want to be rude, but like it can be the case that maybe you should just hang on. You should-
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Gotta think about some of this stuff sometimes. Like just don't just believe anything that you're told. Think about stuff. That's all. Just think for yourself, because obviously, like there's a clear issue now where people are being. That's not what conversion therapy is. Conversion therapy is like this horrifying shit where it's like you gotta pray the gay away and stuff.
Yeah, I think I saw Jesus Camp. I know what goes on there.
It's screwed up. I don't agree with that at all. That stuff's horrifying. But what we well no because you
Jesus
can't-
Camp, great movie.
a very fun movie, but you can't pray the gay away. If you're gay, you're just gay. Okay, like that's the way things are. But
They need a Jesus
when
camp.
you look at what conversion therapy is versus what is in this document from the Canadian government, they're a little bit different, correct?
They need a Jesus camp with gender, like gender camp. I'm certain there's one out there.
Oh,
Well, I mean, like, let's compare what conversion therapy is of what's in Jesus camp, where it's like pray the gay way, versus what's in this Canadian government document about what.
But this is why
conversion
this
therapy
is part of why I think this is the law that they just passed in Canada is so disgusting. Okay, because how is it not conversion therapy to try to convince children that they are trans and that they're not cisgender? How is that not a form of conversion therapy?
According to the Canadian document,
it's
would
not.
be.
Yeah.
According to the Canadian document, it would be conversion therapy.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be.
Oh, right. Because the Canadian document says only if it's to
True
make them
cisgender.
true
Right.
cisgender. Right.
Yeah. So under Canadian law, you can provide a service, practice, or treatment where you attempt to change a person's gender identity to trans. That is legal in
Yeah.
Canada for some fucking bizarre reason.
I don't. That's horrifying.
I know, it's crazy.
But and the reason why it's horrifying is for the same reason that the conversion therapy, horrifying Jesus camp stuff is horrifying. You're trying to convince children to not actually accept themselves, but to try and like apply this political principle onto themselves.
Push it down.
Whether it's
like
Jesus
a light
or whether
switch, turn it off.
yeah, whether it's Jesus or whether it's this conversion therapy stuff. This is I don't think this is good for children. That's my opinion.
I agree.
Have you seen this article? Jesus camp 10 years later.
No.
Oh no.
10 years later, summer camp. Yes, that's his real name. Has abandoned evangelical Christianity. I guess he's one of the kids that was in the movie.
I would hope so.
Living with a group
I'm
of
sure would.
spiritual seekers in Mount Shasta, California. His split from the evangelical world happened when his father came out as gay. He says he spent several years
No
angry
way,
at
really?
the church, but has since discovered peace in Eastern mysticism, quantum mechanics, and psychotropic drugs. Oh, good for you.
I like it.
Was it child abuse? Yes or no? He said in a recent interview about his time at the Kids on Fire church camp, I think they had the best of intentions, but I see it as sick people trying to treat sick people. It's their coping mechanism for figuring out why we're alive. I wouldn't trade that experience for anything, though, because it allowed me at such a young age to question my existence.
So this was someone who went there, or the guy who owned it?
He's in the movie. Andrew Summercamp.
He's one of the kids.
10 years old.
He's one of the kids.
Exactly.
Oh,
his name was Summercamp.
Yeah, that's his name.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess we do live in a
Summercamp.
simulation because that's fucking
I know.
insane.
Yeah. Oh, I guess they have interviews with multiple kids from the movie here.
There you go. Interesting.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
There was two movies, right? Jesus Camp was just about like Christian stuff, and then there was one that was specifically about gay conversion therapy. I don't remember what it was called.
I'm not sure that there was gay conversion therapy in Jesus Camp.
No, there wasn't. There was another movie that was very similar. Another documentary was very similar. That was about that. I don't remember.
But I'm sure sooner or later
that sounds
there's
super
going to be
familiar to me, but I can't remember what.
Yes,
there's going to be a gender camp with a kid crying. You remember the kid in Jesus Camp like crying? There's going to be some kid in gender camp crying about, I'm non-binary and my parents won't accept me.
Well, it's
going to be the opposite.
The most iconic image from Jesus Camp is a child crying because Jesus like came into their heart or whatever. It was very disconcerting.
Very moving.
There's
as a Christian, as I had to say that.
Listen, you're in favor of like divine right of kings. What are you talking about?
I don't want to like put
the
children
monarch
into
is in
camps
charge
and
of
force
Jesus.
them.
Come on.
It's the it works up opposite way around, Adam. But like also the, I don't want to put children into Jesus camps. That's the most horrifying. Well, I don't understand why everybody. Okay, why does everyone want to take children and put them into some kind of socialized system outside of their parents' ability to control and tell them what to think or believe or feel? Anything that happens that way, I find to be very spooky, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if it's gender dysphoria. I don't care if it's Jesus. I don't care what it is. I don't like it when they take you away from your parents and they go, here's what you're going to think now. Correct? That's what I have an issue with.
Right. It might be. I don't think it's Kidnapped for Christ. I think it was earlier than that.
Jesus came into them.
Jesus. No, listen. 5 years from now, there's going to be a video that's going to be some woke non-binary camp. A bunch of little kids are being indoctrinated to be.
It's going to happen next year. Whatever. It's going to happen next year.
Well, but I'm saying when the video comes out. Okay.
No.
And there's going to be a little kid crying because he wants to be, play with action figures or whatever. And they're like, no, you got to put the dress on.
Well, I mean, I don't want to like expose too much. My mother is a preschool teacher, and she's seen this happen now with her. Mm-hmm. My mother teaches an extremely progressive school. It's very expensive. It costs $40,000 a year to send your child to a preschool here. Okay.
How much?
$40,000 college cost. Yep. So the kids that go into the school are from very, very rich, progressive parents predominantly, let's be real, but who sends their kids there. And she had parents come in and say, like, we want our child to be raised non-binary, for example. And so like they had a whole huge printed out list. It's just one, but it's just I'm just an example because she tells me about this stuff all the time. List of all the things that the child can and cannot do, what they can and cannot say because the child is non-binary. So like they can't play with Tonka trucks. They have to play with dolls. The problem is that this is the way that this is manifesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that for all of the hatred, and it's so well made manifest and clear in that video of everything is about these gender identities that are meaningless. And by that I mean like girls wear dresses, boys wear pants. What does that really mean though. Like that's meaningless. That's just how you can do whatever you want. Like you can play with Thomas Tank Engine. You can play with you can.
You wanna do.
My mom has been an early childhood educator for her entire life. It's never been an issue of boys wearing dresses ever in the last 30 years of her working that way.
Listen,
But now
I
all of a
wanted to
sudden
dress
it's an
as
issue.
Zorro, and my oppressive preschool wouldn't let me. Okay, that's the real issue here, not this gender shit. Okay, let the kids dress up like superheroes for class.
I don't think anyone had an issue if like a boy put on a dress in kindergarten before though. Did anyone care?
I don't know.
Maybe some,
I don't remember it happening.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but maybe. Well, my mom does, I guess, because she was a kindergarten teacher. But I don't think anyone really cared if a boy put on they have a big box full of costumes, you know. And no one really cared if the boy put on the dress.
Jesus cares, Aydin.
I know Jesus does care. It's very upsetting in terms of being like, this is all the adults doing it. It's not the children, obviously. Yeah.
I saw that he tweeted about it. I didn't get to even read the bill.
Yeah. Notice how he's talking about definition of conversion therapy right in front of you. It says, conversion therapy means a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, change a person's gender identity to cisgender, change a person's gender expression so that it confirms the sex assigned to the person at birth, repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior.
So repress or reduce. So if I'm talking to you, if you come out as gay and we're simply having a conversation and that makes you feel unsafe, am I producing conversion therapy on you?
No, of course not. That would be ridiculous.
He's so right
and
about
not a
this.
single person. I'm willing to bet $1 million fucking dollars on a single person.
See, Christian's smart. He hones right in on it.
I know. He knows.
Yep.
Yep.
We'll
Right
go
on
to jail
that.
for what you just did.
This is going to be very bad for gay people, by the way.
He's literally hand waving right now.
This is
literally hand waving.
But that's the whole issue. This is going to be horrible for gay people if that you can, because you're saying like basically you're saying that if you are a person who is of one or the other sex who is attracted to someone of the same sex, there's something wrong with you essentially. And I don't believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Described unless someone is like actively and trying to fucking fail in the most edge case possible. That's the funniest part about like the trans issues that we were talking about earlier. It's literally always conservatives faking it just to show that people fake it. It's
The
like,
rape
motherfucker,
case in
you're the one who
Virginia
faked
was
it.
faking the rape case where
What?
the guy raped a girl in a school bathroom, transferred
Oh,
schools,
shit.
raped another girl.
Oh, shit.
That was faking
I have
it.
no idea what you're talking about, but that's rape
course
and that's
he doesn't.
illegal regardless.
Of course
There's
you
no
don't know anything
fucking
about
like,
that,
oh,
Hasan,
I'm
do you?
trans. So then,
Well, the guy
Well, first of all, it's hilarious that Hasan doesn't know anything about this. Okay.
How interesting, right?
Secondly, I don't know what he's talking about. He's saying it's conservatives pretending. He didn't cite something specific, so I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. But he
you know the specific case about the bathroom.
Yeah, we
I do
triggered
know-
the chat big time. We know all about that case.
Right. Unfortunately, Christian shouldn't bring up that case because
Yeah,
that doesn't
'cause it's-
actually prove the case that he thinks it proves.
Yeah.
If I'm
Because-
incorrect,
because
the case
that-
was it was like
No,
a
we're not. Let's not talk about it.
Well, I'm just gonna say the boy. He didn't sneak in. He didn't dress up as a girl, sneak into the bathroom, and
He
rape
just said
someone.
he-
was
yeah, he-
invited. They
Yeah.
were like in some weird relationship, and they
course.
met in the bathroom intentionally. So it's not.
Okay, yes,
the
you
same
are
thing.
correct. You are correct. So, but it was a boy who was kind of given like a weird.
Aiden doesn't know anything
okay.
about the case.
Yes, I do.
Aiden
No,
knows
I know.
nothing about the case.
I know.
Oh, I
That's
don't.
true.
No, I know this exact case. Like he was given a right to go into the female bathroom, but it was in part because he was kind of like non-binary.
I don't know if
Not
the
really.
school gave him some specific right to do anything.
Yeah.
That's just like they were just meeting in there to hook up or whatever they were planning to do. But then
Well,
obviously she didn't want to have sex with him, and he's like, well, no, too late for
No,
that.
I know
Rape
the case you're
time.
talking about. I know the case you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
But I think that like it got explained as like the women, the girls, let's be real,
Mhm.
wanted it, so it was fine.
I don't think that was.
I unironically heard that as a justification for the entire situation.
Oh, okay.
That the girls agreed that they consented, so it was fine.
Listen, believe all women unless
I guess so.
Unless it doesn't fit your political narrative.
Unless
then
he
don't believe them.
yeah. Unless whatever. Sorry.
was trans, so
okay, but that's
penis
ridiculous.
was raping girls. I don't notice.
But that's
many
illegal.
Women. Yeah,
Christian, that's illegal. That's like that doesn't matter if you're trans or not. That's just fucking rape. That's illegal.
But you said our concerns with the trans issue.
No, that person is a rapist.
Made up. No, that it's not made
up.
That
person is not a rapist.
Like
that person is not a rapist because they're trans. That person is a rapist because they're a rapist.
Yes, and had the person with the penis not been in women's locker rooms, those girls would have been raped in the locker room.
That is an insane take.
But that's as far as I understand it.
99% of trans people are not going around raping. You're like talking about one fucking person.
You're raping everybody.
Forget it though. It's not a concern. It's just one.
No, it's not. That's a separate concern. That's a separate concern.
It's not a concern
This is the issue. Hang on, this is the issue. Okay, so as I believe
I want Hasan one time to talk about the one person thing in the George Floyd case.
Right.
One time.
The what?
One time.
So, what do you mean?
Because he keeps making this argument. Oh, it's just one person. It's that one person, right?
Oh, you're like, well, it was only one person that killed George Floyd.
So by the way, only one gun killed someone. So
it was a system that killed George Floyd. Right. It was only one person, Kyle Rittenhouse, that killed.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole just that one. I hate. Why does he keep making that argument? It's such a shit argument.
Because it's the only argument he can fall back on. He says, you don't have any examples. And then you bring an example. He says, but it's only one example.
Wait, it's one. Yeah. So the chat has reignited my memory of this situation.
The chat does not want you to talk about it. I'm telling you, every time this comes up, the chat is completely divided, triggered.
No, but I remember this.
I'll bring up
I remember the story. I remember the story. The story was that it was a young male.
You don't remember the story, okay? I'm telling you, you don't remember it. Otherwise,
I do remember
this. You would
this.
drop it. You would not bring it up again.
I did a video on it.
For real? Oh my goodness. Let's see.
We did a whole video just on this, but I talked about it in the video. Like a couple months ago. Where basically the TLDR, I'm not going to go into it because I don't really care.
They're going to talk about it too, so it's not like
right. So the basic TLDR was that a young male who was wearing a skirt, did something. Oh, you're going to fact check me, Adam?
Well, we've
in real time.
Yeah, we've both really dived into this case.
Okay. Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, we covered this case. Yeah. Sitch was like, we're gonna, the chat is gonna hate us, and that's pretty much what happened. The chat was not happy. I still have nightmares about how bad I got beat up over this story.
Well, I believe the basic issue was that it was a male person who did not identify as trans. Hang on, who did not identify publicly as trans, did not make that statement to anybody.
Yeah,
but who was wearing female clothing.
Yes,
and did things in a bathroom.
Yeah,
with a girl. Now we don't know if they were consensual or not, but these are young children, right?
She claimed they were not consensual.
She claimed they were not consensual.
Yes.
And then the parents moved the child into a different school district, or at least to a different school, and did the same thing again under the same circumstances. That's what I believe the issue was.
No, the circumstances were different the second time.
Yeah.
Oh,
it wasn't in a bathroom. It was in a classroom.
And
could you elucidate?
There was no previous consensual relationship.
There was, the first time it was a previous consensual relationship. They had agreed to meet in the bathroom. Supposedly they had done other sexual acts in the bathroom. She said that the second time that they met, or
there
this time they met in the bathroom,
sexual acts.
She said that they weren't going to. She didn't want to. She didn't want to have any sort of sex. It wasn't consensual, and that he raped her. And then while that was being investigated, supposedly
they moved him to
by the police or the school or somebody. The kid was transferred to another school in which immediately after class, apparently when the classroom emptied, he stayed behind and groped a girl in the classroom.
So I'm not
and
trying
she
to say
immediately was like, what the fuck, sexual assault.
Was it?
I want to be very clear. I want to throw this shit against the wall because I
grabbed her by the pussy.
Well, yeah, I'm a men's rights activist, an advocate, so I don't want to throw this shit at the wall.
Was he a Trump supporter? I'm just kidding.
He said, I believe, as he groped her, he said, "MAGA 2024."
Okay. Because I'm curious. Because groping is it's. I mean, he could have felt her up. Did he grab her boob or did he grab her?
I don't remember. I don't think it said specified how exactly.
These reporters, they don't know what the right questions are.
These poor reporters not explicitly talking in detail about.
Oh, I guess he could have grabbed her butt. He could have grabbed her. He could have grabbed her behind.
There you go.
Okay.
So, no, I understand, but and I don't want to. I never ever want to say somebody. We should just throw someone under the bus, right? But if we have a individual, in this case, who has done this within the same kind of quote unquote issues within like a year or two,
right?
Probably look into that person, right?
Oh yeah, I mean the kid's a kid pleaded guilty, I think too.
Yeah,
that's what I recalled about it. Yeah, so I'm just a little bit disconcerted by that, and I think that's why a lot of parents are disconcerted about it.
Sure, they should be.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is that we just need to be a little bit clear about this. Was not what's happening here in the Hasan discussion is he's saying, oh, this is all nonsense, none of this happened.
Right.
It seemed to me like it happened.
Yeah, well, Hasan, this is the funny thing. Hasan doesn't know the facts of this whatsoever.
But I'm not sure.
And yet he's
Christian
already
knows
jumping.
The situation.
Yeah, I obviously was not. I was obviously not informed on all the facts, but
both of these people read only partisan, dishonest media. Christian on the right, Hasan on the left. I mean, I'm guessing. Obviously, I don't necessarily know.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Either way, Christian's more right than Hasan is in this conversation.
Either way, it's a little bit sus.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. It's a little bit sus. Like the stuff that happened here was, and by the way, the 14-year-old girl and the boy go into, or whatever they define themselves
You're
as.
Still dwelling on that?
No, hang on. What I'm saying is that's normal.
What point are you trying to make here?
My point is that it's kind of normal, but so I don't actually think that should be made into a giant fucking media headline. That was my no.
I don't know, Aydin. I would say rape is not normal.
Right.
Adam.
I agree that rape is horrible. But
what's she saying? I mean,
she's saying that like boys and girls trying to hook up in the bathrooms of school is normal. Okay.
That's what got me in
thank
trouble.
you.
Me saying that is what got me in trouble.
You have to understand.
Adam, why would you say that?
Adam is very traumatized by the conversation. He wants us to not talk about this.
I'm just saying, that's kind of normal for some people, but we have to or for young people. But
no, people having sex
apparently
that never
apparently
happens.
Not.
Okay.
No one has ever had sex ever in the history of humanity. We don't. We all just appeared spontaneously.
Yes. We can continue, so Adam doesn't feel so
Only
horribly uncomfortable.
Continue.
Porn stars and married people are allowed to have sex. Okay.
Right. True.
As being trans simply because he said and identified as being
But it doesn't
trans.
matter. That doesn't matter because the offending sensibility there is the violation of the law. There is not him fucking faking being trans. It's him being a...
The boy never faked being trans. Okay. Never identified as a woman. It's completely
No, he
irrelevant.
didn't. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
Rapist.
What was weird?
That what do you mean? There's no get out of jail free card because he was. Did he get out of jail?
He raped one girl. They smothered the reports. He transferred to another school, raped another girl. So
I see. That's the thing. I mean,
it's a little bit over.
Did he grab her by? Yeah, I'm just. Is it? Are we calling grabbing by the pussy rape now?
Well, it's just a lot
I'm recalling the situation. So this.
I mean, I don't want to belittle grabbing a girl by the pussy. Okay, that's fucking wrong.
Sexual assault is sexual assault.
Sexual assault. But when you say rape, people think there was penetration.
Well, that's what people thought. The story was that he raped two people. That was the narrative.
But you are correct. As far as I recall the situation, there were new additions. Is that the boy who wore the skirt did not identify as a girl.
I mean, Sitch just grabbed patted my ass just going out of the restaurant.
I grabbed Adam's pussy.
Wow, Sitch, you grabbed Adam's pussy?
Well, he
all
just
the
pats
time.
me on the butt.
Whenever I see him, I just I can't control myself.
I know you guys met in real life.
I felt like it was rape, but I don't know.
Did you?
I would call it sexual.
Did you?
I would call it sexual assault, but not rape.
Listen, Adam's trying to be coy here. We all know he wanted it. Okay.
All right.
Did you see what he was wearing the day that he
doesn't do that kind of
Is he wearing that shirt that he's currently wearing? Because
he was wearing the Hooters booty shorts.
Of course, he was wearing the Hooters. He was wearing the red shorts.
If I'm wearing the Hooters booty shorts, I'm ready for a little pat.
You know he's ready for.
That's basically. That's signals.
Adam,
that's like come pat. There you
I
go.
hope you know what you were. I hope you knew what you were asking for when you wore those red shorts.
What you were asking for? Yes, you should have known.
From Mrs. Friended, you fucking pieces of shit. I can't believe you'd say that's.
What happened?
When I'm begging for it, I'm begging for it from Mrs. Friended, not you.
Do you wear the red shorts?
You have to beg your wife for it, Adam. God,
not you guys.
You don't just snap your fingers and make it happen.
You know what I mean.
Oh wow, that sounds a little rapey. That sounds a little rapey.
Don't try to get out of this, you sexual assaulter. Let's move on. Wait,
all you
they're
do is
still
wear those
talking
red
about
shorts.
the thing. They're still talking about the kid.
We could skip ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Let's just skip it all together. Is there anything better here? Or?
It's just horrible. The whole thing is. We just all agree the entire.
We're not gonna watch
could we all agree the entire situation is awful and terrible and.
Yes.
But no matter what we're talking about, that person being trans or
they're still talking about it.
No, let him continue just to finish it off. I'm curious.
She arrived first.
Yes, that goes on because he actually looks it up.
Well, it's interesting. Oh shit!
Ladies and gentlemen,
what happened?
Oh, do you want me to? Oh,
I just find a
thing.
Just my last point on that.
Yeah.
My last point on it is that I find it bizarre that someone who coming from the likes of Hasan, right? Like, and I don't want to do this like you versus me versus like this partisanship, which sucks and is lame and stupid. But yeah, that we would have to have this kind of like, well, she asked for it kind of stuff, or and by asking she requested it. And then you have to say like,
keep digging, Aydin.
No, but saying like, well, no, she can change your mind. You're gonna have a hard time there.
I don't. What are we talking about here? I
in terms of this case,
I am curious how wrong these two are going to get the story. That's the interesting thing for me.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Well, he eventually Hasan brings up an article that explains the majority of the story correctly.
Yeah, because I'm not drunk. I can get there. If you why do you always want me to be drunk? I'll be drunk. I can get drunk, but
no, we don't want that. Yeah.
No, sorry. I can get drunk though.
That's okay. We talked about this. This is.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Sitch? You want me to be drunk?
This is an intervention, Aydin. I don't know if
I consider you getting drunk an assault on our friendship.
I consider. I won't do it then. Oh shit! I won't do it then.
I consider it a betrayal. Yeah.
Oh shoot!
Of the utmost order. Yeah.
No, I can't.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying this. I don't want you to. I'm trying to save your life.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I appreciate that. Thank you. And Christ is King.
We care.
Christ is King.
Here at Sitch and Adam, we're here to save lives, guys.
They are saving my life, honestly.
See? So once again,
now I have to save Doomer next.
And this was a person who wanted to fucking rape a woman, or rape or assault. It doesn't say rape.
You can't use that word,
assault.
right?
But assault a female student, and conservatives took that and fucking post hoc made this association that like it was actually about the fucking gender bathroom policies. And this happens all the fucking time. And that's because the assailant and the victim.
So the connection to the bathroom policy was because this all came up. There was, they were talking about having non-binary gender bathrooms or mixed gender bathrooms or something. And the father of the daughter who was raped came to the meeting. And like lost it on the school because the principal or the superintendent of the county
it's on film, I believe.
Yeah, it's on film. Claimed that there had been no cases of sexual assault or anything of that sort at the school.
Yeah, they lied.
True.
They lied prima facie, I believe.
Well, lied or just
well, how do you call it? Lying? Lie by omission, correct? Right.
Well, actually, no. I think there was. I vaguely recall there was some evidence that the superintendent did know about the incident. So I guess it would be a lie.
They lied by omission. I was saying well,
no, it wasn't a mission. He directly said that it didn't happen.
Maybe he did not know about it, right? Like that's the kind of
I think there was some evidence that he did know about it or should have.
Oh, really? Oh, geez.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I vaguely recall. Something.
Sitch has a terrible memory.
I do. That's true.
Victim had a relationship and met in the bathroom for sexual activity previously. On Monday, the teenage victim of the Stonebridge assault testified that she and her attacker had agreed to meet up in a school bathroom on a date of the assault. She testified they had not.
I hate that he can read that good. It's totally fucking
Isn't that
flooring.
Are you upset by that?
I am.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Of course.
Well, Adam can't.
I'll trade with you.
It's such a skill.
I don't know.
Adam needs to go to the school for kids that can't read good.
I can't read that good.
Explicitly
Well,
discussed having
I'll
sex
try you the
beforehand.
skill of
The
being
teen
able to read
testified that she
quickly
arrived
over
first
the skill
and chosen to
of
go to the
being
girls'
not
bathroom.
an idiot. You know what I mean?
It's true. It's a good
idiot.
trade-off.
Come on.
Because the two always had met in the girls' bathrooms in the past. When the boy arrived, the teen testified he came into the handicapped stall she was in and locked the door. The two talked before the girl testified, and the boy began grabbing her neck and other parts of her body in a sexual manner. She testified she told the attacker she was not in the mood for sex, but he forced himself on her. Okay, it was sexual assault.
That doesn't count as rape. That's rape.
No, that is. Yeah, I said it was sexual assault. Because it originally said assault, so I didn't know if that was the
Did
details.
you though?
But it 100% was. He flipped me over. I was on the ground, couldn't move, and he sexually assaulted me. This has absolutely nothing to do with the person being potentially gender fluid or anything like that. This is a person that didn't even have access into a women's restroom specifically because they were gender fluid or anything like that. This happened prior to that actual incident.
Hasan is totally schooling him right now.
Well, he's happy. He's finally got something.
Yeah. Here's his wonderful piece of research and evidence about how trans people are being horribly discriminated against.
I'm glad he banned that piece of shit that called Hasan out now.
That's right.
Hasan is actually doing
Hasan obviously is a master debater. Okay.
Well,
He is a master debater. I guarantee that. I agree with you, Sitch. I guarantee that Hasan is a master debater.
A master debater.
We've seen.
And this
Yeah, he's the
happened
master
prior to that
debater.
actual fucking situation, and it
He got mad about that
completely,
earlier,
once
so we
again,
know that.
It proves the point I was making, which is that like that's a rapist. That is a person who did a rape. Okay, that has nothing to do with them being gender fluid or being able to gain access into a bathroom or not.
And like most rapes are like between two people who know each other, right?
Exactly.
But again, the
Meaning
person
that,
in
like,
this case didn't even claim to be female.
You're saying
Just-
like,
it was just a male wearing a
this is girl that
skirt.
wouldn't have been raped if there wasn't this bathroom thing. But this like interrelationship rape, like he could have done it in a fucking bedroom. He could have done it in a fucking anywhere. He could have done it in an alley. The point was that
I do
he knew
agree
the
with this, by the way. If it's fine, I do agree with this. That person would have probably raped somebody no matter what, right?
Well, especially considering they tried to sexually assault someone like immediately after being accused of rape and switching schools for it, and they apparently didn't think that they should lay low. Then I would agree. Yes,
that person is probably a rapist no matter what.
Yeah, that person's not a good person.
So I don't know really what effect the gender stuff has to do with it.
Right.
That person was a rapist no matter what, but I don't think it helps. I'll put it that way, right?
It doesn't help, no.
and like unfortunately did something fucking horrible to her. But the fact that it's a bathroom, like he's still a rapist.
Yeah.
Regardless.
And the main problem is the rape in that situation. And except convicting individuals, like it just makes sense that all of their energy, as you say,
well, they're just
justify.
He's gonna wank off over his one
literally
correct
does not matter.
statement for like 10 minutes.
It's just.
This is part of the masturbate.
It's just trying to justify
the masturbate, yeah.
why you feel a certain way that you do about trans people. And look, and this is something I do. This is something I talk about all the time. Okay, like I used to have transphobic opinions. Like I've said some transphobic shit in the past, right? And I get it.
I get it. I hate
we grow up in this rigid binary understanding.
And
of
by the
gender.
way, he has.
Every facet of our lives tells us that, like,
I get it. I mean, I had these feelings. Of course, it wasn't my fault. It was society, which
Now, how
forced
interesting.
these opinions on me.
It really activates my almonds, though.
Even when
that
he takes
Hasan,
responsibility, he's not going to take responsibility.
Right, of course. But it activates my almonds that people like Hasan and people like him can admit, like, hey, I had transphobic feelings before, I did transphobic things before, but then they just come out and they continue to promote the current, which is not necessarily correct, but the current left-leaning gestalt. Then they are absolved of all of their sins.
Right.
Whereas a right-leaning person can say, like, hey, I had bad opinions before. I thought bad things before. I've tried to fix my opinions. I'm still conservative, though. No, there's no, and it's barely for them. It's only if you're a certain level of popularity for the left, right?
Right.
That you're allowed that kind of redemption. But there's absolutely no redemption arc for right-leaning people unless they
bend the knee.
but even if they bend the knee, even if they bend the knee, I don't think there's any redemption. Like if Steven Crowder came out tomorrow, let's put it this way: if Steven Crowder came out tomorrow and said, "I repent, I've been wrong," do you think they would accept him? Even if he spent like 6 months?
It depends.
They accepted Hunter Avalon.
Did they?
It depends. If you bend the knee and you name names, or you become the attack
That's
dog
it.
on the
That's
other
it.
side, then they'll forgive
Yeah.
you. If you just bend the knee, then no, you don't get forgiven.
You have to go.
The attack.
Yeah. You have to go on the attack.
Yeah.
Yes, you're completely correct. I didn't think about that, but like, the only way that you can be allowed to repent is if you then try to call out and destroy the other people who are wrong thinkers.
Yeah. Like if you become David Brock, then yes, you get forgiven.
Interesting. You're correct, though. You're completely right, Sitch.
I'm always correct, Aydin. I don't know what you act surprised. I'm just always correct.
Well, it's a good point. Good point.
Thank you.
Oh wait, Hunter Avalon did a debate with that guy that's always trying to get us to bring him on every time we talk about Bosch.
Who?
The Patriot. Is it Patriot Dad? What is his?
Someone wants to talk to us every time we talk about Bosch?
Yeah, we talked about him last time we did talk about Bosch last week.
For the Doomer?
No, it's not Doomer. It's
remember we talked about my memory.
Stop trying to blame Doomer for all of your problems, guys.
His name is something Dad. Something Dad. But
Oh,
think
I
it's
vaguely
an
remember this,
anonymous
yes.
account. And
Right. I remember this.
He's claimed that Bosch has tried to smear him as a pedophile or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
I remember.
Oh, Extreme Dad.
Extreme Dad. There you go.
Wait a minute. Vosh tried
I mean,
to
if
smear someone
someone's-
else as a pedophile?
If someone is trying to smear you as a pedophile, I think the name Extreme Dad is probably like the worst name that you could have. The worst.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, that's terrible, right?
It's just a little bit of a bad look, but
Yeah.
I digress.
Extreme Dad. I mean,
Really?
I see what you're going for. You're like, look, I'm Super Dad. Like Super Dad would work.
Yeah, I'm the big dad.
But Extreme
No,
Dad,
don't
not
say
really good. Yeah, not really a good look.
There's connotations here.
But it looks like, it says shoe on head saved you, debate with conservative. Yeah, it looks like Hunter Avalon debated that guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
To check it out.
I'm always curious because Hunter Avalon's views are way down.
Mhm.
And I'm just,
Yes.
I don't want to throw shade at Hunter Avalon. Like Hunter Avalon.
All I can say is what I know about Hunter Avalon, which is that when he came to the public conferences, he brought his little baby, which is like, I understand. He
as a kid.
I
That's
understood it.
exactly. I don't want to throw shade at him. I
No, I
but
know.
I am curious from like a sociological perspective. Like he
Well,
switched
if I-
teams. Like
Yes, he did.
it's an interesting case study, right?
Mm-hmm.
It
What
came.
happened-
It kind of
what-
came up naturally in conversation here because you're talking about how, there's no path to redemption, but he is literally the story for that path.
See,
to
though?
redemption.
Yeah, but he
Let me
remember
be very clear.
he named names.
Everyone
He
hates
named
him.
names and
Yes,
he beat
named
people up.
names,
Yes, exactly. I
and
agree.
everyone still hates him. If he, the people who are on the
Well, I
left
don't
who
know
are
if they
supporting him
hate him or
currently,
they're just disinterested in him.
well, they're disinterested because his channel is dying, but
Mm-hmm.
also he's if he does even something slightly out of turn, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
They'll kill. They'll go full blood against him.
Right.
When he came to the conference, the last conference that I went to, and that's been 2 years because of COVID,
Mhm.
because of COVID.
When was that? What was that? The Myth and Form thing
That was
that you
Myth
went
and
to?
yeah, Myth Milwaukee.
How come they
And,
never invite us to that? What's going on? They
I'll
don't like
invite
us or
you.
something?
Actually, I have a conference that's going on like 2 months.
Please
If you guys
don't
want to
invite me
come,
to
What's
anything.
I invited.
What's
I
it
don't
say?
know.
Don't invite me ever to anything.
I've now preemptively invited you. I'll invite you to a conference
No,
in like
no,
a
no,
month.
don't.
It's like 3 months.
I want them
I'm
to.
antisocial.
I want
I
them
can
to invite
finally
us
go to a
just-
conference again. So
Yeah, you can't
it-
leave your country. Okay.
Yeah, I had to stay. Well, actually, I was supposed to go to a conference like last year, but I couldn't even go within the UK because of the lockdowns.
Mhm.
Shit was so bad. But because I was supposed to go. Actually, do you know whose conference I was supposed to go and speak at?
Mhm. Ooh.
Academic Agent.
What? No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, for
Wait,
real.
first of all, call him by his real name, Quackademic Agent.
Yes.
We call him the Quackademic Agent.
And in
on the
fact, as
show.
far as I know, that my article was published in a piece of literature that went out for people who went to that conference.
Mhm.
Your monarchy article?
What
No, it
conference
was
is
actually it was like last year. It was I don't
Was this the
Yeah.
no one's in favor of free speech conference except for Sargon?
I don't remember.
Supposedly.
Well, I don't know, like why people. I
So
don't
you
think
were
Sargon's.
hold on, I'm lost here. You were invited to a conference. Academic Agent was there, but it wasn't his conference.
It was
right?
it was his conference. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, and Sargon went to this conference too?
I don't know. I couldn't go.
It's got to be a
because of
different
COVID.
conference because
It was Shieldings was the name of the conference.
I don't know.
Shield. That's why Shieldings.
Academic Agent actually
Conference.
sent me, because we talked about this on the show about how he had done a speech and that speech was never posted to the internet. And
I
I
can't
said,
spell it right.
Yeah.
well, Academic
spell-
Agent sent me a copy of the speech.
Really?
To say that it's not a big deal and that I shouldn't be talking smack because the speech, he doesn't know why the speech didn't get covered, but here it is. Like, look at it.
What you guys don't know is that like when I was invited,
I
it
deleted
was
the
just-
speech. I didn't read it, Sitch, just so you know.
It was before I came onto your stream and said that I thought that the entire girl abs argument was the stupidest fucking thing I'd ever heard. So it was before
Based.
that.
I'm glad you came out hard.
We don't
against the
recall-
girl.
well, now he's not happy with me anymore.
Oh,
And
what
that's-
did you do? What did you do now?
I came onto your. Unironically, he's like,
And you come on
unhappy
all
with
the
me.
time. He was invited on. Well, he used to
Yeah,
be
but he was
invited on. But he wouldn't
legitimately
come on.
angry at me for coming onto this stream and saying that I thought the entire girl abs argument was the dumbest fucking shit I'd ever heard.
Yeah.
Which is completely, and I stand by my opinion because the girl
Why
abs
would
shit
you
is the
say
dumbest
such a
fucking
thing?
shit I've ever fucking heard. I don't care at all. It's so
Yeah.
dumb.
But
so
you
I
hurt
don't
his
care.
feelings, though.
I guess so. I didn't mean to. That wasn't like I did nothing. I didn't say anything against him, but I hurt people's feelings. I'm not saying I hurt his feelings. Like, now, oh my god, now I'm gonna get in so much. I'm gonna get so much trouble now for saying.
Maybe you
this.
accidentally hurt his feelings by like showing support for the state of Israel or something like that.
It was literally.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
legitimately Doomer. It was legitimately.
Doomer's
it was,
fucking
it was
hilarious.
unironically because I said that I thought the girl abs argument was the dumbest, most misplaced argument that exists in modern politics. That's
How can
why.
you not give Doomer?
Well,
a-
there you go. That's pretty strong.
Doomer gets the
indictment.
comedy show thing. How can you take Doomer's wrench away? That was
pretty
a
funny.
solid joke.
That
right
was pretty
there.
funny.
It was a
I'll-
good
I'll
joke. It was a good joke.
contemplate
It was a good. Yeah, why are you taking
contemplate
Doomer wrench away when he had such a good joke?
Because he's too uppity.
Oh my god!
Wow, that's racist. First of all,
I know.
Wow.
Doomer's
You can't say
a
uppity.
white stoat. Okay.
I guess he is a person of shadow. He can say up.
I can say that, right?
Yeah.
But it was such a
He
bizarre.
literally has a monocle. Anyone
Well,
with a
okay,
monocle is uppity.
I've never
Let's be
told anyone
honest
about
here.
this, so I'm going to I guess talk about it. But like, I was shocked.
Uh-oh. Aydin, how much have you had to drink?
Yeah.
Not that much. I can drink some more, but like,
You
no,
don't
I'm just-
have
not
to tell
be the
us. You don't have
story.
to get yourself in trouble if you don't want.
But no, I'm saying this now because it's legitimate. Like, and I don't have any issue with AA. I've made this very clear. I have no issue with AA. But apparently he
But-
got. Well, he got a little bit like frustrated with me, and that's fine. That you can get frustrated with somebody no matter what. Like that's totally normative.
We're frustrated
never
with you
been
every time
frustrated
you
with
come
you.
on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. Adam's always frustrated with me, but he got kind of
Where's
frustrated with me.
Where's
over,
the jank face? Here's the face that I made.
I guess he got frustrated with me over me saying that like I thought that the entire debate was stupid, and I don't know if you guys recall that because it was like 6
I don't
months
recall
ago.
that, no.
Well, to reiterate, it was a big deal for AA apparently.
You're a betrayer. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to
How
betray
dare you.
anybody.
I think you did.
I guess it was like a year ago now.
I mean, you
only
are a
like-
woman, so that is the disposition of your gender.
There's only like a dozen
True.
monarch.
I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but
pro-monarch
like,
creators.
but I don't really care if I get in trouble with this. Yeah, he got mad at me over the whole lady ad stuff, which is my only response. If I recall correctly, and I could be wrong, but my only response to it was that this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard of. It's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard people debate in any kind of serious manner in my entire fucking life. It's the dumbest fucking
one
shit.
more time. I don't think the chat.
Well, he's probably
Actually, chat, if you're not unaware, it's dumb as fuck. Debating over girl labs is dumb. Lick girl labs. Who cares? I don't understand. I don't understand. Lick girl labs. Who cares?
Look, I think personally, I think it's brilliant. Okay, because I want all the girls with abs. Okay, so I'm glad that Academic Agent and all the
forfeiting
whatever the fuck the trad cons, what are they called?
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're not competing in that market personally.
Well, why trying to get rid of me? Why is like no? It's like
you have abs,
blacklist Aydin. What? No,
He's
I don't because I'm
blacklisted
fat.
you? What
Well,
happened?
no, I mean I'm super fucking thin, but like
don't be a hypocrite. You
Did
need
he
to get the girl abs. Okay.
Did he block you on Twitter or something?
Get a bunch of Sims.
no,
to like
but what?
Oh.
He blocked me from his conference, and I think he did block me on Twitter.
Oh, he did.
And I got
block
like
you.
nasty.
Oh.
I don't know if he's unblocked on Twitter, but I did get like some nasty messages from people. I was like, whatever, who cares?
Maybe you should bring them up and we can read them together.
No, I'm not gonna
do that. Let's not do that.
My point is that there is a convention that will be happening, I believe in March in Birmingham. If I don't know, am I allowed to show this yet?
We're not.
No,
you don't
probably
want.
not.
First of all, I don't want to go, so I'm just talking.
I am.
shit.
I actually am allowed to. No, I'm allowed to show. I'm allowed to
I
show.
don't want to go to Texas.
So I'm gonna,
if the conference.
Birmingham is not in Texas. Don't worry about that.
It's in Alabama.
Birmingham is the worst part of the UK. Don't go there either.
I don't want to go to
the wrong
VidCon, and VidCon is literally like an hour away. So
yeah,
it is Nomos Birmingham, which will be on March 25th through 26th, and I will be there to the best of my capacity.
Oh,
so
really?
if you would like to see me and you live in the UK,
if you live in the Birminghams,
will you be
If you live
wearing the
in the
red
UK?
shorts? I'm just curious.
those are your red shorts, Adam.
You know what, Adam? I will buy a pair of red shorts unironically. I'm not joking. I will unironically buy a pair of red shorts and wear them.
No, don't patronize Adam with this.
No, I'm not joking. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Pay me, but you have to pay me money.
Make sure it's recorded and posted to the internet.
But you'll have to pay me. You have to pay me money, but I will do it.
Yeah, there
I'm
it
not
is.
paying. I don't believe in paying
Pay me some money, and I'll wear
You don't
red
believe-
shorts.
You don't believe in capitalism?
Yeah, what the hell? What's this is a communist stream?
I mean, it's a little too, it's a little too prostitute-y for me. I'm not really.
Oh, I see.
can't
You don't believe
do
in
that.
simping, is what
Yeah.
you mean to say.
I
got
can't.
you.
Yeah,
What's wrong
our
with
show is.
That being
virulently
said, as long as
anti-Sem.
as far as I understand, come to the Nomos Birmingham conference on the 20th to the 26th in March of 2022. It will be a mostly monarchy conference in the UK. It'll be fine.
Our resident
awful.
simp wants to know what's wrong with simping. I
Who's-
heard that under here. That was
Oh,
Doomer. He's
Doomer
snuck it in there.
I don't simp. What are you talking about?
What do you have some simping to do?
When have I ever simped?
Well, your
No,
Twitter
actually-
likes.
Save your life.
Let's
Interestingly,
look up
I don't
Doomer's
think
Twitter
Doomer's
likes
ever
really
simped.
quick here.
Let me
Who's
look
Doomer
up
ever simped
Doomer's
for?
Twitter timeline.
I know. Let's get there. Let's look at the
See
like
where the
section.
simping
here.
is.
See how
Doomer
many-
has never simped.
First
Doomer
tweet.
has never simped.
Let me see how many. of
Simping
these.
right here. Oh baby, check
Doomer,
out
you can't
them.
unlike fast
that
enough.
booty.
Don't try.
Look right there. He's scrolling. He's desperately scrolling through. his
I
Twitter.
disavow.
Click
I
it.
disavow them.
Look at this. Nothing but chicks
Oh.
scantily clad. Oh, he's simping for the green M&M. Wow.
I haven't found anything.
The green
What are you
M&M
doing?
I would simp
Did
for.
you see the weird
I'll
green
give that up.
M&M stuff where like they Photoshop tits onto it?
It's not weird. It's hot.
Oh, it's not weird. I'm sorry. It's hot. Excuse me. I guess I'm sorry. I guess I'm being
We need the ultimate evolution. We need a green M&M with
Restrictive?
abs. And
What
I'll
is
look
it?
the fuck out of that.
Okay, so I'll Photoshop the green M&M with abs, and then what are you gonna do?
This?
The I did see the Tucker Carlson complaining about the sexy M&Ms was a very strange thing.
It's so weird. It's so just shut up, dude. Let's just
That
shut
was a
like
very strange take.
It-
yes.
like okay. We can all agree that this shit is weird. This is a weird advertising thing.
Mhm.
Could you
I'm
also
very
just
proud
shut
of
up
you,
about it?
Doomer. Doomer, this is a completely
It's super
simp-free
bizarre.
timeline.
He
I'm
knew that we
impressed.
were gonna watch, so he's cleaned up his ways.
This is very good.
I think Doomer needs to simp some more for
Oh.
you, Adam.
The simping has completely come to an end.
Well, he is
For
simping
now.
it for Adam.
Mm-hmm.
That's apparent. But
I do. Yeah. Well, We all know about that.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with that?
That's not simping. That's called being friends.
That's a bro code. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I was trying my best today at that conference. I don't know if I can be there, but whatever.
Bro simping is still simping. Okay.
I did find a risque mouse pad here. That's a little.
A mouse pad of what? The M&M?
Oh, what's a risque mouse?
Is Doomer simping for some mouse pads?
This is a anime mouse pad of a girl with her butt, where you basically put your hand.
the little.
Yeah. It's a whole fun part where you put your hand over her bum.
That's fun.
Yeah, that way
it's a little degenerate. Okay.
Oh, it's degenerate, but you feel fun about it. I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to have that kind of stuff.
I haven't tried an anime one.
I'm a libertarian.
How does academic agent feel about?
Why do you think academic agent doesn't want to talk to me?
Do you like those? I feel like those mouse pads are super uncomfortable. They have the gel pads at the bottom.
Yeah, I used one and I don't like it. Well, actually, that's not true. I had a mouse pad that had like a little like bump on it that was like just for the wrist, and it did work actually kind of well.
Oh, you're like, I did have one and it was terrible. Actually,
it wasn't a booty mouse pad. It came with my new PC.
I know, not a booty mouse pad.
But it's actually kind of nice to have like a little place to rest your, because I've had major issues with my wrist.
I found the Doomer simp tweet.
Did you?
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
So is it every time I come on the show, we're fucking investigating my Twitter?
Everyone's being so rude towards Doomer.
Like you're the goddamn simp FBI.
He gets investigated. How rude!
Listen, open up. It's the simp BI. The SBI.
Doomer, I'll save you from this nightmare. Don't worry. Just come to my stupid fucking conference. It'll be fine.
How was I simping?
Which one are you calling out?
So this person tweeted out, "What if you meet?" It's a video. You know that girl she's pretty hot, but she like goes around on a dog collar in public and like and they do that weird whatever that is. Someone said, what if you meet your soulmate and they're really hot but wanted to do this every day, and she wanted you to pick up her dumps in a doggy bag like she's a dog too and give her a bowl of water? And then Doomer says, I don't understand why tweet, quote, what if you meet your soulmate, they're really hot. In fact, they're perfect, actually.
Oh, Doomer, that's a little bit sus. Just saying.
Okay, Sitch has, this is a fucking tweet from like a month ago. Sitch has this shit saved.
Wow, we Sitch look on tweets.
He's obviously kidding, Sitch. That's a
And then the person says,
joking here.
Is he? I don't think he is, because then the person says, what if she takes really fat dumps? And Doomer says, all the better.
Okay. It's Doomer. That's a little.
Hang on a minute. Doomer, now I gotta have.
Sus.
Yeah, I didn't answer that question.
What is the question? I didn't hear a question.
Don't die, Sitch. Holy shit.
That's me. I'm the one with COVID. Remember, I'm the one dying.
I'm sorry. Oh no, obviously
I'm supposed to
Adam
take
is
a
dying.
COVID test right after this stream, just so you know.
Well, Sitch, have you taken your COVID test? Because it sounds like you're dying over there.
I could be.
Look, he's dying right now.
Sitch, did you sign up? Did you sign up for your free COVID tests?
I didn't. I forgot about that. I should do that. Get my Joe Biden test. I hear that's how the government tracks you.
It sounds like a Cleveland steamer to me. Thank you, sweet generis. Sounds like a Cleveland steamer to me.
We want to know if you're cool, Sitch.
Yeah. Okay.
Nobody.
I mean, we know Doomer's we already know degenerate.
I mean, did you take a Cleveland steamer on her though? That's my question.
Oh my god.
That is like the worst fetish ever.
It's so gross. It's the worst. It's the worst.
You know what? I had some pretty strong stances on cucking. I think that's worse.
Oh,
I think
that's way worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse.
Hard line there, guys.
Well, I don't know. We
it's
Jack
2 o'clock
Murphy
in the morning, and we are talking about having dumps on people.
Yeah.
Should we end the stream here?
It's 7 a.m. for me, so go ahead.
Have you? There's like a $50 super chat. There.
Did
you already read that?
I did not. Arithmus for $20. Thanks so much. Says Hasan was repeating a talking point I've seen a lot lately. The idea is that rich people can't get paid. The idea is that rich people can get paid in stocks and take out loans on those stocks which somehow allows them to avoid paying taxes.
Which is what he does. What he does right there. 100%. It's 100% what he does, by the way.
I don't understand this.
His shitty shit fucked up.
I understand.
His IRA shit. That's what he does too.
Some people get paid. So when they talk about how like Elon Musk and Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos made like $1 billion during the pandemic, what they mean is like, okay, these people get paid in stock options, which hilariously enough, you know why so many CEOs get paid in stock options?
So they can pay less in taxes.
Well, no, but you know what really kicked that off?
Precisely though, Adam.
Actually, Bill Clinton, a Democrat, they passed a law.
Adam's right though with that as well.
They passed a law in the 90s that capped salaries for CEOs in terms of amount of like income they could receive.
Really? Holy
and so to
shit.
get around that,
Yes,
they
they
just
did.
gave them
Yep.
all the stock options.
You give them stock options and you give them a bunch of bonuses. That's the exact way this has worked out. And by the way, what you said, Adam, was completely correct. They can do this stuff through crypto and make sure that they can make a shit ton of money that cannot be tracked in a normal way. And I'm totally in favor of crypto, by the way, but don't get this shit twisted. The ultra rich also utilize crypto.
I understand. Obviously, people get paid in stock options. He says people take loans out on stock options. I don't even understand what that means.
You can take it out. You can take out on loan against your stock option. So you can say, like, I have this much money invested. Yeah, I know. Why do you think that housing?
Wait a minute. You can't take a loan out on a stock option. You can.
Yes.
You can buy against your options or get derivatives.
Yes.
That's not a loan against a stock option.
It kind of is though. It's anticipating that your stock option will accrue more money. Right.
But you still have to pay taxes on that.
I don't know if you do.
The $50 super chat.
Wait, I want to understand this first. So,
okay.
A margin loan, also known as portfolio line of credit, allows you to borrow against a portfolio of stocks you've been investing in.
Yeah.
Similar
as
to a
far as
home
I understand,
equity loan.
that's correct.
You can get more favorable interest rates when taking out a margin loan if the market is high. Okay, how does this make you avoid paying taxes, though?
It's a way to make you pay fewer taxes, right?
Sitch wants the inside.
You're still gonna probably have to pay some taxes.
Well, Sitch doesn't want to pay any taxes.
I was gonna say, if there's some good out of tax free card,
the whole idea allows you to short your own stock. The whole idea allows you to fuck with your own stock options.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows people to have this incredible ability to completely destroy the stock market and the market in general by having so much money invested in it, if they so feel inclined, which they sometimes do, but often not. They're not incentivized to generally destroy the stock market because they gain money off of it, but sometimes they do.
What's the point of the margin loan, though? I don't understand how this. I understand the point of it. I just don't understand how you get around paying taxes on this.
Because it's not considered part of your income. It's part of it. Because it only gets considered parts of capital gains tax. So if you can try to
loan,
it only gets considered parts of capital gains tax. That's how they get around making
because
money.
A loan is not ordinary income. It comes to you tax free. You're not paying interest on the loan.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you do have to pay interest on the loan.
Well, you do, but
since you're using money for personal expenses,
not until you pay it back.
Well, okay, so
that's
obviously,
a pretty good scam right there.
Right? No, but
it sure is, isn't it?
Obviously, you don't pay. Okay, so you're not paying taxes on the loan because you're paying it back, right?
Yeah, but you pay taxes on the money that 1% you earn to pay it back, right?
You pay 1% back on that loan, so you can take a whole bunch of money in.
But listen, Sitch, if the money that you earn. If the money that you earn to pay the loan back is capital gains off of stocks, you're only going to pay 15% on that.
It's actually lower. It depends on what the loan agreement you agreed to was, which oftentimes is about 1%, right?
Bottom line is it pays to have just a lot of money in the bank.
It sure does. Look, and by the way, I don't agree with this, and I'll get on board and talk to the communists and the ANCAPs and stuff about this, but like how this is a horrifying way that the most rich people absolutely abuse and destroy the system.
Okay, I understand what's happening here.
Tell me, explain.
This is what happened.
I want to know.
They're saying if you have a high portfolio, like a lot of money invested, if you don't want to realize your gains.
Oh, you can take a loan out instead. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
If you don't want to realize your gains, to pay the 20 to 25% tax rate on it, you can just perpetually take loans out on it forever, assuming, of course, this only works if you keep keep making more
stays
money.
up,
but as long as you keep accruing money, you can keep abusing the system. Now, I understand why commies and stuff think this is a broken system because, by the way, it is a kind of broken system to a degree. The people who are able to
abuse, not if I can take advantage of it, then it's not broken.
I know, obviously not.
Then it's working perfectly.
The reality is that the fact that people can abuse the system, though, is the way that it was meant to be operated. What I would like is for more people to abuse the system as long as they allow it. I want everyone to get into the stock market. Everyone get into trading. I have a very basic, very, very basic stock trading portfolio.
Good for you. You should be investing in the market.
Everybody should, because this is how you actually.
What am I?
I would never tell you what stock to get because I did not make a huge amount of money off of I don't make a ton of money off of this.
I made all my money on Apple puts.
Dude, I literally made all the money that I have.
Bullshit. Don't listen to Doomer.
All of the money that I made
Apple
off of
puts,
stocks
right.
was out of GMT. So don't trust me on shit. Okay. I just made money off of GMT. I have some money that I reinvest in certain things, but don't follow me.
What is that?
GameStop.
Oh, you bought the meme stuff.
Oh, I got in on that.
Oh, did you really? Holy cow.
I literally made an account just to get in on it.
GME.
Yeah. GME, not GMT. Yeah, sorry.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
GMT is the time zone.
Yeah. DMT is also the drug.
That's true.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That was the only reason I even literally only made an account to do it.
$250 a share. It's on the decline.
You don't know how much money I have.
Have you sold it already?
Nope. I've held the entire time.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
You're going full diamond hands on us, huh?
I'm diamond hands forever.
Wait,
it's down 12% in the last 5 days.
Hang on. I did sell a whole bunch of it, but I am holding some GMA stock. I'm holding some GMA stock just as a meme at this point, essentially.
Chance. Okay.
Yeah, just as a meme. There's some other stuff, but
I missed it. Did you make money off of GameStop or no?
A huge amount.
Really? That's awesome.
I don't know how trading works. I just did this little meme. I made some money. I didn't make by huge, I mean versus my investment, right?
Hey, and by the way,
so you basically bought one share.
I'll DM you about that later.
And you made $50.
It was more than that. It was more than that. But yeah,
trying to scam you.
I'm not scamming you. Don't hold
Doomer
GME.
Trying to scam you.
Oh, what are you trying to scam me on? Buy some NFTs?
When did you buy these Apple puts?
When did I buy GME?
No, don't buy Apple. I'm joking.
Doomer did not buy
Apple. Don't buy Apple. But don't buy Apple. Don't buy Apple right now. No. Bad idea.
Option is
not financial advice. Not financial advice. No, not financial advice. But don't buy Apple right now. Bad idea. Not financial advice.
I mean, depending upon when he bought those puts, it was a great idea.
I just do some. I just do a little trading now. It's fun. It's a really. Here's the thing. Trading is a really fun kind of hobby.
It is.
Do whatever you want. Just be aware, no one can tell you what to do, and don't listen to anybody because they're all idiots.
Well,
okay?
People can tell you what to do all the time.
Anybody.
Oh, Apple actually is going down right now substantially. That's uncommon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said not to.
You tried to make a joke, but in all honesty, Doomer.
Amy's been trending down usually, steadily though, so that's probably not.
It's usually a meme. So
I could be. No, don't buy Apple.
Yeah,
just because I'm an idiot and I said it.
You don't still have GME, do you, Aydin?
I have a little bit in GME, yeah.
Oh, as long as a little bit. As long as you got most of it out, you're okay.
I got most of it out, and I doubled my investment. I'll put it that way.
Nice.
So.
Sweet, good for you.
There you go.
Whatever.
Mario versus Pit for $50. Thanks so much, Mario. Says Aydin Paladin, the eternal wine mom.
If that's what I am, I guess so. Rapist. Inbound, I don't know how stocks work. Also, don't buy stocks. That's why I said don't listen to me, dude.
Denny Cat for 5 Aussies says, I'm glad Aydin read Hopi and became based. Now she needs to read Murray Rothbard and become even based.
I've read all of Murray Rothbard. So
there you go, Denny Cat. See, she's extra shitty, not based. I mean, based.
Based.
What are we talking
Say
about
it's based. Say it's based.
Hope is not based. Hope is lame.
How is Hopper not based?
He's so lame.
What Aid needs to do is read Julius Evola.
You mean
I've read Evola, but I hate Evola. I don't like Evola. I disagree with Evola.
Hoppe, Mr. Science is a lie.
This is what I can't believe. This is what I
Miss Scientist over here likes.
Have you read
Science
the good
is a lie guy?
Have you read the good Dr. Theodore Kaczynski?
I've read Ted Kaczynski, and I actually agree with Kaczynski more than Evola.
There you go.
That's because Ted Kaczynski was right.
Exactly. Thank you, because Ted's right, and Evola is wrong by like almost everything. Evola is such a piece of shit. Like Evola has some good ideas, but he's wrong on everything.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Aydin.
Look, Uncle Ted made some mistakes, okay, but he had some good ideas.
Same with Ted though, but Ted is more right. His ideas are more right than Evola's. Evola's ideas are mostly all incorrect.
It's pretty bad if you get beat off by Ted Kaczynski, Evola. And a battle of wits and ideas.
Look at that kitty.
Yeah.
Where was I?
We're done.
George Scale for $20 says, this whole stream is a bad faith argument. What are you guys? Judges or something? Are you Supreme Court justices? Why are you pretending to care about fairness?
Everyone knows Uncle Ted's right, by the way, in the chat. Everyone knows Uncle Ted's correct.
I know. Why do we care about fairness? That's
so true.
Who cares about fairness? Isn't real. According to Scott Adams.
Fairness is just an illusion.
right.
Adam's favorite irrational artist.
Mm-hmm.
Swords go for another $20. Thank you. Says Hasan just said, quote, nobody cares about women's sports.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There are a few people that care about women's sports.
There's some people that care.
They're all women who play the sports.
True. Ted Kaczynski did beat off Evola. That is actually.
I would recommend reading Evola, but like he's wrong on a whole bunch of shit.
I would not recommend reading Evola. It's a waste of time.
Okay, well, reading it to understand why he's wrong, correct?
I mean, the guy who. Okay, sure, I guess. We read some of it on stream.
Well, the difference is that I read stuff from people that I know I don't agree with.
Sure.
So,
but some of it's just a waste of time. I mean,
yeah, totally.
Obviously, in your sphere, Aydin, like that.
In my sphere.
Well, in the monarchy,
it will.
Or whatever, it's going to come.
However, I'm being a very hard stance on. I don't believe in almost anything of Ola's. Now,
sure. But I'm saying like the average person is going to have to grapple with like.
Again, Ted Kaczynski is better than Evola, which is a horrifying statement to make, but like Ted Kaczynski is better than Evola.
There you go. It's a pretty low bar.
What a horrifying statement, but that's a low bar, yeah.
It's a low bar entry.
Ted Kaczynski is like one or two.
Read Ted Kaczynski. Actually, you should read Ted Kaczynski. Honestly, like, I'm not even joking about that.
Me and Adam disavow this talk.
Adam, just disavow it real quick. I just said that you should read the Unabomber's Manifesto. You should read it.
It's called the Industrial Society.
It's a great book. Great book.
If you're a Luddite, it's a great book, I guess.
There you go.
Just read it.
Listen, you guys can live in the woods, and me and Adam will be flying in space with the spaceship.
Look, I'm not advocating for shoot, what's that book I just read recently? Which was the total.
Mein Kampf. Is that what you're going to recommend?
Are you fucking serious?
Don't do it.
Kidding.
How dare you? It's a.
This is a comedy show.
This is a comedy.
I know it's a comedy show. I remember the name of the book. Bronze Age Mindset. I actually would recommend everyone read that.
Something about the Elders of Zion.
No, shut up! Dang it! Everyone gets so rude about me. However, read or listen to Bronze Age Mindset. Very interesting book. I don't agree with it either, by the way. I don't agree with it, but interesting book.
Probably is bad, but
Bronze Age Mindset, not this other crap.
No, it's not me. Bronze Age Mindset's probably bad.
You need to read The Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton. That's
There
what
you
I want
go.
you to read.
And then you can read The Narrow Corridor, and then you can read Dictator's Handbook.
Yeah, and then you guys can watch a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Open your eyes.
There you go. Wait a minute. I have to actually seen that.
You have?
I think I have. That's the we didn't go to the moon one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think watch 4 fucking lions. How about that?
I remember once I was in a doctor's office and there was like the radiologist guy there. And he's like, we never actually went to the moon. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah. We never actually went to the moon. And he tried to explain to me why the moon landing was fake. And I'm like, I don't trust you to take my x-rays. Get away from me.
To be fair, if I was in that, I would. If I was in that situation, I would have the exact same response.
I was like, come on, God, what is going on
No
here?
shit. If somebody told me like, oh, I think the moon landing was fake, and they're like, I'm gonna take your X-ray now.
Adam.
Be like, oh no, thank you, no, thank you.
What are you godding Adam? What did Adam do?
What did I do?
He has Megamind up, and who's this lady?
Oh, you don't know about West Elm Caleb?
Oh, this is the West Elm
who's that
Caleb
lady?
lady.
Oh, I don't know who she is. Sorry.
You don't like
She is
that
a
one?
TikTok influencer who
It's
I believe
just
led a doxing campaign on a Chad from New York.
Don't be rude. Please don't be rude. She's just kind of a crazy person.
She's just kind of a crazy person. Like she probably doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
If people go and bother her, it's just going to reify her.
No, she
crazy
tried to dox
positions.
somebody else.
Yeah.
But did she?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
there was
never
some
mind.
guy.
Then fuck her. Then she can get doxed all fucked out.
There was some guy in New York that was apparently like running around sleeping with everybody and like blowing people off and ghosting people and shit. And like he blew off this TikTok influencer, and then somebody else contacted her that he also blew off, and like
it wasn't even
apparently
the
he
right
just
Caleb.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, she was at some.
That's so funny.
She was at some discount Caleb. Wasn't even.
Wasn't even the.
You can have the right Caleb. Yeah,
She didn't have the right Caleb. Yeah.
It was actually East Elm Caleb that was the troublemaker. West Elm Caleb was innocent.
Yeah. Well, I think he did. I think he still ghosted her, but it was a different Caleb.
I mean, she doxes people, so maybe he had a sixth sense about that.
Okay, so fuck her then. I don't care.
A woman credited with instigating the conversation never actually met West Elm Caleb.
Yeah, that's.
But her own
basically-
disappointing date with a different Caleb prompted an onslaught of commiseration from other women in New York City. That's so pathetic.
Caleb just got caught.
That
in the
is
crossfire.
pathetic. Holy Christ, that's really pathetic.
I mean,
But she
sorry,
reminded
lady,
me of my
people is
favorite
cringe,
supervillain.
Yeah, I guess. but, like,
Megamind.
So I made
wow,
this. Yeah.
it's a very good image.
Presentation.
Adam.
I was very disappointed, Doomer.
Oh, what?
The first third of Inscription is like one of the greatest games I've ever played, and then the second third of it is terrible. Well, not
So,
terrible, but it's
everybody
not
got
anywhere near as
like
good.
kind of like a weird at me, but like how what video games do you want me to play? To be Christ-like,
Subnautica.
I haven't played that.
You should play Subnautica. Do you like open world crafting survival games?
I actually, if you're not aware, I actually have like a kind of like autistic obsession with the forest. I can't let anyone know
Like
about
the
it,
game
though.
The Forest, or like
Yeah,
Forest
the
in
game.
general?
No, the game The Forest.
I kind
I'm
of was curious to
weirdly-
play that. I heard that was interesting.
It's really good. Like if you'd like to play, I'd like to actually like do a server on my server.
Mhm.
But the problem is I'd break it immediately, and I can't.
You should
do
play
that.
Subnautica.
The birds are chirping. It must be morning.
because it's like
there.
7 o'clock.
It is morning, yeah. But
Listen
I
to that.
I
They're
can't
like,
I
"What are you
can't I can't I can't let people
The
break.
birds are
I
like,
can't.
Sitch, you know you have to work today, right?
Listen, Eddie, Subnautica is not massively already. You're fucking crazy. Subnautica is
Look,
based.
my
The first
entire-
Subnautica, the second Subnautica is not very good. But
I
the
already
first
told you
Subnautica is
my
awesome.
my entire sleep schedule is fucked, so it's fine.
Hades, that's a good game. If you like roguelites.
Hades is
Oh, right.
great.
Since we were supposed to speedrun Hades in a competition, remember?
Hades
I
is
forgot.
great.
Yeah, we have
Fantastic
to speedrun
game.
Hades.
Fantastic game.
I'll crush
Hades
it.
is great.
That game company though is they are
Supergiant?
political a little bit. Yeah, they can get political. Just to be saying.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Look, fucking Karl Marx could be a god, right? I don't give a shit. That game's great.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm gonna fuck
Are they?
around
I mean,
with
I
it.
liked Bastion. Transistor was okay. I didn't like Transistor as much.
I love
But Hades
Transistor
is
and
the
I
best
love
one.
Transistor. I love Bastion and I love Hades. They're like it's one of the best games that have been made in the last 10 years.
And Bastion, when the Coming Home song plays, I start to.
Oh God, I can't.
So
don't fuck with me on that.
Coming
home.
I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. It's so good.
Sad.
I can't deal with it. I'll fucking cry.
I tear up every time.
Are you fucking with me, Sitch?
I'm serious.
Because I agree.
Just like the end of Final Fantasy X, I just get sad. I just tear up every time. I can't help myself. I can't help myself.
Here's the difference. No, you're fucking with me. You know, I'm an FF10 speedrunner, right?
I know you are. We've had this conversation.
I know.
A speedrunner of what?
I speedrun Final Fantasy X. Only Final Fantasy X. It's my only.
Final Fantasy X. Okay.
Yeah. FF10 is the only game I speedrun.
Have you played?
That's the one I hate.
Yeah,
That's
it sucks.
That's one with the grid system, right?
That's one.
Yeah, that's why I like it. It's the only game I
The grid
speedrun.
system is good.
I love it. It's the best. But
To be completely fair, I hated it when it came out, which I think was about 25 years ago at this point. So
don't make me feel that old. It's only been 20 years.
Listen, have you played Deltarune Chapter 2? It's pretty good. You should get on board with that.
Here's the thing, Doomer. Now I'm upset by what you said.
The Undertale sequel, yes.
Doomer, I'm very upset by what you said.
What did I say?
He basically said you're old.
You insulted my favorite. You insulted my favorite game.
I did.
We're gonna have to like have fisticuffs over this.
To be completely fair, I don't remember anything about it. I mean, I haven't played
Sorry,
it.
it sucks. It's a really gay game. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just have a weird obsession with it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just have
That's
a
okay.
weird obsession with.
I played League for a long time. I know what it's like to play a terrible game, not stop.
I used to play not just League of Legends, but also Dota.
Oh man, that's even worse.
I think I have 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours in Dota. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sorry about that.
The only thing I have to confess to is playing idle games.
Oh no, those are the worst.
That's pretty bad, my dude.
I've played all of them.
Thank you for putting a nice picture of my favorite game up in here. Put it up there forever.
Idle games are just evil.
I will defend my favorite video game ever.
What? FF10?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
He's got this picture. So this picture.
I will defend also this picture of Hasan. But
this picture of Hasan with like a tiny head.
But
and, Alex Berger made these very cool Sitch and Atoms, where it's a Zim Sitch and an Adam Gur.
Mm-hmm.
Look how cool that is.
Very cool. Very cool.
Super cool.
Yeah, and unironically, me and CT apparently have identical taste in games. Like every time I go to play a game, it's like CT just played that game. It's like, oh, what the fuck?
Then get married, dude.
There you go. Romances blooms on the Sitch and Atoms show.
Battlefield. Yeah. Look, Metal Gear. Now there's a new video game reference. Love has bloomed in the Battlefield.
Me and Adam need to play Goose Game on stream. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh no, dude. Which one are you going to allow your computer to be fucked with?
What do you mean?
To play Goose Game?
Why does it fuck with your computer?
It has to.
What? What are you talking about?
What?
I've played Goose Game.
Never mind. Go ahead and play Goose Game.
Is there something secret it does to your computer that I don't know about?
Never mind.
What does it do? Wait, what's happening?
No, allow them to play Goose Game and not let them know what happens.
What are you talking about? I've beaten and played Goose Game. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the one that mines crypto while you play, right?
No.
For China?
What are you talking about?
It fake takes over your computer.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember this. Are you sure?
Yes.
Inscription does that. I don't remember Goose Game doing that.
Goose Game fake takes over your computer.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, what were you gonna say about Inscription?
Okay.
I said the first third of it, it's like one of the greatest games ever. And then after that, once the game modes switch, it just is not good anymore.
Yeah. Do you still have the stoat? I don't. I just actually stopped playing it at some point. Like I was.
Oh my god!
I played like the first bit.
So you never got past the cabin in the beginning?
I don't think so.
Oh wow, that's crazy! You missed like the majority of the game.
No, I'd been meaning to go back and play it.
It becomes a completely different game. But I don't like
really?
it, and not in a good way though. Honestly.
Oh, weird.
Oh, Desktop Goose took over my computer.
It's the whole thing. That's why it's funny.
Oh, it grabs your mouse or something.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That's right. I do vaguely remember this. Yeah. We should still play.
Adam, give me a wrench.
It'll be fun. I mean, you can give him a wrench. I'm just gonna take it away like a second here.
Me.
By the way,
give a wrench.
give Doomer a wrench, please.
Since you're too much of a coward to take it away.
I can't believe this whole whole
Wowie.
Doomer losing his wrench thing finally inspired me to figure out how I can give people wrenches.
I know.
I don't know if I can
horrifying
resist.
racism is happening right now.
Well, I feel like all these people deserve wrenches.
against the
These are all our friends. Come on, Sitch.
Adam is trying to set you guys up for a parasocial.
What do you define yourself as, a Doomer? What kind of weird?
Doomer, what's your sign?
Yeah, what kind of like weird animal do you define yourself as?
A stoat.
INTJ.
A stoat.
What time is
this
it there?
Stoatism. What's happening right here is stoatism, and I don't appreciate the stoatism that's happening in the chat.
I do appreciate the stoatism.
I don't appreciate the stoatism. I think it's actually incredibly stoatistic.
You know, it's a great game. Papers, Please.
Papers, Please is pretty based, yeah.
Papers, Please is great.
I can't.
Though it is transphobic.
Being so statistic. Sorry.
It's a good game that just came out. It's called Vampire Survivors. It's like incredibly basic.
Really?
You actually just run around in circles, but it's really fun.
Well, if anyone wants to play Magic with me, apparently I'm trying to play Magic the Gathering with people, but it's been a fucking issue.
Disgusting mill deck? No.
Aydin.
Aydin,
I've been to the Pro Tour twice.
I've been to the Pro Tour as well. You can't beat me.
You fucking nerds.
When did you go? What year did you go?
2014.
Wait, what city?
Oh shoot, Milwaukee.
Okay.
I could be wrong with the city. Yeah.
So I went to a Pro Tour in 2014. I went to Amsterdam and Montreal.
Well, you're gonna have to fucking deal with me, man, my homie.
Adam, don't give anyone fucking a wrench.
Adam, give me a wrench.
Why? What happened?
Adam, give him a wrench.
I haven't logged in. I can't give wrenches.
This is the thing. Nobody can. Well, the Pro Tour I think was in 2014 in Milwaukee. I could be wrong. Might not have been in the Pro Tour. I could be wrong.
I feel like almost every YouTuber in our sphere plays Magic. It's pretty shocking.
We all play Magic. That's the whole fucking issue.
I used to. It's hard for me to play now because I used to be pretty good at it.
Oh, Doomer, let's play Magic. Actually, like, oh shoot, let's play Magic.
When you have a life, Magic is not really a part of it.
Wow.
No, you have to. No, you have to play Magic.
Fucking guy.
Look at this nerd. Wow, what a nerd.
That was.
He's married. He's got
insensitive.
Yeah. Wow. What a nerd.
You play Magic. That's a nerd game.
I'm super insensitive. I shouldn't have said that.
Jesus,
well, how incredibly rude of him.
Please
He's
forgive.
such a nerd.
Forgive.
Wow.
Sitch can't play Magic. He's working on a video.
That's true.
I do that though. It's also it's always my excuse as well, to be fair.
But Aydin actually is working on a video, so it's
I am, but like my advertiser won't let me go live with it yet, so I have to like wait for my advertiser to be okay with it.
You have an advertiser? Oh man.
I always do.
She buys gold.
What a sellout.
Hang on, no, like okay, it takes me a month to make a video.
What a sellout.
Obviously, I need I need an advertiser. And by the way, go check out the Morning Brew. By the way, it's great. It's free. I'm not even joking. Check out the Morning Brew. It's free. It is literally free. There's no.
I've never played Nier. I just know that's the game with the girl with the butt that everyone puts pictures of.
Put the butt on the screen.
That's the only thing I know about Nier. Never played it. Not really interested.
I'm getting in trouble. Hey, fuck this.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck what?
Later.
I don't know. My life. Thanks, guys, for having me on. Actually,
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
We should end the stream.
I blame Sitch.
Did I do anything weird this time? Because I've already done. I've obviously done weird things before.
You were way better this time.
Aydin.
I was better.
You always do weird things on stream. That's why we have you on.
Interrupting Sitch is not. I mean, we try to avoid that.
That's true. I don't appreciate
the audience does not like when I am making a point or Sitch is making a point or Doomer's telling a joke and people interrupt.
I love it when Sitch gets interrupted personally. You can't interrupt.
Well, I'm just trying to be cool. Sorry.
It depends upon what point he's trying to make.
Well, thank you for having me on, as always, guys.
No, thanks for coming.
Sorry for being a stupid fucking weirdo.
That's okay. That's why we invite you.
As I said. It just wouldn't be Aydin otherwise.
That's the goal.
Well, still thank you.
Long live the monarchy.
Hang on. Can I ask one last question? One last question.
It has to be one.
Why did you change the entirety? Did who amongst of you did it to change the entirety of Centrist Militia to be like half of it is a monarchy joke?
Oh, I don't know.
Don't control
that's
any
Felix.
of that stuff.
He's the one that's in charge of.
Are you
Centrist
sure?
Militia.
I go onto Discord once every 6 months.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Me and Adam have no control over either.
If you're, can I tell you what happened then?
What happened?
Your entire Discord has become a monarchy joke.
Which the Centrist Militia one?
No, the entire internet is a monarchy joke. Okay.
No. The entire internet is making a monarchy joke.
Yeah.
No,
yes. That's what I
there's
meant
like
to
a whole
say.
there's like a
Thank
whole
you, Sitch.
section. Hang on, there's a whole like section of like where Aydin's allowed to talk. But like here's the monarchy zone where Aydin's allowed to speak. You're welcome.
That's the most base thing I've ever heard in my life.
I know. Someone post a link to Centrist Militia. Jeez.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm surprised.
No, the monarchy zone
I'm
is in
enticed
laser.
now.
That's not in
It's a
Centrist.
laser. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Oh,
God,
okay.
how dare you?
I'm
Is it in the open mod chat that discussing like quarantining you into your own little area?
Yes, they're like
In my little zone. I'm trying my best.
in the monarchy zone.
They put me in
Garden
the
of
monarchy. Don't put me in the monarchy zone, please. I'm trying my best. Don't put me in the monarchy zone.
You deserve. You're not trying your best.
No, Sitch, don't put me in the monarchy zone. I can't help it.
Aydin, I don't make the rules. I just apply them.
I see how it is.
Okay.
It's fine.
Listen, I'm the paper please guy. Okay, I'm looking at your thing and it says that you're male, and I'm looking at your X-ray and it doesn't match up. So
no, it says that I'm a monarchist, and that's the problem.
Yeah, no, that what the M stands for. Stands for monarchist.
M stands for monarchist.
Listen, you're not even trying to bribe me. If you were gonna slip me like 10, crutz,
no, that would not be that would be uncool and
maybe
not monarchistic. It'd be non-monarchistic, so I'd never do it. Never.
No. Okay. Then no. Sorry. Denied.
Sorry, Sitch. Not gonna do it.
I'm stamping denied on Aydin's passport to Artstoka.
Wowee. If anyone wants to play Magic Gathering with me, however, I'll be around.
What are you playing it on? I don't even understand.
I don't know. Someone asked me to play it in a system I literally couldn't understand. I was too drunk to be able to understand last night.
Is it like the thing where you have to like literally input what each card does?
Yes, and I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I've done stuff like that. I don't care what to do with stuff like that. It's too much.
I tried the best to my capacity, but I'm an idiot, so I couldn't do it.
Fair enough. Anyways.
However, take care.
Anyways.
Take care, guys. I'll head off. Bye-bye.
There it is. Waiting for the harmonica. Why do we have PSA Sitch Hello Kitty up on the screen? Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Thank you, Doomer and Aydin, for coming on and joining. Always a pleasure. And thank you, our viewers, for making it through the journey of watching, first of all, Dr. Phil gender confused madness, and then, even worse, Hasan stumble his way through conversation.
His gender confused madness.
With his gender confused madness, where he advocates for the capital punishment of CEOs. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you all on Tuesday for the Super Chat stream.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Doomer
Was
just
that Doomer?
stole your
my
goodbye.
Goodness. Holy cow. That was
How do
pretty
you feel
good.
about that, Adam?
I feel fine.
Okay.
I feel great.
What a simp.
Did you end it correctly?